This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Jianghe raised his sword and swung it. A blazing, bright, dark red light erupted from the blade. This strike landed on a rushing river. A scorching water mist rushed towards him, and flaming sprays obscured his vision, while the dazzling light enveloped him. The blade trembled violently, and his hand went numb. Staring directly at the intense light, his eyes stung and watered. A distorted buzzing and a sharp whistling sound pierced his eardrums, sending chills down his spine. The stench of burning protein under the intense heat began to permeate the air. Without a shield, as a martial artist, in that brief second, Jianghe did everything he could do in an instantaneous engagement. Now, his senses were sealed by an enemy he could no longer see. The fragile defense gained from unleashing his full power of warrior's heart was akin to a placebo. The rudimentary defense provided by the cheap elemental shield potion he had taken beforehand was already groaning. Instinct told him that in 3 to 4 seconds, he had to disengage. Not too early, not too late. Too early, as the primary target, any movement would endanger his teammates. Too late. It's alright, I still have teammates. He had done everything he could, now he should trust his team. A fireball exploded on his back. Jianghe, his body tilting, stood like a wall in front of his teammates, feeling the enthusiasm from them. He rolled to the side, quickly glancing at the mage holding the staff, suppressing the urge to unleash a torrent of profanity. The battlefield situation was complex, and everyone was a newcomer. Friendly fire was inevitable and understandable. Having escaped the direct magical attack, he finally saw the monster he was facing. A girl wiping away tears. Her long, dark green hair, like vines, cascaded over her shoulders. Her tattered, dirty dress was adorned with leaf vein-like patterns. This girl, who only reached Jianghe's chest, stretched one hand straight forward, tightly clutching an obsidian lantern that flickered, scattering wispy particles of light. A humanoid monster? Thanks to his good teammate, Jianghe's already precarious shield shattered completely. No longer the lantern-bearing girl's primary target, he turned to look at the most crucial support member of the three-person team, the Believer. Elemental blessing? The Believer's hands glowed. Although slow to react, at least she did something. Before Jianghe could finish his internal sigh, the brilliant elemental light flickered on the mage not far away. He has an elemental shield and a potion. He's at full strength. You should heal me. The lantern ignited with blue flames, a torrent of light erupting forth, instantly engulfing the mage who had no intention of interrupting the spellcasting process. Was she really that reluctant to interrupt the channeling? Elemental shield, potion, and the blessing of the Believer? The 3-in-1 combination couldn't cover his foolish actions. Give me a shield. Jianghe was still waiting for a heal. The Believer cast the spell again, the radiant glow of blessing appearing around her body. Give me a blessing. Can't you hear me? Watching the eerie lantern girl float towards him with her feet off the ground, this time Jianghe roared. Ripples suddenly appeared above the Believer's head, and the 4 characters Watermelon Shumai slowly emerged. Voice input. Watermelon Dumpling responded angrily. What kind of attitude is that? Can't you speak properly? Having been accidentally hit by the mage's inaccurate fireball, he felt they were both newcomers and should be understanding. The elemental blessing wasn't prioritized for him, whose shield had already been depleted. He felt that accidental misoperation was unavoidable in unexpected situations. But when Watermelon Dumpling shouted the word attitude in an androgynous voice, indicating that she wanted an attitude, Jianghe's blood pressure exploded. He then resigned himself, moving away from the lantern girl's path. In a flash, the blue flame spewed by the lantern ignited Watermelon Dumpling, and the acrid smell in the air told Jianghe her fate without even turning around. Cyber Potato, do you even know how to play? Watermelon Dumpling's voice was shrill from the sudden death. Why did you move aside? The mage's booming male voice, 2 hard-boiled eggs for breakfast, joined the fray. A duet echoed in Jianghe's ears. Wow, there's a fountain commander here too? Even after dying, they still interfere with their living teammates' actions. He had no time to deal with the duo of negative influences, nor did he have time to lower their voices. A quick-cast magic shield scroll was triggered. The lantern in the girl's hand shone directly on Jianghe. In less than a breath, the scroll expired, and the shield was depleted. He switched to his backup weapon and aimed at the right wrist holding the lantern. A flash of cold light, the lantern fell to the ground, and the terrifying beam of magic shot forward, igniting the ancient trees and illuminating the dark forest with a deep blue flame. Dawn was approaching, and the sky was gradually brightening. The sobbing girl screamed, and blood gushed from her empty eye sockets. Her hands reached out in a grabbing motion, and Jianghe, standing close by, felt a chill run down his spine. As if gripped by a giant hand, the girl fell silent, collapsing lightly to the ground and dissipating into specks of light. Just as he had predicted, the monster's true form was a lantern. High attack, low defense? Phew. He sighed, then realized something and quickly checked. Where's the experience? Wasn't she already dead? The lantern shattered, its glow dissipating, and specks of blue light coalesced into the nun's phantom. The nun's robes were spotless. She lowered her head, shyly preventing Jianghe from seeing her face clearly. Jianghe swallowed hard. He had found the reason she wasn't giving experience. The girl was merely a vessel used by the nun before him, who was constantly emanating black energy and distorting the surrounding space. Dawn broke, darkness retreated. Ignoring everything around her, the nun in the shadows condensed into a firefly once more, disappearing from sight with the receding darkness, faster than the eye could see. A vengeful spirit? Jianghe was sweating profusely. Solving the opponent's physical body was somewhat of a fluke. This was his first encounter with this type of monster. It seemed the alternation of day and night had prevented them from directly facing the nun's second stage. Beep beep, beep beep. The brilliance of the stars is fading. The path of guidance is about to begin. Please note. Jianghe quickly deactivated the built-in warning, his gaze fixed on the spot where the lantern-bearing girl had vanished. The monster material was enveloped in clusters of translucent bubbles, floating in midair, one bubble shimmering with iridescent light standing out. The two fountain commanders, who had been silent because of his miraculous intervention, exclaimed, "Sold!" The joy in Jianghe's eyes gradually faded because of their voices. The loot distribution mode is incorrect. When forming a team, it's agreed to set the loot distribution based on contribution, using the proof of the stars as built-in algorithm to allocate drops individually according to each person's contribution. The current distribution method clearly involves everyone sharing the total loot pool, requiring negotiation and allocation. This is more suitable for small, close-knit groups where loot is distributed as needed, and morality is the only binding force in this method. In other words, if someone lacks morality, they can choose to take everything, as long as they can eliminate those who disobey the allocation. The allure of rainbow drops is undeniable. Believer watermelon shumai and mage 2 hard-boiled eggs for breakfast luxuriously used the blessing of the stars provided to newbies, instantly resurrecting without side effects. Wait, I activated the wrong distribution mode. Loot distribution needs discussion. How do you plan to distribute it? Anyway, let's collect it first, then discuss how to distribute it. Jianghe chuckled and walked towards the loot. Magic flowed, elements stirred. The instant 2 hard-boiled eggs for breakfast began casting, Jianghe abandoned the rainbow orb and appeared before him with lightning speed. A short dagger pierced the opponent's heart, twisting forcefully, and the mage's flesh and blood rapidly disintegrated, leaving only a pale, lifeless spirit in place. He still loved casting spells so much, unwilling to cancel even after being stabbed. Did he play a dark mage in some famous game before getting into this? Another short dagger, like a meteor, precisely pierced Watermelon Shumai's forehead. Since no shield spell had been cast beforehand, it was an instant kill. Who goes into a dungeon without a helmet? Seeing Jianghe practically monopolize all the loot, leaving only a few scraps, the amount of mother in the team voice chat skyrocketed. After watching their impotent, furious insults for a few seconds, he smiled and channeled the echoes of the star's skill to leave. If he still couldn't tell by now that the mage and the follower were a close-knit group, and that their supposedly wrong mode was just a convenient way to sabotage others, then he wasted all his time playing games. It felt better to say, "Add me as the leader, he'd tell you more." It was also his own fault for not checking the mode settings after assigning them. He learned his lesson. The game's only been out for 2 days, and there are already such amazing characters. With a sigh, Jianghe, after channeling, found himself in a space filled with soft white light. Looking up, he saw giant, semi-transparent bubbles sparsely dotting the misty sky. This was the starting point for every player's character creation in the groundbreaking game Proof of the Stars. Boundless, empty. Oh, not entirely empty. A slime-like, sticky sphere floated in midair, semi-transparent, radiating a hazy, azure light. It was the only living thing here. Before interacting with it, Jianghe brought up his inventory panel, eagerly activating the iridescent bubble. Avatar Fragment, 10. Seeing the word selectable in the notes, Jianghe's eyes lit up. The 3 major factions of Proof of the Stars, Warrior, Mage, and Believer. Beyond the massive class tree formed by these 3 factions, there are many hidden classes. There are no unique classes across the entire server, As long as you obtain enough fragments, you can awaken one. As for how to obtain fragments, the currently known method is Leopard Leap. The reason for saying currently known is that Proof of the Stars, a game of epic-making significance that only begins after entering a dream, lacks any proper guidance. The game has only been open for 2 days, or 4 days in total, and players are still exploring on their own, not yet familiar with their new bodies. These aspects of the game's design remain shrouded in mystery. While browsing various platforms during the day, Jianghe had already discovered people selling game-related information. To be fair, his luck in games has always been pretty good, especially when it comes to gacha pulls. While others get a guaranteed pull after 10 pulls, he gets it on his first try. While others get only blue and white cards, he gets 2 or 3 yellow cards. What kind of dog is that, barking so fiercely? I, Whale, am here to share in your joy today. These comments were basically prepared for him. Could it be that my lucky gacha pulls have continued to the Proof of the Stars? Jianghe couldn't help but wonder. Chapter 2. After organizing his spoils, Jianghe approached the slime bubble. Sensing his presence, the slime bubble's round, translucent body cracked open in the middle, like a slightly open mouth, silently begging for food. Jianghe stuffed the low-level monster materials he had collected over the past 4 days into this hungry mouth, emptying it completely. But the slime bubble seemed to have a bottomless appetite, still demanding more from Jianghe. Can it eat that much? After a moment's thought, he added more, this time stuffing in all the ingredients he had planned to use for cooking, including perch, rabbit meat, and carrots. Glug glug. The swallowing continued, and the slime bubble's body visibly expanded, its ethereal azure light flashing intermittently. This seemed to indicate that it had reached a certain threshold, making Jianghe dare not delay. Looking at the dwindling amount of his hard-earned harvest in his backpack, he, with his somewhat hoarding tendencies, gritted his teeth and went all in. Here you go, all of it. The bubbles inflated rapidly, rising higher and higher like hydrogen balloons. Is it going to explode? Jianghe wondered. The slime bubble shone brightly like the sun, its dazzling azure light sweeping across every corner of the space like a tidal wave, filling every crevice with its radiance. Jianghe instinctively covered his eyes, the all-pervasive light seeping through his fingertips and into his mind. In a daze, he heard a soft, gentle female voice echoing in his ears. Honorable Cyber Potato, my master, please bestow a name upon me. Jianghe slowly opened his eyes. A blob of azure, sticky humanoid was bowing to him, and the previously white world had been replaced by magnificent mountains, boundless forests, and a babbling brook flowing beside the wooden house. My master, please bestow a name upon me. The sticky, humanoid voice drew Jianghe's attention. He looked at the NPC who was speaking to him for the first time and hesitated before asking, You don't have your own name? As puppets guiding our masters, only you can give us life. Giving a name can give a puppet life? Jianghe became interested in this detail of the game's setting. Although the game's ending notification sounded again, he couldn't help but ask further. However, this time the puppet didn't respond. Alright, a name then. Garlic Sprout. It made sense for Cyber Potato to have Cyber Garlic Sprout as a puppet. After confirming again, the words Garlic Sprout appeared faintly above the puppet's head. He wanted to ask something more, but the third notification sound forced Jianghe to reluctantly bring up the control panel. Seeing the new options on the panel, he paused slightly, then realized these were options unlocked after choosing between the puppet and the homestead. After thinking for a moment, he triggered one of the events and exited the game. The phone alarm went off, rewarding himself with 2 more 5-minute naps. Jianghe yawned and removed the Star Token game launcher, headband, and the accompanying smartwatch. He opened the mobile app to check his sleep from the previous night. Everything showed as good, and comparing it to the data provided by the Star Token app, there were no discrepancies. After washing up, the clock struck 6:40, perfect timing. Jianghe's home was in an old-style residential area. Early in the morning, one could see elderly men and women carrying baskets and pushing carts, all looking energetic as they went out to buy groceries. At this time of day, you rarely see young people. Most of them meticulously plan their commutes to work. Sleep is a luxury for them. Waking up early is a joke, and if you do see them, they're always yawning. Jianghe, 22 years old, a recent college graduate, is job hunting and feels he's moving towards this kind of life. However, his seniors think he's worrying unnecessarily. To move towards this kind of life, you first need a job, and Jianghe's resumes have all gone unanswered. He doesn't even qualify to be a corporate slave. Hey, Xiao Zhang's here. What would you like to eat? The usual? Walking into the breakfast stall across the street, the busy owner, Old Fong, greeted him warmly. This nearly 60-year-old man was always full of energy. Soup dumplings, red bean paste, freshly ground soy milk. Not having custard buns anymore? Let's try something different. The shop isn't crowded yet. Most of the diners are longtime residents from the neighborhood. Old Fong's breakfast stall has been open for over a decade, catering to the neighborhood. He never skimps on ingredients, always offering generous portions, and keeping the shop spotless. As a result, both the older and younger generations frequent his stall, and business has always been booming. Jiang Hei's order arrived quickly, but Old Fong didn't leave immediately. Instead, he sat down opposite him with a steamer of Zilongbao soup dumplings. Little Jiang, I have a question for you. Sure, I ask, but I pass. Jiang Hui firmly declined. Sigh, just take it. You can take it home. Old Fong wiped the sweat from his brow, took out his phone, and opened a short video app. The video was about the Proof of the Stars, a marketing account using exaggerated, mystical music to describe its epic-making nature in a deliberately mysterious tone, the kind of video you want to skip as soon as the music started playing. Unlike the communities and content creators that Jiang Hui followed, the short video marketing accounts Lao Fong collected didn't discuss topics like realism, the open world, gameplay, or game guides. Their focus was on multinational cooperative operation and the first-ever sleep entertainment project. Several powerful figures, engaged in fierce competition, cooperated closely on this matter. The game effortlessly secured distribution rights in various countries, while the developer, Starry Campfire, was a previously unknown company that suddenly rose to prominence. The promotional phrase for Proof of Stars, a second life after falling asleep, was enough to overturn many people's understanding of cutting-edge technology. When it actually entered people's lives, the impact was undeniable. This anomaly naturally led some to investigate further. The investigation into Starry Campfire ultimately yielded the official explanation: strengthening cooperation in cutting-edge technology is the most powerful accumulation for the future. This answer left much to the imagination. With national backing, Starry Campfire's significance was undeniable. Some were surprised and remarked on the rarity of seeing several major powers reach a consensus. Others were astonished that, unbeknownst to them, technology had undergone another major explosion, and they, in the 21st century, were about to witness technological upheavals, much like people in the early 20th century. And then, there were those who were devoted to conspiracy theories. Just as some in the 19th century, upon witnessing electrical appliances, believed them to be the power of the devil, naturally, there were those in the public sphere who viewed Proof of the Stars as a game of distorting consciousness to achieve micromanagement. Some felt it meant working for capitalists even in their sleep. And still others pessimistically proclaimed that the shift from real to virtual economy would destroy humanity. In the 2 months since the announcement of Proof of the Stars, conspiracy theories and tech enthusiasts have been locked in endless debates. For Jiang Hui, a game enthusiast, after successfully winning the first lottery, he didn't hesitate to purchase the login device. The clamor of public opinion couldn't sway his decision. Faced with high freedom and a groundbreaking game, he was utterly powerless. But Lao Fong wasn't Jiang Hui. He believed that any technology existing when he was born was commonplace. Any technology born between the ages of 15 and 35 was a revolutionary product that would change the world. Any technology born after he turned 35 was against the laws of nature and would be condemned by the heavens. Lao Fong was almost 60 years old, and his feelings towards technological changes were more of fear and bewilderment. The times are accelerating, the tides are surging. Many people their age only recently learned to use mobile payments, while many more elderly people are still hesitantly facing the questioning gazes of those who take mobile payments for granted. And now, even more incomprehensible technological advancements have emerged. Old Fong sighed. My grandson wants to buy it, but his mother won't allow it. They've been arguing a lot lately. Because she thinks it's dangerous? Old Fong nodded hesitantly. She says it affects brainwaves and will make people stupid. The rules for binding identity information in the Star token system require users to be at least 18 years old. As an adult capable of taking responsibility for his actions, even if his family doesn't allow it, he can find a way to work and earn the money to buy it. The conflict lies in the fact that Old Fong's son subscribes to conspiracy theories, while his grandson, like Jiang Hui, believes in enjoying the game first. This kind of family conflict is best left unaddressed. Jiang Hui lowered his head and took a sip of soy milk, quickly thinking of what to say. Fortunately, customers started arriving, and Old Fong, no longer able to sit idly, greeted them and busied himself again. The worry on his face gradually eased as he chatted with regular customers and neighbors. As he left the shop, taking advantage of the crowd, Jiang still paid for the steamed buns. Checking his resume in his backpack, he took a deep breath, looked at the increasingly busy street, and embarked on his job search again. As the sun set, a weary Jiang walked into a milk tea shop near Qingning City's 6th middle school. Among a group of noisy students, he stood out awkwardly at his table. The air conditioning inside dispelled the heat from the summer sun, and his heart gradually calmed down. Ring ring. The shop door opened, and Jiang, who had been browsing a game forum, subconsciously looked up. The man was about 1.8 meters tall, around 25 years old, with a refined and scholarly air, instantly embodying the word refined. He wore a clean white shirt, crisp black trousers, and slightly worn white sneakers, simple yet capable. The sweltering heat made him immediately sit down next to Jiang upon entering the store. He took out a tissue from his pocket to wipe the fine beads of sweat from his forehead, tugged at his sweat-dampened clothes, and finally cleaned his black-rimmed glasses before letting out a long sigh. "What would you like to drink?" Jiang asked Zhong Ziming. "Milk green tea, please." As 2 cups of milk green tea were served, Jiang took out 200 yuan in cash and handed it to him. "That's 216 yuan. I pay you back slowly. Don't forget the 2 milk teas, it's on me. Then next time I treat." Zhong Zimo often said this, but he didn't always keep his word, though he wasn't a man of his word. Jiang and Zhong Zimo were friends in a gaming group, having known each other for over 7 years. Because they were both from Qingning City and shared common interests, they got along very well. Back then, he enjoyed trying out various games with the group members: mobile games, PC games, console games, physical trading cards. But since getting married 2 years ago, he'd become much less active in the group. Many people in the group were like that, constantly grappling with life, their posts becoming fewer and fewer, only popping up on holidays. 6 months ago, Zhong Zimo suddenly contacted him, hoping to borrow some money. Zhong Zimo was a history teacher at Qingning No. 6 middle school, while Jiang hadn't yet graduated from university. A teacher asking a student for money was rather humorous. If it were anyone else, he would have ignored the question, but it was Zhong Zimo, so he couldn't refuse. After getting married, Zhong Zimo only had 100 yuan a month for living expenses. Even though he neither smoked nor drank, 100 yuan was still far too meager. Whenever this happened, he could only ask his wife for money, but the result was usually unsatisfactory. Borrowing cash was also Zhong Zimo's insistence, because he knew his account would be checked via his phone. Not even having 200 yuan to spend, this desolation often left Jiang speechless. "Online at midnight tonight? No problem." Zhong Zimo glanced at the time, hurriedly stood up. "It's time, I have to hurry home to cook. See you tonight?" Watching his hurried back, he couldn't help but sigh. Having bought a lot of vegetables at a low price before the market closed, Jiang leisurely returned home. With only one person to eat, the whole family wasn't hungry. He lived a carefree and leisurely life, thus having plenty of time to hone his culinary skills. Just as the pickled pepper fish head and stir-fried pork with chili peppers were served, Jiang phone suddenly rang. "Ma Yu, Zhong Zimo, what happened? You got called out by a content creator on Bilibili. Go check it out." Chapter 3. Upon hearing the name Watermelon Shumai, Jiang paused for a moment, then immediately understood what had happened. After searching, he discovered that the person was a female streamer with less than 100,000 followers on Bilibili's gaming section. Clicking on her most recent post, the main content was a picture of the game character Jiang had created in the game Proof of the Stars. Proof of the Stars, avoid being targeted. Game ID, Cyber Potato. Savings, a foul-mouthed pressure monster, stealing equipment, backstabbing teammates, causing them to enter a weakened state. The incident began during map exploration. A temporary team was formed for safety. We weren't familiar with each other. During an encounter with a special monster, Cyber Potato kept giving orders. He made a mistake, yet he relentlessly pressured me and the mage, blaming us. The 3 of us finally managed to defeat the monster together. Then, the classic scene unfolded. Seeing the rainbow drop, Cyber Potato couldn't resist. We pointed out a problem with the loot distribution and asked to discuss how to allocate it. He pretended not to hear and started stealing it. After being warned, he immediately ambushed and killed us, stealing all the drops. I originally thought the 20.99 equipment price would filter out many low-quality players, but I didn't expect to encounter such a jerk in just 2 days. My good mood was completely ruined. Disgusting. Jiang having extracted the key information from the carefully formatted text, ate a few mouthfuls of rice. As he predicted, the comments section saw the streamer's fans offering comfort, while simultaneously threatening to enhance Cyber Potato's popularity. Of course, these rational individuals typically started by advocating for rectifying the game's atmosphere. However, there were also quite a few more level-headed commenters, who simply remained calm, observing the situation without offering any further comment. Those suggestions for a reversal of fortune were met with a barrage of replies from fans, and those eager for drama, escalating into a major debate. Quite a show. This pickled pepper fish head is delicious, this stir-fried pork with chili peppers is perfect with rice, and even my sugary soda tastes sweeter than usual. Having eaten and drunk his fill, Jianghe downloaded a file from the official website of Proof of the Stars, renamed it, and uploaded it to his cloud drive. Glancing at the post that received new replies with every refresh, he seemed nonchalant, as if he wasn't the one being criticized. After a workout, seeing that he still had some time, he browsed various platforms, and game groups for information about Proof of the Stars. Setting the keywords to none and monster, he found nothing. Just as he had guessed, valuable guides were still scarce, information was a resource, and few were willing to share it. Most players were probably still wandering around safe cities, those as lucky as him, who could teleport to extremely distant locations to explore the map, were likely few and far between. Jianghe opened his QQ group and unhesitatingly joined a gaming group called Never Have I Ever Enjoyed Playing Games While Sober. This group, established for almost 10 years, still had hundreds of active members. Its name constantly changed to reflect current trends, so even after a long period of inactivity, the group name itself revealed the members' recent tastes and opinions. Besides Jianghe and Zhong Zemo, many lucky members were among the first to experience the game, Proof of the Stars. Since the game's launch, they had been sharing their experiences and feelings. Combined with the game videos exported from the official website, this made those who had waited for various reasons, or had bad luck with lotteries extremely envious and resentful. It's strange, the topics discussed in the group are also related to nuns, but it's not the information Jianghe wants. I just wanted a nun's habit, and before I could even take it off, I was arrested by the Inquisition Knight, and locked up for 2 hours. Cyber jail, huh? Whether you want a nun's habit or something else, I don't know yet. I suggest you team up with that guy next door, who grabs an NPC, and calls them wife, only to be disliked and refused interaction by the NPC. Feels worse than me. I just borrowed a few potatoes from an NPC, and got warned by the Inquisition Knight. I subconsciously cursed the Inquisition Knight, and I still got 2 hours of treatment. After playing for 2 days, the NPCs in Proof of the Stars feel a bit too realistic. They're not rigid at all, and their reactions are just like normal people. Sometimes it makes me think I'm a player role-playing. Has AI advanced to this level? I suggest you treat these NPCs like real people. Being locked up in a cyber jail for no reason is a terrible gaming experience. Torture the NPCs with stupid questions to confuse them, then take advantage of the situation. Can I borrow something? You're a bit stubborn. Jianghe was already used to the ridiculous antics of his group members. Having chatted together for so many years, they knew each other inside and out. One day you act silly, the next you be the straight man. Opening the group felt like coming home. Amidst the laughter and chatter, seeing that it was almost 11 o'clock, Jianghe, yawning, took out his phone and confirmed on the app that his game login time was 12 o'clock. The information would be injected into the blue and white headband that the guy nicknamed Gum Guy said resembled a mental skeleton, allowing players, who had fallen asleep, to log into the game at the set time. Then, whoosh, the feeling of falling made Jianghe shudder. No one remembers when they entered the dream. Opening his eyes, he found himself in his home within the Proof of the Stars. The boundary between illusion and reality had never been so blurred. Beside the wooden house by the stream, a dull garlic sprout, without features but with a humanoid outline, bowed slightly to him. Welcome back, my master. What are these stone tables and benches? A gift for unlocking the home. I placed them carefully while you were away. Jianghe asked in surprise. You were active even when I was offline? If you can piece together a more complete version of me, Garlic Sprout can do even more for you. Understood. Another feeding session. However, last night's session had already drained Jianghe's game earnings from the past 2 days. Every early game acquisition was precious, so faced with Garlic Sprout's hint, he could only promise to do it next time. His immediate priority was to continue exploring the game, expanding the boundaries of the map he already knew. Jianghe's boundless curiosity and adventurous spirit. Having found immense satisfaction in the Proof of the Stars, the homestay can currently be used as a safe haven. Windpod City, a place steeped in medieval elements, swords, and magic, is one of the initial city-states available to players entering the Proof of the Stars. Located in the southernmost part of the Ana Empire, it borders a vast forest inhabited primarily by forest elves, a race referred to by the Ana Empire as the Forest People. As a trade hub connecting the north and south, the city-state is well developed, and its people are highly integrated. Therefore, from resources to information, everything a player needs is readily available. Provided, of course, you need money. At the Pilgrimage Plaza, near the north gate of Windpod City, Jianghe waited quietly for Zhong Zimo to log in. With nothing else to do, he began to observe the players constantly teleporting back from the open space of the Pilgrimage Plaza. A game with such a high degree of freedom naturally had a character creation system that trapped many players. Jianghe simply created a human male character. To avoid any potential cutscenes, he decided to be on the safe side and make himself look human. Many players strive to make their characters as aesthetically pleasing as possible, making them irresistible to look at. While some players chose to act as agents of the ancient gods on Earth, making them irresistible to look at as well. Of course, when they entered the game, instinctively opened the shop, and discovered there was no character model reset function for sale, requiring them to find a way to recreate their characters within the game, they wondered what they would think. The game Proof of the Stars had very few pay-to-win items. The monthly card was the main expense for players. The price varied by country, but Jianghe's card only cost 21 yuan. Considering the experience he gained after entering the game, he felt this price was practically charity. Star Messenger notification. Your friend, All Humanity Takes Flight, has entered the game. A hazy halo rippled, and in an instant, a young man of the forest elf race with long golden hair and dressed in black and white appeared not far from Jianghe. Zhong Zimo had chosen the warrior class in the game, and like Jianghe, he was only level 4. He had spent 2 days playing, and hadn't even fully replaced the set of equipment given to him by the newbies. Sorry, I'm a little late. It's okay, let's start a group. Wait, let's invite another person. Who? Jailer bro. Not long after, a young man of the human race with the ID Jailer Appraiser Expert above his head teleported to the plaza. A true heavyweight, he was the one discussing whether to steal the nun's uniform in the QQ group, and he was also the one planning to torture the NPC with idiotic jokes. Compared to the two who were experiencing the game in a conventional way, the jailer was definitely unconventional. Potato, I heard you got killed. The jailer, using his staff as a crutch, was very curious. What's the rainbow drop? A selectable avatar fragment. However, I haven't even lit up a single avatar yet, and I don't know what avatars are. It's something to look forward to in the future. Knowing the rarity of avatar fragments, the jailer was shocked. What kind of monster did you encounter? Are there any more near Windpod City? Jianghe brought up the map, and the yellowed scroll released a light screen. The area he had explored was surrounded by darkness. It's not within the Windpod City area. Then how did you get there? Zhong Zimo hurriedly asked. To be honest, I don't know either. Maybe the two people who were hanging on me triggered some special event, or maybe they met some special condition and were teleported unintentionally. Windjam City and the dominant empire of Ana in this region are still under exploration. A distant, unknown, and mysterious map has already unfolded before the three of them. You were able to kill that lantern-carrying monster, which proves that the monsters there are just difficult, not insurmountable. The jailer knew what Zhong Zimo was thinking. The problem is, how do we get there? How about the Starry Sky Jade? The Starry Sky Jade that Zhong Zimo mentioned is an item that every player can obtain upon entering the game. The item description is, no matter where you are, the light of the stars will guide you home. There are 2 star gems in total. One automatically marks local altars and statues upon reaching a safe city-state. It's reusable, but requires waiting for its energy to recharge, or can be accelerated using corresponding items. The other, a crack star gem, cannot automatically recharge. Jianghe consulted the craftsmen of Windpod City. Aside from a few cunning swindlers, most admitted that repairing it was beyond their capabilities. Perhaps only the core cities of Ana or the royal city possess such expertise. The good news is that Jianghe did indeed mark the location with the star gem. The bad news is that recharging it might be troublesome. Although Windpod City sells items that can recharge star gems, the prices are prohibitive. In other games, the in-app purchase option would appear, entering the Take My Money phase, but the star gem doesn't offer this option. Want to recharge it? Figure it out yourself. This is your adventure in life. Regarding this, some see it as immersion, others as a risk of stroke. As experienced gamers, The three didn't dislike the setting, they figured they could grind it out, as it wouldn't take up their waking hours. The ratio of in-game time to real-world time in Stellaris is 8-1, meaning the daily 6-hour playtime limit is equivalent to 2 days in the game. After a long day at work, these corporate slaves, with no personal or leisure time, used to resort to revenge entertainment, staying up late and waking up early, yawning, like gears operating in the concrete jungle. The hectic pace of life didn't allow them the luxury of using their limited time to patiently savor masterpieces. Fragmented entertainment was their only option. Now, the dream world offers players unprecedented redundancy, making wasting time seem less sinful and unsettling. The three entered a magic supplies shop, and the moment they took out the Starry Sky gem, the shopkeeper understood their purpose. Zhong Zemo and the jailer emptied their pockets of all their convertible materials, and handed them all to Jianghe. Faced with the ever-growing pile of various materials on the trade panel, the shopkeeper simply smiled, and shook his head. We should get someone with good bargaining skills here. The jailer began to think of an idea. However, before he could even begin, the shopkeeper politely reminded him. Even if you stake everything, the magic stones you get won't be enough to fill this gym. Respected guests, are you still sure you want to do this? Having gained a basic understanding of the enormous energy consumption involved in filling the gem, the three left the shop. You guys said, borrow some from the NPCs? Jianghe immediately nipped the jailer's new idea in the bud. Let me remind you, you just spent 2 hours in the cyber prison yesterday. Want to be captured by those big guys from the Judgment Knights? Go ahead. Then I get someone to team up with me. Many hands make light work. Jianghe didn't refuse this suggestion. Whether it was accumulating materials at this stage or exploring after teleporting to the destination, a well-organized team was needed. However, given the jailer's notoriously wild social style, he decided to ask what kind of person it was first. Someone from the group. He wasn't active for a while, only resurfacing recently after obtaining game access. Who is it? Original flavored fries. With hundreds of people in the group, Jianghe naturally remembered the most witty and active members. This was the norm in most groups. Most people only spoke occasionally, usually just silently watching the show. Zhong Zemo suddenly clapped his hands. Are you talking about the deep ones? Chapter 4. From not a buddy to holy crap, awesome. From confusion to shock, then a primal scream erupted from the headphones, followed by a collective beating of the person who had just questioned them. This back and forth of words between the two sides is one of the charms of playing games together. Playing games with friends, you can lose, but you can't stop talking. Compared to the electric microphone that seemed to have a powerful magnetic field present, Original Fries' microphone was far more powerful. Like the buzzing sound of water slapping against eardrums, the muffled vibration of your ears being covered by water, and the bubbling sound, the three combined into one, and the players fell silent. Who is this person we're talking to? Even water ghosts can go online these days, someone suddenly said. I hope I can tell you about our Heavenly Father and Savior, Cthulhu. Amidst the uproar of laughter, going online in Laya became a meme, and Original Fries, the original name for joining the group, was no longer mentioned. However, whether it was to fit the character's persona or simply because his equipment was outdated, and he was too lazy to upgrade, after the water flow microphone was criticized, Original Flavor Fries stopped using voice chat, and communication during games was mainly done via text. He, who was once quite active, has been out of the public eye for about a year and a half, probably struggling with life. Original Flavor Fries also created an elf character, long white hair, blood-red eyes, and a tall, graceful figure, a classic example of the group's aesthetic preferences. Similar to the other three characters, his equipment is still tattered and worn out since the start of the game. He wears whatever he finds, a fusion of too many elements. Even the most exquisitely crafted face is useless without a decent set of equipment. In Proof of the Stars, headsets are no longer needed for speaking. Internet access in Laya is a thing of the past. Original Fries seem to have chosen the game's synthesized voice. Its cool, detached tone, paired with its self-created elf face, created a subtle, aloof distance. Some continued to express themselves in the game, while others played a second self within their characters. Everyone was a veteran player, unfazed, and quickly adapted to Original Fries' new persona. Understanding the situation, Original Fries immediately showed off his inventory. The hundreds of monster drops he displayed astonished the three. It seemed he hadn't done anything since the game started, just rampaged through the area. Even so, he was only level 6, demonstrating how slow leveling was. It was rumored that Proof of the Stars was planning to hold competitive tournaments, which made Jianghe smile. Although the game's monetization is emphasized by the fact that it only requires a monthly subscription, and doesn't sell items that affect stats. Balancing such a complex game is incredibly difficult. Even though people speculate that the game is planned and adjusted by AI, he's not optimistic about the project's future. Entering the magic shop again, the human shopkeepers were nowhere to be seen. In their place stood a giant spider hanging upside down from the ceiling. Everyone except the jailer jumped. "Honorable guest, what kind of service do you require?" "I like..." Hearing a female voice, the jailer blurted out before Jiang could react. "Do you have 8 legs when you transform into human form? Why is everyone looking at me like that? Can't you even ask?" The jailer clicked his tongue. "Don't be so rigid. If the freedom is comparable to reality, then we need to come up with some new tricks. Based on your question, I need to question what you mean by tricks," Jiang said, rubbing his forehead. The spider shopkeeper truthfully answered that after taking the transformation potion, she would only have 2 legs, and then a trade interface popped up for Jiang who had initiated the transaction. After piling up the materials, Jiang didn't receive any feedback. He proactively asked, "With this amount, will the magic stones I get be enough to infuse the magic stone?" "Honorable guest, I'm sorry, I cannot answer your question." The reaction was completely different from the human shopkeepers. Was it a difference in personality? Realizing this, he quickly asked, "Where's the other shopkeeper?" The spider shopkeeper's voice was laced with laughter. "Newcomers who make mistakes naturally need retraining." Mistake? Did it refer to revealing the magic stone infusion information earlier? Unconvinced, Jiang tried several more magic shops, receiving similar feedback. After confirming that original flavor fries had already fed the dolls in his home, Jiang went all in, exchanging them for 2 small magic stones. The abundant magic power of the magic stone transformed into a stream of light and entered the shattered starry jade. There was no progress indicator. The only visible change was that the dull jade had gained a slight luster. "Wow, is that all the effect?" The jailer was disappointed. He seemed eager to see the nun ghost Jiang had described immediately. Jiang, already prepared, simply sighed, "At least we've taken the first step. Next, I need to find a way to earn some money and teleport there before this round of the game ends." Speaking of money, we must mention the basic universal currency of the world of Proof of the Stars, Stardust. It is obtained through certain monsters in specific scenes and special events. Drops from events can also be traded with NPCs to acquire Stardust. Proof of the Stars is a game without official guides or gameplay introductions. Everything must be discovered through trial and error. To date, what these specific scenes and monsters are, and where they are, remains unknown. That's right. As a basic universal currency, no player possesses it as of the 3rd day of the game's launch. Trading with characters within the game world is barter. Trading with other players is also barter. As a history teacher, Zhong Zemo finds this quite intriguing. Before Stardust is officially produced, with the increasing activity of players, to facilitate bartering, some item will inevitably become a price anchor, acquiring monetary attributes. Therefore, astute players are already planning investments and accumulating initial capital. And this involves off-site trading. The pre-launch hype for Proof of the Stars has lasted for over half a year. Logically, profit-driven third-party platforms should have swarmed in like sharks smelling blood, eager to capitalize on the hype. However, to date, none of them have been able to launch related trading services, and the reason remains unknown. The absence of major third-party platforms doesn't mean no one is doing this business. Where there's demand, there's supply. As far as Jiang knows, some content creators who obtained initial game access are acting as intermediaries, facilitating transactions between players. A market is taking shape. Right now, in their neighborhood, people are posting related information. West Ice Warehouse Bone Setter, buying large quantities of materials, price negotiable, reliable guarantor. I want a hot dog, DM for the Stars Proof Exchange group number. The 4 stood conspicuously in front of the shop, and soon someone came to ask if they needed help. Jiang immediately replied, "I'm just here to play games." Original Fries also coldly refused, "I'm not interested." Now that there's a rare game where everyone can play undisturbed and log in consistently, why diminish their enjoyment in this way? Zhong Zemo and the jailer shared the same view, and almost simultaneously, the 4 tacitly decided to resolutely refuse to participate outside the game. South of Fingjia City, a tranquil forest. The dense foliage of the trees stood close together, layer upon layer, blocking out the sunlight. Even during the day, being there felt like night, pitch black. Tranquility was the norm here, but now, that norm was being shattered by 4 uninvited guests. "Help! Help! Help!" The jailer waved his staff, frantically snapping two wriggling vines. In an instant, several thick roots surged from the ground, wrapping around his thighs. Seeing the vines binding his arms, in desperation, the jailer even used his teeth to gnaw at them. The roots pulled hard, and the jailer rolled rapidly on the ground, like a high-speed spinning washing machine drum. Luckily, this was just a game, otherwise, he would have been dead in no time. Jiang He wanted to help the jailer, but he was already struggling to cope. There were just too many enemies. To gather more materials to exchange for money, they followed the route cleared by original fries, scavenging the monsters they encountered like locusts, until they encountered the silent tree spirit chieftain, hidden in the darkness. If they had floated into the air, illuminated by the glowing orbs, they would have seen the towering silent tree spirits swarming from all directions. These pitch-black creatures, their faces twisted and terrifying, had always blended into their environment through natural camouflage. Now, they awoke, rising from the ground, making Jiang He feel as if they were enemies of the entire forest. The unfortunate jailer, caught in the tentacles, cast a wood elemental shield at the three of them. The four basic attributes of the star's proof are magic, strength, agility, and faith. There's no such thing as stacking health to withstand attacks. Once a player loses their shield, every hit is true damage. Armor provides little security. Instant death is possible. The jailer had done his best. He figured if he died, he would. The weakened effect was equivalent to an hour in jail. He'd been there before. But he couldn't let Jiang He and the others go to jail with him. The composure in the face of death vanished the moment the tentacles lurked in the darkness came to life. A human face protruded slightly from the trunk of a 3-meter-tall tree. The wrinkled bark gave it an aged appearance, and its grotesque features sent chills down one's spine. The tree spirit chieftain opened its blood-red maw at the jailer, dark green sap gushing from its putrid mouth. His survival instinct kicked in, and he cried out, "It's going to eat people. It's going to eat people." Thump. The jailer watched as Jiang He and original flavor fries retreated from the front lines of the tree spirit battle, deeply moved. Who can understand the emotion of everyone teleporting when one is in trouble? Good teammates. But seeing them collapse from their frantic efforts to save him, heads bumping, instinctively clutching their heads, they bowed to each other in a gesture of mutual respect. No way, buddy. Chapter 5. Jiang He and original flavor fries struggled to their feet, each holding a bottle of red glowing liquid. The targets were large enough that aiming wasn't necessary. The glass bottle spun in midair, tracing an arc, the liquid churning and boiling violently. The bright red light dimmed instantly. Without build-up or transition, the reaction was swift and sudden. The glass shattered, and the liquid splattered. Original flavor fries bottle hit the ground first, instantly and violently igniting upon contact with the tree spirit chieftain's body. The intense pain caused the vines binding the jailer to convulse. Boom! The sudden explosion sent chills down everyone's spines. The towering tree spirit chieftain managed to stay upright thanks to his roots embedded in the soil, but the vine snapped instantly. Jiang He and original flavor fries had used the same potion, inferior flame potion. The item description for inferior flame potion was quite interesting. Inferior quality doesn't refer to the potion's quality, but rather to the person who created the formula. She considers it a worthless defective product. To counter the Traiad horde described by the original flavored fries, the two, still with leftover ingredients, purchased 2 bottles of unsold potions from a mage selling potions at a street stall outside Windpod City. The effects were surprisingly good. Even daggers and short swords could only leave white marks, and the hard, stone-like bark was burning fiercely, the dark green skin gradually charring black. The jailer, who had almost been swallowed by the pill, rejoined the group, shielded behind the two. Since there were no believers in the team, his elemental shield was the primary source of protection for everyone. The heat wave released by the explosion made the swarming treants hesitate, giving Zhong Zemo's already dented shield a moment's respite. Amidst the raging flames, the tree spirit chieftain's already ferocious face was now contorted with savagery, his hoarse roar echoing through the dark forest. Despite the continuous damage from items that countered his elemental attributes, he remained undeterred, his trembling vines only amplifying his menacing presence. Jiang He instructed Zhong Zemo to cease blocking the tree spirits behind them, and instead raised his shield to advance. They had underestimated the strength of the monsters in this area. The beasts and slimes on the forest's outskirts were manageable, but even a slight incursion revealed the tree spirit chieftain's individual capabilities to be far beyond their capabilities. Jiang He decided to lead one last charge. If they couldn't break through, then they would have to. Any skill will do, smash it. With that, Jiang He leaped into the air, the fire elemental shield cast for him, by the jailer shattering instantly, the scorching air merging into the rusty short sword in his hand. Desperate measures, abandoning all shields, transforming them into a powerful strike. Just thinking of the skill's name made everything flow naturally. In the world of Proof of the Stars, skills are like instincts etched into the minds of every player character. Learning is merely a formality. Once you think of using them, releasing them is as effortless as eating or drinking. It's as if they are inherently real techniques. The roaring flames flickered and died in midair. In the instant the explosion rang out, the short sword, pierced through with all its might, sank into the tree-spirit chieftain's hideous face. Then, using the force of the fall, it slashed with all its might. The flame shattered the Treant chieftain's hard bark armor, the brittle surface resembling the crisp skin of a suckling pig. With a rip, a large chunk of bark was torn apart by Jianghe, the dark green sap boiling and hissing under the still hot surface. It was like placing raw, undercut meat slices on a hot iron plate. Jianghe chose to face the most dangerous front, while the white-haired female elf, controlled by original flavor fries, moved with light steps, dodging the waving vines and arriving behind the tree spirit chieftain. She chose the same skill as Jianghe, except that backwater was positioned at the waist. Kidney explosion, a choice based on the player's personal understanding. But tree spirits in this world probably don't have kidneys, right? It didn't matter anymore. Along the gap in the broken bark, the blade also deeply penetrated the tree spirit chieftain's body. Zhong Zimo raised his tattered shield high above his head and, like a pile driver, forcefully slammed it onto the tree spirit's head. 80! 80! The tree spirit chieftain, who had intended to rise from the ground and escape, instead sank back into the mud. And this became the final straw that broke the tree spirit chieftain's back. In the raging flames, it screamed shrilly, its body shattered, and the scattered particles of light merged into the four people's bodies. With the experience gained, the jailer immediately unleashed the blessing of wind, accelerating everyone and sucking up debris along the way, leading them away from the tree spirit's encirclement. Hilariously, they dared not linger. The moment the tree spirit chieftain fell, the approaching, heavy footsteps nearly stopped their hearts and lungs. Escaped the tranquil forest and onto the open field, the four collapsed, panting heavily. The gained stamina is a hidden attribute, unviewable through the interface. Some players speculate it's linked to real-world physical abilities, while others believe everyone starts at the same point and can improve it through in-game methods. Jianghe didn't know whose theory was correct, but he ultimately felt a strong sense of sluggishness. When he unleashed his desperate attack, his body felt somewhat unresponsive, likely a negative effect of his depleted stamina. Did you play poorly this game? Now that everyone survived and escaped combat, it's time for a replay. This is a classic part of group chats. The jailer, of course, understood Jianghe meant no harm, so he obediently widened his eyes. Hey, wasn't my elemental shield timely enough? How can that be my fault? But only you got swept away by the tree spirit. Selfless. Support, you're selling yourself out? Don't you understand the spirit of sacrifice? I'm a support too. Zhong Zimo decided to take credit. You have the big shield, you feel completely safe, while I'm as fragile as paper. They're back, they're all back. This is how we used to banter when we played together, so lively and fun. If it weren't for the constant arguments with life, the voice chat would be filled with laughter every night. Team composition issues. Amidst the supposedly blame-sharing, but actually mutual praise, squeezed in the calm voice of original Fries, always concise and to the point. She said, we need a follower to liberate the jailer. The jailer had been able to use several wide area spells earlier, which did alleviate his predicament of being surrounded. Are there any other players in the group who have followers we can recruit? They already banded together with their own smaller, more familiar circles. Zhong Zimo sighed, looks like we have to find a lone wolf player then. Original Fries glanced at the jailer indifferently. Until then, the loot. The jailer immediately reacted, shouting gold coins dropping, and throwing everything from his backpack in front of everyone. Original Fries, tisk flashy. A purple, beating heart caught everyone's attention. Heart of the Treant, the dwelling place of a powerful monster's soul. According to the drop rarity table of white, green, purple, red, gold, and rainbow, this is already considered one of the best drops players can obtain in the early game. Without guidance, no one knew what use it had besides being sold. The group suddenly fell silent. Did you hear that? Jianghe's words were cut short as Original Flavor Fries spoke calmly. Yes, over there. Not far away. Didn't we agree to distribute according to contribution? At least give me a share. Wearing the follower set initially provided by the system, the human girl watched with aggrieved dismay as her three companions ignored her request and began counting their spoils in front of her, her disappointment evident. The other party didn't bother to explain, cheerfully discussing where to trade back home. Jiang He and his group, hiding in the shadows, witnessed everything. They weren't the only ones using the game's distribution system to trick people. Before more people discovered this trap, more careless individuals would likely fall into it. Ah! Zhong Zemo stood up, wanting to do something, but it was too late. Perhaps annoyed by the cries of the believers, the three who were about to leave each used a skill. Just like Jiang He's sudden attack, the believer was clearly unprepared and instantly fell. With no neutral units besides the players witnessing, the three would receive no help from the Judgment Knight. Scamming, then forcibly killing the victim, forcing her into an hour of weakness, it was rather disgusting. Zhong Zemo was a very upright person, a role model as a teacher, and even though it was a game, witnessing such disgusting behavior made him unable to suppress his anger. Jiang He stopped him. If something goes wrong during the execution of justice, death, besides the weakness penalty, will also cause our current equipment to wear down. Now, every penny we have must be used to infuse the gems. Seeing Zhong Zemo's displeasure, Jiang He chuckled. A follower who's clearly a lone wolf player, weakened for an hour, that's enough time for us to figure out if she's fit for the team. The follower named Flavored Orange Tea still hadn't chosen to return to Windjammer City. She manipulated her spirit form, remaining silent. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of several people in front of her, she probably wouldn't have come to her senses. Communication is a skill. Jiang He glanced at the jailer. This guy is socially awkward, a social terrorist, a perfect fit. To make it easier for me to perform, could you guys step aside for a bit? What's there to step aside for? Jiang He thought, pursing her lips. Jiang He was somewhat apprehensive about accepting a newcomer into a small circle where everyone already knew each other's temperaments and maintained a certain distance. But the nature of the game meant that no one could one-shot everyone. Cooperation was key to success. This feeling of needing to break out of one's comfort zone again, to give a newcomer some space, and to adapt to each other, it felt like a long time since she experienced that. A moment later, the jailer returned with a smile. Got it, she's willing to team up with us. None of them were particularly fussy. Since the decision had been made and they received an answer, they decided to go with the flow. What kind of person is she? Can you tell? A local resident of Chening City, a freshman in college. Her hobbies are cooking, puzzles, and reading comics. 166 centimeters tall. Jiang He and the other two stared wide-eyed, their mouths slightly agape. Wait a minute, something's not right. Chapter 6. Jiang He only wanted to get to know her new teammates a little better, to prepare for their future interactions, whether temporary or long-term. However, the jailer brother obtained far more information than she had imagined. Flavorful Orange Tea was a gaming newbie. She joined Proof of the Stars simply because she saw a pre-registration link shared by a friend and clicked it casually. Before this, her gaming experience was limited to mobile games. She had zero experience with consoles or PCs. If cloud gaming counts as gaming experience, she had watched some game guide videos. Orange Tea was very honest, afraid of being seen as fraudulent because of her lack of experience. Hearing that Jiang He and her group of 4 were a fixed team, Orange Tea hesitated and said, I might not be very good at it, so you can allocate materials later, it's okay. Hey, what's the big deal about being bad at it? There are plenty of people Jiang He and her friends know who are bad at the game. If being bad is a sin, then they should at least be indefinitely imprisoned. After a game, the blood pressure of those playing with them fluctuated wildly, their names flashing across the death register, enough to blind even the 10 kings of hell with an LED. Sometimes Jiang He had to thank these silly friends for instilling the idea of health-preserving goji berries at such a young age. Because he experienced so much, his mindset had become incredibly peaceful. He could calmly handle being sabotaged or killed. Compatibility with others was key to whether Orange Tea could become a long-term teammate. Meeting again in Windjammer City, Orange Tea introduced himself to everyone and learned their nicknames from the socially conscious jailer. Compared to full IDs, humorous nicknames were a faster way to bridge the gap between people. With the addition of Orange Tea, the team's composition finally looks decent. Jiang He, ID. Cyber Potato Zhong Zemo, ID. All humanity flies to the sky. Original flavor fries. All 3 chose the warrior class. Except for Zhong Zemo, who leans toward support and protection, wielding a large shield. Jiang He and original flavor fries will both choose more offensive specializations in the future. Jailer Appraiser, the team's only mage. Flavored Orange Tea, a game newbie, a full-time support. Original flavor fries is the highest level, already at LV7. Jianghe, Zhongzhemo, and Jailer are in the second tier, only LV5. Orange tea is LV4. Jianghe naturally became the leader of the 5-person team, responsible for deployment and decision-making. Generally speaking, this kind of role is best played by a support-oriented character, such as Zhongzhemo, who draws fire and holds the shield, or Orange tea, who receives focus protection from the entire team. Orange tea, a complete newbie with virtually no gaming experience, was naturally out of the question. Zhongzhemo didn't want to be the team leader simply because he wanted to have an easier time. As for the original flavor fries, not interested. Those 3 cold, simple words placed the responsibility on Jianghe's shoulders. The saying the capable are rewarded probably applies here. Dandelion Street, the trading district in the northern part of Windjammer City, connects directly to the main trade route of the Anna Empire after exiting the city gates. Therefore, caravans traveling north and south stop here to unload their goods, making the shops along the street bustling with activity. 2 days were enough time for players, with the star proved to spontaneously and tacitly establish some rules. Across Dandelion Street, players holding signs seeking trade could be seen everywhere, a direct result of this spontaneous arrangement. Since the game's current area chat could be turned off, many people opted to shout at the top of their lungs, creating a scene reminiscent of a childhood New Year's market day when Jianghe's parents took him back to their hometown. They don't even know how to make money. The stars of proof should release map megaphones and world megaphones, put them in the shop, and sales would be booming, Jailer joked. Rumor has it the game designers are AI. What you say will be aggregated into data and reviewed by the designers, maybe it become a reality. Original Fry's words made Jailer immediately change his tune. I was just kidding. Jianghe had come here first to understand the current trading situation, and see if there were any more cost-effective methods than directly trading with merchants. Knowing he was looking for a merchant to exchange goods, Jailer scanned the surroundings, and pointed to a red-skinned troll holding a sign not far away. That one, his ID looks very trustworthy. Trustworthiness can be determined by an ID? Jianghe looked up. Reborn as a lecherous god, I squeezed the Emperor dry. The game ID for Proof of the Stars can be up to 12 characters long, with incredibly powerful IDs appearing one after another. How could you tell he's a merchant? He's just a player who wants to exchange materials. Jianghe was certain the Jailer was doing it on purpose, because the next second he pointed to a genuine merchant who was actually hoarding goods. After asking several merchants in succession, some chose the lowest tier slime cores, whose production quantity was currently relatively stable, while others chose tundra wolf pelts. The choices varied. It seemed that this round of the game still couldn't determine what the primary trading commodity would be in the early stages. Since that was the case, Jianghe didn't intend to waste time haggling. He would calculate and barter round after round to achieve a small profit, which was a waste of time compared to exploring the map. Entering the magic item shop they visited before, the giant spider shopkeeper still remembered Jianghe and his companions. Thank you for choosing our Sulon workshop again. How can I help you this time? Same as before, enchanting starry sky gems. This time, all the items they acquired in the tranquil forest were traded, not a single one left behind. Instead of wasting time and effort searching for the tree spirit heart's uses, it was better to act early and pave the way for their exploration. In the past, Jianghe would always treasure the materials and items he obtained in games, always wanting to use them wisely, for more important occasions, so he hoarded them all. Even when he was stuck on a level, he always think, it's not time yet, maybe it get even harder later. Before he knew it, he cleared the level, only to find that the important items and materials were still untouched. This was a subconscious, hard-to-change habit, but this time at the Proof of the Stars, he decided to change his approach. Use what you need. If keeping them won't hatch eggs, then they should be converted into visible aids. The purple tree spirit heart was quite valuable, yielding 3 ordinary magic stones for infusion, and the other miscellaneous materials combined only amounted to 1. For streams of light poured down, causing the starry sky jade to glow faintly, the countless stars on its surface flashing intermittently. This is just one more step? Zhong Ziming asked, a mixture of disappointment and excitement. Just as Jianghe and the others decided to go out for another walk, Orange Tea, who had only been listening and hadn't participated in the conversation, spoke up. I have quite a few materials here. Take a look, see if any are usable. Jianghe was taken aback, having only just met them. They hadn't instinctively included Orange Tea's materials in their trade. However, they didn't have high expectations for Orange Tea. A complete newbie to the game, who had just been scammed, What valuable materials could he possibly have to exchange for? As soon as Orange Tea shared his backpack, the four of them immediately crowded around. Sure enough, it was a backpack full of tattered items. Huh? Purple, this is purple too. Among the various materials, several clusters of purple stood out conspicuously. Jianghe and his companions had gone to great lengths, venturing into the dangerous area of the tranquil forest to obtain just one purple tree spirit heart, while Orange Tea, this newbie, had a whopping 7 purple items in his backpack. These included finished potions, monster materials, potion materials, and a necklace with a wishing star stone usable by believers, equivalent to a weapon for other classes. Where did this come from? Jianghe was dumbfounded. The potion and magic potion materials were given to me by chance on my first day in the game when I was wandering around in the wilderness. I met a very beautiful older sister wearing a witch's hat. I just complimented her on her beauty and chatted with her for a while, and she gave them to me. The monster materials appeared when she snapped her fingers and instantly killed all the monsters around her as she left. I don't know why the materials were counted as mine, instantly killing all monsters with a snap of the fingers. On the first day of the game, a player couldn't possibly possess such power. Undoubtedly, Orange Tea encountered a native of this game world and triggered some special event. According to the description, she only complimented the other person's beauty, nothing more. This works? Jianghe didn't know the probability of such a special event triggering, but after intensively browsing various communication platforms these past 2 days, he was certain that the person he encountered must be an extremely lucky player. The jailer's focus was completely different from the others. Beautiful? How beautiful. Fair skin, soft voice, slender and tall, big, bright, golden eyes. Jianghe interrupted the jailer's questioning, exasperated. He needed to confirm something. Are you sure? You switched? Orange Tea hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Switched. You guys are playing with me, so I have to give something in return. Besides, I might be a burden to you. Consider it compensation for the team. The beastly index of the group that killed Orange Tea earlier skyrocketed in Jianghe and the others' minds. If Orange Tea's performance wasn't faked, then they were somewhat inhuman. 6 purple materials, after being appraised, were exchanged for 14 ordinary magic stones. The giant spider shopkeeper even generously included 1 extra, hoping for continued cooperation in the future, rather than going a block away to trade with other players. This sentence made Jianghe realize something was amiss. It seems the players didn't choose to trade directly on Dandelion Street, not because they didn't want to, but because the local guilds objected. These NPCs' feedback is very real. Are you going to trade the necklace too? Orange Tea blinked curiously. Original Flavor Fries, who had been silent all along, spoke up. Keep it. Maybe something else will happen when we see that witch. The magic stones shattered one after another, and the damaged starry sky jade shone even brighter, becoming more lustrous. With only 6 magic stones remaining, a dazzling array of stars floated above the jade, their starlight reflecting on everyone's bodies. A faint, almost imperceptible force drew Jianghe to trigger it, and everyone in the group saw a scene in the far distance in that instant. That was the place where the Lantern Girl and the Ghost Nun had appeared. The starry sky jade is usable. Chapter 7. Jianghe and the others did not rush to teleport. This region, clearly far from the Ana Empire, could only be reached via teleportation, and the damaged starry sky jade required recharging each time it was used. If any casualties occurred during the exploration, it meant they would have to return to Wind Pod to regroup, a costly endeavor. Jianghe had personally witnessed the Lantern Girl's terrifying instant kill ability, and the Nun Ghost's chilling movement speed. Judging by their current understanding of the game, levels, and equipment. Hey, watch me clear the game in 1 life. The jailer suddenly said. It truly was a 1 life clear, though who it was another matter. To maximize the team's survival rate, Jianghe and the others began purchasing items. Their first stop was outside Windpod City. Inferior flame potions were cheap and effective. Their unstable properties could also grant an upper limit upon triggering, which was extremely useful for their current weakness. Along the way, Jailer Bro chatted with Orange Tea, while Zhong Zemo patiently explained things to her to help her better integrate into the team, or perhaps, her tolerance wasn't high enough, and she politely said goodbye after finishing the dungeon. Becoming a regular teammate is always a 2-way selection process. Jailer Bro, why did you choose such a name? Orange Tea suddenly asked. Jailer Appreciation Expert, what's so appreciative about a jailer? Is it a reference to some game? This question made Zhong Zemo, who was mainly acting as a conversation lubricant, twitch at the corner of his mouth, while Jailer Bro just chuckled. Clearly, Orange T's previous social circle was very, very far removed from Jianghe and the others. She couldn't comprehend the extraordinary nature of Jailer Bro's idea. The jailer didn't elaborate, simply chuckling and cleverly changing the subject. A master of humor, a social freak, he could always seamlessly switch between different topics. Chatting with him, you never have to worry about awkward silences. Outside Windjammer City, along the main trade route of the Anna Empire, stood a makeshift market. Hunters, mages, and merchants about to embark on their journeys would casually grab a blanket and spread it on the ground, creating a stall. Others skipped this step altogether, simply displaying their goods directly on the ground. Besides players moving among the stalls, NPCs from the game would also come to shop, blurring the lines and making it difficult to distinguish who is the player. Zhong Zemo had once asked an interesting question. If we don't give players the ability to access their information panels, can we tell who is the player and who is the NPC? Since they didn't need to pay taxes to the city-state's governor, the goods here were relatively inexpensive, but the quality naturally varied greatly. Aside from the stall marked original flame fries, where the witch Branna sold inferior fire potions, Jianghe didn't dare try the other stalls yet. He wondered if this treasure trove of apothecaries would be bustling with customers, and potions would be hard to come by the next time he logged in. A stall caught the attention of Jianghe's entire team, and quite a few other players stopped to look as well. Dozens of fish of varying sizes lay on a damp linen cloth, the largest of which was at least 1.7 meters long, enormous, plump, its silvery white scales reflecting a beautiful and mesmerizing light. It lay across the stall, its intense visual impact stunning every passing player, leaving them stunned for a few seconds, staring blankly at the stall owner, who was casually calling out to sell fish. ID, Chestnut Warrior. This is an ordinary human player who created their character. Besides players, like Jianghe, who enjoy exploration and challenges, some players of the Stars-approved game were drawn to the world upon entering, and turned to try life simulation gameplay. Since Stars-approved offers enough freedom, they find their own way to relax here, satisfying some of their pent-up impulses. Just like a fisherman in real life, who gets so excited about his catch that he almost gets lost in his neighborhood, Chestnut Warrior's stall was clearly not for fishing. Before long, he caught several fellow fishermen in the crowd. "These fish, are you selling them?" Jianghe asked. "I don't sell the big ones, I'm going to keep them on the market," Chestnut Warrior frankly replied. As a life simulation player, he was unassuming and practically gave away all his catch from the past 2 days to Jianghe. No one competed with Jianghe, he bought them all. At this stage, most players are focused on improving themselves. Spending hard-earned materials on items that are useless for improvement is too extravagant. "Why did you buy so many dried fish?" Zhong Zemo asked curiously on the way back to town. "To feed the puppet in my homestead. It eats everything, so these should be fine too," Jianghe said, looking at Orange T. "Consider it a temporary loan." Orange T shook her head repeatedly. "It's nothing, just a little something." A shout interrupted their conversation. "Hey, that martial artist up ahead." This shout made everyone on the street stop and look in the direction of the voice. Jianghe was no exception. He met several provocative gazes. They were players, but Jianghe didn't recognize them at all. "Cyber Potato, that's the ID, you're the one who tricked people with the pressure, right?" After a moment's hesitation, Jianghe sighed helplessly. He said symbolically, "I'm not under pressure," but the other party didn't believe him. They then proceeded to tell the people lining the trade route about Jianghe's glorious deeds of tricking Watermelon Shumai, a game streamer with 100,000 followers. The idea of stealing loot resonated with many, and anger simmered amidst the murmurs of discussion. Some of them hadn't heard of Watermelon Shumai's lengthy rant beforehand, hadn't even tasted the melon, but that didn't stop them from joining the trend and participating in this spectacle. If this were a conflict zone where duels were allowed, wouldn't some of these people have already made a move? On the way back to the city, Jianghe was constantly accompanied by people protecting him, ensuring they couldn't explore normally, and continuously reporting their IDs and deeds. The jailer, with his exceptional resilience, even had the nerve to raise his hands, adopting a standard "I'm an idiot" pose as he egged on the crowd to louder. The experienced Zhong Zemo remained calm and collected. As a teacher, he's seen far bigger scenes. As for the original flavored fries, her composure was legendary. Ju Zika, clearly not a frequent internet surfer, was somewhat bewildered by this situation. To reassure her, Jianghe laid it all out. "I have evidence to prove my innocence, don't worry." The jailer perked up. "Evidence? Is it substantial enough?" The other side is a big streamer. He deliberately dragged out the big, his frivolous tone, and contemptuous gaze revealing his true thoughts. You stinking bastard, trying to scam us at our stars proof? We have to slap you in the face, rip your suit off. Where there's fun, there he is. The jailer's spirit of amusement is burning, Joan Zemo asked in surprise. You have evidence. Why don't you release it immediately? Releasing it immediately would indeed prove my innocence, but it wouldn't punish her for turning the tables. At this point, people's emotions haven't built up yet, and it can't be transformed into momentum. Only by igniting the fire, making the onlookers feel that their justice has been mocked, will she be consumed by the fire she started. Her persona is a necessary facade for her to profit. It's very important to her. Jiang Hei's lips curled up. I want to tear it to shreds, make her pay a sufficient price. To achieve this, I'm willing to pay a negligible price myself. Just being misunderstood, insulted, and slandered in a game means seeing someone's livelihood overturned by an angry mob. Although uncontrollable factors might cause deviations in the process, overall, it's a worthwhile trade. I help you stir things up after you get up. The jailer rubbed his hands together, eager to see the big laugh. With little game time remaining, Jiang He distributed the items to everyone and returned to his home. Swanmu sat motionless at the stone table, staring at the spot where Jiang He had appeared, seemingly having maintained this posture for a very long time, much like an elder eagerly awaiting their children's return. Want some fish? The fresh fish Jiang He had bought spilled from his backpack. Swanmu eagerly floated forward, her belly suddenly splitting open with a huge gash, opening and closing like a Venus flytrap, sucking the fish dry in one gulp. Her body wasn't large, yet it seemed like a bottomless pit. After finishing its meal, Garlic Sprout's previously featureless face developed eye sockets, lips, and a nose. Its bluish-green body gradually turned flesh-colored, a noticeable change. Perhaps because it was full, Garlic Sprout offered Jiang He some advice. As your puppets, we can learn and grow according to the path you choose, and provide services including but not limited to crafting basic potions, which may greatly benefit you. Very useful information, but I don't have any more materials to feed you. Next time, I will. After several exchanges, Jiang He understood that the home puppets were equivalent to butlers who remained in the game after the player logged off. Their functionality would unlock as the player fed them. Upon reaching a certain level, it should be possible to achieve the effect of the puppets working while the player slacks off. Jiang He suddenly had a thought. He looked at Garlic Sprout, who was spinning rapidly on one foot like a ballerina. If I asked, who created you, what would you answer? 3 game hours had passed since entering the game, and Jiang He still knew nothing about its background. There are no official guides or introductions to the gameplay. It's entirely up to players to discover. Entering the game offers no instructions. Players must figure it out themselves. This aligns with some of the marketing slogans used for Proof of the Stars, such as a second life after falling asleep and your other possibility. Aside from the player information panel, the line between fantasy and reality is incredibly blurred here. But what is the connection between all this and the game's name? Jiang He hasn't yet found a link between this world of swords and magic and the stars. Surely, in this medieval setting, some unspeakable extraterrestrial beings are ravaging other regions? Creation is a good starting point. If Garlic Sprouts didn't answer the designers by breaking the fourth wall, suggesting they were given personality traits by an author or AI, then it would involve some basic world building. God. At this moment, Garlic Sprout suddenly knelt on one knee in reverence, her hands pressed to her chest, her face, barely outlined, gazing up at the sky. Jiang He followed her gaze and looked up. The sun hung high, blue sky and white clouds. What God? Garlic Sprout's barely defined eye sockets gleamed with a faint white light, as if an invisible hand was filling in her broken body, mending her shattered soul. They were a pair of sea blue eyes, deep yet clear. You can understand, and you can't understand. The world is woven and turned in her hands. Souls are conceived in her whispered hymns. Flesh and blood are like clay, molded at will. Far beyond the perception of all things in this world. She is the void to which soulless things return. She is nothingness itself. For some reason, Jiang He's heart pounded. Was it the seriousness and mockery of the ignorant in the Garlic Sprout's voice, or the ripples left by the powerful, rhythmic praise that stirred the waves within him? What God? He decided to ask again. The description of the Garlic Sprout's eyes abruptly ended. She fell silent. Chapter 8. Watermelon Shumai couldn't resist refreshing that post. Within a day, this post describing her stress and being robbed of items was spreading rapidly through various social media channels. Players of the game Proof of the Stars, who resonated with her, shared their own frustrating experiences with these 3 games. Outsiders who didn't get a spot were indignant at the injustice she suffered. Proof of the Stars was a groundbreaking game, offering unprecedented opportunities to all game streamers. Everyone lucky enough to be among the first to qualify was eager to seize the vacant niche. Watermelon Shimai's follower count skyrocketed, from 100,000 a day ago to over 200,000 now. Without editing any game-related videos, just one post made her a well-known figure in the game. Even a pig can fly when the wind is blowing. Now, the wind has come. Before other streamers had even created any buzz, she had taken the first step towards explosive popularity. Countless people flooded into the QQ group. There were players looking for groups to play with, and outsiders eager for first-hand game information from her. Among these people, perhaps countless pairs of eyes were watching her with envy and jealousy, envying this windfall. Today alone, she heard several rumors that she had orchestrated the whole thing. Fortunately, the majority still believed her, and the doubts were quickly drowned out. Watermelon Dumpling just posted another update, intending to ask everyone to forgive Cyber Potato and not to retaliate with violence. However, the voices condemning Cyber Potato under this post were even louder. Kindness, gentleness, and tolerance appeared in the replies. For her sake, the players decided to launch a campaign to wipe out Cyber Potato. If Cyber Potato dared to enter the conflict zone, a hunt would immediately begin. System punishment? Each person would take action once. A mere punishment, offering sacrifices to the statue of the goddess of night, would remove the negative effects. There were ways to avoid entering the conflict zone. As soon as his trail was discovered, everyone would immediately transform into locusts, sweeping away the surrounding monsters. Life-skill players would form self-organized propaganda teams to prevent him from selling his gains. To create a clean gaming environment, it was imperative to expel such vile players. Staring at the screen, her vision blurred. In the sweltering midday heat, Watermelon Xiaomai felt a chill run down her spine and trembled uncontrollably. Things were worse than a self-directed drama. She was slandering and spreading rumors. Having her loot stolen, her unbalanced state of mind led her to angrily type that line. What started as a simple rant has spiraled out of her control, with different people expressing varying opinions in the comments section of her post. Now, she can't delete the post. She's indifferent to Cyber Potato's predicament. Her only fear is having her lies exposed. The game recording function for Proof of the Stars requires unlocking the Homestead system before it can be accessed from the official website or mobile app. Watermelon Dumpling had initially complained to her friends about how absurd and illogical the game's design was, but now, this very design has become her lifeline. As long as Cyber Potato hasn't unlocked the Homestead and interacted with the dolls, the recordings, which are limited to 2 game sessions, cannot be exported and can only be restored by applying to the game company. Each day felt like an eternity, only she knew the torment she felt. She constantly refreshed the comment section, just to ensure Cyber Potato hadn't appeared yet. Perhaps the online backlash hasn't reached the game yet, he doesn't know? She clung to a sliver of hope. If she could just get through today, everything would be over. Amidst her anxiety and fear, the rapidly growing number of followers made her grin silently. She then adopted a cheerful tone, warmly cultivating and solidifying the relationships with her fans, who were spending money on her. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She couldn't afford to miss it. As she sent messages, numerous business offers came into Watermelon Dumpling's view. The anxiety and fear stemming from Cyber Potato's appearance gradually transformed into hatred. This was her own unique hot topic. After today, the trial of Cyber Potato would become her first viral video in Proof of the Stars. On her job search journey, Jianghe pulled out her phone and glanced at Watermelon Dumpling's follower count, then scrolled through her comments section. Then he opened his alternate account, uploaded a pre-edited video that was already on his phone, and thoughtfully tagged Shigua Xiaomai. A storm needs time to brew, fine wine needs time to ferment. That night, on his way home, Jianghe's phone kept vibrating. Private messages from prison guard kept coming in. Knowing he had irrefutable evidence, this guy immediately infiltrated Shigua Xiaomai's fan group. Happy. Even through the screen, Jianghe could imagine prison guards' increasingly forceful tone. From his description, Jianghe also learned more details about Shigua Xiaomai's sudden crash. Shortly after the video was posted, someone shared the link in the group, questioning Shigua Xiaomai. Then she received the retracted and kicked out gift package. Since it was lunchtime, many people noticed the anomaly. Their frantic attempts to cover their mouths not only failed to work, but instead spurred a relentless challenge to the group's admins. In the heat of the moment, all of Shigua Xiaomai's chat groups went into a state of complete silence, with everyone muted. Externally, she claimed it was manipulated editing, AI-generated smear campaigns, and malicious competition from rivals. In internal groups, she tearfully accused herself of being subjected to unprecedented cyberbullying. However, these words failed to quell the doubts, and the once lively team-building activity of Cyber Potato was forced to close. You know, Shigua Xiaomai just landed several orders today. A lot of people are eyeing the opportunity presented by her sudden surge in popularity with Proof of the Stars, trying to jump on the bandwagon. Your wait-and-see comment was too ruthless. She's getting everything she's already got. She was originally the victim, but suddenly the roles are reversed. Today, every platform discussing Proof of the Stars is talking about this. It's truly the fastest falling star story. Jiang He hadn't expected the timing to be so perfect, managing to blow up Shigua Xiaomai's orders at just the right moment. He felt no sympathy whatsoever for Shigua Xiaomai's plight. He even wanted to laugh. If she had framed an ordinary player, who wasn't tech-savvy, and hadn't unlocked the game recording export function at that time, how would he have fought against this overwhelming malice? Prove his innocence by disemboweling himself? What a joke. Who cares how many bowls of noodles Lu Zi actually ate? Now that Shigua Xiaomai has suffered a backlash, all he can say is, good riddance, let's pop the champagne. The food today was quite delicious too. By the way, you and Shigua Xiaomai both went to that woodland that day. Did she mark it with the Starry Sky Gem too? Very likely. And she probably guessed I wanted to return to that area to explore again, so she might do something harmful to herself and others, Jiang He said. We need to speed things up. Jiang He slept very well, and logged into the game promptly at midnight. Jailer, Original Fries, and Orange Tea logged on one after the other, and Jiang He immediately invited them to his home. All of humanity is flying into the sky? Orange Tea wasn't quite used to Zhong Zemo's nickname Cuttlefish, and still pronounced it by its full name. Probably something to do at home again. We get used to it, Jailer sighed and explained. After waiting for a while, Zhong Zemo appeared before everyone, scratching the back of his head with an apologetic look. Everyone tacitly refrained from asking why he was late again, except for Orange Tea, who was concerned about Zhong Zemo's sleep. It was clearly not a sleep problem. Everyone's here, let's go. Jiang He took out the Starry Sky Jade, and everyone immediately placed their hands on it. A dazzling starry sky floated, its starlight projecting onto everyone's bodies, soaking them in. Sizzle. The space in front of Jiang He shattered with a roar, and a narrow passage spanning the galaxy suddenly took shape. In an instant, the passage became ethereal and elusive, and the starlight extending outwards on both sides of the passage dimmed. What's going on? Original Flavor Fry's voice was still indifferent. It feels like the energy injected can't support so many people crossing. They took out all the magic stones they thought they could save, and the moment the energy injection was complete, the passage solidified again, but the unstable aura and the cracks spreading throughout the space were still clearly visible. Jiang He didn't dare to be negligent, and led everyone quickly through the star tunnel. The star tunnel behind them collapsed, and the faint light source dissipated. It was pitch black. They couldn't see their own hands in front of their faces. If it weren't for the rustling wind, they would have thought they'd been swallowed by the void. The jailer activated a low-level illumination orb. Though called an orb, it appeared as a miniature jellyfish. Jiang He and his group weren't at the marked location. They were in a cave. This forest, it's rocky. Zhong Zemo looked up, gazing at the dense stalagmites, thick stalactites that would be spectacular if they all fell down at once. The coordinates are off. Is it due to insufficient energy? No one could answer Original Fry's question. They had arrived in a special area far removed from most players' current exploration zones. Even teleportation had gone wrong. The large map couldn't show their current location. The small map could only record their current data. It seems we have to gather information and complete the map data ourselves. Not even this much information? The jailer complained. But it's kind of interesting. After all, it's Second Life. We can't have omniscient vision in real life, Zhong Zemo said. Games aren't necessarily more fun the more realistic they are, Original Fries also complained, but the long sword in his hand had already materialized. He was in a very proactive state of preparation, his face full of excitement, completely at odds with his indifferent tone. He didn't seem to be complaining about the game being boring at all. Jiang He took a deep breath, his brain entering active mode. It's about to begin. He wanted to see what else was here besides the eerie lantern girl and the nun ghost. Chapter 9. Zhong Ziming was the first to notice the cave's unusual features. Obvious signs of repair and intermittently placed lampstands proved that life had once thrived here. Following the airflow for a while, on the rock walls on both sides, One could vaguely see some broken, strangely twisted characters. The group paused briefly. Zhong Ziming curiously touched the destroyed totems and characters. The erosion of time could not conceal the deliberate damage. The scratches from tearing the characters were scattered haphazardly, exuding a sense of madness. The relatively narrow passage suddenly opened up at a crossroads, revealing a space the size of a football field. Broken stone tables and benches were scattered about. What was truly shocking were the dozen or so statues placed there. The statues were carved from a marble-like material. Their heads were missing, and the rough, hacking marks covered the statues' bodies, mixed with claw marks resembling those of giant beasts. The moss-covered statues, their mutilated bodies, and the brutally defined lines created a series of suffering scenes, exuding a blasphemous aura. Everyone subconsciously swallowed. The jailer, who had initially intended to joke, "This is when horror games should start playing music, it's getting scary," wisely kept quiet. "Which way?" Original Fries brushed a stray strand of hair from his eye and asked. There were 3 paths before them, without any markers. The simplest approach was to try them one by one, since there was plenty of time. As for another approach, Orange Tea, sensing everyone's gaze, suddenly froze. Should we try Unknown Revelation? Unknown Revelation, a skill exclusive to the Believer faction. Relying on faith and affinity, one can feel the echoes from the spiritual realm and capture the voice of revelation. The stronger one's faith, the clearer the revelation, and the greater the probability of a positive one. Orange Tea clasped her hands together, clutching the wishing star stone given to her by the Nameless Witch in her palms. The moment she closed her eyes, a soft, holy white light gently enveloped her, tenderly bathing her. The light particle effects are amazing. No wonder it's the proof of the stars. Original Fries glared at the jailer and coldly scolded, "Shut up." The jailer immediately shrank back. He knew he had ruined the immersion again. Although from the very first day of the game, players had transformed into frogs, croaking incessantly, creating a cacophony of sounds, but it was truly unbearable. Orange Tea slowly opened her eyes. "How is it? The sound isn't very clear." Orange Tea lightly scratched her cheek, somewhat troubled. To the left of everyone, an unknown revelation issued a danger warning. In the central passage, the unknown revelation remained silent. The passage on the right leads to monsters. How credible are these unknown revelations? Zhong Zimo asked curiously. He didn't have much time to browse the community, and knew nothing about factions other than his own. Jiang He, who was surfing the internet intensively, explained, "The skill descriptions say it all. Those who are lost and hope for salvation from something ethereal are often fooled. What echoes in the ears of the devout may not be divine revelation, but rather the whispers of a fallen person filled with temptation. Some unknown revelations are only partially true, leading people to a dead end." Jiang He, as the team leader, made a decision. "Let's test the monster's level first, then explore every fork in the road." Original Fries turned his head away and complained, "Is this the decision a captain makes? I could do it too." "Then you do it." No interest. After a game's worth of time, Orange Tea, the newcomer, gradually felt the team's lively atmosphere. Everyone was being silly and pranky. It was all part of their daily gameplay. The cave on the right wasn't cramped or narrow. Compared to the passage they had initially explored, it was quite spacious. To prepare for any potential dangers, everyone received Orange Tea's Spirit Cat blessing. This special magic could erase some of the footsteps they made while walking. For some reason, it felt a little too quiet. Where are the monsters? After advancing for a while, Jiang He was filled with doubt, his initial vigilance and alertness having relaxed somewhat due to the lack of encounters. Suddenly, Orange Tea muttered softly, "Can I cast Unknown Revelation again?" Gazing at the dark, unlit depths on both sides, everyone protectively placed Orange Tea in the middle. The moment Jiang He approached the Orange Tea, a soft voice reached his ear. His eyes widened instantly. After a subtle glance to the side, he immediately reached for the shoulder of the person closest to him. Original Flavored French Fries. Original Flavored French Fries looked on suspiciously. If it weren't for the need to guard against monsters, she would have already started torturing Jiang He. Seeing Jiang He's slightly moving lips, her eyes narrowed. In a flash, a bottle of light attribute liquid magic potion appeared in Jiang He's hand. Jiang He's short sword and Original Flavored French Fries long sword crossed, the magic potion pouring down, the surging light flashing across the blades and flowing onto the dark ground. In an instant, light shone everywhere and darkness retreated. Zhong Zimo and the jailer looked bewildered, unsure of what was happening. Following the direction Orange Tea was pointing, a chill ran down their spines. Under the dazzling light, shadows, outlined in the shadows, appeared eerily not far behind them. They seemed to have leaped from an artist's sketchbook, mere dark, blurry lines, lacking any substantial flesh or blood. Based on the outlines, Jiang He envisioned two upright walking orcs, indeed possessing sharp claws and thick thighs. "Don't help, watch your back," Jiang He quickly commanded. Zhong Zimo immediately shielded the jailer and Orange Tea with his shield, cautiously scanning their surroundings while also keeping an eye on what was above. He had once been a skilled FPS player, honing his excellent point-finding abilities through his battles of wits with Old Six. The jailer unleashed a second illuminating orb, seemingly without regard for mana. The abundant magic power imbued the orb with even greater vitality, and this adorable little jellyfish swam and circled above everyone's heads. Complementing the light attribute potion, it gained the power to blind the eye. This time, there wasn't even a shadow beneath their feet. There were only two monsters in this passage. What the hell is that? Zhong Zimo glanced back, drenched in cold sweat. Where did it come from? Orange Tea swallowed hard, breathing rapidly. I felt like something was watching me. So, I just used an unknown revelation. It told me, under your feet. No wonder they hadn't found any monsters after walking for so long. They thought it was a false revelation. They hadn't expected them to have been lurking in the unseen shadows, already following them. The light flooding the passage seemed to frighten the two figures, who, after being discovered, maintained a semi-bent posture. If they weren't mistaken, this was a position that would allow them to unleash their power. No one dared to move rashly. The two sides were like two wild beasts suddenly encountering each other in a jungle, cautiously confronting each other. Orange Tea's shield magic broke the silence. Jiang He's eyes caught a fleeting black shadow, and instinctively raised his knife to slash through the air. No skills, just pure instinct. Predicting perfectly, at the very moment the blade's power was about to subside, the black shadow's claws, hard as metal, fiercely shot out. Original Flavor Fries did the same. Her longsword sparked a burst of fire, the bright flames tracing an arc in the air, and at the end of the fiery blade, the claws pierced through the air. The two powerful bursts of energy collided at a single point, the sound of metal clashing deafeningly loud, whipping up a gale in the passage, sending sand and gravel flying everywhere. Despite being prepared, the explosive power and strength of the two sides were clearly not on the same level. Jiang He and Original Flavor Fries plunged their knives into the ground, sliding back and crashing into Zhong Ziming's large shield, thus dissipating the full force released by the two monsters. Zhong Ziming quickly stepped forward, placing his reassuringly large shield in front of the two. The monster silhouettes did not immediately launch a second attack. Their claws glowed with a silvery white light, and their unseen mouths emitted low, rhythmic sounds. Jiang He, having recovered, reminded everyone, weak light, their weak light. The monsters continued to tremble, their weapons, enchanted by light attribute potions, bearing corrosive marks. The burning hissing sound blended with their low, intimidating growls. Their hands. The jailer warned. The injured hand revealed the solid flesh and blood, gray-black hair, and crimson liquid. No longer mere lines. The hastily drawn lines from the canvas were filled with color within a few breaths. A werewolf. Original Fries murmured. And a werewolf that can dance with shadows, Jiang He added. Zhong Zimo felt a chill run down his spine. What do we do? Before he finished speaking, the werewolf vanished like ink. This time, it was even faster, completely out of sight. Jiang He moved. He leaped up, holding his enchanted dagger to his chest. The next second, the werewolf reappeared, its claws aimed straight for the luminous jellyfish behind Jiang He. The intense light emitted by this being, formed from an illumination orb, irritated them. Jiang He caught this crucial information. Desperate. The moment the claws met the blade, a numbing tremor coursed through his body, and he converted all the shields cast on him by the jailer and Orange Tea into a counterattack. Faced with a monster of this level, one must be greedy for damage. The blade flashed like a full moon, and a hint of surprise appeared in the werewolf's crimson eyes. He immediately switched from offense to defense, protecting his head with both hands. The next second, the blade exploded, the blast sending the two flying in opposite directions. At the same time, Zhong Zimo's giant shield made intimate contact with another werewolf, slamming it against the rock wall like a battering ram, rendering it immobile. This werewolf's target was Orange Tea. Original Flavor Fries also anticipated its intention, and his void slash landed squarely on the werewolf's exposed foot, which hadn't had time to adjust its stance after appearing. This was the point where its terrifying power was about to be unleashed. A sudden, excruciating pain caused its claws to veer off course. The jailer's released ice spike pierced its still intact foot, penetrating it completely. The werewolf howled in agony, its talent activated, its body becoming ethereal, seemingly about to vanish into the shadows at any moment. Original flavor fries, enduring the dizziness, followed the sound. She stepped onto Zhong Zemo's body, leaping onto the werewolf's head, her longsword thrusting forcefully down towards the gaping maw that had howled to the sky. She didn't believe this monster's interior was as hard as metal. The blade, mingled with silvery white light and dark red flames, rapidly expanded in the werewolf's eyes. Terror, helplessness, and fear flickered in its gaze. Thrust. It pierced the throat, disappearing into flesh and blood. Original flavor fries' delicate and beautiful face was no longer cold. A gleeful ferocity made her blood-stained face alluring. She spun the long sword, the flesh churning. The werewolf's outstretched hands froze in midair, its illusory form regaining its realistic appearance. The werewolf, having collided with Jianghe, flipped to its feet. It glanced at the luminous jellyfish spewing bubbles in midair, and at Jianghe, who was getting up and pulling out the original flavored fries from the long knife that had ripped apart its companion's throat. It hesitated for only a moment before swiftly disappearing into the shadows. It had chosen to flee. Chapter 10. Just as Jianghe had anticipated, it was difficult, but not entirely impossible. In that instant, he and Original Fries had pushed their reactions and actions to the limit. Predicting and counterattacking, if either was done poorly, the team would inevitably suffer losses. Dancing on the edge of a knife, successfully challenging a high-difficulty monster brought immense satisfaction and a sense of accomplishment. Jianghe's heart pounded. Original Fries, having executed a near-perfect maneuver and personally defeated a werewolf, remained calm, as if she had done something insignificant. However, the unconscious rubbing of her fingers betrayed her inner turmoil. Do you understand the value of Ice Spike? Do you understand the value of Elemental Shield? Jailer Brother raised his hands high. Whoosh, we are the champions. Original Fries' persona crumbled. She covered her forehead. Orange Tea looked blankly at Zhong Zemo beside her. We usually call this the Battlefield Atmosphere Group. They contribute little, but they're loud. It's still a bit premature for Orange Tea to understand the ultimate fun-loving attribute of the jailer. The werewolf's life force was almost gone, pale blue light rose, and with a whoosh, its body shattered. In the firefly light screen, the dazzling rainbow-like light made everyone's eyes widen. Holy crap! The jailer shouted, raising his arms. Never before has there been such a wonderful start. A rainbow in the very first battle after teleportation. Is the drop rate really that high? Orange Tea, you go and draw the prize. Called out by Jianghe, Orange Tea was taken aback. Me? No one objected to this decision. Unknown revelation has a great deal of uncertainty. The voice in the revelation can sometimes mischievously lead you astray. As the skill description says, what comes by prayer isn't necessarily benevolent. However, all the revelations Orange Tea has received so far have been positive, combined with the fact that she was gifted purple materials and equipment by an unknown which shortly after entering the game. Playing games always requires believing in some mystical elements. Orange Tea lightly touched the rainbow-colored bubble, and a dazzling rainbow light filled the passage. 20 selectable avatar fragments. Even the most composed original flavor fries couldn't remain calm. While Jianghe only got 10 selectable avatar fragments from the rainbow drop that caused his long post, Orange Tea casually opened and got twice as many. Is this a good thing? Orange Tea didn't know that this question was considered taboo in many gaming groups. Pretending to be a complete newbie who knows nothing about the game just to show off their loot records, this premeditated leap is known for its obvious starting move. But coming from Orange Tea, it all sounded perfectly natural. Remove the maw from it. It's a good item, a unique drop, Zhong Zemo explained. Although no one has unlocked the avatar-related content yet, its extremely high difficulty of acquisition makes it anything but ordinary. Would any game designer design one of the hardest to obtain items and materials to be completely useless? Could there really be such an overpowered designer and manufacturer? Unlike basic materials, avatar fragments are bound upon acquisition and cannot be traded or gifted. As the team leader, Jianghe has the right to coordinate the allocation of resources such as drops. After exchanging a glance with Original Fries, he suggested, the fragments go to Orange Tea. She contributed the most just now. I keep the other materials for now, and redistribute them later. Orange Tea pointed to herself in surprise, somewhat incredulous at the loot distribution. After all, she had said when she joined that her distribution order could be lower, even less. The jailer, who had been the most vocal in claiming credit, was the first to agree, followed by Original Fries and Zhong Zemo. Orange Tea, who didn't play games much, didn't know that, more than the friction during cooperative gameplay, the distribution of loot was the biggest problem tearing apart countless teams. Those who could be as considerate as Jianghe in distributing loot were usually from a close-knit circle of friends who knew each other inside and out. More than the ownership of valuable materials, everyone was more concerned about whether they could still enjoy playing together the next day. A good social atmosphere and like-minded gaming partners are priceless. And for such a small circle to accept someone, everyone had to vet them. When Jianghe announced that the best loot was for her, it proved that Orange Tea had basically gained everyone's approval. After a brief recovery, the group began to return the way they came. Because one werewolf escaped, the jailer used all his magic to maintain the 6 luminous jellyfish above the team's heads. As if intimidated by Jianghe's team's strength, they didn't encounter another attack. Back in the empty underground plaza, Jianghe decided to head towards the central passage, where Orange Tea's 2 revelations had only resulted in silence. It didn't take long for them to reach the end. A dead end? Confused, Zhong Zimo pounded the thick rock wall with his shield. As a competent Soul-type player, encountering an incongruous wall always triggered a spirit of exploration. The feedback was incredibly realistic. Zhong Zimo's hands went numb, but the wall remained unmoved. Just to be on the safe side, the jailer cast an earth elemental spell, but after resonating with the wall, it didn't trigger any unusual phenomena. Nothing special here. Orange Tea, give it another revelation. After several revelations, Jianghe and the others had begun to believe in Orange Tea's incredible luck. Seeing Orange Tea open its eyes, the jailer eagerly asked, "What did it say this time?" "A lamp." "A lamp?" Zhong Zimo loosened his grip on his shield. "What does that mean?" "Huh?" Jianghe responded instinctively. "Oh, I mean, what does the lamp mentioned in the unknown revelation mean?" Original Flavor Fries, who was repairing the weapon's durability on the spot, looked up and reminded everyone, so far, Orange Tea's revelation has only had positive effects. Jianghe frowned, his gaze following Original Flavor Fries to the wall lamp they had just overlooked. Embedded on either side of the rock wall, the lampstands powered by magic crystals had long since run out of energy and were unusable. "Light the lamps." The only mage in the group, Jailer, began lighting the wall lamps one by one along the corridor. Despite the erosion of time, the magic base still functioned perfectly, filling the corridor with warm yellow light, illuminating this ruin buried for countless years once again. The team, waiting for change, was disappointed again. The corridor remained unchanged. Seeing Original Fries get up and return the way they came, Zhong Ziming asked curiously, "Where are you going?" "To find another werewolf and kill it." Jailer, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground, deep in thought along with him, suddenly clapped his hands. That makes sense. Monsters were still active in the area, the monsters hadn't all been cleared yet, and who knew if some crucial information might have been missed on that werewolf. Monsters are the root of all problems, kill them all, and the problem will naturally be solved. "Why are you backing away?" The jailer had walked a short distance. He could already see the plaza outside the passage, but he didn't understand why Original Flavor Fries had stopped and was retreating. Original Flavor Fries' action of drawing his sword made him stop abruptly. It wasn't that he was afraid Original Flavor Fries would find him annoying and attack, but rather that he had caught sight of the lights lit up in the plaza. The dark red wall lamps cast eerie shadows. He hadn't even gone to the base of the wall lamp outside the plaza to trigger it. If it wasn't him, then who was lighting the lights? It couldn't be that werewolf thought they were afraid of the dark and thoughtfully lit blood lamps to guide them, could it? "Move outwards," Jianghe judged. "There's not enough space here. If a battle breaks out, we won't have any room to hide or move." The formation quickly adjusted. Zhong Zimo was at the front of the group, slowly pushing forward with his shield, while Jianghe and Original Flavor Fries gripped their weapons tightly, ready to unleash a burst of power. The jailer's 6 luminous jellyfish were the first to fly out of the passage, their light dissipating within the flashing, dark red light curtain before it could even last a moment. The flickering red light gave Jianghe the illusion that a raging sea of blood was churning outside the passage. A sharp wolf howl echoed through every corner of the ruins, followed by the scraping of claws against the rock walls outside the passage, and the deafening roar of magic exploding. "Get out! Get out! Aya!" Frenzied shouts mingled with wolf howls, the ear-piercing buzzing mixed with the shockwaves of the explosion, pounding into the ears of every member of the team. The high level of realism wasn't a good thing either. Completely immersed in the experience, Jianghe and the others momentarily forgot they were just players, immortal beings. Driven by intense curiosity, they risked re-energizing the Starry Sky gem and moved closer to the entrance of the passage. A werewolf, all lines and no substance, stood there, its eyes glowing with an eerie red light. Not far in front of it, a ghostly nun, dressed in a nun's habit, her body deathly pale, held a lantern in her right hand and clenched something tightly in her left. She seemed to cherish what she held in her left hand, slowly raising it to press it against her heart. This nun couldn't be. Zhong Zimo swallowed hard. It's the one I encountered, the lantern, exactly the same. Before the group could process what was happening, the werewolf's eyes suddenly turned from red to green. The werewolf blinked, as if forgetting to turn off the flash, and pressed the shutter button, and a strange green light flashed across the entire plaza. The ghostly nun's lantern suddenly burst into flames, the deathly white flame seemingly capable of scorching the spirit itself, causing her to scream and release her grip. Everything happened in less than 2 breaths. The werewolf's explosive power instantly closed in on the nun, and then it stomped on the lantern that had fallen to the ground, shattering it. Jiang He's eyes narrowed slightly. The instant the lantern shattered, the ghostly nun's body visibly became ethereal, like a wisp of white mist about to dissipate. The situation was chaotic and impossible to understand. Looking at the ghostly nun, then at the werewolf stomping on the lantern in a fit of rage, Jiang He gritted his teeth. Let's go, break up the fight. Orange Tea looked surprised. Break up a fight? How? Which of these two looked like they could reason with each other? Break up a fight means killing both sides. Zhong Zimo charged forward, shield raised. Original Flavor Fries had long been unable to suppress the urge to draw her sword. She was even positioned ahead of Zhong Zimo, emphasizing her aggressiveness. Wow, sister, here I come. Some were at a loss, some were dutiful, some fought to their heart's content, and some revealed their personalities. On the battlefield, everyone was busy. As the captain, Jiang He, the most clear-headed of them all, was out of place. Chapter 11. The sense of pressure a unit with a visible health bar and one without a visible health bar creates is different. No matter how sophisticated a character's character design is, the moment a health bar appears above their head, the option to kill you automatically pops into a player's mind, even if they are on the same team. Many players act purely out of let's see what happens if I kill you. In Proof of the Stars, no monster has a health bar, and attacks don't show damage numbers. Information is only gathered through the monster's reaction after being hit, allowing for adjustments to strategy. With kill records, werewolves are no different from units with visible health bars in everyone's eyes. And the ghost nun, currently, shows less strength than the werewolf. Adhering to the principle of helping those at a disadvantage, Original Fries gripped his long sword with both hands, raising it high above his head. Enchanted with a light attribute potion, he burned away the shield magic and brought it down heavily. Following Original Fries' fearless, life or death fighting style, this was a desperate, all-or-nothing strike. The dimly lit ruins of the plaza were illuminated as brightly as day, like the rising sun. Distracted by the ghostly nun, the werewolf only intended to block Original Fries' blade with one hand. The terrifying force emanating from its palm caused its center of gravity to sink, the ground beneath its feet shattering inch by inch, the horrifying power dissipating, turning the rubble into dust. Original Fries landed a successful blow and flipped away. The werewolf's furious roar tore through the dust, and in the instant its powerful hind legs assumed a leaping stance, a fireball descended from the sky, striking its head precisely. The scattered sparks quickly ignited its thick fur. As the werewolf thrashed about trying to extinguish the flames, Jiang He's short knife pierced its pupils with pinpoint accuracy, blood mist erupting. Unlike their first encounter, this time, the werewolf was severely injured in a single exchange. Its prized strength and explosive power were rendered useless, rendering it practically blind. Orange Tea, responsible for providing support, was flustered and suddenly realized that the battle was over before she had even done anything. Was I too forceful? Zhong Zimo asked warily, watching the nun floating in midair. Shouldn't we have let them both weaken each other before attacking? Original Fries wiped the dust from his face, and nonchalantly tidied his disheveled hair. Whatever, I just cut her down too. The werewolf collapsed to the ground with a thud. The nun, barely maintaining her ethereal form, let out a long, drawn-out sigh. Without a word, Jiang He sensed the weariness and relief in her voice. The nun turned her head, as if observing the uninvited guests who had intruded, allowing Jiang He to see her face clearly. Beneath her low-hanging hair was an unusually young face, about 15 or 16 years old. Her beautiful features seemed to be the work of an artist, every angle meticulously sculpted. Unfortunately, her eyes, which should have been adorned with 2 sparkling gems, were now empty. Her delicate lips were tightly sewn shut with fine thread. One ear was missing. Beneath her robes, her arms and legs dripped, drip, drip, illusory, bright red blood, which vanished like bubbles on the ground. You like a nun like this? Zhong Ziming teased the jailer. Full of blasphemy, perfect score. Original Flavor Fries seemed to have anticipated this answer. His prepared pervert paused, then he swallowed it. Calling someone a pervert might make him angry. But if it's the jailer, he see it as a compliment. Why would a social terrorist care about being called a pervert? The werewolf was dying, the nun was weakening, and the situation suddenly became very delicate. Jiang He couldn't sense any malice from the nun. She didn't attack, didn't speak, just stared at them with empty eyes. The nun was bleeding profusely, but she didn't seem to care. Jiang He's team, who had just acted impulsively, regained their composure and chose to remain calm. After a long stalemate, Original Fries started rubbing his palms, itching to get rid of the potions. Light attribute potions are expensive. They needed to cut some price to recoup their losses. Zhong Zemo also suggested simply stabbing the nun, a physical exorcism, and maybe even getting some netherworld gold to spend. The ghostly nun suddenly moved. She drifted unsteadily to a corner of the plaza, where a tiny cube-shaped crystal, the size of a fingernail, was drawn up from the ruins formed by collapsed statues and stone tables. Seemingly sensing Jiang He and the others' apprehension, she tossed the crystal to the ground a distance away, uttered map, and floated upwards. Jiang He picked up the crystal, a dazzling array of images flashing through his mind. He immediately brought up the map panel. A dazzling golden light shone from the previously misty darkness, and flames imbued with a holy aura outlined the entirety of this underground ruin. Underground temple of the Clarities. Jiang He, who had always felt lost about his location and direction, suddenly understood. He looked up and saw that the ghostly nun's spirit was dissipating. Please, break my curse. As she uttered these words, blood gushed from the nun's eyes. How do we solve this? Find my body. Where on the map? The nun tried desperately to say something, but her voice crumbled into incomprehensible notes the instant it left her lips. Her neck seemed to be suddenly gripped by a pair of large hands, slowly twisted like a bottle cap until a series of crisp clicks rang out, and her head was completely severed. After the nun disappeared, even the most talkative jailer remained silent for a long time. Although everything could be understood as a game's special effects, the perfect immersion still made it difficult for them to escape the atmosphere they had just experienced. For some reason, for a moment, they felt that everything here had actually happened. An absurd thought. Holy crap, I got a gold one. The jailer's voice brought their immersive experience to an end. Their attention had been focused on the nun, completely forgetting that the second werewolf was dead. Wasn't it a rainbow color? Orange Tea said with some regret. Even the second best drop, after the rainbow, deserves a sigh. The lucky ones are truly inhumane. Orange Tea, go! Having understood her mission, Orange Tea let loose, shouting as she touched the orb of light, give us the best. The light intensified, gradually engulfing Orange Tea's figure. The floating item description made everyone pause. Starry Sky Jade usable 3 times, completely destroyed after use. Orange Tea was puzzled. This? Can I use it? Original Fries silently placed their hand on Orange Tea. After obtaining permission, Zhong Zemo and the jailer also took Orange Tea's hand, one holding her hand, the other pressing down on her shoulder. What are you doing? Don't mind it, just a bit of metaphysics, trying to get some good luck. Jiang He asked curiously, are you always this lucky in real life? Orange Tea shook her head. I never felt like I'm particularly lucky. Everyone tacitly understood this reply as a difference in perception between the lucky and the unlucky. After all, the lucky might think that not getting a double or triple yoke in a gacha pull is bad luck. The Starry Sky Gems, now fully charged and usable 3 times, allowed the team to return to Windjammer City unscathed for resupply, which would be a great help for their upcoming exploration. After confirming their safety, the group found one of the few intact stone tables in the ruins, and sat down to summarize the information they had gathered. First was the map, which Jiang He shared with everyone through the team. This area, called Clarity Underground Temple, only had 1 level, but it was far smaller than the area the team had currently explored. The seemingly impassable cave directly in front of them still extended on the map, beyond which lay a much more open space than the plaza they were currently in. Regarding the clarifiers, they currently don't know what kind of organization they are, but they speculate that the Ghost Nun is a member. The Ghost Nun's cause of death is unknown. If the image she presented to everyone was her image before death, combined with her attempt to reveal her location, but being crushed by an unknown force, and her own mention of a curse. Wow, we only been playing this game for a short time, and we already encountered a top-tier magician, or even a god, from the game's worldview. the jailer exclaimed in amazement. Jiang He saw the original flavored French fries' slightly narrowed eyes, and immediately became her mouth-sucking substitute. Stop saying things that are out of place. This isn't part of the game's worldview. We're in the game now, a member of this game, a hero who should become a legend in this world, a hero recorded in history. Sorry, it's a habit. The jailer readily complied, sitting up straight. What's the description of the gem containing map information? Zhong Zemo asked. A crystal that stores important information for those who believe in the boundless sea. Searching, piecing together, combining, extracting the information contained in the game item description is also a crucial step. Where is the nun's body? Orange Tea kept manipulating the map projection, zooming in and out, trying to find some clues. There were no hints at all. Such a large area. She couldn't possibly dig every inch of the ground, could she? Orange Tea, who had never played games much before, was completely immersed and enjoying it. Now, she just hoped to quickly begin the next thrilling adventure. Although she was still a little incompatible with the others in the group, the atmosphere of their playful banter was really interesting. Thinking of this, Orange Tea's lips curled into a smile. Coming to her senses, she found herself under everyone's gaze. What now? There's a hint. After a moment of stunned silence, Orange Tea's eyes lit up. You found it? That's amazing. Where is it? Where is it? You mean, the unknown revelation? Orange Tea's unknown revelation was different from the unknown revelation of other believers, a fact that everyone gradually came to believe. It's just a coincidence, a coincidence. Don't be superstitious about metaphysics. Girl, please pray. Zhong Zemo finally couldn't help but reveal his identity as a former Viet Cong member. Relying too much on metaphysics might be a disadvantage. We should still seriously search for clues. Even so, Orange Tea began casting a spell. O unknown being existing in chaos, I beg you to hear my voice. Grant me the power to dispel the fog and glimpse the truth. She clasped her hands together, awaiting a reply. How is it? The voice said, entrance to the underground temple, collapsed earth and rocks, anti-magic slabs. This time, the voice of revelation was clearer than ever before. Orange Tea believed it must be a bewitching voice. They took turns digging, continuously casting earth elemental magic. Having cleared the collapsed rubble from the previously buried entrance to the underground temple, Jiang He and his group spent the entire night digging deep. The moment the anti-magic slabs, powerful enough to interfere with the jailer's magic, were exposed, Orange Tea was speechless under everyone's burning gazes. Chapter 12. The totem of the Clarifier's organization was carved on the anti-magic stone slab, a drop of water that, when it fell, splattered in a star-like shape. Jiang He reached out and touched the surface of the slab, causing it to suddenly light up. A hazy, pale purple light rose up and condensed into golden bubbles floating in midair. Another expert? The jailer exclaimed. As expected of you. Jiang He sighed. You should think of it as a reward given when exploring the plot. It's probably fixed. Anti-magic dust. Another possibility born at the dawn of the world. Some scholars call it a plague within the magic system. Sure enough, this small bag of anti-magic dust was bound upon acquisition and could not be traded. It distorts and interferes with magic power. It can most likely be used for equipment forging. Jiang He's gaze lingered on the original flavored fries. You can have them. Wouldn't squid be a better choice? Our current combat strength is weak. Defense will only lead to a slow death. Your playstyle is very aggressive, so I decided to maximize the benefits of offense. That way, even if you give up, we still have a chance to clean up the mess. It was annoying to be worried about being eliminated at any moment. But knowing that Jiang He was making plans based entirely on rational judgment, the original flavored fries had no reason to object. Such a big stone slab and such a small bag of dust? So stingy, the jailer complained. Zhong Zemo, however, was quite satisfied. Being willing to give it is thoughtful enough. In some game cutscenes, key items are just placed aside, only for viewing, not for picking up. The nun's corpse was located directly beneath the anti-magic stone slab. Her hands were chained behind her back, her battered body curled up, like a helpless infant. Zhong Zemo, with his sharp eyes, noticed details he hadn't seen in her spirit form. All 8 of her fingers were pierced by thin, silvery white spikes. Her index finger was severed and missing. Considering that spirits were expected to appear at night, Jiang He decided to take the jailer and use the Starry Sky Jade to return to Fingjia City to replenish their supplies. The rest of them should refrain from entering the underground temple for the time being, cautiously moving around and gathering information. After painstakingly beating up various monsters near Fingjia City for an entire game, they had only obtained 1 purple material. If they hadn't found the orange tea, they wouldn't have even been able to afford the teleportation fee. Now, having risked total annihilation to kill 2 werewolves, Jianghe's inventory contains 17 purple materials. High risk indeed, high reward. The only downside is that the experience gain in the Stars of Proof is incredibly slow. It feels like you've gone full circle, but the experience bar is still stuck in the same place. Pea-shooter Assault Tiger. Caliber is just as skilled as recruiting players willing to patiently study PvP and participate in guild wars. Cinch is chosen. Cinch's Stars of Proof office is recruiting. Players with PvP experience in multiple games are preferred. The guild regularly shares game information collected from various channels, free of charge. No Beast Can't Fly. Egg Hatching Paradise is a relaxed guild recruiting casual players who don't feel pressured. Guild wars are all about participation. Just try to get the minimum rewards, no need to feel pressured. Many guild recruitment notices have appeared inside and outside Windjammer City. You can see different players recruiting new members every block you walk. The scene was similar to a freshman entering university with a suitcase. On his first day in the game, Jianghe had a rough understanding of the guild system. It was no different from most games, but the prerequisite for opening one was similar to the slimes in the homestead. It required a process of feeding them. Although guilds had many useful functions, the considerable construction costs still deterred many early game players. How come guilds have sprung up like mushrooms after rain after only a day and a night? As Jianghe pondered this, he caught a glimpse of the jailer nodding repeatedly, swaying slightly, as if dancing to some melody. What are you doing? Oh, I saw an ID that instantly evokes music in my head. Jianghe followed his gaze, and saw a burly, muscular man recruiting new members for his guild not far away. His ID was, "A powerful melody begins." Damn, the music really is playing in my head. The moment our eyes met, the big guy rushed over like a row of bug-catching kids standing by the roadside, with a bright exclamation mark above his head. Bro, do you have a guild yet? No. How about considering joining our guild? Jianghe had a feeling it would be a really impressive guild name, so he asked first. What happened? Why is everyone suddenly rushing to create guilds? The big guy blinked in surprise, making a gesture to bring up the projection panel. Didn't you get the message? Message? As he spoke, Jianghe and the jailer both looked at the little bird in the upper right corner of the projection panel, which looked a bit like a pigeon and a bit like a seagull. This chubby, well-fed fellow, who had been sitting idle with his mouth empty, now held a letter in his mouth, his small eyes darting around, his gaze filled with curiosity, and he even made a series of cheerful gurgling sounds when his fingers touched it. After carefully reading through it, Jianghe suddenly understood. The official Star Wars team will be holding the War of the Stars when the game enters its 60th game cycle, which is 1 month in real life. This can be simply understood as a guild war organized by guilds, with a maximum of 10 players per team. But that alone wouldn't be enough to get the players excited. The official Star Wars team, Star Campfire, stated in an announcement that they have completed negotiations with the regional operations teams and will be turning the War of the Stars into an esports event. Seriously, buddy, you're serious? There have been many rumors about Star Wars becoming an esports event before, but this time there are no rumors at all. Everything is guaranteed to be true. The jailer had previously complained that he couldn't imagine how the Proof of the Stars tournament could be turned into a competition. At least in other tournaments, when someone uses a phone to rub glass, it's still a conscious, living person operating the device. The Proof of the Stars tournament takes place entirely in a dream, and there's a time lag. They can't just put everyone in the official esports pods as soon as the match starts, letting the audience admire their sleeping faces, can they? Who knows? Maybe it's true. Like the rumors say, they broadcast pre-recorded gameplay in real life, allowing in-game players to enjoy it up close. The big guy shrugged. Jianghe understood. So these people are all planning to become the first batch of professional players? It was somewhat absurd, but considering that reality is sometimes quite illogical, he immediately felt relieved. You could think of it this way. A new track. Everyone starts from scratch, zero experience. What if you succeed? The big guy chuckled. Using an official balance system, everyone starts on equal footing. Isn't that much less competitive than real-world competition? But it's not all people who keep dreaming. Many players don't even like PvP, they participate simply for the Guild War participation rewards. Jianghe quickly scratched the seagull that had materialized from the abstract. After unfolding the letter, he skipped over the highest tier of real-world rewards. The lowest tier list included items like universal material fragments, avatar fragments, and starry sky gems. Jianghe finished his shopping and returned laden with his purchases. It was already evening in the area where the Clarity Underground Temple was located. The setting sun cast a warm, orange glow over the earth, with tiny sparks of light dancing among the treetops. The chirping of birds returning to the forest, coupled with the wisps of smoke rising from the makeshift campfire Zhang Zimo and his friends had built, made Jiang He feel as if he had been transported back to his childhood in the countryside. Under the dim sky, exhausted from playing, they turned and ran towards home, laughing and joking. The smoke from the campfire accompanied them on their way home, and the pervasive smell of firewood always made them walk faster. Having grown accustomed to living alone, Jiang He hadn't experienced the feeling of someone waiting for him to eat in a long time. The plain fries and orange tea around the campfire moved aside in unison to make room for the two of them. The game proof of the stars also has a hunger mechanic. Prolonged periods without food will induce a state of hunger. Players in a state of hunger will experience reduced skill power and stamina loss. Eating will slowly alleviate this state. Cooking is one of the life skills and proof of the stars. Some people just eat whatever to avoid hunger, while others focus on exploring the effects of different food combinations. Since there are no guides and no one has yet mined the game data, cooking is currently like opening a blind box, a novel and exciting experience. The chef is Zhang Zimo, the one who cooks at home. Several wild rabbits that were lively and energetic not long ago have been skinned, gutted, and skewered. Jiang He and the jailer return just in time. Their first formal meal in this world is about to be prepared. Where did you get the honey water? I traded some basic materials that dropped for it. I also have some other seasonings here, Zhang Zimo laughed. I wonder what kind of effect it will have. Everyone took the rabbits from Zhang Zimo and first smelled the enticing aroma of the meat. Smell, not bad. One bite reveals crispy, tender skin and juicy, flavorful rabbit meat. Even though everything was happening in a dream, and their brains were being deceived, they couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Delicious, cuttlefish. This is what you do. The jailer was already devouring the rabbit head. Is Cuttlefish a chef? Orange Tea kept tearing pieces of meat into his mouth, his face full of curiosity. No, I'm a teacher, a history teacher. Original Fries said, I'm good enough to open a shop. Jiang He was also tasting Zhang Zimo's cooking for the first time. Although he could cook, compared to Zhang Zimo, he was somewhat amateurish. You have enjoyed a delicious meal, and your mind and body are soothed. You will not easily feel tired for 3 hours. The seagull on the game panel provided the system's notification. Oh! Zhang Zimo's information had increased. I think I unlocked the recipe for honey-roasted rabbit. If I make it skillfully, I can consistently maintain my current state. The jailer, who was currently smashing the rabbit head with his bare hands, immediately laughed. The squad has decided, you be the cook. Zhang Zimo was taken aback. He wasn't being modest. How could a history teacher like himself become the squad's personal chef? But seeing everyone's praise for his work, Zhang Zimo seemed to recall something, first feeling a pang of sadness, then bursting into a cheerful laugh. Looks like besides wielding the shield, I also have to be a field cook. It's not impossible that we be fighting on the front lines while you're frantically cooking in the back, Jiang He joked. The stage is huge. Plain Fries continued eating slowly. The stage? The jailer exclaimed, the stove is huge. Chapter 13. At Jiang He's prompting, everyone else noticed the system announcement delivered by the seagull messenger. The jailer explained, the rewards are pretty good. Just participating allows you to enter a lottery, and better results can reliably earn you some rare materials. The top 10 get cash prizes, and direct invitations to the first tournament. But it involves PvP, Zhang Zimo said, looking troubled. Original Flavor Fries took a bite of an apple, expressionless, and said, I never found PvP enjoyable. Although it was just a joke, in reality, most players Jiang He knew preferred outsmarting the computer, and had little interest in PvP, and strongly disliked the company forcing players to participate in PvP. Especially PvP with social elements. In this respect, Proof of the Stars does a pretty good job. It's said they build models based on player behavior data, and certain particularly aggressive players, who like to cause trouble, will be unable to enter the world bubble of players with normal behavior models, interfering with their daily activities. No one knew the specific algorithm, and the community was eagerly awaiting the first battle maniac to appear and demonstrate it to everyone. But Zhang Zimo looked at the readily available participation prizes. Why not take them? The jailer nodded. We have Orange Tea. It would be a waste not to seize these chances. As for the higher-ranking rewards, let's leave it to fate. Unbeknownst to them, Orange Tea had become a chosen one worth venturing into the chaotic PvP arena to fight for. Let's just go for it, wherever it leads. Original Fry's suggestion was met with everyone's approval. Who should be the guild leader? Zhong Zimo surveyed the crowd. Unsurprisingly, all eyes fell on Jianghe. The jailer chimed in. Since you're already the captain, you might as well be the guild leader too. Zhong Zimo echoed. Like I said, the capable are rewarded. Why are you looking at me? I have no objection. Original flavored fries turned away. With everyone in agreement, Jianghe immediately spent 8 purple materials to unlock the guild function. I don't mind being the guild leader, but let's decide on a name. Jianghe struggled with naming guilds, his questioning gaze sweeping over everyone's faces. Zhong Zimo answered without hesitation, the gods favored Jinsokyo. Electronic Viet Song appears. Congratulations, it's already been taken. The jailer's eyes lit up, divine steel. If possible, Jianghe didn't want everyone to reveal their guild names, as it would attract unwanted attention in the conflict zone. But someone else has already registered it. The jailer quickly offered an alternative. Then, this land. Jianghe looked at the unspoken original flavor fries. I have no objection. Orange tea, it's up to you. Since the game starts after sleep, how about the boundary between reality and illusion? The guild can't just have idiots, it needs normal people like Orange tea. Amidst applause, Jianghe clicked. Confirm. Guild, boundary between reality and illusion, created successfully. Your guild site is under construction, and is expected to be completed in 3 days. Post a bounty to speed up construction. Posting a bounty is similar to raising a puppet, you need to provide materials to feed it. Jianghe, completely unaware of the guild's other functions, decided to log off and browse the community before making a decision. After all, every game has its pioneers with an exploratory spirit. Learning from them was the best approach. Night deepened, and the underground temple hidden in the mountains was utterly silent. As everyone's game logout notification sounded simultaneously, a wisp of pale mist, bathed in the bright moonlight, slowly rose from the already dug pit. As time passed, the mist gradually solidified, and the nun's spirit became increasingly clear. Thank you, she sobbed, gazing at herself in the pit. Jianghe asked, now, can you tell me what exactly happened here? Please, cut the thread sewing my lips shut. Before Orange Tea could even take a step, Zhong Zimo stopped her. After signaling everyone to be on high alert, Jianghe said seriously, you need to put our minds at ease. If the seal is broken and a powerful boss is unleashed, then all their efforts will have been in vain. The nun's empty eyes welled with bloody tears, which streamed down her pale cheeks. Why won't you believe us? We've been protecting you, saving you all along. Why? Her trembling voice was filled with sorrow. This is the last chance to save you. I don't hate you. I only beg you, don't make the wrong choice again. Everyone looked at each other, hesitant. With the starry sky gem that Orange Tea had drawn, even if they were all wiped out by an unexpected event, they could quickly return. So Jianghe nodded to the original flavored fries. Let's take a gamble, and see what really happens. The last thread sealing her mouth loosened and snapped, and Plain Fries gripped the dagger in her other hand. She didn't back down. If the nun made any sudden movement, she would immediately strike her precious physical body. Under the spirit's gaze, the soulless body twitched slightly, its head first rising high, then slamming down forcefully. A curled index finger, a mangled ear, and a pierced tongue all emerged from the nun's mouth. This scene sent a chill down Jianghe's spine, as if a cold snake were crawling down his spine. Undoubtedly, the nun had suffered inhuman torture before her death. It wasn't so much that the perpetrators wanted to seal her away, but rather that they were venting their anger. What hatred, what grudge, required such utter destruction of a person? Now can you speak? As the mutilated body was freed from the mouth, the nun's spirit began to fill in, leaving only her eyes still empty. She hesitated, then sighed deeply. Thank you for letting me rest. Stranger, hurry and leave this place, return to your homeland, tell your friends, your king. The Church of Eternal Night is launching a purge of heretics. All heretics will be sacrificed. Stop the spread of faith. Kill all members of the Church of Eternal Night. Don't let the plague called Eternal Night dominate the minds of more people. Jianghe asked, sacrifice to whom? The nun smiled bitterly, to the goddess of Eternal Night, whose existence is unknown. As soon as she finished speaking, as if sensing something, the nun tensed up, instinctively shielding the others. Leave quickly. They haven't left the Temple of the Clarities yet. Go and tell everyone what happened here. The notification sound echoing in everyone's minds grew increasingly urgent, accompanied by the nun's urgent tone. They could already hear the muffled footsteps reverberating from the underground temple's passageway, but couldn't make out the details. Original Flavor Fries was furious. At the height of her immersion, she was forced to exit the game and enter a light sleep mode. For someone who craves immersion and engagement, this was worse than death. But after exchanging glances with everyone, she reluctantly chose to exit. Before her consciousness faded, she seemed to see the jailer talking to Orange Tea in the final moments. In the morning, as Original Flavor Fries gradually awoke, gazing at the warm sunlight streaming onto her bed, her memories of the game and her dream gradually became complete. So painful, still so painful, like reading a captivating novel only to have the author suddenly cut a chapter short. Beep beep. She picked up her phone, saw it was the jailer, and gave a disdainful sneer, but still opened the message. I created the Group 4 boundary between reality and illusion. Orange Tea is here too, come on in. Of the 5-person team, Jianghe was the last to join. Because it was the weekend, his job hunting plans couldn't proceed, so after a brief wake-up, he happily slept for several more 5-minute naps, finally getting up lazily just before noon. Jailer Appreciation Expert, what kind of young master schedule is this, getting up at this hour? He then sent a cat punching the screen emoji. Opening the group, he saw the jailer was torturing him, and Jianghe decided to ignore it. Incidentally, the jailer's profile picture only showed feet. All of humanity flies to the sky, envious of sleeping and until you naturally wake up. Zhong Ziming's profile picture was of a blonde old woman holding a parasol, sitting on a dilapidated train. A cute cat emoji with wide eyes looking up popped up. Does the history teacher have to teach on weekends? Can't he sleep in? He doesn't have to teach, but he's married, the jailer reminded him. Married? Can't he sleep in? His wife doesn't allow it. Short and powerful, simply stating a fact, yet it carried a chilling undertone, a direct hit from Original Flavor Fries. Original Flavor Fries' profile picture was much simpler. A bag of fries next to a ketchup packet with a red cross. I get it. Squid is so good at cooking that he was begged to get up and make breakfast. No one explained further. Zhong Ziming just sent a crying cat emoji. Anyway, in time, Orange Tea would gradually understand the reason. However, upon closer inspection, the emojis everyone's using in chat are mostly cat heads. It's time to send some seal emojis. Today is August 24th. Remembering Orange Tea's mention of becoming a freshman this year, Jianghe asked, when does Orange Tea register? Reporting on August 31st. I should be able to play normally in the dorm, right? The jailer followed Jianghe's lead with a rolling seal emoji. It's not like you need a whole gaming pod. With a headband or watch, a phone, internet, and the app, you can play in a normal university dorm. I'm just worried my roommates might mess with the device while I'm asleep. There's a safety mode. External interference will protectively disconnect you and put you back into sleep mode, the jailer said. At least that's what the official instructions say. That's true. Once the game starts after you fall asleep, there are very few factors that could interfere with the game's progress. This is somewhat of an overreaction. By the way, which university are you in? The jailer asked unexpectedly. Don't ask such private questions all of a sudden. Qingning University. Wow, don't just reveal that to the jailer so easily. Wait. Qingning University. Holy crap, a junior? Chapter 14. Putting the group chat aside, Jianghe began his information gathering. The game's first breakout streamer, Watermelon Shumai, had become universally disliked after Jianghe gifted him a collapsed gift package, a humorous way of saying his stream collapsed. Now, all his videos were under protection, attempting to avoid the backlash by playing dead. 4 days had passed since the game started, and 8 days had gone by in-game. Many players had accumulated enough material, resulting in a flurry of well-edited proof of the star's videos appearing online, including some from popular streamers. After searching for guilds, Jianghe's lips curled into a smile. Sure enough, someone had directly provided material to accelerate the construction process. The guild location, like the homestead, was in a separate space, what the game called a world bubble. Although he kept it a secret, not revealing more details, it was certain that there were also NPCs within the guild providing services to players. Looking back at the chat group, the group owner had been transferred to Jianghe. Original Flavor Fries spoke very briefly, mostly lacking the ability to continue the conversation. Therefore, when Jianghe wasn't around, the small group chat was basically dominated by Jailer and Orange Tea. Jailer's strong social skills allowed him to always come up with new topics, and Orange Tea was always very supportive. Sigh, let's just hope Orange Tea doesn't get led astray. Jailer and everyone, rumor has it that participating in guild wars requires a guild to have at least 7 people. Where did this rumor come from? Is it reliable this time? Jianghe asked, puzzled. So far, in this game, rumors are never unreliable, Original Fries reminded him. 7 people. Is that a requirement of the tournament format? Jiang He opened the official website, but the tournament format hadn't been updated. The jailer said another rolling seal emoji. Looks like 5 people aren't enough. Where are we going to find 2 more? Jiang He pondered. Life is full of dreams. Everyone has their own brilliance. Disband. The jailer's words prompted Orange Tea to send 2 question marks. The others, used to the jailer's lively personality, naturally ignored his comment. Original Fries said, there's still a month, no rush. Time slowly passed in the intermittent chatter. Having completed his daily exercise goals, Jiang He easily drifted off to sleep. Upon entering the game, he found himself at the entrance to the Temple of the Clarity, the place he had logged off the previous night. World Bubble information read. Constructing. The buried temple entrance, without any signs of excavation, was revealed by an invisible hand, showing the deep pit where the nun was buried, and the passage leading to the depths of the temple. For people short again, Squid is definitely the last one. The jailer grumbled. Orange Tea tilted her head, puzzled. Is Squid's sleep quality not very good? It's not really about sleep quality. It's probably because of his wife. Since Zhong Zemo had made a self-deprecating joke in the group chat earlier that day, Jiang He didn't play along with the riddle. Don't get the wrong idea, Jailer Brother shook his index finger. That's not what we meant. Only you meant that. Jiang He glanced at him sideways. Luckily, Orange Tea completely missed Jailer Brother's implication. He continued to explain, Squid's wife doesn't like him playing games. Ah, but isn't it sleeping? It doesn't take up any waking time. Who knows? Jiang He shrugged. It's not surprising that something could happen to someone who can't even afford 200 yuan. During the chat, Zhong Zemo finally came online. Sorry. There was a slight mishap. The gloom on Zhong Zemo's face vanished the moment he saw everyone. Hearing that they were all waiting for him to start the meal, he immediately smiled and took out his tools and ingredients, beginning to cook honey-roasted rabbit. Why have you returned? Seeing Jiang He and his group squatting at the temple entrance roasting rabbit, the nun, who had reappeared at midnight, spoke urgently, the blood of the Clarities is about to run dry. Are you going to leave countless devout souls unable to rest in peace? After hastily taking a few bites and regaining his powers, Jiang He immediately explained, we want to see the Church of Eternal Night. See. Yes, see is believing. The ghostly nun hesitated for a moment, then sighed deeply, it seems I cannot persuade you. A black obsidian lantern rose from the soil beneath the corpses. As the nun chanted softly, a wisp of holy white light flickered within the lantern's enclosed space. Take it. It can open for you the path the Clarities have hidden using magic. That's right, this was the lamp mentioned in the unknown revelation. The gold content of the orange tea is still increasing. Jiang He reached out and took the lantern, it didn't budge. Perhaps, there really is something we can do? Hearing this, the magic the nun had cast on the lantern dissipated. Zhong Zemo asked curiously, can't you come with us? If you want to escape, I can at least guarantee. This passage is still open, the nun said. This is the last thing I can do for you. Is there anything else you can tell us about the Church of Eternal Night? Whether it's the members of the Church of Eternal Night, their creations, or their contracted life forms, they all fear light, fire, and thunder. These are the only elements that can tear apart their magic in the eternal night. Aren't there any surviving enlightened ones in the temple? Perhaps there are, but I can't guarantee they're still conscious. The sister cautioned, beware of the whisperers. They are sorcerers skilled in mental magic within the Church of Eternal Night. When you hear strange echoes in your ears, they are beside you. Don't be bewitched by them. Original Fries bowed slightly to the sister with deep respect. How can we help you? Live, and with everything you witnessed, inform all nations and continents that eternal night will transform into a plague, and calamity is imminent. And the sister's spirit cupped her hands, and illusory bubbles appeared in her palms, slowly drifting towards the group. My consciousness is shattering. This is what I can still remember. The temple houses scriptures, the site of sacred relics. The map of the underground temple of the Clarifier rapidly expanded the moment Bubble acquired it. Fragments of the memories of the Clarifier Alna, the Windcaller, are merging. Holy crap. Upon seeing the map, the jailer couldn't catch his breath. Damn. It's huge. Even Original Fries lost his usual composure. Zhong Zemo looked at Jiang He with a face full of shock. Although framed, being brought to this area by mistake, it could be considered a blessing in disguise? Jiang He was also dumbfounded. The underground temple of the Clarifier has 12 levels. It's not a cramped basement, but a hidden cluster of underground temples. This is the headquarters of the Clarifiers. Now I understand why Sister Alna was so grief-stricken and desperate. I thought it was just a temple being destroyed. As long as the main forces of the church remained, they could rise again, and there was no need for such pessimism. The Clarifiers had actually been attacked at their home by the Church of Eternal Night, and judging from Alna's miserable state, they were completely unprepared for the invasion. Isn't this the headquarters? Where are your defenses? Zhong Zemo was dumbfounded. No magic arrays, no mechanisms, nothing? Alna shook her head. I don't know. Before that, I had already. She sensed the high-difficulty dungeon. The two shadow wolves were nothing. They were just pawns left behind by the Church of Eternal Night at the entrance. 12 floors. This is too amazing. Original Fry's eyes sparkled, his fingers constantly rubbing together, clearly unable to suppress the urge to slay monsters. On the 5th day after the server opened, most people were still figuring out the gameplay. While active near the main city where they started, the boundary between reality and illusion had already opened its 12-floor challenge. If you're a real man, go down to the bottom. After distributing the items, the group returned to the temple. Having heard the echoing footsteps earlier, they proceeded with extreme caution. However, whether due to logging off and refreshing the page, or simply because they hadn't noticed anything amiss and were returning deeper into the temple, they encountered no living creatures along the way. Reaching the end of the passage in the center of the plaza, Jianghe raised his lantern and shone it against the thick wall. The wall spun like a Rubik's Cube, merging into the rock layers on either side, and the path extended deeper into the temple. Behind the wall lay a larger plaza, where colossal statues, 5 or 6 people tall, stood, all destroyed by the Church of Eternal Night. At the end of the square stood a scarred temple. This architectural style, it looks familiar. Jailer Bro scratched his head, racking his brains. Zhong Zemo reminded him, I guess you mean the Parthenon. Yes, that's it. Original Flavor Fries flipped his hand, his long sword twirling deftly. You seem to be in a cultural desert. I just can't remember the name right now. Then tell me, what architectural style is this? Jailer Bro hesitated. Bro, Gothic? I suggest you go report to the Heroic Spirits Mayhem set next door. That way, this answer might be correct. Original Flavor Fries' sarcastic remark was sharp. It must have been built by the time-traveling Gauls with their help in a Gothic Parthenon. If it were when she first joined the team, Orange Tea would have worried that the two of them were arguing. Now, she could already enjoy the little drama with a smile. The sarcastic remarks weren't malicious, and the one being teased could handle the humor, laughing as if nothing was wrong. She slowly began to understand what Zhong Zemo meant by the jailer is indispensable. Next should be time to get into the zone. The map shows that after entering the temple, shine the lantern on the floor tiles directly in front of the statue to trigger the magic circle, and teleport to the first basement level of the underground temple. As soon as Jianghe spoke, the jovial jailer immediately became serious, and even Original Flavor Fries, who seemed to be brewing something, took a deep breath and got into the zone. Sure enough, as soon as the Potato Guild leader spoke, everything went smoothly. Orange Tea. Yes. The dazed Orange Tea quickly responded. Unknown revelation, ask about the landing point after the teleportation, is there any danger? Standing beside the statue whose half-collapsed body had fallen to the ground, Orange Tea began to pray. No. Then began the teleportation. Jianghe's lips curled up, boundary between reality and illusion departure. Chapter 15. Good news. The Church of Eternal Night has invaded the Temple of the Clarity, but the teleportation array is still functioning normally. The boundary between reality and illusion guild successfully arrived at the temple's basement level. Bad news. The teleportation coordinates were off due to the Church of Eternal Night's sabotage. They didn't appear in the main hall, but instead fell into a steamy public bath. Wow, we almost became the most resilient to falls. Jailer Bro splashed out of the bath, gasping for breath. Good heavens, is this really an underground space? The ceiling of this bathhouse is at least 5 meters from the ground. Their vision went dark during the teleportation, and when they opened their eyes again, they were surrounded by smoke. Before they could react, they were falling into the bath like dumplings in a pot. Original Flavor Fries climbed out of the bath and looked around. The gleaming marble floor tiles were paved with moon white and brilliant gold. The warm yellow light emitted by the lighting crystals hanging from the dome was like a thin veil, lightly draping over the wet tiles, reflecting a dazzling light. In the mesmerizing, enchanting light, the bas-relief floral and bird patterns on the distant walls danced with the rising mist. It gave one the illusion of being transported back to ancient Rome. You better take a close look at the map Alna provided. The first level is the dust cleansing layer, the smallest of the 12 levels of the temple, Jianghe said, wiping the water droplets from her face. The entire temple of the clarifiers is structured like a pyramid. We're currently at the top. Each level below is even more impressive in size. No wonder the Church of Eternal Night invaded. Wonders can ruin a nation, Zhong Zimo joked humorously, sniffing his wet hands. This pool smells like citrus, quite refreshing. It definitely smells like citrus. The jailer sniffed carefully. Probably plant extracts, the kind of aromatherapy the clarifiers use to cleanse themselves of impurities, Zhong Zimo judged. The jailer snapped his fingers. Isn't this just a kind of flavored orange tea? You guys should take a look at these things first. Approaching the original flavored fries, the group saw the signs of violence hidden beneath the mist and glittering gold. Cracked floor tiles from the impact, dented corners of the walls with what appeared to be bloodstains, lingering crimson stains, and horrifying claw marks on the screen wall at the bathhouse entrance. All these details spoke of the suddenness of the attack. The first floor cleansing layer was divided into 3 main areas: the bathhouse, the prayer hall, and the guide's temple, primarily used by clarifiers returning home to cleanse their bodies and minds. It's unclear why the original designers of the clarifiers temple didn't prioritize security on the first floor. In any case, the victims of this design were precisely the clarifiers, who had been resting and relaxing on the first floor, cleansing their bodies and minds. The invasion was completely unexpected, the slaughter sudden. Those in a relaxed state of mind should be almost entirely wiped out. Leaving the warm water bathhouse, passing 2 large bathhouses, one hot and one cold, the group was about to enter the main hall, which served as a reception area. The traces of the Eternal Night Church's destruction were everywhere along the way: broken walls, damaged idols, burned vegetation. No bodies, not a single one. Original flavored fries stopped, pointing a finger to the center of a crack in the marble wall, gently rubbing it. The group saw the red-stained tip of her index finger, their doubts deepening. A fierce battle, or a horrific massacre, must have taken place here, but where were the bodies of the clear ones? In other games, they would assume it was an optimization requirement, the game refreshed, or that the designers simply hadn't noticed the detail. But this was proof of the stars, a game whose terrifying technical prowess and massive detail they had already witnessed. A large-scale invasion, killing people, disposing of the corpses, I can somewhat understand that, but do they have to clean up the bloodstains too? Original Fries questioned with a profound doubt. So effortless? Only when they were fully immersed in the game did they see Original Fries become so talkative. It feels so quiet, Orange Tea muttered softly, having not encountered any enemies yet. Zhong Zimo, who was leading the way with his shield, paused, instinctively replying, there aren't any Eternal Night Church members on this floor either. It's so different from what I expected. Yeah, they probably moved all their forces to the temples further down. Jianghe rubbed his forehead. Are you sure you want to start chanting in a place like this? I have a feeling a black luxury car might suddenly appear, and a few assassins might jump out. Clang. The sound, like stainless steel hitting the ground, instantly spread through the quiet space. In a flash, everyone on the boundary between reality and illusion was ready for battle. After a long silence, the jailer, thinking it was a false alarm, breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to say something, a rustling sound came from afar again. It sounded like someone was dragging something across the marble floor, the screeching sound particularly jarring. Unknown revelation. Hearing this, Orange Tea quickly prayed, but this time, when she looked up, her face was filled with astonishment. Death. Death? What does that mean? I don't know, that voice only said. Orange Tea's eyes widened, her hand slowly pointing forward. At the end of the brightly lit main hall corridor, illuminated by the crystal lights, a figure suddenly appeared. The moment they saw him, everyone understood the meaning of the revelation. A young man of the clarity, dressed in a silver-gray uniform with gold trim, stood there, covered in blood. His body was covered in bite marks and gnaw marks, flesh torn open, bones exposed. Like Sister Alna, he had lost his eyes, ears, and index finger, and was now staggering along, dragging a leg that had turned to bone, with only a few bits of rotting flesh remaining. There was no wind, yet strange wind chimes rang out all around. Like the sound of a flute awakening a pack of beasts, a dense sound of footsteps began to gather. Orange Tea swallowed hard. In no time, the end of the corridor was densely packed with people. Now you know where the corpse is, Jianghe said. It must be the work of a necromancer, the man with the original fries remarked. They all been transformed. Everyone remembered the curses and restrictions inflicted on Alna. Was there a warning from the beginning? Fighting zombies? I got experience. Headshots, spine damage, that's all, the jailer said confidently. With such slow movement, they're just sitting ducks. Let the flames purify them. The jailer's voice trailed off. At the end of the corridor, the necromancers, transformed by the necromancers, sprang from stillness, charging forward with the terrifying explosive power of a 100-meter sprinter. The horde skeletal, pale thighs shattered under the force of the impact, scattering everywhere. These inanimate objects were draining the last vestiges of value from these soulless shells. Weren't you supposed to purify everything with flames? Why did you use Blessing of the Wind to speed things up? Original Fries said, her longsword touching the ground. Then with an upward slash, she swung the spark-streaked tip in a crescent moon shape through the air. Where the blade touched, flesh and bone were cleaved in two. Let the inanimate return to a deeper death. Let the dead find peace. Original Fries flipped her left hand, and a dagger suddenly appeared. With a longsword in her right hand, and a short sword in her left, she slowly lowered her center of gravity, the blade tips touching the ground, forming an impenetrable barrier before the horde of corpses. If you're not attacking, then shield me. I'm the one who's going to purify everything. Under Orange Tea's astonished gaze, Original Fries launched a two-way charge against the horde of corpses. Jianghe leaped over Zhong Ziming's large shield, following closely behind Original Fries. Long sword and short sword, the arc of the two men's blades blocking the corridor perfectly. As for the strange creatures, a massive fireball exploded above the two at the front, showering them with sparks, the blast wave nearly knocking them over. Jianghe and Original Fries both had ringing ears. The broken roars of the zombie horde seemed endlessly prolonged. They first felt a slight sense of weightlessness, their bodies floating, followed by a panicked disorientation. This time, they didn't complain about the jailer's dangerous spell casting that disregarded their teammates' positions. A corpse clinging to the wall was already in freefall, about to plummet towards Jianghe, who was too preoccupied to notice, when the jailer's perfectly timed long-range magical support averted the crisis. It seems like other games are like this too. Usually, they're all joking around and playing pranks on their teammates, but they never let them down in crucial moments. Jianghe noticed that with each swing of her sword, accompanied by the bright flames of the fire enchantment, Original Flavored French Fries' lips moved, as if she were muttering something. What was she muttering? The undead corpses continued to pour out, and Zhong Zemo, unable to help, began urging them to retreat temporarily and find suitable terrain to hold their ground. How many people do you think were killed on this floor? Jianghe's question startled Original Flavored French Fries. The memories provided by Alna didn't include the daily active population of the Clarity Temple headquarters, but considering that under normal circumstances, it was unlikely that the Clarity would bathe collectively. Understanding Jianghe's meaning, Original Flavored French Fries felt relieved, and her previously conserved strength became even more expansive. Retreat? Hold their ground? Slash them down. The corridor space was limited, and the corpses couldn't be piled up all at once. With the jailer blocking their path overhead, the two retreated instead of advancing, actively charging into the horde of corpses. The clanging of metal against bone was incessant, and lifeless flesh and blood flew everywhere. Stepping over the corpses of the clear ones, the two necromancers, their burning blades severing their heads one by one, each swing of their blood-soaked swords bringing peace to 4 or 5 corpses. It wasn't an inexhaustible supply. Necromancers needed sufficient materials to create their undead army. Exhausted, blood staining their vision, they stood panting, swords in hand, the surrounding corpses now lifeless. Orange Tea stared in disbelief as the corpses slowly dissipated, replaced by floating debris encased in bubbles. Zhong Zemo slowly exhaled, glancing at the large shield that hadn't been used at all, and joked, "Feels like I wrote a trailer." It was time to play along. The jailer wouldn't ignore it. He gathered his strength, then shouted with full force, "Holy crap, quack!" Chapter 16. It was a fierce battle, but much easier than expected. If the zombie horde had been replaced by shadow wolves, the first major adventure at the boundary between reality and illusion would have already entered the teleportation guidance phase. The group temporarily retreated to the large bathhouse to rest. Although they judged that there couldn't be more undead creations in the cleansing layer, no one knew what existed in the other half of the unexplored area. Orange Tea successfully reached LV5 in the battle, which was also the level of Jianghe and the others. Original Flavor Fries remained far ahead at LV7. In fact, many players, while playing, would forget that the game had levels, or even remember that level 20 was currently the maximum level. If Orange Tea hadn't been excitedly sharing his joy, they wouldn't have bothered to check their character panels. In the Proof of the Stars, leveling up meant gaining 1 point of disposable attribute, which could be used to equip items with level or attribute thresholds, or to learn special skills. Jiang He was checking his loot. Although the horde of zombies was large, the loot was mostly unremarkable, with soul fragments making up the vast majority. Based on the item description, this is likely a basic material for crafting necromancy-related items. Fries, this is for you. Clarity-wielding priest's dagger devout. With this as your witness, attempt to tread the boundless sea. This is a ceremonial artifact, imbued with the sacred aura of the clarity, possessing extraordinary effects on necromancy, and is the only purple drop in this round. Because it's an adaptive item, even though the requirement is LV10, plain fries can equip it in advance, although the effect will be correspondingly weakened. French fries, who had already reached out to touch the orb of light, suddenly paused. Aren't you taking anything again? All the clarifier set pieces from this round had been distributed, and Jianghe still didn't want a single one. After playing several games, Jianghe's equipment was still the most basic white set. Although his skills were quite good, with a very high skill ceiling, the lower limits of attributes and equipment always made the game more enjoyable. Numbers aren't that important in this game, Jianghe laughed. You guys go first, you guys go first. French fries hesitated for a moment, then stopped refusing. After resting for a while, the group set off again. They followed the original route. This time, there was no zombie horde to stop them, which confirmed Jianghe's guess that the monsters in the temple wouldn't respawn repeatedly. Passing through the temple of the guides, walking in the garden of the prayer hall leading to the clarifier's cleansing of their inner dust, Jailer Brother suddenly stopped and looked back at the path he had come from. What's wrong? You're not magicians. It's a bit hard to explain. The jailer frowned, still staring intently at the brightly lit path they had come from. Magic is everywhere, and magicians are like fish in the water. Just now, I felt the current was a bit turbulent. We haven't seen anything along the way, Zhong Zemo said, but still walked up to the jailer. Unknown revelation, Jianghe said. When in doubt, orange tea. No response. No response is the norm for unknown revelations. Orange tea has only triggered its effect once with no result, which is already incredibly lucky. The current is very strong. The jailer, who had been sensing with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. It's here, rushing towards us. Bang! Zhong Zemo's giant shield was struck by an unseen behemoth, denting and cracking. He was sent flying by the force, his shield dissipating into blue particles of light in midair. This was the effect of equipment being worn to its limit and becoming unwearable. Broken in a single blow. Zhong Zemo knocked over the jailer, rolling across the colorful flower beds of the garden, leaving a scar. Ju Zika, who had just released a blessed shield to protect the two in the nick of time, instinctively tried to catch them with his bare hands as they flew towards him, only to be hit squarely and roll around in a heap. The dizzy jailer shouted, "Something strange." Jianghe also knew something strange was there, but where was it? Original Fries switched to the newly acquired sacrificial dagger and took a deep breath. Now that I look at it, this place looks a bit like accidentally stumbling into a mid-level boss room, right? Facing an unseen enemy, Jianghe was also tense, and could only relieve some pressure by talking. This is the middle section of the great bath of the Temple of the Guides in the dust cleansing layer, leading to the Hall of Prayers. Perhaps to provide a place for those who have bathed to connect with nature and relax. This open courtyard is planted with countless flowers, and the four corners of the walls are shaded by green trees. Colorful flowers bloom in profusion here, and in each of the four corners of the courtyard, a resting place with a stone table, a riot of color. Upon stepping in, they couldn't help but marvel at the wonderful working environment of the clarifiers. After the previous battle with the zombie horde, seeing this scenery made them feel healed, both physically and mentally. I feel. Clang. Before Original Fries could finish speaking, the sacrificial dagger she instinctively raised made intimate contact with an unseen enemy. Completely instinctive, Original Fries' body reacted first, as if a voice warned her of impending danger. Unable to resist in her haste, she was sent flying by the strange force. The jailer, struggling to his feet, once again played the crucial role, precisely providing her with a shield the instant she was launched into the air. This monster moved swiftly through this sea of flowers, its gusts of wind enough to make the blossoms sway and petals flutter. So why did the final contact when Original Fries was attacked only create a whirlwind? What were they fighting? The magic is becoming chaotic again. Its actions are causing the magic to become unstable. I'm a martial artist. You're talking to me about magic? I can't sense it. The unknown revelation is usable again. I use it again. Orange tea was lifted into the air like a chick, and then, a burst of blood mist erupted. A crimson rain poured down on the flower beds of the courtyard. Flavorful orange tea dead. Original flavored fries, recovering from her dizziness, seemed to realize something and shouted at Jianghe, "It's real." A pair of invisible hands slammed into original flavored fries' abdomen, carrying her towards a distant wall. After a dull thud, only a blood-soaked corpse remained. Original flavored fries, dead. Dying here seemed to prevent her from relaying messages to her companions. It was unclear what she had been trying to say. In an instant, the jailer was also pierced through the body by a downward attack, becoming the third to fall. In just a short while, only Jianghe and Zhong Zemo remained alive in the team. Wait. Why haven't I been attacked yet? The chaotic thought flashed through his mind, but calmed down the instant the question arose. Jianghe murmured to himself, a sudden realization dawning on him, and summoned the control panel, sending a message, "Don't move." Zhong Zemo, bewildered by the series of unexpected events, had momentarily lost his train of thought. Regaining his composure, he saw the message floating above Jianghe's head and instantly understood. It only has dynamic vision? Maybe? But the jailer didn't move just now. Remember what the jailer said? Traces of flowing magic. This guy is extremely sensitive to magic. What do we do next? We can't just stay still, can we? Zhong Zemo said, "Moving will kill us, not moving is no different from dying. First, we need to find a way to see its physical form." Jianghe sent a message. French fries probably wanted to tell me before she died that she saw the monster's physical form. It wasn't an invisible thing. How? Light. Jianghe determined. French fries blocked the attack with the Clarity Priest's dagger, and the dagger itself has light attributes. That's most likely it. In that case, I attract its attention. Zhong Zemo took a deep breath. Give it a good beating. Jianghe took out a special potion, which she bought from the witch who sold inferior fire potions. Unstable combustion agent, attribute, light. The creator of this formula wasn't thinking about combustion, but about explosion. Whether it can be classified as an agent depends on the apothecary's ambition. The witch selling potions confidently touted her creation as her masterpiece, boasting of its potent ambition. After Jianghe disdainfully placed it back on her stall, the witch's attitude changed instantly. She begged him to buy one to try. After all, it was a rare light potion. Recalling her drastic change in demeanor, Jianghe couldn't help but mentally criticize her. What a disgraceful witch. Hopefully, the potion itself wouldn't be disgraceful. He typed in a message. Start counting down. 3, 2, 1. Jianghe shouted. Almost instantly, he felt a chill creep through him, like being lurked in the jungle by a wild beast, a strong unease coursing through his body like an electric current. It came quickly, and went quickly. The chill vanished the moment Zhong Zemo started running. Jianghe didn't dare delay, and concocted all the potions he had bought from the witch. Zhong Zemo's body was restrained by an invisible force, and he was suddenly lifted into the air. The monster's location was exposed, and Jianghe threw out the unstable combustion potion from the shameless witch. He wanted to see why this combustion potion was light attribute. If it didn't work, even if you're a cute NPC, I still overturn your stall. The unstable combustion potion spun in midair, the mercury-like liquid inside violently churning and shaking. Zhong Zemo exploded into a bloody mist, and the glass bottle released a blinding white light at that moment. The light, like mercury spilling across the ground, filled every corner of the courtyard. In an instant, Jianghe saw the complete form of the unseen monster hidden in the void. The next second, the massive shockwave from the explosion knocked Jianghe, who was 10 meters away from the monster, into the air and threw him far away. Holy crap, this is a magic potion? Chapter 17. Many thanks to the shameless witch for correcting Jianghe's narrow-minded perception of low-grade, inferior potions with her work. A violent reaction, rapid combustion, and the ability to explode, 3 characteristics combined into one. What normal person would dare to casually display and sell this stuff? The shameless witch dares, and she even used the excuse of not being able to afford food herself to coax you into buying it. This level of dangerous item doesn't even have a single danger label. The instructions are just a simple sentence. Just aim and throw it at the enemy. Is this girl really a proper witch? Or is she some kind of evil sorcerer from some unknown cult in this world? Jianghe's whole body ached. From being blasted away to struggling to his feet, his body almost falling apart, he had cursed the shameless witch countless times in his mind. Just you wait, when we get back I rip your stall off and snatch your witch's hat. A fierce fire raged in the center of the garden. Within the blast radius of the unstable combustion potion, the flames glowed with an eerie black and white, spewing flames that engulfed the sea of flowers. A stark black and white boundary of fire silently spread outwards from the explosion's epicenter. The burning path of the fire, combined with the monster engulfed in flames, roaring and pounding against the black and white flames, created a jarring ink painting, seemingly intent on staining everything in this space with black and white. A hideous, gigantic frog head, slender, pale, humanoid arms, a scaly body like a mermaid or siren, long, flexible tentacles like an octopus. This was the full appearance of the monster that instantly annihilated the entire team at the boundary between reality and illusion. Perhaps it shouldn't even be called a monster. Anyone who witnessed it would feel a strong sense of incongruity, as if parts of different creatures had been cut and pieced together. Even after death, the four remaining on the boundary between reality and illusion continued to watch. Original Fries, barely suppressing a chill, uttered, "A Frankenstein's monster." A frog head, nearly a third the size of its body, pressed down on the monster, causing it to lean slightly forward. It hunched over and screamed loudly, its voice, like a child's cry, broken and shrill, bringing the discomfort to everyone's peak at that moment. Jiang He staggered and started running. The realistic game feedback made his body feel incredibly heavy after the impact, and the buzzing in his ears affected his balance. He was relying on instinct to coordinate the movements of his battered body. He only had one chance. Even severely injured, a monster of this level wouldn't give him another chance to strike. Those powerful tentacles could easily turn him into a blood bubble and vanish with a flick of their wrists. He couldn't be hit by any blow, and it had to be a one-hit kill. No room for error, the conditions were extremely harsh. Under immense pressure, the surge of adrenaline causes the brain and body to become hyperactive. You can hear your heart pounding like a war drum and feel your muscles trembling uncontrollably. Most people would experience brain overload and distorted actions as a result. Jiang He, however, was not one of those people. Ripples spread through the void, and a dark vortex spewed out thin, purplish-black lines, slicing towards them. Zhu Zika, watching from a godlike perspective, stared wide-eyed. Jiang He's reaction speed was unbelievable. The moment he plunged his knife into the ground and abruptly stopped, dodging several spiderweb-like, semi-transparent magical rays, his astonishment reached its peak. The attack came from above, he didn't even look up to observe. When Potato plays FPS games with us, his in-game stats are outrageous, Zhong Zimo explained. In his words, the worse the situation, the more excited he gets. That's right, so I always go head-to-head in gunfights at the start of each game, creating an opportunity for him. Original Fries retorted, "Can't win a gunfight, but you have plenty of excuses." The shameful witch's potion's effects were more terrifying than expected. In the fiery charge, Jiang He felt a stinging pain all over his body. Desperate Stand, Jiang He's favorite skill, this skill that abandons all escape routes, a fight to the death, perfectly suited his fighting style. Immerse yourself, become one with the character. Jiang He leaped high into the air. He and Original Fries were actually the same type of player. When playing games, they liked to fully immerse themselves in their characters. The demons invaded, the temple was destroyed, the entire squad was wiped out, and he was the only survivor. This was a strike interwoven with anger and sorrow, containing the desire for revenge. The blade sank into the giant frog's soft, bulging eyelids. Using the momentum of his fall, Jiang He forcefully spun the blade, stirring. "Die, you ugly monster!" he roared hoarsely, trying to exert maximum force. The residual force of desperate strike pierced through the giant frog's body, causing its head to explode like an overinflated balloon. The tentacles, slightly reddened by the flames, finally arrived. They grabbed Jiang He and, relying on the nerve signals transmitted before his death, slammed him to the ground. The shield potion activated, then shattered instantly. Using the attack from the tentacles, Jiang He rolled on the ground, his body smoking, tumbling out of the animatronic's tentacles' attack range. Wow, a last-ditch counterattack was expected, and he even used that to create distance. "Stop yelling, watch carefully, learn properly." Original Fries gave the jailer a disdainful look. "Disgraceful mage." "Wow, how is it disgraceful? If it weren't for my elemental shield, you would have been instantly killed. Am I not crucial? Wow. Wow. It feels like we're not even playing the same game." Zhong Ziming, who had been holding his breath for Jiang He as he stood up, panting, couldn't help but sigh. In the center of the blazing sea of flowers, the headless, stitched-together monster wildly flailed its arms and legs, pounding the ground in a fit of rage, but its movements grew weaker and weaker. Finally, azure light particles floated from its motionless shell, gently gathering around Jiang He and merging with him. This. Zhong Ziming was overjoyed. We won? Experience points settled. We're the champions. We're still the champions. We're always the champions. The jailer, now a wisp of spirit, circled around Jiang He. As expected of you, with great responsibility comes great responsibility, you god of responsibility. What do you mean? Orange Tea looked bewildered. Zhong Zemo thought for a moment, and explained in terms that even outsiders could understand. It can be simply understood, as when all the teammates are acting like idiots, the only leader bears the pressure and drags everyone else forward, and still manages to win. Original Fries felt that the monster's strength didn't meet their expectations of instantly killing them. Although Jiang He's performance in the endgame was indeed impressive, something still felt off. Could there be a variable? The experience has already been calculated, there's no variable left. If there is, I eat it. The jailer was a decisive person. Jiang He couldn't hear their voices, and was very confused. The experience had been calculated, but there were no items. Such a powerful mid-game boss, shouldn't there be some exciting positive feedback after winning? He couldn't help but scratch his head. Ever since Orange Tea arrived, the team had been incredibly lucky. Had all their luck been drained? Huh? Amidst the black and white flames, the headless, smoking corpse of the stitched-together monster twitched. To everyone's astonishment, the octopus tentacles, now slightly red and emitting a barbecue aroma, regained their vitality and swung powerfully. The humanoid's frail arms were severed, and the surrounding black and white flames, as if drawn by threads, converged, as if shaped by an invisible force, slowly forming the werewolf's giant claws. A body condensed from elements. It can move even without a head. Hey, how can it change stages? Who said there was a variable to eat? What to eat? Decide quickly. Jiang He was completely unable to cut anymore. His stamina had reached its limit. A level 1 monster guard could possess such strength and methods. The Temple of the Clarity had 12 levels in total. Unexpectedly, Jiang He could feel the monster's overwhelming rage. Was it the rage of being killed, or the shout of ugly monster he let out as he struck? Seeing it raise its arms, radiating an ink-washed painting style and intensely burning elements, to the sky, Jiang He, sensing something amiss, chuckled humorously. Can we make peace? The monster vanished like mist. A few breaths later, Jiang He's vision went black, and he successfully joined the other's voice chat. What's the principle behind its invisibility? Does it vanish into the void without a physical form? That's so freakish. There must be a mechanic, right? If we don't work out the mechanics, we can't kill it? Everyone was intensely discussing strategies for defeating the stitched monster. Working together to find a strategy, chattering away with their opinions. This lively atmosphere was something they hadn't experienced in a long time. The most fun part of many games is the exploration, the challenge of navigating unknown mechanics always exhilarating. However, due to busy work schedules, the exploration that required time to delve into has gradually become a relic of the past. Thinking of this, Jiang He felt relieved and said with a smile, "Looks like we have to play a revival match." "Will you win?" Jailer asked seriously. "We win," Zhong Zemo replied. Their performance made Original Flavor Fries blush, struggling to suppress his laughter. When will he finally be able to hear this without laughing? What should we do next, God of Responsibility? Orange Tea, putting her knowledge to use, immediately addressed Jiang He as such. With this learning speed, how long will it take for the adorable Orange Tea to be corrupted by Jailer? Go back to Windjammer City to resupply, Jiang He said. I was just planning to chat with a shameless witch. Is your XP system compatible with witches? Don't judge others by your own standards, Jiang He clicked his tongue. I want to buy supplies from her. Chapter 18. Jiang He wandered around the main trade route outside Fingjia City several times, even venturing into the makeshift market spontaneously set up by players in the nearby forest, but he couldn't find the shameful witch. Did she just make a quick buck and run away, or did she simply not set up her stall every day? On his way back to the city, Jiang He encountered the fisherman chestnut warrior again. Compared to the shameful witch, the chestnut warrior was much more consistent. He would appear by the main road every day at sunrise, laden with his spoils. His stall still displayed that shimmering silver fish. Want to buy fish? The chestnut warrior said readily. I don't sell the big ones, but you can take any of the others. Remembering how generous the chestnut warrior had been during their last shopping trip, Jiang He couldn't help but remind him, the catch can be used as materials to feed the dolls in your homestead, speeding up guild construction. It has many uses. The chestnut warrior laughed. I'm not too concerned about that right now. Since entering the game, I've been busy experiencing all sorts of life skills. As long as I can recoup the repair costs, that's fine. Thinking of the garlic sprouts in his homestead that he tricked into saying next time for sure a few times, Jiang He smiled. I take them all. When the guild members met again in the city, they found Jiang He's backpack stuffed with over 100 fresh fish. Why did you buy so many fish? The jailer asked curiously, shoving a fish into Jiang He's backpack. Hey, homestead doll, I have a feeling she's got a lot of features. The sooner you unlock them, the sooner you can enjoy them. Xiong Zemo, who was organizing his backpack after buying a large bag of groceries, looked up at this. And the guild system, will it also be something you can unlock and enjoy sooner? Everyone could hear the eagerness in his voice. Then, the sooner you buy, the sooner you can enjoy it? The jailer suggested tentatively. Original flavor fries. I have no objection. I'm actually quite curious to see what functions it has. Orange Tea didn't play many games, but she had a strong curiosity about all new things. Since they said that, let's speed it up. The quest for the Temple of the Clarity was quite fruitful. A few purple quality materials were more than enough to cover the cost. Boundary between reality and illusion guild accelerated construction complete. Starry Sky Gem teleportation anchor point memorized. After the teleportation was completed, before everyone could even look around, a familiar creature appeared before them. The amorphous, semi-transparent bubble floating in midair in the homestead system. Another slime? How much do the game's designers love this element? Xiong Zemo remarked. Loading. A cold, mechanical voice rang out, and the slime's body began to tremble violently. A moment later, a humanoid figure, with barely outlined features, but lacking further detail, appeared. Jiang He couldn't help but blink. Wasn't this garlic sprout from his own homestead? Homestead doll information injected. Original flavor fries muttered. Looks like the guild doll's data is from the guild leader's homestead doll. Guild doll garlic sprout welcomes all guild leaders to the guild headquarters. The guild map has been updated for everyone, please check it. For any questions regarding the guild, you can ask me. The guild headquarters resembled a tavern, with 2 floors. They were currently in the meeting hall on the first floor. Because it was a newly established guild, the furnishings were quite sparse. A mahogany round table and a few battle-damaged wooden chairs made up the entire meeting hall, and the lighting was simply minimalist candlesticks. Not even any lighting crystals. Regarding how to improve the guild's infrastructure, Garlic Sprout's solution was quite simple. Collect materials, craft items, and decorate as you see fit. A predictably predictable gameplay introduction. Orange Tea had already returned from her stroll. She didn't seem to care about the guild's pervasive poverty, but was curious about whether the interior layout could be rearranged. The craftsman's shop and the potion workshop were right next to each other, without even a partition. What a brilliant arrangement. Of course, Garlic Sprout said. Due to the extremely limited space in the guild, the masters might need to make some investment to better renovate and decorate. Just as Jiang He was about to ask some functional questions, Jailer Bros suddenly interjected, predictably. Is there a way to expand and renovate the guild without any investment? How could such a thing be possible? Of course there is. Huh? Garlic Sprout's words made everyone turn to look at her. Please allow me to first introduce a guild setting to you all. Guild reputation. Guild reputation can only be obtained by guilds that have set up the world bubble and captured a stronghold in the main world. With reputation points, guild members can enjoy special materials sold by wandering caravans, guild blessing effects, guild dolls assisting in outings, battle aids, and many other benefits. Wait a minute, Original Fries interrupted at the opportune moment. Setting up the world bubble means announcing the guild's coordinates to everyone. I can understand that, but capturing a stronghold in the main world, do you mean our world bubble will overlap with the main world? Exactly, Garlic Sprout smiled slightly. As far as I know, you masters are currently conquering a special area called the Underground Temple of the Clarities. Once you conquered it, you can project your guild stronghold from this area, occupy it, and continuously obtain various guild resources. The PvP elements are clearly defined. So, only one question remains. What exactly can the fiercely contested guild reputation points be exchanged for? Useless and balanced guild wars, but highly beneficial for your exploration of this world, the so-called PvE. As for what they contain, that's a secret for those who climb to the top to unlock. In other games, such words wouldn't pique anyone's interest in PvP, but in Proof of the Stars, they possess an advantage that other players can hardly match. The boundary between reality and illusion might be the first guild to trigger the Underground Temple of the Clarities storyline and begin their conquest. This is a clear informational advantage. Furthermore, all the pay-to-win items in Proof of the Stars cannot affect in-game combat power. In other words, with their informational advantage, They won't suddenly encounter a pay-to-win monster during their conquest, dealing 9,999 damage in one hit, and wiping out all their efforts. If things go smoothly enough, we could definitely make a killing right away. The jailer's eyes were blazing with fervor. He was the first to grasp this point, and now he was looking around expectantly, hoping someone would support his viewpoint. Zhong Zimo also took a deep breath. What happens later we see. Since we have the opportunity, wouldn't it be a shame not to seize it? That made up 2 votes. Original Flavor Fry's attitude was crucial. If it really makes PD easier and more enjoyable, let's give it a try. There's no harm in it. With that, the decision was made, and quickly conquering the underground temple became the top priority. Garlic Sprouts. What kind of assistance can the guild provide us at this stage? Tier 1 Guild Blessing. The effect changes randomly each game session. This round's blessing effect is unceasing training. When masters gain experience, there's a small chance to increase the amount gained. It's a blessing that's better than nothing, and everyone isn't particularly sensitive to levels anyway. Can you give some advice on guild development priorities? Jiang He asked again. Puppet training is closely related to the guild system. Masters will reap more surprises by giving their puppets complete human forms. Except for Jiang He, the others probably hadn't fed their own puppets, so they all fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Zhong Zimo couldn't hold back any longer. Potato, set aside some money for potions, and give me some materials. Orange Tea immediately followed. Me too, I go feed it right now. Jiang He, looking at the trade panel, saw that the jailer brother hadn't made a move, and was puzzled. Are you going to feed her? The jailer grinned, hands behind his head. I already fed her enough, and I even downloaded a nun's habit template from the shop to dress her up. No wonder you're like this. No wonder none of the white clarity gear I gave you appeared on your character. So that's how it is. Download? Orange Tea asked, puzzled. How do you download? He was too lazy to play around with it in the game, so he just spent real money to buy the skin template from the shop. Jiang He sighed. That's what downloading is. He does the same with other games. When the jailer is having fun, he downloads them like crazy. If he's not having fun, he downloads anything with nun elements too. So, what can a doll with a complete human form do? The jailer asked Garlic Sprout. Garlic Sprout's right palm projected the world bubble where the guild was located. After receiving Jailer Brothers' permission to guide, the world bubble of Jailer Brothers' home faintly appeared in Garlic Sprout's left palm. Between the 2 hands, streaks of red silk appeared, connecting them. World bubble contract formed. Puppet guidance begin. An oval portal shimmering with holy light suddenly appeared behind Jailer Brother, and a black-haired elf puppet dressed as a white-robed nun gracefully appeared, fluttering its butterfly wings. Jailer Brother felt no shame at this blatant display of his sexuality. Instead, he puffed out his chest. Jiang He's guild interface displayed the words Puppet Residency, along with several additional options. Join the Craftsman's Workshop. Repair damaged equipment for all players within a specified time. Join the Potion Workshop. Produce consumable potions. Grade and quantity vary depending on the doll's growth and proficiency. Join the Messenger Team. Regularly search for items, random finds. So, each player's doll can also play the role of Palu. Now we need to feed them even more. We can't let the dolls be idle when we log off. Given that the nun doll is the jailer's wife, Jiang He decided to let him handle the placement. The jailer didn't hesitate at all. Assign her to the Craftsman's Workshop? Imagine, a devout and holy nun forced to do heavy manual labor for a living, while we log off, thinking of our gods, forced to repair equipment with a worried expression. Ah, the contrast. You can imagine it. Original Fries scoffed, pervert. Chapter 19. The remaining materials were just enough for Zhong Zimo and Orange Tea's dolls to acquire humanoid forms, a basic requirement for them to transform into Palu. Dolls were stationed in the crafts, potion, and messenger facilities. Watching the dolls gradually take up their posts and get busy, it felt great that their labor wasn't being wasted. Meanwhile, Orange Tea opened the shop to check out clothing. Seeing that even a simple template cost 30 or more, her poverty immediately suppressed her impulse. Inkfish, aren't you going to buy a set? Yesterday I saw a red and white shrine maiden outfit in the templates. I sent you a keyword, you can find it by searching. Watching his nun sweating as she repaired damaged equipment in the workshop, the jailer chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized he said the wrong thing. His smile froze into embarrassment, finally turning into a cautious glint in his eyes. If Zhong Zemo didn't want it at all, this would have just been an awkward, subconscious remark from the jailer, but he really did want to buy it. So, this sentence effectively locked down 2 people. Jiang He quickly broke free of the control and looked at Original Flavor Fries, who was studying the guild features. Fries, aren't you going to buy a set? Not interested. The answer was predictable. Original Flavor Fries was a very rational player, able to control his spending urges well and rarely acting impulsively. Having found a way out, Jailer immediately mocked himself. That's right, anyway, I'm the only one who spends money like a pig. Then why don't you just buy one for Squid? Let me see, it's not expensive, only 50. Original Flavor Fries glanced at Jailer. You can just skip one crazy Thursday meal. Most of the time, phrases like big shot, give me 50 verses to see my strength go unanswered, but you really spend money. Zhong Zimo, who received the gift from the Jailer, was stunned. Hey, we've known each other for years. What's wrong with giving a little something? Call me Godfather, and I give you more in the future. The Jailer waved his hand nonchalantly. Just as everyone was expecting Zhong Zimo to take out the costume to equip the doll, a dangerous red light suddenly emanated from his body, which trembled violently, leaving behind a series of afterimages. What happened? Jiang He, stunned, hurriedly asked. Zhong Zimo's voice became ethereal. He tried to say something, but his voice became barely audible after a few seconds. The abnormal state lasted for several minutes, then suddenly, a white light overflowed from his body, turning into countless particles of light that dissipated before everyone's eyes. Everyone was dumbfounded. A game bug, or something else? In the midst of everyone's tension, the cat-eared doll that Zhong Zimo had dressed in a red and white shrine maiden outfit at the last moment spoke. The connection is unstable, my master, temporarily separated from the stars. Connection? Jailer asked in surprise. Is it a regional network outage? If the signal base station is damaged, I should also be affected, but I'm still here, Jiang He reminded him. After waiting for a long time, the Inkfish didn't reconnect, and the group's plan to challenge the temple again fell through. They could only huddle together and do some casual hunting outside Windjammer City. With a belly full of questions, Jiang He immediately sent a private message to Zhong Zimo after waking up. No response. He dialed the phone, but it was switched off. Sensing something was wrong, Jiang He opened the chat group and gestured for the somewhat anxious Jailer and Orange Tea to calm down. A chat pop-up appeared in the bottom right corner, with Fry's avatar shaking. Original Fries. Let's check if it's a family issue. Jiang He sent an emoji of a seal lying on the ice with its eyes half closed. Most likely, in this situation, what can I say? A red envelope suddenly popped up. What does this mean? Go check, for travel expenses. Clicking the red envelope, it was indeed a 50V voucher for money. After saying that, Fry's avatar went gray. What? Even though he's forcing a persona, looking cold and aloof, he actually cares about others quite a bit, doesn't he? Prison guard appraisal expert. 50V for you. Go see what's going on. Whether we can start eating tonight depends on you. I'm so anxious. I need revenge on the Frankenstein's monster. But you said 200. If it's really close to my guess, then use the remaining 150 to eat something with him. Eating will make you feel better. It seems everyone guessed pretty much everything, except for Orange Tea, who was still completely confused. Around noon, Jiang He arrived at the residential complex where Zhong Zimo lived. Not knowing the building number or apartment number, he had no choice but to ask the elderly men and women chatting idly at the entrance. Like an information exchange center at the village entrance, these retired folks knew everything about the neighborhood. Old Huang, they were arguing in the middle of the night last night, weren't they? Probably. Oh dear, you wouldn't believe it. Around 3 a.m., they suddenly started making a ruckus. I was thinking of knocking on the door and yelling at them, but then I heard his wife crying and screaming. It was terrifying. The timing matched, and Jiang He could only sigh. Just as he was about to ask where Zhong Zimo was, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. Following the gaze of the elderly couple, a short-haired woman in a beige t-shirt walked briskly in the distance, followed by Zhong Ziming carrying a large plastic bag with a supermarket logo. Perhaps because of the distance, the meticulously made-up woman only then remembered to stop and wait. Upon seeing Jiang He, Zhong Ziming froze. He quickly glanced at the woman, and then, under her gaze filled with a mixture of confusion and anger, awkwardly whispered an explanation in her ear. From a short distance, Jiang He could vaguely make out her lips. After a quick comparison, he was certain that the phrase repeated most often was, "We talk about it at home." Unexpectedly, the woman quickly walked up to Jiang He. He, who had been sitting on the bench with the elderly couple, immediately stood up, and the surrounding elderly couple tactfully made way for him. Zhong Zimo hurriedly came up, panting, to explain, I haven't introduced you yet. This is my wife, Du Jingwen. This is my good friend, Jiang. We known each other for many years. Hello, Jiang greeted politely, remaining calm. Du Jingwen looked him up and down before finally managing a smile, though it seemed somewhat insincere. Zemo's friend? Shall we go upstairs for a meal? No, I need to talk to him about something, Jiang emphasized. It's private. Is it urgent? Jiang wanted to say it wasn't urgent, but for some reason, he felt a little angry. His inexplicable temper made him change his mind. Yes, it's a little urgent. Could I talk to your husband alone? After a moment's hesitation, she glanced around at the stairs on her and nodded. After delivering bags of groceries home, Zhong Zemo, panting, ran to meet Jiang. Jiang asked casually, I remember, you like Cantonese food the most? Huh? What huh? I'm treating you to dinner. Do you like Cantonese food? Tell me quickly. Jiang said, someone's treating, you don't need to pay. A strange fire was burning inside him, and his voice rose considerably. Having received an affirmative answer, Jiang found a restaurant he frequented and handed the menu to Zhong Zemo, letting him order whatever he wanted. Poached chicken, braised platter, honey-glazed char siu, and stir-fried vegetables with garlic were served one after another. Watching Jiang serve him rice, Zhong Zemo hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. After taking a bite of the succulent char siu, using the sweetness to suppress his anger, Jiang opened up. Say something. She took off my headband and watch, Zhong Zemo sighed, so the connection dropped. Jiang rubbed her temples with both hands. We messaged you. Her phone is with her for now. A brief silence fell between them, the only sound in the cubicle being the chewing of food. She's always hated me playing games. This was also the key reason why Zhong Zemo had gradually become less active in the gaming group. Zhong Zemo was a very well-rounded person. In his early years, he cosplayed as various Eastern characters, attended anime conventions, and entertained himself. Almost everyone who knew Zhong Zemo spoke highly of him. He acted as a guide in many circles, selflessly sharing his accumulated experience. He was a model kit enthusiast. When Jiang first joined the group, she saw him patiently teaching newcomers in the model kit community how to get started. He gotten into physical card collecting, participated in offline tournaments, and met quite a few card collectors. But at a certain point, all these hobbies came to an end. He stopped sharing his love for certain characters in group chats. He also stopped making tutorials on card collecting. He even gave his physical cards to Jiang. Can you come tonight? I don't know. I won't talk about entertainment that takes up your waking hours. Jiang took a deep breath, his anger rising again. Even if he's asleep, do you have to worry about him? Zhong Zemo fell silent. Put aside your helpfulness and respect other people's fates. Jiang could easily do this with strangers, but this was his friend. Have you been happy these past 2 years? Zhong Zemo remained silent. Jiang glanced at his phone, went out, grabbed a bottle of orange soda from the refrigerator, and handed it to him. The orange tea was for you. And this meal, it was chipped in by Fries and the jailer. I won't say more. Tonight we continue our conquest of the underground temple, Jiang said. Everyone's waiting for you. Jiang patted his shoulder. I think he used to be much more exciting than you are now. The key was inserted into the lock and turned. I'm back. There was no response from Zhong Zemo. Several takeout boxes were casually placed on the living room table. He tidied the table and followed the sound to the bedroom. Du Jingwen's eyes narrowed slightly, her gaze quickly shifting from Zhong Zemo to her phone screen. Wearing Bluetooth earphones, she spoke calmly. Finished talking to your friend? The room was a mess. The bedside ornaments and pillows thrown haphazardly during last night's argument were still on the floor, untouched. The computer monitor was tilted by a pillow, leaning against the wall to barely stay upright. Zhong Zemo silently cleaned, and after a long while he said, next time, show some respect to my friends. Wearing headphones, Du Jingwen didn't hear him clearly. What did you say? I said, next time, show some respect to my friends. Zhong Zemo's voice came through the moment Du Jingwen took off her headphones. It was grating. Du Jingwen's pretty face suddenly hardened with a fierce expression. How was I disrespectful? Didn't I give you face just now? In the end, what kind of friend is he to you? You don't have a colleague like that, do you? So it's related to your hobbies? Zhong Zemo didn't speak, but gathered her scattered clothes and put them back into the wardrobe, which was overflowing with new clothes. Silence? Did I guess right? After cleaning up the mess, Zhong Zemo pleaded, give me the game ring and the watch. Du Jingwen's face instantly darkened. What did I say last night? What did you promise me? Have you forgotten so quickly? She explained. Where did your ambition go? Do you have to play games all the time? Recalling the events of his dinner with Jiang Zhong Zimo took a deep breath. Do I have to be ambitious even when I'm sleeping? Zhong Zimo. At this moment, Du Jingwen's expression was comparable to the witch from a survival game. Her voice was so similar too. I get it. You really were flirting with someone else in the game, weren't you? Every sentence wasn't a question, but a statement. Zhong Ziming was utterly exhausted. He didn't want to explain anymore. He didn't even want to open his mouth. He didn't understand why his childhood sweetheart, whom he had known for many years, had become like this after they entered into marriage. Du Jingwen was still demanding an explanation from Zhong Ziming, her desperate cries bombarding his eardrums. What explanation could he possibly give? He had given her everything he could, always accommodating her little moods, just to maintain this once warm relationship. His accommodations didn't bring peace, but rather increasingly aggressive encroachment. Zhong Ziming's phone was being checked, his computer chats were being investigated. If it weren't for the appearance of the stars, he would have had no place to breathe. He had finally found his old friends in the stars, laughing and playing in this alien world, enjoying a rare moment of joy. Now, even this haven of refuge in the stars was being taken away. She might not hate you playing games. She might just hate you being out of control. This was what the jailer had said in a private chat. Recalling the past, listening to the accusations whispered in his ear. Let's get a divorce. Du Jingwen didn't hear him clearly. Zhong Zimo stood up. The once cautious man at home now held no trace of his former gentleness and humility in his eyes. This didn't happen overnight. Recalling everything he had endured over the past 2 years, his heart was filled with bitterness. Gone was his former spirited self. He let out a long sigh and enunciated the words heavily. Divorce. Knowing his wife's personality, he pushed Du Jingwen aside, opened the desk, and took his gaming equipment, phone, and salary card. The moment he made the decision, the future path was already laid out in Zhong Zimo's mind. It wasn't a test, not bargaining, there was no hesitation, and no regret. He was simply informing her of his decision. You really did cheat on me in the game. If you dare leave, don't even think about coming back. Bang. The door slammed shut, isolating the inside from the outside. Leaning against the door, Zhong Ziming regained his peace. For 2 years, he had never felt so light. Zhong Ziming opened the 5-person group chat. I can log on. Let's continue the strategy tonight. Also, I'm getting a divorce. Come to Qingning another day, I treat you all to dinner. Except for Orange Tea, who typed a series of question marks. Everyone else seemed prepared for this. Or rather, they felt that it was already a testament to Zhong Ziming's good nature that things had only reached this point now. Jailer sent a seal slapping the ground emoji. What did potato treat you to that had the effect of breaking through illusions? Cantonese food. A voice message suddenly popped up. Definitely not authentic. Come to my place, I take you to eat. Orange Tea was stunned. What did the jailer say? Original fries. I don't know, but I guess he thinks their food isn't authentic enough. You understood? Just guessing. Chapter 20. Just after midnight, Zhong Zimo appeared in the game on time. Upon meeting, the jailer eagerly asked, really divorced? Zhong Zimo nodded really. I didn't go home tonight either, I stayed at a hotel. Could it be a momentary impulse? Orange Tea asked worriedly. Zhong Zimo didn't answer directly, but instead talked about having lunch with Jiang He. Today, while eating with potato, it suddenly occurred to me, when we go out to eat together, she hasn't asked me what I like to eat in a very long time. Even when I cook at home, it's always to cater to her tastes. If I want to eat something else, she says it's wasteful. He laughed, his face full of bitterness and sorrow. In the end, it's potato who remembers what I like to eat. Every dish is something I want to eat, but she can't. Remembering these things isn't hard, is it? Reaching this point wasn't a momentary impulse. The accumulated friction and estrangement had long since exhausted all of Zhong Zimo's tolerance. When Jiang He talked about the past, he suddenly realized that he was indeed much more human 2 years ago than he is now. Although it's said that it's better to tear down 10 temples than to break up one marriage, given Zhong Zimo's current mental state after letting go, Jiang He felt he had done something incredibly virtuous. There's no risk of reconciliation, right? The jailer asked anxiously. Zhong Zimo replied resolutely, no. Phew, that's good, that's good. Everyone's emotional intelligence is actually quite high. Although the jailer sometimes speaks without thinking, everyone maintained a certain level of tacit understanding regarding the marriage, taking care of Zhong Zimo's feelings. After all, it was ultimately a conflict within his family, it would be awkward for outsiders to interfere. But now that they're divorced, they can speak freely. The jailer clenched his fist. I always thought your wife was too anthropomorphic. It's good that you're divorced. The divorce process is a bit complicated, but don't worry, I know a few good lawyers. Give me a call when you wake up, and I arrange it for you. Zhong Zemo, the only one in the group with real-life problems, is about to become single again, and the group is officially stabilizing. Jiang He clapped his hands, with a smile after everyone had asked enough questions. Alright, let's put everything else aside for now. The underground temple of the Clarities. Let's start the guide later. After Zhong Zemo disconnected, the group swept up a lot of low-level monsters, and all the materials were stockpiled in the guild warehouse. In the sweltering workshop, an elven nun and a half-dragon wearing a witch's hat were sweating profusely. The latter was none other than original Friza's home doll. She had also secretly spent money on a witch's robe. Forging high-quality equipment requires corresponding blueprints, matching proficiency and skill, which necessitates luck and time. Therefore, the guild craftsman can only meet low-level needs at this time. When Jianghe went out to find the shameless witch, Zhong Zemo laid out the large metal shield, kite-shaped shield, an inferior small round shield from his backpack. Give each one a temporary light attribute enchantment. The dragon craftsman reminded him, temporary enchantments will expire over time, lasting only about 3 hours. No problem, enchant them all. Just as the guild workshop was bustling with activity, Jianghe, who had gone out with orange tea, was finally blessed with good fortune. They happened to run into the shameless, which outside the Windpod City trade route, carrying large and small bags, preparing to set up her stall. She seemed to have come from a muddy path through a forest northeast of the trade route, where rain had just fallen. The hem of her gray-black linen robe, trimmed with red silk, was speckled with mud like stars against the pitch-black night sky. Her cheek, too, seemed to have been stained with a yellowish-brown mark, as if from some unforeseen event. Finally found you. The moment Jianghe uttered those words, the red-haired witch, wearing a wide-brimmed witch's hat, shuddered. Without even looking up at the newcomer, she dropped her 2 jingling bags of goods, cast a wind spell, and turned to flee like a startled rabbit. Abandoning the goods, casting a spell, turning and running away, the sequence was swift, decisive, and fluid. Wait, why are you so skilled at this? How many times have you run away like this? After running only a few steps, the witch stopped. Sweating profusely, she pleaded in a pitiful voice, I'm sorry, I refund your money, I compensate you for everything, boohoo. Don't be angry. I'm just an apprentice potion maker, adventurer, please don't be angry with me. You didn't even ask why we came to you before apologizing? Even the man holding the knife to the shameful witch's neck was both amused and exasperated. The shameful witch muttered under her breath, anyway, it must be something wrong with the potions. If you were to describe everyone's first impression of the shameful witch, it would definitely be her large, captivating, deep blue eyes. Secondly, her skin was very pale. As a human, her skin was sickly pale, and when she wore a long, black robe, she seemed to be on a completely different level from everyone else. Name. Mint. That's a title, isn't it? Jianghe questioned. I only have a title. I have no family. The nun who saved me found me in a field full of mint. Seemingly sensing that the others weren't going to torture her about potions, and that she sensed no malice, Mint's voice became smoother, even carrying a hint of playfulness. Do your potions often malfunction? Not really. Seeing original Fries playing with the dagger in his hand, and flames erupting from the jailer's palm, Mint shrank back, hesitated for a moment, then simply stiffened her neck. It's inevitable that apprentice potion-making apprentices' work will have some mishaps. You shouldn't look at those failed works. You should look at the successful masterpieces. Masterpieces? They did indeed look at one. What exactly do you want from me? Mint asked tentatively, her eyes darting around, observing everyone's reactions. Jianghe cut to the chase. Unstable combustion potion, how much? So you're here to shop? Mint, who had been cautious just a moment ago, immediately beamed. She crouched down and deftly untied several large packages. The packages were full of bottles and jars brimming with powder and liquid, all jostled and clattering together, making a dangerous clanging sound with every shake. Jianghe's lips twitched. A chemistry teacher seeing this would surely have his heart stop. He'd be sweating profusely, questioning, are you really an apprentice potion maker, or a thief who stole someone's work to sell? If you were in that situation, encountering someone so ruthless, carrying around dangerous items without a care in the world, you'd be sweating too. Who are you calling a thief? I'm a genuine apprentice potion maker, the real deal. With that, Mint put down the 2 potion cans she had just picked up, rummaged inside, and pulled out a crystal badge still warm from her body, engraved with an eye floating above a blade of grass. A certificate only those who have enrolled in the Royal Apothecary Academy of the Anna Empire can possess. I'm a genuine potion maker apprentice. And I definitely become a great potion master in the future, renowned throughout the entire continent. Original Fries extracted the key point. Why would an elite potion maker apprentice from an Imperial Academy run off to a border city-state to sell potions? Mint's face flushed red, fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, her mouth slightly open, her lips moving, but no sound came out. Fine, even if you are a thief, as long as you can provide the goods, I don't care where you came from. Jiang Hei's attempt to smooth things over was unsuccessful. Mint emphasized again, I'm not a thief, are you buying or not? TSK, that witch's hat bouncing around on your head, it really should be snatched off. How many? 10 bottles. Mint picked out the unstable burning potion from her backpack. She handled the items in her backpack with far less carelessness than before, appearing quite cautious. Can I ask what kind of person or monster you need to deal with? Mint asked. If you can provide some characteristics, perhaps I can offer some suggestions? Seeing that Jiang He and the others didn't answer immediately, Mint quickly waved her hand dismissively. Never mind, you pay, I provide the goods. The deal is done, we're even. It's not a secret. After listening to Jiang Hei's description of the stitched-together monster's characteristics, the seemingly unreliable, which immediately became certain. It's undoubtedly a necromancer creation, driven by a remnant of its consciousness. With a tentative attitude, Jiang Hei asked, how can it become invisible? You said that after shattering the frog's head, it began to draw upon elemental power to condense a new shell. The conclusion is obvious. It possesses an exceptionally powerful magical body. The scaly torso you see is that of a siren. Utilizing the properties of this part of its shell, it can briefly transform itself into a magical state. So, it's not invisible. Of course not. It simply transforms into a stream of magical energy that wanders around you. Those with a strong sense of magical energy can still perceive its form and movement, but... Mint's gaze fell on the jailer, a look of disdain on her face. The meaning was clear. What? Do you think I'm not good enough? But you really can't sense it. Lies don't hurt, the truth is the sharpest knife. Stopping the two from bickering, Jiang He hurriedly asked, is there any way to make it know where to hide? Not so easy. The best way to make a magical entity reveal its true form is to stir up magic on a large scale. In a turbulent current, an entity that remains motionless like a rock will be very conspicuous. At this point, Mint clapped her hands sharply. Her lips curled up. I do have a pretty good method, but it depends on the adventurer's financial resources. Mint excitedly rubbed her delicate white hands together. Original Flavor Fries and Jiang He exchanged a glance, and after seeing him nod. A flash of light, and Original Flavor Fries was behind Mint again, the blade pressed against her throat. Jiang He also pulled off her witch's hat, and her long, flowing red hair cascaded down. Wow, don't get excited, don't get excited. Free, all free, I teach you for free. What? Is this really a witch from the Imperial Academy? Chapter 21. After listening to Mint's solution, and observing the layout she had drawn on the ground with a twig, everyone pondered. Without waiting for a word, Mint hurriedly laid out all the necessary potions for the entire plan, packed them up, and helped everyone pack them away. At this point, she had surprisingly learned to properly store dangerous goods. In Mint's words, this was the optimal solution considering everyone's financial resources, because there were many substitutes, and even forced use of inferior alternatives, so the overall effect might not be as satisfactory. Her face, layered with armor, was filled with a strong will to survive. Original Flavored Fries released Mint, and Jiang He asked, how much? Hearing this, Mint's eyes widened, her sea blue pupils sparkling as if stars had fallen into them. As if forgetting her recent kidnapping, she chuckled, really? Well, 1 star sand? Although Mint was asking for the game's universal currency, let alone virtual boundary, no one in the entire game had ever obtained star sand. Even the game characters knew this, and trades were always conducted using a barter system. You really dared to ask for that. Jiang Hei's fist clenched, crumpling the witch's hat into a ball. Just kidding, just kidding. Let me see what you have first. Jiang Hei opened his backpack, embarrassed. The low-level materials he had obtained earlier had been used to feed dolls, or guild expansion functions, leaving him with practically nothing. Mint also saw the 2 rabbit skins on the trade panel. She immediately shrank back, her lips pursed, seemingly muttering something under her breath. That must be an insult. It's impossible to show even a little kindness, she seizes every opportunity to act aggressively. Thinking this, Jianghe took out the soul fragments from another backpack and waved them around Mint's face. Like waving a cat toy across a cat's face, Mint's eyes lit up, her gaze following the soul fragments. Mint, who only reached Jianghe's chest, instinctively stood on tiptoe, reaching out to touch the broken, extinguished soul fragments in the bottle, but her height prevented her from reaching them. Give me, yes, this one. It was clear she really wanted it. Looks like it really can be used for alchemy, Plain Fries silently noted. Not only for alchemy, but it can also be added during smelting and forging equipment, and used to make scrolls. It's a bit small, but it's enough, more than enough. Jianghe couldn't help but remind him, wipe the drool from the corner of your mouth first, it's too embarrassing. I still doubt you're a proper alchemist, nor a proper witch. What kind of witch is this embarrassing? Hey, I solved a huge problem for you guys. Aren't my knowledge and experience enough to prove everything? Mint protested, besides, how many witches have you seen? What makes you think witches are proper? Wake up, the problem isn't solved yet. We haven't tested your solution yet. Maybe you just made it up? Unable to withstand this provocation, Mint argued with a flushed face, if it doesn't work, it's because you're too weak. Jianghe withdrew the soul fragments, and Mint immediately let out a pitiful I didn't intend to get your stuff for free. If your solution really proves effective, there are still 11 bottles of these fragments left. What's wrong with giving you 3 bottles? Mint muttered, anyway, it's just talk. If all goes well, we'll be back here in a day and a half at the latest. If you're still here, then pay the balance. Jianghe gathered his things, preparing to leave. Finally, he added, if you think we're breaking our promise, then so be it. Is there anything else? Following Mint's hesitant and slightly tearful gaze, Jianghe looked at his right hand. He wanted to say he returned the hat next time, but judging from her expression, she seemed quite attached to this somewhat dirty witch's hat. Here. Taking the hat, Mint breathed a sigh of relief, checked it over, and immediately put it on. Watching the departing group, she said angrily, if you all die, won't I have nothing left? Just as she was about to leave this unfortunate place, she suddenly noticed a small, grayish-black bottle on the ground. Picking up the bottle of soul fragments, Mint touched her neck where the knife had been held. I better not die. I can't die because you owe me 2 bottles. When everyone returned to the guild, Zhong Zemo's shield was just finished. The nun and dragon girl, already panting, put down their forging tools and collapsed to sleep. Fully prepared, they set off again. The second teleportation point was still the large bathhouse on the first floor. Upon arriving at the Temple of the Guides, everyone stopped and, at Jianghe's reminder, meticulously checked their battle preparations. The thrifty original flavor fries only now began using the time-limited enchanted potions. Every little bit helps. Huh? Jianghe turned around abruptly, then saw the jailer. Both of them had felt a chill just moments before, like, watch out! In the center of the temple, densely lit by crystals, magical energy suddenly became chaotic. The ripples created by the brief intrusion of an unseen force overlapped with a hazy, warm light, creating a shimmering halo. Orange Tea's expression remained frozen in shock for a moment. The next breath, she was lifted high into the air. Saving someone was a purely instinctive act, yet it was precisely this instinct that prevented Jianghe from immediately reacting to the chill enveloping him. He regretted taking that first step. A massive surge of magical energy pierced his chest, and from everyone else's perspective, his body exploded. Orange Tea and Jianghe were both instantly killed. Original Flavor Fries reacted to the situation with lightning speed. She brought up her panel, first retrieving the highest quality Clarity Priest's dagger, followed by the necklace. Having executed this step, her warning to the others was also in place. Don't resist, it's a waste of durability. If the strategy hadn't even been deployed before being ambushed, there was no need for a prolonged, painful endeavor. A quick, short-term pain was needed for the next round. This subconscious reaction to changing equipment, she really is thrifty. The feeling of ending before it even began isn't pleasant. Everyone who died and returned to the guild stared at each other blankly. Kill order, Orange Tea me, French fries Jailer Bros Squid. Original French Fries was the first to react. Monsters danger ranking to our team. Huh? Orange Tea was bewildered. Why, wasn't Potato Bro the strongest? Potato Bro single-handedly defeated its first form. Jianghe was also somewhat confused when he died, but he quickly understood the monster's logic. The frog-headed Stitch monster had a clear weakness. It feared light, fire, and lightning magic. The unstable burning potion, which mixed light and fire, easily pierced its defenses, rendering it immobile. Its most powerful move is its magical form. The immense advantage of being invisible is enough to compensate for the inherent weaknesses of undead creations. As for Orange Tea, she possesses an unknown revelation. Wait a minute, I can use light, fire, and lightning magic too, so why wasn't I given preferential treatment? The jailer was somewhat dissatisfied with dying so late. Original Fries reminded him, to quote the shameful witch meant, "It's because you're weak." Did Orange Tea reveal her unknown revelation and good luck to it? Zhong Zemo tried hard to recall. Shouldn't she have been instantly killed before she could even unleash it? Perhaps. Jiang He took a deep breath. It was already awake when we entered the first floor, and was secretly observing us. The zombie horde wasn't triggered by us, but by it, to collect our behavioral data. As an undead creation, it retains more rationality than we imagined. Thinking about being followed and observed by this eerie monster from the moment they arrived, everyone couldn't help but shudder. Jiang He continued, contrary to our understanding, there's no so-called boss room here. The entire floor is its activity area. It possesses learning capabilities, not just the learning capabilities set in the game, but the intelligence that constructs its existence also learns and improves based on battles. The more countermeasures we demonstrate, the faster it adapts. Orange Tea murmured, our strategies are also training it. The stronger we become, the stronger it becomes. Zhong Zemo said, from a game design perspective, there must be a threshold, a balance point. It's impossible for it to learn infinitely, making it completely uncounterable by the player. A game without positive feedback, where victory is impossible, is no different from a terrible game. From our perspective as strategists, to quickly and painstakingly conquer the map, we must minimize the exposure of our hand and aim for a decisive blow, Jiang He pondered, stroking his chin. Suddenly, a smile crept onto his face. It likes to learn, so let's go along with it. The jailer hurriedly asked, any good methods? Jiang He looked at Orange Tea. Under everyone's gaze, Orange Tea was flustered. She hurriedly asked me, what can I do? The unknown revelation can't kill it. I have an idea that requires you and Squid to execute. Hearing that he was responsible for his part in Jiang He's plan, Zhong Zemo's heart pounded, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Can it be done? Jiang He asked. Probably. Jiang He recalled, I remember before we got married, you were incredibly fast at mastering any game. The jailer looked up and thought for a moment. Indeed, before we got married, you were the one who could carry us, but you started to become unbearably bad after the wedding. Psychological pressure and a sense of responsibility can prevent a person from focusing on what they love, leading to increasing lethargy. Jiang He teased, with great power comes great responsibility, and with little power comes little responsibility. For the past 2 years, you've been completely irresponsible. This time, shouldn't you at least take some responsibility? Zhong Zemo laughed. What? This time it's my turn to be the god of responsibility, really? Wow, you couldn't stand up before the divorce, and you can't stand up after the divorce either. Wasn't this divorce a waste? The jailer knew how to talk. Chapter 22. Realizing that there were no safe zones on the first level of the underground temple, the group, having been teleported to the boundary between reality and illusion, quickly advanced to the corridor where they had first encountered the zombie horde. Orange Tea's unknown revelation received feedback. Death is approaching. Jiang He immediately ordered, spread out. The tightly packed group at the boundary between reality and illusion split in two. Jiang He, French Fries, and the jailer stood guard, while Orange Tea, protected by Zhong Zemo, ran back the way they had come. A chill swept through the corridor, lingering only briefly above the trio before disappearing menacingly around a distant corner. You're right, just as you guessed. The jailer praised Jiang He's decision, his hands moving swiftly. Bottles containing low-quality elemental essence dust, obtained from it, were fixed to the walls on either side. Similar bottles appeared in the hands of Jiang He and original French Fries. Orange Tea's priority is even higher than I expected, Jiang He remarked. Sure enough, no matter where you are, those with exceptional luck are always the ones who attract attention. This was Jiang He's plan, relying on Orange Tea's extremely high aggro value. The frog-headed stitched monster would be lured away upon encounter. Zhong Zemo was responsible for protecting Orange Tea as much as possible. Frankly, no one believed the duo would return. In their invisible, magical state, accurately defending against sudden physical and magical attacks was incredibly difficult. Given the terrifying strength the frog-headed stitched monster displayed last time, even the most reliable metal shield would be destroyed in 2 hits at most. Maintaining the setup until the entire area was set up would be a major achievement. For bottles each a powder, ground from inferior fire and water elemental essences, The containers containing the elemental essence powders were arranged symmetrically at the four corners, with a large amount of unstable combustion potion piled in the center. A plain, low-level functional wind attribute scroll was pasted on the ceiling. The solution provided by the shameful witch mint was complete. The three stood behind this strange formation, ready for battle. This was a plan with little room for error. If the frog-headed abomination couldn't be defeated in one go, it would gradually learn countermeasures, making the subsequent challenges predictably difficult. Potato, I got a joke. Do you have to say something ridiculous when you're nervous? Knowing that even if she expressed her objections, the jailer wouldn't be able to control his tongue, Jianghe simply let him be. A perfect mosquito trap. The mosquito lands on the salt and thinks it's sugar. It gets thirsty from eating too much salt, goes to drink water only to find it's filled with wine. Drunk, it trips over a stick and then crashes headfirst onto a rock. It's definitely a classic card game trope. Players' wildly imaginative decks require cooperation from their opponents to succeed. Any mishap will ruin the desired result, hence this joke. Hopefully, the shameful witch isn't a shameful card player, and her solution is simple and effective, Jianghe couldn't help but think. Starting from the corridor, the moment they turned the corner, Orange Tea issued a danger warning. Actually, no warning was needed, the chilling cold had already seeped into Zhong Zemo's bones, his back icy. On the straight marble corridor leading to the bathhouse, they sprinted with all their might, the screeching sound of their wheels shattering the silence. A race against time would be futile, their goal from the start was to stall for time, the longer the better, so that even death would be worthwhile. Zhong Ziming abruptly grabbed Orange Tea, who was still frantically running. Caught off guard, she stumbled into his arms, and the two tumbled together onto the smooth marble floor, rolling a considerable distance. The ground along their path suddenly shattered, sending debris flying everywhere. Without time to clear their dazed minds, driven only by instinct, Zhong Ziming helped Orange Tea up, raising the massive shield in front of them. Before they could even see what was happening, the heavy thud of the weight striking the shield caused them to lose their balance, feeling the world spin. Zhong Ziming used all his strength to brace the shield, though cracked, it remained unmoved, as if fused to the ground. Knowing the next attack was imminent, Zhong Zemo swiftly switched to his pre-prepared kite-shaped shield and grabbed the slightly dizzy Orange Tea. Bless me, then hold me tight. Huh? Orange Tea didn't understand what this meant, but obediently complied, reaching out to cling tightly to Zhong Zemo's waist. After 2 unsuccessful attacks, the frog-headed stitched monster let out a shrill cry, sending a chill down Jianghe's spine. Although only mages could sense the flow of magic, there was a brief gap between the dissipation of magical state and the reappearance of physical form. A pale arm materialized from the ethereal, like someone lightly brushing a wet, yet unpainted stroke onto the palette of reality. The ripples that spread were visible. With a slight shift in his stance, the kite-shaped shield protected his chest. The monstrous force struck instantly, shattering the kite-shaped shield into pieces. Zhong Zemo and Orange Tea were launched like cannonballs, flying a considerable distance, tumbling and rolling away from the bathhouse corridor, sliding on the smooth marble floor before finally crashing into a thick pillar. Orange Tea now understood why she had clung to Zhong Zemo. It was the same move as Potato, anticipating the monster's attack and using its power to accelerate their escape from the danger zone. The kite-shaped shield couldn't withstand the powerful force. The impact left his right arm bleeding profusely, hanging limply at his side. No health bar, but a limb injury was marked. The shield magic had been pierced, but he had only lost the hand holding the shield. Zhong Zemo was incredibly lucky. Your good luck is truly life-saving. Let's not discuss metaphysics now. Thanks to Zhong Ziming's buffer, Orange Tea wasn't seriously injured. After her outburst, she calmly chanted Wind Spirit Prayer, one of the skill she gained after reaching LD5. Similar to the Wind's Blessing of the Shameful Witch and the Jailer Brother, it increases movement speed, but the difference is, from the vortex converging around the two creatures resembling miniature elves appeared, fluttering their wings. Without Orange Tea's command, they transformed into a wind wall, blocking the way. The accompanying wind spirits would do everything in their power to protect the caster, even if it seemed like a futile attempt. Seeing the disheveled two appear at the end of the corridor, Jianghe was utterly shocked. How did they survive? Although she couldn't see them, her intuition told Zhong Ziming that those hands were already reaching for Orange Tea. That was a sensitivity beyond the 5 senses. He pushed aside the Orange Tea, drew his last small metal round shield, and turned around. The power that neither the giant shield nor the kite-shaped shield could neutralize made the miniature round shield seem like a joke. However, a silver-white glow, symbolizing a light attribute enchantment, shone on this small round shield. At the last moment, Zhong Zemo didn't choose to enchant all 3 shields. He wanted to use all his limited potions on the option with the best chance of a counterattack. The enchanted glow briefly illuminated the ugly silhouette of the stitched monster hidden beneath the magic field, and its pale, terrifying hands. Bang! In Jianghe and the other's eyes, the frog-headed stitched monster trembled, emerged from the magic field, and slammed heavily against the wall beside it. Zhong Zemo didn't defend. Instead, just before the attack arrived, he gently flicked the stitched monster's large hand, which contained monstrous strength. Perfect timing, exquisite precision. Shield counter. The skill's description was only a simple sentence. Timing is everything. This isn't a game with predictable patterns. How to seize opportunities to achieve maximum impact with minimal effort. How to use minimal force to overcome overwhelming force. All depends on the player's understanding and judgment. I'm Super Squid! The jailer shouted. Bang! The stitched-together monster, which had just escaped into the magic field, used the same trick again. This time, its attacks from different angles were once again completely neutralized by the incredible shield parry. It once again slammed its head against the wall, leaving a huge dent. 2 brilliant counterattacks were enough to create an opening, allowing the exhausted Zhong Zemo to return to the group. I'm Super Squid! I'm Super Squid! The jailer was so stunned by the performance that he was practically repeating himself. What frame-by-frame shield parry? That's insane! Jianghe was stunned. You were 18, and you were using a proxy account? Even original fries couldn't hold back. Did you really get a second life? The least shocked was Orange Tea, a gaming newbie. She couldn't comprehend how terrifying Zhong Zemo's frame-by-frame counterattacks were. Madness, violence, and roars pierced everyone's eardrums. The frog-headed stitched monster was enraged. Even with only a remnant consciousness dominating it, the powerful undead creation felt humiliated by these 2 counterattacks. Just as it lunged at the crowd, Jianghe, already prepared, roared, "Activate!" The jailer, never failing at crucial moments, precisely struck the scrolls on the ceiling and the elemental dust on either side of the walls with 2 streams of magic. The words of the shameful which still echoed in their ears. What you need to solve is the problem of being trapped in a magic field and unable to effectively attack its physical form. The solution is simple. Create an elemental field that interferes with the magic field, and you force it out. Last time you used the unstable combustion potion to blast it out, it was based on the same principle. Fire and light disrupted the flow of magic. Hey, an elemental field and a magic field aren't the same thing. I can hardly explain it to you with your level of magic expertise. You just need to know that an elemental field covering a magic field will disrupt the magic state transformation dominated by the siren's body. It needs time to adjust to its elemental state, and this unstable gap is your opportunity. It won't be able to use form transformation to avoid damage. The wind elemental scroll spread dust throughout the entire corridor to the maximum extent. In this brief window of time, the frog-headed stitched monster will have nowhere to hide. Orange Tea, grant us good fortune. The quality of the unstable combustion potion was inconsistent. Even the Shameless, which admitted that the one they bought last time was her best product. She was constantly being chased because of her unstable quality control, so she couldn't guarantee that this potion would be just as spectacular. No worries, we have Orange Tea. Sacrifice a breath of Orange Tea's good fortune in exchange for a dazzling firework. A bright white light filled every corner of their vision in less than a breath, so intense that the jailer, who hadn't even had time to close his eyes, shed tears of emotion. Without elemental shields, the overflowing elemental dust interfered with their spellcasting. Even if they could cast spells, it would be useless. Perhaps the Shameless which had unusually produced a high-quality product, or perhaps Orange Tea's luck was inexhaustible. The corridor crumbled before their very eyes. Bricks and stones collapsed and melted like tofu. The intense heat melted everything around the epicenter into molten lava, which, with each explosion, scattered its scorching, dark red glow like a volcanic eruption. At the boundary between reality and illusion, the 5 experienced the sensation of flight. The shockwaves of heat propelled them into the air. The narrow corridor acted like a ventilation duct, with erupting volcanic ash and flying debris surging within its massive conduit. Wind Spirit, pray! Earth Element, Shield. Before the chimney effect could fully materialize, 2 layers of shield magic firmly protected them. Like silt swept by a flood, they were carried all the way to the garden where they had been wiped out the first time, finally finding a foothold and escaping the turbulent current. Cough, 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 cough. The realistic game feedback brought a realistic dizziness effect. Thankfully, she didn't actually vomit in the game. The effect, isn't it amazing? Orange Tea stared in astonishment at the ruins they had destroyed. She had never imagined those potions would have such power. Was this time the shameful witch's work a masterpiece? Long after the explosion, the group dared not set foot on the ruins again. The massive collapse forced them to crawl like rats through the gaps left by the supporting structures. As they approached the epicenter of the explosion, the jailer suddenly spoke. After being blown up like this, it can't possibly still be alive, right? Still alive? Zhong Zimo shouted. If it's still alive after this, it's no ordinary monster. We have to use our full strength. Having exerted considerable force, Zhong Zimo regained his former momentum, forcefully swinging his small round shield. Without any surprise, the Frankenstein's monster, which hadn't received prior data on its behavior at the boundary between reality and illusion, hadn't anticipated the bomb-based strategy. This method, powerful enough to shatter several temples together, pierced through both of its forms, leaving only the thickest part, the siren's torso. Jianghe and the others still didn't know what skills the fully formed second form of the stitched monster possessed, or how powerful it was. Simple and brutal, but it's damn effective. Equivalence is truth. A quick inspection of the crater left by the explosion revealed that the rest of the stitched monster was gone, but the siren's torso was only charred, each scale still gleaming. Were sirens such a powerful race in this worldview? Orange Tea announced the results. The jailer was practically dying of anticipation, his eyes gleaming as he stared at the floating orb of light. The series of encounters after entering the game, coupled with her companion's unwavering belief, had left Orange Tea confused. Could she really have such good luck in the game? It can't be that this time too. 3 dazzling beams of golden light interrupted her reverie. Orange Tea quickly turned to look at everyone, only to find them all staring at her. This time, even the original flavor fries became the ones to bask in the European aura of the Orange Tea. Chapter 23. Selectable Avatar Fragment 5 pieces. Jianghe distributed them to Orange Tea. She and Zhong Zemo not only excellently completed the monster-luring task, but also survived to the end, providing crucial shelter for everyone caught in the explosion. Moreover, Orange Tea herself had 20 avatar fragments, which would help her unlock this intriguing ability as quickly as possible and show it to everyone. Universal Forging Fragment 2 pieces. Can replace equipment materials of the same or lower quality to complete forging. As Garlic Sprout mentioned before, obtaining the corresponding set's crafting blueprint and giving it to the craftsman to learn would unlock forging. Now the materials are in place. The moment their eyes met, Zhong Zemo immediately declined. Don't give it to me, give it to someone else. His reasoning was similar to what Jianghe had said earlier. The priority should be strengthening the team's damage output. Even if he forged a sturdy and durable shield to withstand a few more hits, if the others couldn't break through his defenses, they would still die. Then you two, Fries and Jailer, each get one. Jailer and plain Fries didn't touch anything. You don't want anything again? There are plenty of materials from normal drops. I save them up first, then find the forging recipe for the Clarity set and craft a whole set. Currently, the Clarity set pieces all have resistance to darkness and necromancy, making them the best choice for challenging the underground temple at this stage. The adaptability equipment produced here, which changes with level, can also be considered endgame gear. Therefore, we should be frugal and continue to wait and see. Seeing Jianghe say this, the two finally accepted the distribution. While the others couldn't help but marvel at Orange Tea's incredible luck, Jailer stroked his chin, his eyes fixed on the still-present siren torso in the center of the explosion crater. You guys think we can take that? Everyone turned to look, only to see the Jailer already standing beside the siren's torso. Zhong Zemo laughed. It's just a scene prop. You can see it, touch it, pick it up, but you can't put it in your backpack, and you can't use it. The Jailer bent down. You're right, but that's another game. In Proof of the Stars, when something like this happens, you should swoosh. It was heavy. The Jailer stumbled after exerting force, almost falling over. Since you can steal and strip the nun's clothes, there's no reason you can't take this. Anyway, nobody wants it, I take it. Gritting his teeth, he shouted out his backpack, and the heavy siren's torso in the Jailer's hands turned into a beam of light and disappeared. Silence fell over the scene. Damn, it takes up so much space. There's not a single inch of space left in the backpack? Being able to put it in the backpack means the corrupted siren's body. The filth of the eternal night is dissipating, the aura of death has ceased, and it has returned to tranquility. Perhaps someone might be interested in its inanimate form? The last sentence of the description is quite meaningful. This thing definitely has another use. Without any hints, without any visual effects, piled up among the rubble of the explosion, they almost overlooked the siren's torso. It has to be you, Jailer bro. The death of the frog-headed stitched monster means that the first level of the underground temple, the dust cleansing layer, has been completely conquered. No more monsters spawn here, and the boundary between reality and illusion is clear. Following the map, the teleportation statue located in the prayer hall was found. The second level of the underground temple is the guardian layer. The clarifiers have set up numerous magic circles, mechanisms, and puppets on this level. Only a few high-ranking clarifier mages are permanently stationed on this level to monitor the operation of the magic circles. Not only Jianghe was confused, but everyone else was equally baffled. Why place the cleansing layer above the guard layer? Shouldn't preventing intrusion be a top priority for any large organization when establishing its headquarters? Regardless of the initial founder's intentions, given the current situation where the clarifiers were overwhelmed by the Church of Eternal Night, they probably had no way to regret it. After much hesitation, Jianghe decided to pause the attack. Time is of the essence. This round of teleportation was aimed at the frog-headed stitches. Now that they had achieved their original objective, they should take a break and convert their gains into tangible combat power before continuing. Jianghe returned to the entrance of the underground temple, hoping to see if Sister Alna would have any special conversation after killing the first-floor guard. However, despite the late hour, Alna did not appear. She promised to protect our only escape route, but where is she now? Zhong Zimo asked in astonishment. What exactly did she protect? Jianghe was puzzled. Based on their current gameplay experience, NPCs in the Stars of Proof wouldn't just disappear without a trace. Could it be that some unknown event had been triggered? When they returned to the boundary between Reality and Illusion Guild, the Dragon Girl and the Nun Craftsman were still fast asleep on the ground, clearly exhausted from the intense forging. Garlic Sprout? Garlic Sprout was extracting medicinal essence with the witch doll, preparing for potion making. Hearing its master's call, it immediately floated over. Guild, can other people visit? Jianghe thought for a moment, then rephrased, someone like you. I understand what you mean, of course you can, Garlic Sprout smiled. You can give the guild jewel to the character you want to invite. They can freely enter and leave the guild with the guild jewel, and you can know when they visit and when they leave through me. Can a character be permanently assigned to the guild? If she's willing, yes, and it will benefit the guild. The jailer chuckled mischievously. But what if she's unwilling? That's one of the forbidden behaviors in the game, Master. I know what you're thinking, but for your continued enjoyment of the world of Proof of the Stars, please proceed with caution. Your puppet is quite perceptive, the jailer remarked with amusement. Garlic Sprout kneaded the air, conjuring a pink guild gem out of thin air. The first guild gem was given away for free. Subsequent ones required materials for forging. Jianghe realized that some things, if you don't ask, the puppet might not bring them up. The fact that an NPC could be assigned to the guild wasn't mentioned at all in the initial introduction. He only got the answer after asking on a whim. It seems harassing Garlic Sprout is imperative. Who should receive the first guild gem? The people of the virtual real boundary all had the same answer. Robbery. Oh no, shopping was during the day, but Jianghe returned to Fingjia City late at night. Leaving the main trade route and entering a dense forest, he wondered if the shameless witch, Mint, was still there at this hour. His gaze locked onto the large tree where they had agreed to meet, and he looked around but couldn't see her. It's so late. She's probably carrying her bags home, Zhong Zimo guessed. Or maybe she didn't believe we pay and just slipped away. A rustling sound came from above. Looking up, he saw a dazed girl clinging to the edge of the ancient tree's thick trunk, muttering something incoherently. Want some soul fragments? The jailer released a ball of light at the opportune moment. Mint, her hair still disheveled from sleep, was muttering and cursing when she saw Jianghe and the others. Her eyes lit up. She didn't care about her image, grabbed her witch's hat, put it over her messy hair, and jumped down. You're really back. So fast, unbelievable. Mint looked left and right, seeing everyone was there, limbs intact, and a proud smile appeared on her lips. Looks like it went smoothly. My plan worked well, didn't it? Hurry up and say thank you. Original Fries said calmly, you didn't intend for us to come back alive, did you? As if she had been greatly wronged, Mint blushed. Seeing Jianghe staring intently at her hat, she quickly covered it with her hand. Didn't my plan work at all? Impossible. It worked just too well. Jianghe recounted the events. This is only in the game. In a real-world setting, a close-range explosion would instantly obliterate several novice adventurers along with the frog-headed stitched monster. Even if Mint poured all her unstable combustion potions with ambition, it would be difficult to create an explosion large enough to cause the temple complex to collapse in a chain reaction. Therefore, during the guild discussion, The jailer always felt that Mint's plan had a problem. Hearing about the scale of the explosion, Mint herself was stunned. She didn't believe that every single potion in her batch was top tier. If they were, she wouldn't be being chased around. Wait, you just said an elemental field activated in a long corridor? Mint swallowed hard. How narrow a corridor? Jianghe recalled, it seems the width of their arm spans was the narrowest area. Combining this with the others' descriptions, Mint's eyes widened suddenly, the expressions on everyone's faces at the boundary between reality and illusion like they seen a ghost. The elemental mist was triggered. With your strength, how could you survive? You're all unharmed. She clutched her head, muttering in disbelief. No, 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 how could my potions possibly? But this is. What is elemental mist? The jailer asked. You're a mage, and you don't even know what elemental mist is? The jailer replied matter-of-factly, no, what's wrong? There wasn't a single tutorial in the game. How was he supposed to learn about these world-building facts? What about magic explosion? You don't understand that either? I only heard of explosions. Mint was truly speechless. With an unusually serious tone, she began her lesson like a teacher. Elemental mist is a special phenomenon caused by the excessive concentration of elemental power, resulting in a critical point where all elements converge into a single elemental sea, merging and spreading like mist. Anyone within it will feel an intense burning sensation. Then, with just the slightest friction, the elemental mist can trigger a violent chain reaction. A confined space, abundant elemental power reverberating and colliding. Both conditions are met, but Jianghe is puzzled. Wouldn't the elemental mist be easily controlled? Easy? Mint exclaimed. That's a great power that countless mages specializing in elemental control cannot master even after a lifetime of effort. It's a mystery that only the highest-ranking mages have a chance to glimpse. And you say it's simple? Zhong Zimo asked curiously. We triggered it using your potion. Because triggering the elemental mist itself isn't difficult. What's truly difficult is controlling its continuous chaining, its constant reactions, and its eventual fusion. If you want to pry open the mist with a meager amount of elemental power, try tossing a coin 100 times in a row and get heads every time. Mint sighed. This is a rather imprecise analogy, since I'm not an elemental expert, but now you should know how lucky you are, right? Now they understood a little. It seemed they had inadvertently created and witnessed this world. The most magical phenomenon in the world? Original Fries said, so, when we killed the frog-headed Stitches, we accidentally rolled a die, creating a mist powerful enough to kill both us and the Stitches, and also the possibility of surviving within it. All the energy of the elemental mist exploded onto the Stitches. This luck is terrifying, Mint exclaimed. If even a tiny bit had leaked out, none of you would have made it back. Remembering how they said they trade Orange Tea's breath of good luck for a giant firework. It truly was one of the most thrilling fireworks in the world. Watching for even a second longer would mean certain death. Why are you, looking at me, almost got everyone killed? Shouldn't this be bad luck? Orange Tea couldn't help but shrink back. To see something like this, dying would be worth it, Jailer Bro clapped. Chapter 24. Jianghe didn't tease Mint, and readily handed over the remaining 2 bottles of soul fragments. Upon receiving the final payment, Mint was overjoyed. She examined the soul fragments bound by mysterious magic, while praising Jianghe for keeping his word. If you need any potions, be sure to come to me. I have expertise in healing, poison, amplification, and enchanting. Mint quickly promoted herself, afraid of losing such a sincere and capable customer. High quality at low prices, strict quality control. Strict quality control, how dare she say that? Mint didn't want to lose the client, the boundary between reality and illusion, and the boundary between reality and illusion didn't want to lose her, the witch either. Seeing Jianghe pull out 3 more bottles of soul fragments, the shameless witch immediately became excited. What else would you like? I can give you a discount this time. I'd buy you. You're so funny. Noticing the original flavored fries had circled behind her again, the smiling Mint immediately stopped laughing, her forehead sweating profusely. Don't misunderstand me. I have something to give you. Jianghe tossed the guild gem to Bo. Starry Sky Gem this? Isn't this a treasure containing teleportation power, something only top-tier mages can wield? The shameless witch's knowledge base was clearly impressive. Previously, the jailer had tried showing certain items, circulated only among players, to merchants active in the Windjammer City trade routes, and most couldn't identify them, only knowing they were of extraordinary origin. Looks like we can save some explanation time. The teleportation point is our guild's base. We hope you can come and visit. If possible, we'd like to offer you some academic or other support. Stroking the smooth, warm guild gem, Mint tentatively asked, I'm a little tired. Can I not go? We won't take your labor for free. We can share some of the materials we gather with you for potion making, and we might even give you some of those soul fragments, Jianhe said. Also, we don't force you to stay in the guild permanently. You can leave anytime you want. It doesn't seem so tiring. When do we leave? Inviting the Shameless, which was much simpler than she had imagined, practically effortless. After teleporting down, Mint opened her eyes, and immediately surveyed the guild's furnishings. Like a new player, she was interested in everything, even picking up a dilapidated chair to examine it. This is your guild? She looked disappointed. You think it's too shabby? Looking at the dragon girl and nun fast asleep on the floor not far away, embracing each other, Mint's eyes seemed to speak. There wasn't even a bed. This was too shabby. It's newly established, and we lack everything. Zhong Zemo served Mint a freshly roasted rabbit as a welcome gesture for her first visit. I thought someone who could produce the starry sky jade would live in a magnificent palace. You guys aren't the thieves, are you? You stole some high-ranking mage's jewel and entered their private domain. Now, the person most like a thief had accused her of being one. What high-ranking mage would live in such a shabby place? Plain fries hit the nail on the head. That's true. Mint's eyes lit up after taking a bite of Zhong Zemo's roasted rabbit, and she grabbed it without any manners and started gnawing on it. Roasted rabbit is my standard order too? You have to ask Squid. If he's willing to prepare one for you, then it is. If you provide me with 3 meals a day, it's not that I can't stay a little longer. The group exchanged glances, silently expressing the same thought. What an embarrassing witch. Jianhe set aside a separate storage box, and put the promised materials inside. Everything in this box is usable. Mint gave a thumbs up. You guys are much better than those apothecaries in the Anna Empire. The jailer, who was squatting beside the nun dull admiring her sleeping face, turned around upon hearing this. What? Is it because we can tolerate your embarrassing traits more? Don't you dare ask me to brew potions for you. Mint held a grudge. All right, mine. The jailer readily apologized, then remembered something. He opened the storage box, pulled out a huge object, and placed it heavily on the ground. Perfect timing, great witch. Could you show us what this is for? Great. This pleased Mint greatly, and she immediately ran over excitedly. But one glance was enough to petrify her. Orange tea waved in front of Mint, which she brushed aside. She slowly crouched down, gently stroking the still hard, smooth scales, her face showing both excitement at witnessing a treasure, and a touch of sadness. Siren. We obtained this from a temple we visited recently. What are its uses? The main uses are the scales. Siren scales can be used for forging, and grinding them can produce enchanting dust and potions. Mint pointed to a special scale resembling a heart, shimmering with a sea blue light, located near the collar of the torso. Only a siren possessing this scale can wield the power of words. Words of power? They are born of the sea, natural darlings. They can communicate magic simply through language. While most people are still manipulating their magic, they have already completed the spell. The jailer's heart burned with excitement. What can this be used to make? It can be used for inlaying, Mint said. I once saw a high-ranking mage from the Anna Empire possess a staff inlaid with a core magic scale, which can grant the caster wondrous blessings. The jailer hurriedly tried to awaken the nun to process the scale, but Mint interrupted him. An unskilled blacksmith will only ruin it. He realized this was one of the cores for forging high-level equipment. Such a valuable item, and they didn't even give a hint. He almost missed it. Following Mint's advice, the jailer moved the siren's torso to the fountain in the guild hall. Because no maintenance order was given, the fountain was quite dilapidated at the moment. As the materials were added, water elements quickly gathered, and clear water slowly flowed over the torso, making the siren's scales shimmer. After this incident, everyone felt even more strongly that bringing the shameful witch over was incredibly worthwhile. Although shameful, her knowledge was truly invaluable. Perhaps she really did study at an imperial academy? But if that were the case, why would she be reduced to selling potions in a remote border town? In any case, continuing her studies at an imperial university would have been far more promising than venturing out into the world. The shameful witch refused to answer this question, and she remained tight-lipped about the origins of her strange potion-making techniques and formulas, only attributing it to her superhuman talent. Seeing Jianghe hesitate for a long time in front of the forging table, Original Flavor Fries walked over and clicked the pre-order button for him. Does it really take you this long to decide whether to make a green-quality garment? I just want to be a tragic hero who squeezes blood out of an empty stomach? Original Flavor Fries paused. I don't need you to be so frugal. Jianghe shrugged. Min was allowed by Zhong Zemo to admire the rest of the guild's inventory, and afterwards, she was practically floating on air. A moment later, she sidled up to Jianghe, asking if he wanted her to stuff something more into her box. Her creative potential was limitless. No, not at all. Who knows if this guy might waste everything when he gets excited. Right now, they're allocating resources very sparingly, and they can't afford to be more extravagant with this shameless witch. At least a bed will do, right? You want me to come often? I can't be left without a place of my own. Anticipating Jianghe's no, Mick kept repeating to him like a broken record, give me a bed, a clean and tidy bed. Are you a child? You keep nagging because you can't get what you want. Jianghe gave in, and had to go out to buy some materials, using a puppet to handcraft a bed for her. While everyone was analyzing the second floor of the Clarity Underground Temple, she rested her chin on her hands, listening intently from the headboard. She knew nothing about the Clarity. The continent they inhabited was called Anna, named after Anna, the strongest overlord on the continent, whose lineage had lasted for 1,000 years. There wasn't a single active church organization on the continent called the Clarity, and she had never heard of the Eternal Night. As for areas outside the mainland, perhaps those merchants specializing in maritime trade would have heard of it. Jianghe could finally confirm that the area they had teleported to was far from the initial mainland of the game, a place that could only be reached through special methods. Exploring the new map before other players, they made a fortune. The game notification sound began to ring, signaling the imminent end of this round of gameplay. Min had already started working at the potion workshop. With Jianghe's promise, she was full of initiative. Potato, can I hide at your place? Zhong Zemo suddenly said, with the money for a hotel, I could buy 2 sets of shrine maiden outfits. It seemed he was determined not to go home for the time being. That's fine, but if you go to school, she'd probably block your way. Filed for divorce wasn't the end. Zhong Zemo still had a difficult road ahead, and it would be some time before he was completely free. Suddenly, the jailer asked, should we practice PvP a little? Practice? Why practice? Original Fries retorted. Just coast along. Do you really want to give it your all? What if? What if? You might accidentally get a top ranking, or accidentally qualify for the offline tournament, and become an invited guild in the first event. Did you hear that notification sound? Original Fries said. Time to wake up, dream time is over. Wow, what's the difference between a person without dreams and a salted fish? You have to dare to dream. The jailer continued, with so many participating teams, there must be buys. We have orange tea, so let's get buys for 2 or 3 rounds, then casually win against a few other guilds like us who are just coasting along, and then accidentally have a big breakout. It's very possible. Maybe after the offline tournament, we'd be promoted to the World Championship? Here's a pen, you write it. Jianghe retorted. This wasn't just a dream anymore. The script had already been written. Chapter 25. Jianghe returned from his job search near dusk. Carrying a suitcase, with pre-purchased fruits and vegetables on the ground, Zhong Zemo was playing a mobile game outside his door. The sudden release of Proof of the Stars didn't squeeze out other games. This game, with its time limit and start only after falling asleep, perfectly avoided the competition from other game genres. Jianghe opened the door. You actually managed to get your clothes back. I took advantage of the time difference. She wasn't home. Zhong Zemo asked as he entered, where's the kitchen? While Zhong Zemo was busy in the kitchen, his phone suddenly started ringing incessantly. Jianghe picked it up and glanced at it. It was an unknown number. He leaned out. Silence it, don't answer. She's in a hurry. Jianghe understood. There's nothing to be in a hurry for, it's all over. Zhong Zemo was very calm, as if he were describing something unrelated to himself. After an hour of busy work, Jianghe finally cleared out the clutter in the next bedroom, and Zhong Zemo also finished his task. Braised tofu with scallions, braised chicken, chicken with pork belly, and a dish of water spinach with garlic. That was their dinner. Although Jianghe could cook, his skills were far inferior to Zhong Zemo's. The delicious and visually appealing meal left him thoroughly satisfied, burping with delight. Is this your usual standard at home? Zhong Zemo nodded. I can't play with real cards, I can't play with models, I have to develop some new hobbies to fill the void. Accustomed to being busy at home, Zhong Zemo washed the dishes, and was about to cook something else when Jianghe reminded him, at which point he smiled with relief. At home, wanting to do something during free time would always draw nagging, to the point that he had become unaccustomed to relaxing. 5 hours until midnight, plenty of free time. Zhong Zemo borrowed Jianghe's other computer, opened Steam, which he hadn't touched in ages, and browsed his game library. Most of the games he saw had been logged into months, even a year or two ago. Let me see what you've been playing. Jianghe leaned closer. Magic Thunder, 1,700 hours. Stellaris, 1,200 hours. Demolition Number 6, 1,000 hours. Savage 6, 700 hours. Besides that, he had secretly bought a ton of AAA titles during sales over the past 2 years, but most of them hadn't been touched since. Completely relaxed, Zhong Zemo chose Magic Thunder as the start of his rehabilitation. He passionately unleashed Thunderbolt 5 attacks on his enemies one by one, while Jianghe opened the official Stellaris forum Starry Dream. As the only officially designated community, this is the forefront of information for the game Proof of the Stars, with a vibrant atmosphere of discussion. Jianghe's community ID is Potato Fried Ginger Slices. He's the type of person who only reads posts and doesn't comment, quietly gathering the information he needs. Jianghe most frequently browses 2 sections. One is the strategy section, Messenger of the Stars, where useful game tips are shared. The other is the water dissipation section, where anyone can post anything, rambling without even bothering with fancy names. Today's most discussed post in the water dissipation section is Barrel Water God Luo Guild is recruiting PvP masters. Generally, such guild recruitment posts are quickly buried by other posts in the water dissipation section, but this one manages to top the discussion board. As the saying goes, in the online community, the tallest buildings are filled with either big shots or idiots. This post, however, fits both descriptions perfectly. To keep their recruitment post at the top, the management of the Water God Luo Guild decided to use their financial power, holding a random red envelope giveaway within the post. Everything was peaceful until a guild called Dream Master specifically came to the post to provoke them, and a fierce war of words ensued. In other games, Jianghe would habitually assume that the game developers were instigating infighting among players to profit from in-game purchases. But the biggest revenue stream for Proof of the Stars comes from monthly cards and custom skins, so this Dream Master Guild is probably genuinely lacking common sense. And indeed, even though everyone pointed out that posting their recruitment link under another guild's post was tantamount to provocation, they still confidently engaged in a heated debate. That's the flavor, that's the flavor. No game is without idiots. Without a few, players would truly believe that Proof of the Stars is paradise. Jianghe watched the back and forth exchange with amusement, about to send a "I want to see rivers of blood" emoji, when he suddenly saw a familiar name. Jailer bathing feet and wanting to smash. What's the point of arguing on the forum? Let's go to the game, the conflict zone, and have a showdown. Anyone who doesn't go is a dog. Forming a guild and inviting PvP experts is all about participating in competitions, right? Let's use this opponent as practice. Where there's fun, there's him. The fun-loving jailer is here to fan the flames. As if providing a solution to the conflict, the discussion quickly turned into a challenge, and then Barrel Water God Luo will be waiting for Dream Master tonight in the conflict zone, beside the trade route outside Fingjia City. Those who love a good spectacle are always in the majority, and other guilds quickly followed suit. The guild leader of Corn's Chosen said, "You might need a professional referee, and we'd be happy to accept the invitation." Players were even more eager to join in the festivities and come watch. Where there are people, there is conflict. Where there is conflict, there is conflict. And where there is conflict, there is no shortage of onlookers. The two guilds, already at odds, were now even more entangled, with no way to back down without a fight. The jailer seemed to have unintentionally become the catalyst for some historic event. Seeing Jianghe smiling broadly, Zhong Zemo stopped playing his game and came over. Is this some kind of Guild War warm-up? The Guild War seems to be using a balance mode, which is a bit different from the game's regular PvP. Jianghe's lips curled up. If it weren't for the need to conquer the underground temple, I'd be interested in going to check it out. Since there was no tutorial or newbie guide, every player started their second life in the dream world completely bewildered, so the posts in the chat section were mostly questions. Someone wondered why, after only stealing twice, being caught by the Judgment Knight resulted in a 6-hour imprisonment weakened state instead of 2 hours. What did you steal? The Judgment Knight's armor. Someone impulsively killed an NPC in Windpod City, hoping to disrupt other players' normal activities, only to find that only the NPC in their world bubble had died. Everyone else was still interacting normally with NPCs in the main world, leading to a breakdown and a plea for help. Jianghe had absolutely no sympathy for this. He was subjectively malicious, and had only himself to blame. Someone accidentally triggered a special event, suddenly teleporting to an unfamiliar area. Before they could record their coordinates with the Starry Sky Gem, they were killed by monsters, and are now seeking help. This thread has many participants, but due to limitations in strength and the map, most players' active areas are quite limited. They only seen the tip of the iceberg of the vast Anna Empire. If there were a way to travel to entirely new areas using special methods, those confident in their skills and eager to challenge opponents of higher levels would undoubtedly flock to it. Jiang He thought of the Clarity Underground Temple they were exploring and quickly searched for keywords. The search yielded nothing, which made him smile slightly. The boundary between virtual and real worlds is still in the lead. Don't you guys think the game's crackdown on third-party trading is timely? Seeing this discussion thread, Jiang He immediately clicked on it. I saw this in the comments section of a small Bilibili site. A content creator acted as a guarantor, helping a whale, a wealthy player, speed up guild building by acquiring materials. The transaction was frozen immediately after delivery. From the warning of illegal trading to the return of the materials, the whole process took less than 20 minutes, incredibly efficient. The post resonated with some players who had tried third-party trading. Their established mindset when playing games is that if they can use in-game purchases to accelerate progress and enjoy the core gameplay, they don't mind spending a little. Therefore, upon discovering that the official system didn't sell stats, they felt uneasy and sought off-site assistance. Their transactions all ended in failure. Players had never seen such an efficient and accurate review mechanism before. Not only have third parties disappeared, but cheating has also been completely defeated by this revolutionary game. The current proof of the stars is characterized by two words: pure. The discussion about third parties quickly attracted the attention of community administrators. The post was locked, sunk, and swept into the ripples of the general discussion. This approach clearly expresses the official stance. Those with the financial means should focus on buying costume templates and non-essential items from the in-game store. Don't try to exploit loopholes. While it's unclear how they achieve such precise censorship, this method undoubtedly boosts the goodwill of most players. A truly conscientious game, the best game. It's so incredibly generous that Zhong Zemo wanted to empty his wallet and let the star tokens drain some more money. I buy another black and white template tonight. With his wallet back under control, Zhong Zemo spoke with much more confidence. Chapter 26. 3 bottles of unstable combustion agent, 3 bottles of blinding dust. This was the result of Mint and the doll's collaborative efforts after everyone in the boundary between the virtual and real worlds logged off. She picked up the bottle containing the blinding dust, shook the coal-black sand inside, and explained. The method is simple. Slightly pull the piston at the bottle opening until it's loose, then smash it onto the enemy. It will temporarily blind most living beings. Seeing Orange Tea excitedly reach for it, she added, don't use it on soulless things, and it's also not advisable against enemies stronger than you. This is just a clever trick. It'd have negligible effect on powerful mages and monsters. You'd be better off running away. I reconstituted the enchantment potion for your clothes. Who exactly are you people? You have the money to create such excellent puppets, but you don't have the proper skills to teach them. Mint looked disdainfully at the puppets standing nearby, their heads slightly bowed. While everyone was away, these puppets seemed to have been severely reprimanded by Mint, and now they looked quite aggrieved. Although thinking this was unfair to Mint's initiative, Jiang He couldn't help but associate her with Paru. What a cute and useful witch. Considering how hard I worked, how about some stardust? She rubbed her hands together with a smile. She took back her earlier assessment. She was still a shameful witch. I don't have stardust, but I can give you some soul fragments. Jiang He asked curiously, are you short of money? What are you talking about? Apothecaries have huge expenses. Mint patted her chest. Every expense you make now is an investment in the future greatest potion master of this continent. When I reach the peak, I repay you 100-fold. But you used all of our guild's materials. You didn't consume any at all. You took several bottles of the finished product, and you even hoarded the materials we gave you. Original Fries checked the guild records provided by Garlic Sprouts. While offline, Mint used 4 bottles of soul shards to create 11 portions of blinding dust. 4 failed, 7 succeeded. Unstable combustion potion succeeded 8 times, failed 3 times. 2 unknown potions, both succeeded. Damn it, didn't I avoid the puppet's gaze? Such high intelligence. Mint's subconscious muttering made everyone narrow their eyes slightly. Anyway, you don't need to know too much about the witch. Wow, consider this my reward. Where did you find such a good apothecary, who even helps train the dolls and perfect the formula? Jiang He rubbed his fingers. Those 2 unknown potions. Mint quickly covered her hat, pleading, here, have one. With that, she hurriedly pulled out the jet black potion from her large backpack. Whispers of Death. Creates a highly alluring aura for undead creatures at the point where the potion spreads. This was something the Grand Apothecary Kovacs of the Anna Empire attained in his later years. In his later years, he claimed to have witnessed a miracle from the abyss. Zhong Zemo feigned anger. You actually wanted to keep 2 bottles of such a good thing for yourself. Stop scolding me, stop scolding me. I won't do it again. Seeing that no one meant to blame her, Mid tentatively said, I plan to leave for a while. She breathed a sigh of relief upon discovering that the boundary between reality and illusion indeed wouldn't hinder her. Don't worry, I'll be back after I sell everything. With that, he used the guild's precious gem to leave. Jiang He checked the potion recipes possessed by the guild dolls, and found that, as Min had said, there were indeed some extra. At least there's something reliable about them, Orange Tea remarked. Equipping the potions, he completed the energy transfer at the boundary between reality and illusion and teleported to the underground temple of the Clarifier. Sister Anna's spirit still hadn't appeared. Confirming this, Jiang He decided to readjust the coordinates of the Starry Sky Gem, setting it before the teleportation statue in the cleansing layer. As always, he arrived at the closed passageway of the underground tunnel, and used the Clarifier's lantern to illuminate the wall. As the wall spun, like a Rubik's Cube, a piercing sound echoed through the confined space. Invasion! 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 The seagulls above the player projection panels actually appeared on their own, circling above everyone's heads and shouting anxiously. 5 seagulls cried out in unison, their increasingly urgent cries making everyone tense. What happened? Original Fries drew his knife, looking around blankly. The jailer was equally bewildered. Didn't we clear the first floor? Why is there an intrusion alarm now? The seagulls cried out hoarsely, World Bubble, approaching. The next second, the scenery before everyone's eyes blurred at the boundary between reality and illusion, everything appearing double. The ground beneath their feet and the objects around them remained unchanged, yet the tremors emanating from the space sent chills down their spines. All of this happened in 3 or 4 breaths. The walls, illuminated by lanterns, hadn't fully opened, and a dark red glint in the passage before them severed the boundary between illusion and reality. A slit was sliced open in space by an extremely sharp blade, like a red-hot knife cutting through butter. The edges of the space first boiled and melted, then scorched open a deep portal large enough for 2 people to pass through simultaneously. As the illusory wall leading to the first level of the underground temple opened, intruders from another world bubble appeared before them. Jiang He recognized the leader, and then smiled with relief and disdain. They're really persistent. There were 13 people in total, their equipment a mixed bag, just like the boundary between reality and illusion. Wow, the super streamer Watermelon Shumai. The jailer's words were so powerful that Watermelon Shumai, who had been beaming with pride upon seeing Jiang He, instantly turned grim. A human male with a game name The Clock Keeps Turning smugly boasted. Shumai, see? I told you so. They're definitely the only active group here, and they even opened the phantom gate we needed to unlock. Is this the kind of loyal fan who stand by you even after you slandered others? Jailer Bro clicked his tongue. So pure, so pure. There are so many. People who cyberbully others really have the nerve to say things like that. Cyberbullying? Jailer Bro's attack speed was at its peak, unleashing a barrage of attacks. How did our potato bro cyberbully you? Oh, he just posted the whole story verbatim. I thought he was writing a long essay to whitewash the truth and incite his fans to attack innocent people. What? I've been cyberbullied. I'm going to get depressed. I'm 99% wrong, but doesn't Potato have even a 1% fault? Jiang He didn't even need to engage in a direct confrontation. The jailer, a master of witty banter, was like a strategist, relentlessly mocking the 15 Wang Langs until their faces flushed red. And he didn't utter a single curse word, even quietly reminding everyone. They'd be recording this too. He was incredibly skilled at arguing. Kill them! The humiliated Wang Langs, knowing that attacking from behind would only bring further humiliation, decided to resort to force to resolve the conflict. Players aren't monsters, and Jiang He didn't dare to be careless, immediately ordering a retreat. Several bottles quietly rolled to the ground as Jiang He turned. Original Flavor Fries, anticipating Jiang He's move, pulled a spare, tattered dagger from his right palm. Just as they were about to leave the passage and enter the temple area, Orange Tea suddenly received instructions, turning and tossing a potion. Blinding dust was shattered in midair by the quick-witted Watermelon Shumai Vermicelli. Still trying to use magic. Before the words were finished, dust dissipated in the wind, enveloping them, and darkness suddenly descended. Why can't we see? How despicable, using such a despicable potion. Original Fries had already aimed, his dagger transforming into a throwing knife, piercing through the wall of people, accurately hitting several inconspicuous bottles rolling in the darkness during the chase. It's alright, there are some non-despicable ones. Zhong Zimo held his giant shield in front of everyone. Go back and enjoy your weakness. After a deafening roar, the shockwave from the explosion engulfed Watermelon Shumai and her fans. Even someone as powerful as the frog-headed Stitches was ravaged by the potion, let alone a group of people with inferior equipment compared to the boundary between reality and illusion, possessing only a numerical advantage. Look at them, dancing happily in the fire. The jailer's words carried real damage. The fire elementals, who had initially intended to struggle, abandoned their potions and scrolls upon hearing this, cursing angrily before dying. Look, you're in such a hurry. Being in a hurry won't help, time is running out. Those players instantly killed by the explosion and burns were lucky. 2 unlucky ones at the front escaped unscathed, only to be knocked to the ground by Zhong Zimo's shield parry. Another player was stabbed in the ribs by original flavor fries, the excruciating pain rendering him unable to exert any strength, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Oh, you're the clockwork guy who gave the Watermelon Shumai the idea, Jianghe said with a cold smile as he approached him, gesturing for original flavor fries to calm him down. If you want to die quickly, and without affecting your game time, why not answer one question? Clockwork Guy naturally understood how frustrating it would be to have his teleportation constantly interfered with, so he readily nodded. How did you manage to invade the world bubble? An item. A very special item. He turned and pointed to the sea of fire. That person should be dead. The item has already dropped, you can go check it out. Dropped after death? If killed by a player, the holder loses control of the item. Timekeeper bro, afraid of wasting more time, hurriedly explained, it's a golden drop, usable 3 times. The flames died down, and Jianghe saw a bronze key lying on the ground, glowing faintly red. Thieves' key, the holder gains the power to spy on and invade the world bubble space. Uses 2. A power of concealment comparable to a god, a talent for roaming the shadows, yet she reached for the god's secrets. She flaunted it, and will surely die because of it. The user will inevitably be tainted with sin. Jianghe had indeed seen someone's name slightly reddened in the crowd earlier. It seemed this was the cause. Chapter 27. In the Proof of the Stars, players are situated within separate world bubbles. Only upon entering public areas do their world bubbles partially merge into the main world. Windpod City is such a public area, as are some ranger huts in the Windpod City wilderness, and the Adventurers Guild. PvP within these public areas requires the consent of both parties. Correspondingly, there are special conflict zones in the wilderness map. Entering a conflict zone grants the right to attack any player within sight. The underground temple of the Clarities is not a conflict zone. All members of the reality virtual boundary are under a shared world bubble, and should not be subject to external interference. Jianghe played with the key in his hand, which exuded an ominous aura, and suddenly became interested. Watermelon Shumai used this strange item to cause 2 world bubbles to overlap and collide, initiating the invasion. He couldn't help but ask, does spying on other players' world bubbles consume a usage count? It consumes a usage count. The 2 functions are linked. If you spy on a world bubble, but don't choose to invade, the count will still be consumed. The only difference is that spying won't accumulate sin or curse. Clockwork Bro didn't know the specific negative effects of sin, only that the person who used it, as Watermelon Shumai's top sycophant, had a face contorted in a bitter grimace afterward. When Watermelon Shumai asked, he gritted his teeth and said magnanimously, it's nothing. However, anyone could sense the smugness in his words. Jianghe kept his word and, after obtaining the necessary information, gave the 2 unlucky guys a quick death. Before releasing them, Jianghe asked Clockwork Bro to pass on a message. Tell Watermelon Shumai. He said, clutching the key, the stuff is great, the kids love it, come back anytime. Also, we're on the 2nd floor now, don't even think about getting stuck here again. This was the first PvP for the 5-person group from the reality/virtual boundary since entering the game, a surprisingly easy and enjoyable victory against overwhelming odds. The overall atmosphere didn't resemble a thrilling competitive battle, it was more like a trap set by unscrupulous players, luring low-level monsters into grind experience and loot equipment. Juzi Cha, lacking any PvP experience, explained that it was quite different from what she had imagined. She excitedly explained, they're even easier to fight than the monsters in the temple. It seems that's true. The 5-person group's gaming experience was significantly different from ordinary players. While most players, after entering the Proof of the Stars, spent their time grinding low-level monsters outside Windpod City, they challenged the underground temple dungeon with an average level of LV5. even successfully looting gold from the Guardians on one floor. However, this unexpected first victory didn't change everyone's established goals. Their initial thoughts on the First Guild War, starting in about 20 days, remained the same. Participation is key, getting the participation prize is a victory, and getting the minimum reward is enough to pop the champagne. Staring at the thief's key in Jiang Hei's hand, Original Flavor Fries narrowed his eyes. We need to speed up our progress. They haven't even cracked the illusion wall yet, so they probably haven't triggered Sister Alna's storyline. The jailer, having enjoyed a good match, hummed a little tune optimistically. Watermelon Shumai, using our world bubble as a route, and relying on the overlapping of spaces during the world bubble invasion, is enough to record the coordinate information with the Starry Sky Gem. Everyone was stunned. It's possible? I think it is. Original Fries stared at the key emitting a dark red glow. The thief, didn't the item name already give you a hint? Stealing progress, skipping the story? Jailer exclaimed. Can such an item even exist? That's too unbalanced. Who would want to play it properly now? Everyone's just hitching a ride. Jiang Hei's lips curled up. If what Fries said is feasible, then based on everything I experienced since entering the game, I don't think it's a free ride. Watermelon Shumai was indeed stuck on the storyline. After paying the price of weakened members, and barely defeating the two Shadow Wolves at the entrance to the underground temple, they couldn't find their way forward. Although the team also had a follower, this follower's unknown revelation was clearly slightly inferior to Orange Tea's. Could the problem lie with that nun's spirit? Perhaps we shouldn't have attacked her. It seems the nun wasn't destroyed by us, but left on her own. Ignorance, violence, such a repulsive face. We gave everything, only to end up protecting people like you. The nun's voice, filled with utter despair as her spirit dimmed, now echoed in their minds. They made the wrong choice. After rechecking everyone's loot, Watermelon Shumai found the stealer's key. The word spying on other players' world bubbles and invasion excited everyone. So there was always an alternative solution. Realizing the key couldn't trigger the temple's magic circle, and combining it with the star gem's coordinate positioning function, they could easily ambush a player who had solved the level and then infiltrate to steal their progress. The plan went exceptionally smoothly, the only problem being that they all died and returned to the boundary between reality and illusion. Watermelon Dumpling, back in Windjam City, was filled with resentment. She had hoped to ride the wave of success and enjoy the early benefits of the game. If it weren't for Cyber Potato, business deals, money, and influence would have already been hers. Now it's him again. Anger made Watermelon Dumpling breathe heavily. I absolutely cannot let him conquer the underground temple so easily. I absolutely cannot let him be the first to clear it. Surpassing him, taking his place, this was one of her few opportunities to turn her reputation around. If she could conquer it first, and then selflessly share some strategy tips, unsuspecting people would defend her, and over time, history would erase all traces of her actions. After all, the internet has no memory. Playing dead is the simplest and most effective way to manage public opinion. Everyone tried to distribute the materials needed for the enchanting jade. Having just recovered from the weakness of death, Watermelon Dumpling eagerly began giving orders. She concealed her inner anger well, her face beaming with a business-like smile. Those gathered here were her fans, refined and refined even further, so amidst their earnest and humble requests, they generously contributed the last of their materials. Some even sacrificed their last few potions, while others removed 1 or 2 pieces of armor to make up the difference. 14 people, their backpacks emptied, only Watermelon Dumpling still had a few potions left. The reason it was 14 people was because, after relaying Jiang Hei's words, Timekeeper Bro left the group, citing friends teaming up. Don't worry, my gaming experience tells me that once we pass through the portal, the temple will reveal only the tip of the iceberg. Defeating just one level will make our investment worthwhile. If we can finish the guide before Cyber Potato and the others, guess what? Will our names appear on the front pages of major gaming communities? The Watermelon Shumai's flatbread soothed everyone's inner turmoil and resistance, while the shimmering starry sky gem released dazzling starlight, enveloping them. However, just before the teleportation, the seagull's notification suddenly rang out. Send to send. Send to send. Watermelon Shumai, manipulating the starry sky gem, was stunned to see the notification on the projection panel. The thief will suffer this sin. I didn't use the thief's key, why should I be burdened with sin? Watermelon Shumai cried out. The game prompts offered no further response, merely coldly reiterating, thieves, you will suffer this sin. After painstakingly pinpointing the coordinates and scraping together every last penny to complete the energy injection, the enormous sunk cost meant that not only was the vengeful and eager to turn around Watermelon Shumai unwilling to give up, but even her fans could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. The negative effects of sin vary from person to person. Some are simply disliked by NPCs, easily subject to scrutiny by the Judgment Knights, and subjected to harsh punishments. Others are blessed with protection to mitigate this major negative impact on combat. The one burdened with sin twice falls into this category. His name on the projection panel is already turning red. It's alright, as long as we gain something, everything will be alright, Watermelon Shumai quickly added, trying to boost the somewhat low morale. I can share my loot with you guys first. Moved by the selflessness of the Watermelon Shumai, the 14-person team, their fighting spirit restored, arrived at the teleportation area that resembled the Parthenon. If Jianghe and the others were here, they would be astonished that the statue, which required Sister Arna's lantern to awaken, had been bypassed for the Watermelon Shumai team. They merely touched the gleaming, broken statue, and like them, descended into the large bath area of the purification layer. The novelty and excitement of arriving in the new area lasted for a while. Without a map, they groped their way out of the large bath area. A corridor, over 100 meters long, came into view of the way Orange Tea and Zhong Zemo had desperately fled. There was no time to marvel at the magnificent game scenery, nor to reach the area where the elemental mist phenomenon was triggered at the boundary between reality and illusion. Thud. The muffled sound of a sharp object piercing flesh, and the instinctive scream of a dying player rang out almost simultaneously. Immediately afterward, everyone saw their companion, pierced through the chest by an invisible force, violently lifted into the air, kneaded into a ball by a tremendous force, and then fall back down, spraying blood everywhere. The shocking spectacle left many stunned. Turning to flee, another person had their thigh crushed and was thrown aside. What? There are two here, one in front and one behind. What is that? As if understanding these panicked words, two figures emerged eerily from the flowing magic. The first form of the frog-headed stitched monster, and its second form, where the frog head and humanoid arms were replaced by black and white flames, stood one in front and one behind, like a sandwich, blocking the group of Watermelon Shumai in the middle of the corridor. Some, unwilling to sit and wait for their doom, took the initiative to attack the second form of the stitched monster. The chilling ice spikes shattered in midair before they even landed. And this was simply because its second form softly chanted, "Flame stream." A stream of flame, burning like a bonfire, shot from the elemental head, turning the caster to ashes from head to toe. Spells could be communicated with just words. The two forms served a small team with an average level below LV5 like two harvesters, the people in the corridor falling like wheat being stalked. This difficulty is unreasonable. Watermelon Dumpling was furious. They only have 5 people, how could they possibly pass? There's definitely something wrong. How could they possibly defeat these monsters? I'm going to complain, they're cheating. They're definitely cheating. This is an impossible difficulty. The frog-headed stitched monster mercilessly kneaded and flattened Watermelon Dumpling, silencing her hysteria with the stillness of death. The world bubble, devoid of players, echoed with mechanical announcements. Adapted, Thief Behavior Module. Difficulty based on, Guild Virtual Boundary, Clear 1's Underground Temple Dust Cleansing Layer Strategy Data Record 001, converted. Insert Defeat Learning Template, Increased Awareness of Potions. Insert Defeat Learning Template 2, Avoid combat in confined spaces. 559021, World Bubble, Record, Store, Complete. The boundless darkness fell like a stage curtain, and the world bubble drifted into a deep sleep. Jianghe and his group were unaware of the delightful events that had just transpired on Shigua Xiaomai. They had now reached the second underground level defense layer. Furthermore, following the markers provided by Alna, they found a treasure. Chapter 28. Suppression Stone Tablet. Unlike the anti-magic stone tablet encountered during the excavation of Sister Alna, the Suppression Stone Tablet can only distort, interfere with, and weaken magic power. It is a lower-level anti-magic tablet. A massive, dark blue Suppression Stone Tablet, deeply embedded in the ground, lies in the center of a collapsed temple. Because the core magic array maintaining the Temple of the Clarities has been damaged by the Church of Eternal Night, not only are the teleportation coordinates unstable, but all the magic arrays in the defense layer are also intermittently operating, restarting, and shutting down irregularly. This has been a common sight along the way. Alna's lantern played a crucial role, perhaps carrying Alna's identity marker. All the magic arrays unanimously recognized them as Clarities, allowing them to pass through freely. Recalling what they had seen along the way, Original Fries narrowed his eyes slightly. Currently, this seems to be the only area that has been damaged. Is there a problem? Orange Tea tilted his head. This is a big problem, Zhong Zemo warned. The defensive layer is the first line of defense for the clear ones against invasion. After the tragedy in the cleansing layer, there's absolutely no sign of resistance here. Isn't that strange? Jiang He voiced the possibility. An insider. Only this could explain the clear one's massive collapse. Their early warning system malfunctioned. The magic arrays, mechanisms, and puppets that were supposed to protect them failed to identify the intruders or stopped responding, ultimately allowing the Church of Eternal Night to breach the defensive layer effortlessly. The demon-suppressing stone tablet is a red quality material, not a bound drop. Experience told Jiang He that such special items, which didn't require much effort to obtain, were either a pure reward mechanism, providing positive feedback to players, or could there be something particularly dangerous waiting for us ahead? Zhong Zemo swallowed hard. On the guarded level, this worry was unnecessary. They cautiously traversed all areas, wary of another frog-headed, stitched-together monster suddenly appearing, but the journey was unbelievably smooth. There was no sign of life. The puppet guards that Alna had marked on the map were nowhere to be found. They arrived at the temple, where the teleportation point was located with ease. The encounter on the cleansing level made the silence of the guarded level seem particularly eerie. Only when they awakened the teleportation statue did they truly relax. The guarded level was completely empty. Original fries, he muttered, atmosphere building? Before some extremely difficult dungeons, some game-level designers would unusually create a completely combat-free, frictionless, relatively relaxed map space for players to explore freely, reducing their wariness. The third level of the underground temple, also belonging to the guarded level, was where they finally saw the puppets. Hundreds of dolls of different races lay scattered and broken near the teleportation point, covering the ground and making it impossible to move beyond the boundary between reality and illusion. One could only wade through their fleshy, lifelike bodies, stepping over them. From the distribution of the doll remains within the temple at the teleportation point, Jiang He could easily reconstruct the scene of the incident. When the Eternal Night Church breached the previous level, some of the clear ones on the third level had already reacted. The destroyed demon-suppressing central hub was most likely due to its sudden activation, which the Eternal Night Church ruthlessly destroyed. Upon arriving on the third level, the dolls also sensed the intruders and rushed towards the temple. Original Flavor Fries climbed up a thick pillar and discovered something. The wreckage is dense, these puppets all died in an instant. The puppets used by the Clarities to defend their headquarters could not possibly be of inferior quality. The obvious signs of damage to each puppet's heart indicate that the Eternal Night Church not only destroyed the puppets, but also removed their drive centers, an act sufficient proof of the puppets' value. Orange Tea realized what was happening. A traitor within the Clarities, a very high-ranking one. He prevented the puppets from retaliating, allowing them to be destroyed. Thus, the two most heavily guarded layers of the underground temple had completely fallen, without inflicting any casualties on the Eternal Night Church, or even causing the slightest delay. The third layer was equally silent. Searching the exceptionally spacious temple complex would be time-consuming, but Jiang He still dared not order a split-up. He felt that giving such an order would physically force a split-up. Click. A slight sound in the distance caused the perceptive Jiang He to abruptly stop and listen intently. That's the noise from the magic circle activating on its own, just like the previous level. The jailer, hearing the high-frequency, sharp, rapid buzzing sound, waved his hand dismissively. Let's keep going. There's hardly anything to pick up along the way, just a few unopened potions. Just as they were about to agree with the jailer, another click froze everyone. The sound was much closer than before. They were now in the center of an open-air temple, slightly elevated above the surroundings, allowing for an easy view of every corner of the area. Click. Wait, that sound. Jiang He and Zhong Zemo, both FPS experts, were the first to realize the possibility. They looked up, nearly suffering a cardiac arrest. The fox's signature tail and slender ears first catch the eye, followed by the alluring curves of her body outlined by the clear one's form-fitting robe. Her chest was very flat. But that was a misperception. A slight shift in gaze, focusing on the whole, reveals something terrifying. The demonic fox, currently climbing the uneven rock face of the dome, had its head rotated 180 degrees, its mouth slightly open, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. It was facing away from the boundary between reality and illusion. The shocking incongruity momentarily disrupted everyone's judgment, but the jailer's loud shout, "There's a monster! Time to collect gold!" perfectly dispelled the shock. A demonic fox can't twist its head like that. This is a puppet. Jiang He took out Alna's lantern and shone it on the rock face of the dome. The lantern, bearing all his identity information, allowed the Clear One's magic array and creations to recognize them as friendly units. As expected, the moment the beam of light enveloped the creature, the already aggressive demon fox shuddered, its limbs no longer gripping the rock wall. With a muffled thud, the puppet, still in its bizarre, head-flipped crawling posture, landed on all fours. Phew. This plot item is really useful, the jailer remarked. Players who don't follow the normal process and take the wrong path to get the lantern are in trouble. Why did this puppet escape unscathed? Original Fries asked, puzzled. Something went wrong. It probably started too late, Joan Zemo speculated. The entire Eternal Night Church team got through before it even finished booting up. Orange Tea smiled. I understand. Your boot-up speed has already surpassed 1% of all the Clarity Puppet puppets. As the fox puppet tentatively approached, the jailer crouched down to examine it closely. It was only because its head was turned 180 degrees that it seemed a bit awkward, hence the fear. Looking closer, the puppet was actually quite well sculpted. Sigh. I'm scared, the fox puppet uttered in a confused and helpless voice, weak and soft. Jianghe hadn't even fully gripped the short knife that appeared in his hand when a sharp flash of light appeared, the invisible blade slicing through the air, leaving a horrifying gash in the ground. A terrifying chi cleaved through the puppet's head, denting it and forcing its 4 claws into the ground, sliding a distance before finally coming to a stop. Hey, what are you doing? Joan Zemo exclaimed in surprise. She spoke. This might be an interactive NPC. That's how they obtained the lanterns they carried. They were key items for easily passing through the 2nd and 3rd floors. Without the lantern, he couldn't imagine how much time it would take to solve the puzzle and break the magic circle using only his brain power. This guy's got a strange aura about him. Joan Zemo paused, suddenly remembering one of Original Flavor Fry's special skills, tea detection. Many people in the gaming group were naive teenagers with zero emotional experience, often acting impulsively due to hormones. During Original Flavor Fry's active period, she once spotted something amiss in 2 group members' displays of affection and offered guidance, successfully identifying their tea detection. Although she only used it twice, her keen intuition still made her name a legend in the gaming group. Given the earlier Rely Online meme, Sea Salt Fries became her nickname for a while, because the group members firmly believed she was a passionate playboy in real life. Only a playboy could possess such insight into people's hearts. Regarding this, Original Fries simply sent a casual message. You guys need more socializing. One sentence successfully silenced the lively group chat for 5 minutes. Click, click. The sunken head gradually returned to its original position through constant twisting, the demonic fox tilting its head and grinning with a ferocious smile. Scared? I'm so scared. Why won't you let me hug you? Hug. Using both hands and feet, the crazed demonic fox moved with lightning speed. On top of Joan Zemo's giant shield, in the instant of the violent collision, the demonic fox's body jerked backward. Orange Tea, with its sharp eyes, immediately exclaimed, Its chest is also damaged. How could a puppet with its central magic array destroyed move on its own? Hee. Your bodies are so warm. Just a light touch to Joan Zemo's hand, and the demonic fox let out a series of grotesque laughs. The dolls' bodies are cold and lifeless. Come, let me live inside you. You. The demon fox licked its lips, drool dripping. You smell so good. Chapter 29. Joan Zemo slammed the doll to the ground with a shield bash. Jianghe and the Original Flavored Fries blades pierced the doll's body. The jailer's fireball struck her beautiful face. Ha. Heroic adventurer, you really want to kill me. Wow, that was hard. You broke my hand. Ouch. It hurts so much. Just kidding, I don't feel anything. Hit harder, ha. After a long, strenuous attack, everyone was panting. To be fair, the demon fox doll didn't put much pressure on the boundary between reality and illusion. Compared to the frog-headed stitched monster, a floor guardian combining magical invisibility, superhuman strength, and dual forms, its explosive power was quite ordinary. As a creation, the demon fox doll's body parts would break and fall off after receiving a certain amount of damage, thus slowing its movements. The fox puppet laughed maniacally. Having no sense of pain, it immediately attacked again after each defeat, unleashing dozens of blows until it lost both arms and half its head. Its voice was hoarse and lisping, the madness still lingering in its bones. A young and passionate soul, what a spicy aroma, So different from the clean and pure souls of the Clear Ones. The fox's mouth was half cracked, its tongue lolling out, drool constantly dripping. Jiang He sighed. It was just a puppet, yet it was no different from a normal living being. The puppeteers in this world were truly skilled, they could easily create life-size figurines. Sigh tired? So fast? The puppet staggered closer, dragging its broken legs. Not enough fun, not enough fun, come on, let's play some more. I understand, you think it's too tattered and want to get a new one, right? A wisp of hazy white mist rose from the doll's head. The uncontrollable demonic fox's body shattered instantly. Wait for me. I come back with a new one right away. For some reason, this tone made Jiang He feel like a toy to the doll. Have you had enough, Naphiel? A deep male voice rang out from the white mist, startling the solemn-faced boundary between reality and illusion. You can play around after the entire temple of the clarity has fallen. Naphiel, reprimanded, clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, but didn't argue with the man. It seemed they were evenly matched. The white mist twisted into a human shape, the outline of eyes clearly defined, purple-gold vertical pupils fixed on the boundary between reality and illusion. Ugh, boring. It's rare to find a few interesting-looking guys. As the white mist was about to dissipate, the jailer suddenly wondered if loudly insulting the mist would provoke her to stay and fight. The thought flashed through his mind, but since he hadn't discussed it with his teammates, he wouldn't act impulsively. The battle intensity was clearly low, but for some reason, after the mist left, the boundary between reality and illusion felt exceptionally tiring. Jiang He struggled to calm his breathing. He didn't know when, but his once steady breathing had become rapid, and his heart was beating unusually fast. He opened his mouth to ask how the others were feeling, but suddenly realized he had tinnitus. A buzzing echo piled up noisily, he shook his head vigorously, but couldn't get rid of it. From the others' reactions, Jiang He got the answer. Everyone had the same symptoms, and there were no abnormal statuses in the player panel data. After recovering, Orange Tea said with lingering fear, I think I know who she is. Meeting everyone's questioning gazes, Orange Tea reminded them, the Whisperer. Sister Alna had specifically warned them to be careful of when they entered the underground temple, a mental assassin from the Church of Eternal Night. In the instant her eyes met the white mist, Orange Tea vaguely heard a rapid, low, and indistinct echo beside her ear. As the gaze lingered, the echo gradually seeped into her thoughts, blurring her vision. They had thought it would take some time to encounter a core force like the Whisperer, but unexpectedly, they had their first encounter on the 3rd level. Unconsciously, everyone was affected by her soft murmurs, without even realizing it. This was like experiencing a high-level battle against a mental enemy in the game. After Naphiel's spirit withdrew from the 3rd level, Jiang He successfully found the 2 anti-magic stone tablets. The defensive level was protected by Alna's lantern. Completing the red materials required patiently searching the entire map was a reward, along with some dispensable white basic materials, and not a single decent battle. It seemed incredibly rewarding, but the more favorable it seemed, the more astonishingly difficult the levels below appeared. The 4th and 5th levels of the Clear One's underground temple were the Clear Monastery. According to information from Alna's memory fragments, the Clear One's temple had approximately 800 active members daily, and these 2 levels were where the Clear Ones rested and resided. The Clear One's high-ranking mages had set up a virtual sun here to deceive the body's perception, simulating sunrise and sunset, synchronized with the outside world. When he arrived at the boundary between reality and illusion, it was late at night, with a bright moon and few stars. In the distance, the monastery dormitories and towers, built against the mountainside, were outlined in a hazy, imposing silhouette by the moonlight. While the 2nd and 3rd levels yielded fruitful results, aside from a fight with the puppets manipulated by Naphiel, they were rather uneventful. Suppressing her urge to fight, Original Fries intended to ask Jiang He, the team leader, what his plans were. The lack of response made her turn sharply, looking around to find herself alone. The others were nowhere to be seen. A problem with the teleportation coordinates? Jiang He was also alone. In the dead of night, there wasn't a single light around the monastery. Before taking out his lantern, he could only determine that he was in a flower bed by the cold moonlight cast by the fake moon. Instinctively opening the map, Jiang He touched the projection panel several times, but the projection screen remained completely black. What does this mean? After trying a few more times, Jiang He ruled out the possibility of a bug. Map functionality isn't allowed in this scene? Taking out his precious jade to record the coordinates, ensuring they all be together during the next teleport, Jiang He shifted his leg, which hadn't moved an inch. Splat. Slippery, bouncy, a very strange sensation. He shone his lantern upwards, casting a slightly illuminating beam onto the ground. Scattered around the flower bed were numerous jelly-like lumps, varying in color and shape, as if someone had spilled an unusually large block of jelly, carelessly crushed it, and tossed it haphazardly. The sticky slurry formed large stains, staining the stone-paved courtyard path. Jiang crouched down, gently rubbing a small amount between his index finger. It was very sticky, and had a cool texture. Sniff. There's a hint of mint. Ah, it reminds me of a certain shameless witch. The other one smells of wine. Wait, why does this one smell like citrus? Jiang was bewildered. Had a grand banquet been held here? And did the clear ones have a habit of playing cake wars with these sticky, pastry-like substances? The path from the courtyard to the monastery dormitory was only 200 or 300 meters, and Jiang smelled 6 or 7 different pastry flavors along that distance. Like slugs crawling, a slimy path stretched deep into the spacious entrance of the monastery dormitory. Upon entering the prayer hall of the monastery dormitory, one could see the destroyed and collapsed statues. Like the previous floors, their faces and bodies were damaged beyond recognition. The slimy path continued to extend, passing through the spacious corridor of the main dormitory behind the prayer hall and turning a corner. Jiang cautiously peeked around the corner. All the dormitory doors on both sides of the long corridor were wide open, many leaning precariously. It was very quiet, so quiet that Jiang could hear his own heartbeat and a faint plop sound. Like the sound of bubbles bursting, very faint, almost an illusion. Slippery substance stuck to his shoes. Jiang patiently and slowly lifted his foot, tearing off the stickiness to avoid making any more noise, and inching towards the nearest dormitory door. One glance was enough to freeze Jiang. The clarity ones were encased in spheres 3 times their own size. Beneath their rotting, grayish-black clothes, their skin had been corroded and melted into a dark red liquid. The spherical object formed a bubble half its own size inside its body, enveloping itself. From the bubble's tiny openings, its own bodily fluid slowly seeped in, gradually completing the digestive process. It was a slime, but vastly different in size from the small one the player encountered near Windpod City. Moonlight streaming into the room from the window illuminated them, the red, green, and blue colors forming the 3 primary colors. Overeating had exhausted them. The 3 giant slimes huddled together and fell into a deep sleep. Having obtained valuable information, Jiang initially intended to leave quietly, but this sleeping posture gave him a bold idea. Orange tea isn't with me, and I don't need a high-quality effect. How about crippling one? Holding the unstable combustion potion, Jiang muttered to himself, gently stroking the bottle. This process seemed somewhat similar to appeasing the machine spirit. Since everything in this world is believed to have a spirit, why not awaken the explosives too? Ignore it, go! Throwing, turning and running away, all in one smooth motion. The explosion echoed through the tranquil monastery, the shockwave tearing through the dormitory walls, flames flickering and spitting out. Almost simultaneously, members of the virtual real boundary scattered throughout the map pinpointed the source of the sound. An unfamiliar map, unknown dangers. Everyone was afraid the sound would attract monsters, and everyone was proceeding cautiously. Who was so hasty as to use Mint's precious treasure? Jiang leaning against the wall backfired. The violent tremors made him dizzy. Leaning against the wall, he walked to the chaotic corridor and saw the 3 slimes in the room burning fiercely in the flames, turning into a pool of viscous liquid, the burning flame spreading a fruity aroma. Something strange happened. Before they could even check the debris scattered in the flames, the chirping of crickets echoed from every corner of the building. Ah! This? No way. Chapter 30. Phew, although it took almost 2 days, but kids, I'm back. How about that, wasn't it? Mint, carrying 2 large packages, had just teleported back to the guild and immediately became very talkative. What's wrong with everyone? Everyone looks so listless. Why is your gear still all tattered and worn out? What's that smell? Mint sniffed, such a complex fruity aroma. The boundary between reality and illusion, a wipe. Jianghe's incredibly lucky potion spawned hundreds of giant slimes. Although he managed to hold out until everyone gathered, their resistance was weak and futile against the slime onslaught, like a sticky flood. Just after dying and returning home, the personal encyclopedia, which had disappeared for over a day, bounced back. A timely intervention indeed. Mint's eyes widened. She gestured with her hands. You mean, a slime this big? Zhong Zemo corrected her. With your arm span, it would take at least 3 of you combined to fit. So big. Mint was so shocked she didn't even notice Zhong Zemo teasing her about being a little small. A slime king. No, This size doesn't even reach the level of a king. Can they communicate? They don't seem very intelligent. Orange Tea recalled the feeling of being completely enveloped and swallowed. Although breaking the shield meant death, the strange experience still made her shudder whenever she thought about it. That's just a normal slime. Mint covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes gradually sharpening as she entered calm analytical mode. Truly amazing. Mint pulled over a chair, turned it over, and sat down. She rested her chin on her hands, her eyes scanning the crowd, eagerly pressing for details. Any other useful information? Tell me everything. This was the debriefing. First mentioned was the slime's attack methods. The dazzling array of elemental magic practically blurred the lines between reality and illusion. Multicolored streams of elemental light descended from the sky, engulfing the monastery where they were hiding. They were as if subjected to a saturation bombardment by an entire artillery unit. Secondly noteworthy was their scent. In close combat, everyone could detect their unusual body odor, a scent that seemed to permeate their round bodies. These slimes aren't wild, they're domesticated, Mint stated definitively. Slime ranches existed in the Anna Empire, where those who raised slimes deliberately fed them a special mixed solution to achieve domestication. The change in scent was also to satisfy the demands of the nobility for slime pets. Of course, there were supposedly even more nefarious demands. During his time at the Imperial Academy, Mint had witnessed a degree of biodiversity. But clearly, whatever the demand, it was for miniature, ordinary slimes. The large slimes Jianghe encountered usually appeared near the densely populated city-states of the Anna Empire, where bounties were put on their heads for their capture. So, is there any way? The jailer stared at Mint expectantly. Mint pressed her face against the table, glancing at him with a narrowed eye. A way? What way is there? Just avoid them if you can. Aren't there any potions to deal with them? You can't say there aren't any to deal with so many slimes at once, but I can't concoct one. And even if I could, you couldn't buy one with your wealth. Mint puffed out her chest and raised her head. Now you know how good I am, right? She even became arrogant. Seeing everyone fall silent, Mint voiced her question. I'm curious, where exactly did you guys go on your adventure? 1 minute it's undead stitched monsters, the next it's a slime army. With your strength, did you really have to try and deal with such dangerous creatures? Judging from the mechanics and dungeon structure, the difficulty of the underground temple is self-evident. This group had only been playing for a short time, their equipment was incomplete, and managing to blow through the dust-cleansing layer guardian was already incredibly lucky. The correct approach should have been to give up, and choose a dungeon more favorable to their current situation. But everyone on the boundary between reality and illusion clearly had their own ideas. As despicable outsiders, since they couldn't openly rampage through the streets, they take the crooked path. The jailer wasn't exactly a law-abiding person to begin with. If they could use normal methods, he happily immersed himself in the game, but since they couldn't, they possess both elemental and magical resistance. In melee combat, they can extend their shape-shifting abilities to devour enemies. Their numbers are enormous, their size massive, enough to crush a normal player team. This isn't your average slime anymore, we have to go all out. The jailer snapped his fingers. If we don't have a potion to kill slimes, do we have one that makes us invisible? Everyone's eyes lit up. Unable to deal with hordes of slimes, assassinating them one by one while invisible was a great option. Slimes are just low intelligence, not stupid. Elemental and magical power are extensions of their perception. How are you going to? Mint's excited explanation trailed off as she suddenly lowered her voice, resting her chin on her hand thoughtfully. Wait a minute. Invisibility is probably impossible, but disabling their perception seems feasible. Everyone immediately surrounded Mint. Wow, I just said it seems. Don't be so impatient, Mint hurriedly said. I need some slime body tissue, the more the better. As soon as she finished speaking, a large pile of sticky, fruity-smelling blocks landed on the table with a clatter. With the materials secured, the next step was various potion catalysts. 3 bottles of soul shards? Jianghe frowned. So many? The guild's material library doesn't have them. I need to find someone to exchange them. Jianghe stared intently into Mint's eyes until a fine layer of sweat appeared on her forehead, and she lowered her head guiltily. One bottle. Having received the money, Mint's initiative exploded. She immediately left the guild, promising results within a day. Although eager to see the surprise Mint brought, unfortunately, she had very little game time left for the day. The reality/virtual boundary was severely lacking in forging blueprints. Only by obtaining the blueprints and giving them to the guild puppets to learn could one forge armor sets in the workshop. Without blueprints, the high-quality materials he accumulated over this time were only good for feeding the dolls and the guild, making Jianghe, who had a hamster fetish, laughed foolishly. Otherwise, they were completely useless. Orange tea, give us some more. We need blueprints. What a cyber orange god. Now there's cyber incense. Zhong Zimo had already paid homage. His shields were all scavenged, and their durability was almost gone. Repairing them didn't seem worth it. Buying new ones in Windjammer City wouldn't be enough to keep up with the difficulty of the underground temple. He was stuck in this limbo. This was actually the mindset of most players. Wearing tattered gear, even if it meant suffering, they wouldn't upgrade their equipment, instead focusing on accumulating materials to get the best one in one go, avoiding repeated waste. With some time left before logging off, Jianghe divided up the common materials he had accumulated in his inventory and led the team back to Windpod City. After sticking together for so long, it was time to have some free time. If they observed carefully, they might even find a few interesting and useful palu like mint. Windpod City in the main world was still bustling with people. Guild recruitment was still the main topic of conversation in the regional chat. Every now and then, a few people would pop up and ask in a missionary-like tone if you wanted to join their guild for a long-term stay, emphasizing that they would never enslave anyone. Jianghe originally planned to head to Dandelion Street to see how far the in-game trade had developed, but his attention was drawn to a player along the way. He was wearing a black trench coat he had bought with real money from the in-game store, and had created an extremely muscular human male character, sitting cross-legged on the side of the busy street. A sign stood beside him. Feeding brings surprises. Many players and NPCs passed by, but most glanced at him and ignored him. Only Jianghe looked at him with interest. Jianghe opened the trade panel. Do you wish to trade with player Shadow Kingdom Coin? He clicked confirm, then placed a bottle of useless green quality slime glue on it. The man, who had been motionless like a stone, suddenly stood up, and the item he intended to trade appeared on the trade panel. Tree Spirit Heart. Huh? Wasn't that the purple quality item dropped by the Tree Spirit Chieftain in the Precision Forest outside Windpod City? Green for purple, and Shadow Kingdom Coin had already confirmed the trade, meaning that once Jianghe clicked confirm, he couldn't back out. What was this all about? A philanthropist throwing money around. Shadow Kingdom Coin remained silent, neither urging nor explaining, simply crossing his arms and looking down at Jianghe. After Jianghe confirmed the trade and received the Tree Spirit Heart, he played with the slime glue he had acquired and walked away. Still somewhat dazed, Jianghe was brought back to reality by a voice beside him. It was a player, their tone unusually urgent. You made a trade with him? Jianghe suddenly felt a pang of guilt. What, shouldn't I have made the trade? Ah! The player explained in disappointment. Too late, too late. After some questioning, Jianghe learned that since the third day after the game's launch, Shadow Coin had been appearing in various locations throughout Windjammer City, holding a sign. Regardless of the quality of the materials you traded, it would always display Treant hearts, and through this practice, it had become a somewhat well-known player in the Stars of Proof community. Stars of Proof had indeed become a second life for players. Some were running dungeons, some were pursuing crafting professions, some were role-playing, and some were even engaging in performance art. Chapter 31. When not playing games or doing strategy guides, Jianghe would often browse the bustling player-dominated trading markets. In real life, he felt overwhelmed by pressure, and would do the same when he was in a bad mood. Walking into a large shopping mall, browsing among the dazzling array of goods, even without buying anything, he felt his emotional energy gradually recovering. In the game, he did this more to stay informed about the game community. After all, places with a high concentration of players are always full of information. Oh, Potato, you're here too. The jailer was also there, chatting and laughing with several unfamiliar faces. Seeing Jianghe, he immediately apologized and ran over. Someone you know? Not really, the jailer denied. We just met a little while ago. To be able to chat so happily after just meeting, that's typical of you, Jianghe remarked. Hey, we can always find something to talk about. It's bound to start a conversation. The jailer waved his hand. Want to join in? I can take you. No thanks, I'm afraid of awkward silences. With me here, is that even possible? The jailer's eyes widened, as if he felt insulted, and he grabbed Jianghe, ready to prove himself. By the way, with so many people chatting, did you get any interesting information? Jianghe promptly brought up a topic, avoiding being publicly humiliated by this social terrorist. This was perfect for him. Did you check the community last night? About the guild fight. The Barrel Water God Luo and Dream Master War of Words? Jianghe remembered. I even saw you stirring things up in the post. You actually knew my ID? Damn, the jailer was about to burst out laughing. Who wouldn't guess such a recognizable ID? As expected of you, you really do understand me. If he could, Jiang He wished he wasn't so knowledgeable. In short, Dream Master lost. Jailer Bro chuckled. Both sides invested heavily in materials to upgrade to level 2 guilds, with a full complement of 20 members, but Shinra just managed to overwhelm Dream Master and beat them senseless. If Shinra had an equipment or level advantage, it wouldn't be so bad, but everyone was really evenly matched, so there's no excuse. The way they decided the outcome was pretty ugly too. They were forced to the edge of the conflict zone, one more step back and they'd be eliminated, and Korn's chosen guild, acting as the referee, would have declared them losers. Even so, they still played the turtle, choosing not to charge in with any backbone, but instead collectively retreating to defend, and the result? Jailer Bro shrugged. They got wiped out by 10 mages using ranged attacks. Although it was cosplay, I think the people from Korn's chosen guild gave a very good evaluation. How did they evaluate it? Jiang He asked curiously. Coward. Ah. Well, while blunt, it's a classic case of being a coward who rather die than take a risk. Considering the guild's name, this assessment isn't out of place at all. I thought it was some big guild, but after checking, it's just a bunch of 5 scraps gathering together. It's kind of funny. A sarcastic voice came from behind. Jiang He didn't immediately realize the other person was talking about him, but the jailer's radar went off, and he immediately turned around to look for the enemy. Upon seeing the character panel, Jiang He immediately understood why these 3 unfamiliar random players had suddenly started taunting them. The person in question has arrived. The jailer wasn't intimidated at all. Hey, you're from the big guild Dream Master, going crazy in other people's recruitment posts on the official community. Now you want to interfere with what others are discussing in the game? The surrounding players stopped trading and switched to watching the show. How did we do? Is it your place to comment? Having lost so badly, the members of Dream Master were already embarrassed, and the jailer's exposure made them even angrier. I didn't comment. Coward was called by Korn's chosen. I just recounted what happened tonight to a friend. What did I do wrong? The jailer asked cheerfully. A perfect mouthpiece. Jiang He didn't need to say a word. The jailer had already turned the other side into a complete idiot in just a few words. The onlookers could also see that Dream Master had lost so badly tonight and was losing face, so they decided to find a scapegoat. They hadn't expected to find a master who didn't utter a single vulgar word, but whose every word precisely broke through their defenses. Knowing they were completely in the wrong, the 3 members of the Dream Dominator group puffed you wait and stormed off. Back at the guild, upon learning about Jailer's online argument with someone, Original Flavored Fries clicked his tongue. Jiang He said, the other side said we're a frivolous guild. When did your mouth become so clumsy? Can't you even insult people? Original Flavored Fries scoffed. Jailer shrugged, as if to say, how can you blame me? It's all my fault, isn't it? Orange Tea said with some concern, we won't be targeted, will we? I heard some game news before. Jiang He could roughly guess some of the game news Orange Tea knew. Most games that go viral are those where whales, players who spend real money, clash, resulting in massive battles of hundreds or even thousands of players, leaving ordinary players as cannon fodder, mere filler characters. In these games, ordinary players who offend whales will have absolutely no gaming experience. But in Proof of the Stars, spending money doesn't make you stronger, it only makes you prettier, and third-party payment is strictly prohibited. If you had to say, among all the games Jiang He has played, Proof of the Stars has the smallest starting gap between players. It's practically like giving every player who enters the game a chance to start over from scratch. See you tomorrow, everyone. Orange Tea waved, accompanied by the notification sound. See you tomorrow. Let's see if the Shameless Witch can bring us any surprises. Although she called it shameful, everyone was filled with anticipation for her work at this crucial moment. Watermelon Shuma was going crazy. Her team suffered terribly on the first floor of the Clear One's underground temple, for an entire night, a whole night. Under the combined attack of the frog-headed stitched monster and the wordspell sea monster, some were lucky enough to be discovered after teleporting, while others were eliminated instantly upon landing. Overall, the difference wasn't significant, just a matter of whether the team died sooner or later. As for resistance, the team's biggest achievement was successfully stabbing one of the frog-headed stitched monster's eyes before it entered its magical state, causing it to bleed profusely. But this only made it more ferocious, serving no other purpose. As for attacking the wordspell sea monster, it was completely ineffective. A monster with no casting animation, capable of killing silently with just a soft murmur, What could be done to counter it? Watermelon Shumai racked her brains, but couldn't figure it out. There must be a way to clear it. 5 people can clear the boundary between reality and illusion. It doesn't make sense. If there were no precedent, Shigua Xiaomai would be certain this was a dungeon beyond their current level. But Jiang He and his group swaggered into the second level. She was furious. After Shizhen Gu, 2 more people left the team. The 15-person team was reduced to 12. If this stalemate continued, the few remaining crystal powders might also be lost. At this point, Shigua Xiaomai had to change her strategy. She needed to create a new persona. Waking slowly from a light sleep, the full-time streamer Shigua Xiaomai sat quietly for a while, letting the experience from her dream clearly resurface. Looking at the computer that had been running all night, she didn't hesitate any longer. She opened the official community Starry Dreamland, and found the section dedicated to posting strategy guides. After a pause, she posted the edited Clarity Underground Temple Surface Clearance Guide, along with a link to her live stream. The gaming community is incredibly active for a while after waking up in the morning. Many players eagerly share their gameplay experiences. The link to Watermelon Shumai's post quickly caught attention. Due to the identical ID, she was recognized, and a wave of sarcastic remarks swept through the replies. She observed all of this, and after the hype built up, she calmly released a portion of the downloaded gameplay footage. Even after so long in the game, the furthest player team had only approached the imperial capital of the initial map, the Ana continent. This team, named Orange Sky Strategy Group, amassed a large following on their respective social media platforms through their continuous strategy guides. Now, in the unknown region outside the initial continent, there's a massive dungeon with 12 levels. Each feature ignites players' passion for exploration. Some prefer a gradual approach, fully exploring the initial map before venturing further. Others, however, are naturally drawn to challenges and high-difficulty content. Sure enough, her inbox exploded with messages, all inquiring about the coordinates of the Starry Sky Gem. Although the game officially prohibits third-party trading, the paid trading of game guides clearly has loopholes, and Shigua Xiaomai saw one tempting offer after another. She grinned. She vividly remembered how Jiang He had nearly killed her in one move. She didn't want these petty gains. Seeing the opportune moment, she updated her status on Bilibili. Given the widespread interest in the Clarity Underground Temple, I will announce the map coordinates in Fingjia City tonight after entering the game, free of charge. She also included a link to her previous apology post to silence some critics. After this smooth series of actions, her post was unsurprisingly flooded with replies awaiting the coordinates. Watermelon Dumpling felt a surge of satisfaction. Since it was impossible to be the first to conquer the Clarity Underground Temple, she decided to involve more people. Anyone was welcome, as long as the boundary between reality and illusion didn't get ahead. And with this post, maybe she could even criticize the boundary between reality and illusion for being selfish and unwilling to share? As Watermelon Dumpling let out a long, satisfying sigh, Jiang He also saw her post. He hadn't been paying attention to Watermelon Dumpling. He had simply stumbled upon the post's explosive popularity and upward trend while browsing the community on his job search journey. Not bad at salvaging her image. Jiang He replied calmly, seeing the discussion in the group chat. You're even praising her now? Last time she almost got you hunted down throughout the entire game, ruining your reputation. The jailer sent an emoji of a cat standing upright with a clenched fist, confronting someone. Just an objective assessment. It was indeed a good move, maximizing the reversal of public opinion and giving myself another chance to grab a share of the star's proof traffic, Jiang He said. My assessment is about the action, not the person. I really wish I could have your good mentality, the jailer admired. Aren't you worried that after she recovers, you'd be seen as the villain in history books again? I can't recover. Although I'm not criticizing her personally, I didn't say I wouldn't retaliate. Original Fries interjected, how do you plan to retaliate? Jiang He reminded him, in the underground temple of the Clarities, our experience is far richer than that of someone who steals progress. Chapter 32. In conquering the temple, both Jiang He and Shigua Xiaomai had an informational advantage. Now that Shigua Xiaomai had voluntarily relinquished this advantage, Jiang He only needed a moment's thought to guess that she was stuck and suffering. Only repeated defeats, with no chance of victory, would lead her to change tactics and try to extract more value. Thinking of this, Jiang He couldn't help but sigh. At their first encounter at the boundary between reality and illusion, he sent 4 people to their deaths. Didn't he also single-handedly, relying on potions and a desperate last-ditch effort, to forge his second form? If you're weak, just practice more. It's not that hard to beat her. Of course, there's also a high possibility that she couldn't swallow her pride and decided to disgust herself in this way. "You're going to fight them in the arena?" Zhong Zemo not only posted in the group chat, but also approached Jiang He to ask. At home, he always had to get up early to prepare breakfast. Now that he was free, he luxuriously took an extra 10 minutes of nap. Jiang He said seriously, "Protecting guild members is the guild leader's duty. In the realm of public opinion, emotions always dominate. Rationality usually returns only after the venting." The initial buildup of public opinion was already enough to drown someone. Living in the real world, not in another dimension, you can't physically criticize someone just because they're disgusted or repulsed, much less physically destroy or destroy their soul. Therefore, Jiang He offered his solution. "Let's create an account under the name Boundary Between Reality and Illusion. We also post some strategy videos. If we can earn some money from the traffic, we either share some with the game purchases, or have a chance to meet up offline for a nice meal." The jailer sent a sighing cat emoji. "A live get together? That sounds great. I never even seen what potatoes and fries look like." "Plain fries. You're thinking too far ahead. Anyway, we should get the account up and running first." "Who's going to cook?" Jiang He, "I'm in an interview." Jailer, "Dad wants me to go to the company, I'm busy." Zhong Zemo, "I have class." Orange tea, I have to go to school to register today too." "Plain fries, eh." Jiang He suddenly thought of a lame joke. Fries should be seasoned with salt before frying, so plain fries are definitely the saltiest on the border between reality and fantasy. A moment later, Jiang He's private chat window vibrated. "I set up the account," Original Fries asked. "What are you planning to post?" "Export game videos, and release some scenes from our current exploration of the 4th floor monastery in the temple." Jiang He stood up, preparing for the interview, her fingers flying across the keyboard. "Note, only scenes, monsters, and combat footage, nothing more, and no more than a minute." Original Fries had just taken a bottle of milk from the fridge and was chugging it down when she noticed the message on her phone. She smacked her lips hard. It felt like a teacher assigning homework. This wasn't difficult for Original Fries. She skillfully edited the video, sent the finished product to Jiang He for a quick look, and then uploaded it. Meanwhile, Jiang He sat upright, smiling as she welcomed this rare interview opportunity. The jailer, in front of his father's close friend, abandoned his online frivolity and politely entertained the guests. Zhong Zemo opened his book, reminding the students to take notes. Orange tea, carrying large and small bags, followed the crowd with a blank expression, searching for the senior students from her department who were there to guide the new students. Although Original Flavor Fries had some free time, she wasn't a lazy bum who spent all her time glued to her computer. She tidied herself up a bit, grabbed her backpack, and left home. While everyone on the boundary between the virtual and real worlds was busy in reality, Original Flavor Fries uploaded video, tagged with proof of the stars, entered the traffic pool. This video, which should have quietly fermented in an unnoticed corner, surged towards players eagerly seeking related information thanks to the keyword temple of the clarity created by Watermelon Shumai, riding the wave of algorithms. Initially, only 1 or 2 people were watching online. An hour later, hundreds of people were simultaneously watching the short 40-second video. With school time approaching, Zhong Zemo, finally having some free time, took out his phone. Intending to search for some game-related videos, he only refreshed the page twice. Huh? He carefully checked the name below the video, and clicked on it in disbelief. Looking at the nearly 10,000 online viewers, the dense barrage of comments on the screen, the ever-increasing number of comments with each refresh, and, 10,000 followers? Seeing the commotion in the chat group, Original Flavor Fries was the first to reply, but I only created this account recently. The prison guard, who had just finished dinner with his elders, also noticed the anomaly. Wow, almost 200,000 views. Where's Potato? Let Potato come out and see. It seems he forgot to charge his phone. I can't get through, Zhong Zemo replied. Of the hundreds of comments, more than half were asking for coordinates. Original Flavor Fries opened his virtual reality boundary account. His private messages were exploding. Meanwhile, on the other side of the screen, Watermelon Shumai was also recommended to virtual reality boundaries videos. The 4th floor? She almost cried out. The 2 monstrous monsters on the 1st floor had already wiped them out several times. The materials they painstakingly collected over 2 rounds were barely enough to cover the cost of a single-star gem teleportation. They were instantly killed upon landing, making for a completely unplayable gaming experience. One of Shigua Xiaomai's loyal fans assured her confidently, This is a level of difficulty that players at a normal pace can't clear in a normal way. The reality/illusion boundary must have used some kind of unorthodox method to clear it. Without mastering this unorthodox technique, you only wipe endlessly. You can't get far in the reality/illusion boundary. That's what she comforted herself with. But now? How could they get to the 4th floor? How could they? After her initial shock, Shigua Xiaomai immediately realized she had completely done a favor for them. She's being used as a stepping stone by Cyber Potato. The other person gained followers so quickly, and their videos were recommended because she decided to reveal her coordinates, leading to a surge in search volume. But the other person already had an advantage in strategy progression. Once they gained recommended views and their traffic skyrocketed, who would care about her coordinates, even if they didn't directly share their temple strategy tips, but instead focus solely on progress and the first clear, people couldn't really criticize them. If Virtual Boundary were willing to share some details about clearing the game, even just hints, they would garner a lot of gratitude from players. Now, what does she have to compete with them on? Follower count. Once they gain momentum, will they care about not having followers? Skill. Proof of the Stars is inherently a competitive game, and once competition is involved, there's one thing you absolutely can't avoid. In esports, being bad is the original sin. Excellent players naturally attract more fans. If she truly had the skill and ability to conquer the first level of the temple, she wouldn't have released the coordinates. Although they were frequent internet users, this was the first time the 5 players from the virtual real boundary had been placed in the spotlight, becoming the center of public opinion for a game. Jiang He's move was surprisingly effective, so effective that they were momentarily at a loss for what to do next. Send a reminder to players eager to teleport to the Clarity Underground Temple World Bubble area, informing them that the Starry Sky Jade's energy infusing cost is exorbitant. As the number of teleporters increases, not only will the cost rise, but there's also a risk of failure. Also remind them that the monsters in this world bubble where the underground temple is located, both on the surface and underground, are extremely powerful. Tell them not to listen to others' encouragement and teleport blindly, as this will only result in the loss of valuable materials accumulated earlier. The jailer questioned, that won't work. They just think you're afraid of competition and afraid of losing. To lose the honor is an exaggeration. I know I can't stop those people's suicidal tendencies. They'd probably die first, hitting a wall before they turn back, Jiang He emphasized. But we still need to clarify the risks first. After all, Shigua Xiaomai didn't mention the difficulty at all. We have to be more conscientious than her. Zhong Zemo suddenly realized, should we also announce the coordinates? Since we can't stop it, let's go with the flow. We have an advantage. Why not make good use of it? Jiang He smiled. Shigua Xiaomai has set the stage for us. If we don't take advantage of it, wouldn't it be a waste of her good intentions? After a busy day, Orange Tea finally found time to check the group chat on her phone after arriving at her 4-person dorm room and getting to know her roommates. Jailer bro, now that things have come to this, let's order some food. We're finally broke enough to have a nice party and a big meal. Why are we discussing what to order for the party? The explosive popularity of the virtual real boundary was completely unexpected by the guild members, and its biggest impact was naturally in the game. Just after logging in, the guild avatar Garlic Sprout reported something. The guild's application quota has reached its limit. Please confirm, Master. Jiang He was stunned. Following the prompts, he opened the projection panel, and the list of names that appeared shot straight up to the ceiling, startling him so much that he instinctively jumped aside. We're really becoming a famous guild now, Jailer Bro said excitedly, looking up at the list. Have you ever seen a guild with only 5 people? Original Flavor Fries scoffed. And the guild is so rundown. Orange Tea looked around the guild's main hall, which was still using dilapidated round tables and chairs. Zhong Zemo chuckled helplessly. Who told us to use all our resources to conquer the temple? There's absolutely no spare money for tinkering with decorations or upgrading the guild. There's the cost of recharging gems after deaths, equipment repairs, preparing items before entering dungeons, and feeding that shameless witch who loves kickbacks. The reality/virtual boundary is really short of money. Swamyu covered her mouth and chuckled, Master, what should we do with these applications? Reject them all. Also, set the guild join conditions to only allow member invitations. Jiang He reminded everyone to also block friend requests, because as the guild leader, he had already received quite a few in-game private messages. Aw, I'm back, kids. Did you miss me? The shameless, kickback-loving witch happily teleported back. I brought the treasures you wanted. Besides, This which is also generously including some useful little gadgets. Jiang He's lips curled into a smile. After taking too many kickbacks, finally had a change of heart? One sentence was enough to make Mint grit her teeth. So do you want them or not? Yes, of course we want them, Great Witch. Please let us admire your masterpiece. That's more like it. Mint, who had been puffing up her cheeks, immediately calmed down. Teasing the silly which is really fun. It feels like it could be addictive if you didn't know better. Chapter 33. Slime Scent Spray. Mint pulled a bottle of brightly colored potion from the sack and sprayed it directly onto her arm. Spray, but we need an invisibility potion, right? Orange Tea was a little confused. It makes you invisible. As long as you're perceived as one of the slimes, you're invisible, aren't you? The jailer clapped his hands. Right, just to interfere with friend or foe identification. Jiang He took the potion, and the game immediately displayed the item description. A self-proclaimed genius creation by the Witch Mint. The spray is sticky and has a strange smell, but it seems to confuse slimes. He couldn't help but ask, is the effect guaranteed? Mint scratched her cheek with her index finger. Well, actually, I modified it myself based on a potion blueprint. Guessing everyone's reaction, Mint quickly explained, I tested it in the wild. I rubbed, hugged, and pinched the slime, and it didn't show any hostility. Original Fries chuckled, you know it was in the wild. It won't be very effective against particularly powerful slimes, but as long as you maintain a certain distance, the slime's magical and elemental perception will also fail. Mint shrugged, pouting helplessly. Then again, if you're facing a slime that can complete dual perception authentication from a super long distance, no potion will work. It seems there's no way to refute that. Their lineup would struggle to even get through one level. Mint isn't some great potion master, just an apprentice. The fact that she could produce something like this to help is already her best effort. Mint continued rummaging through the sack, her movements resembling those of a scavenger. Did she really have to use a sack? Here are a few more trinkets that should be of some use. Elemental Lure, 20 bottles. Also an improvement on an existing potion blueprint by Mint, these leave an elemental vortex after being thrown, attracting monsters that favor certain elements. Awakening Wind, 12 bottles. A wind attribute potion that significantly increases movement speed. Last Potential, 6 bottles. Greatly enhances physical attributes for a short time after consumption, but leaves the user in a state of exhaustion when the potion's duration ends. Jiang He suddenly noticed that none of Mint's homemade potions displayed their quality in the game. The 6-tier quality chart, white, green, purple, red, gold, rainbow, also applied to potions. What did this mean? Since they were homemade potions by the shameful witch, were they outside the 6 tiers, considered special exceptions? All 38 potions in the sack were laid out on the table. Mint rested her chin on the table, sighing helplessly. If we really can't beat them, we just throw away all the elemental bait. With a large quantity to keep them full, the slime should give up the chase. Awakening Wind and Last Potential are best not taken together. There are unknown side effects. Although there's never been a fatal one, it'd be very unpleasant. You maxed out our escape plan, Zhong Zimo said. Anyway, don't die out there. If you come back alive, I can still help you figure something out. She's so gentle, I'm so touched. Original Fries hit the nail on the head. You're just afraid of losing your generous potion ingredient provider, aren't you? Mint grinned. Can't you really believe I care about you guys? We spent some time together, after all. Give me some more good stuff, and I believe you. It was just a playful banter, not expecting much of a reaction from Mint, but as soon as Fries finished speaking, Jiang He noticed the struggle on Mint's face. Really some good stuff? Mint's eyes darted around, her lips slightly pursed. After a while, she gritted her teeth and asked, do you guys really have to fight those damn slimes? What's the reason you're so determined to go to such lengths? As players, naturally they're after the rewards, the positive feedback of clearing the game. But Jiang He, already used to immersing himself in the world after entering the game, thought for a moment and answered, honor. Whether for a player or for his identity in the stellar world, it made sense. Is honor more important than life? Mint seemed displeased with the answer, staring into Jiang He's eyes. Nothing in this world is more important than living. Are you stupid to pursue such empty praise, risking your own and your companions' lives for it? You want to become the foremost potion master on the Ana continent, constantly calling yourself a genius witch. Aren't you also concerned about empty fame? Jiang He retorted. Who doesn't want to prove themselves? Mint paused, her lips moving. As if struck by a painful blow, she suddenly erupted in anger, shouting, I don't care about you anymore. Go die. Take it, take it. I didn't want to give it to you anyway. Go die out there. A dark shadow emerged from under Mint's hat, landing on the table. Good heavens, you hid something here? Soul Echo Wind. This was a magic scroll, made from the hide of an unknown monster, entirely black and very resilient. The item description was extremely simple. A scroll containing mysterious spiritual magic. It also didn't display any quality. Mint knew nothing about spiritual magic, so she naturally couldn't create the scroll, and given her pathetic financial situation, purchasing it was out of the question. Mint wouldn't mention the scroll's origin. She knew nothing about its effects either, and even demanded that if the boundary between reality and illusion used it, she should describe the specific effects to her in detail upon her return. This shameless witch has so many secrets. If it works, the guild warehouse is open to you. Do you even keep your word? Although still somewhat angry, Mint couldn't help but look up and meet Jiang He's gaze. Jiang He suddenly couldn't resist testing Mint's reaction. After everyone had collected their preparation items from the guild warehouse, he had Garlic Sprout activate guild access. The illusory lock tightly fastened to the guild warehouse box immediately loosened. Hey, if anything happens to us, and we don't get back, do as you please, he instructed Garlic Sprout. Don't stop us. Several guild dolls bowed, indicating they received the order. Mint's expression shifted constantly, lost in thought. Garlic Sprout, what's today's guild blessing? Still endless training, hoping our masters will have wonderful gains under the guild's blessing today. Before teleporting to Windpod City, everyone passing by Mint ruffled her hair through the Great Witch's hat. Original flavor fries was an exception. She pinched Mint's cheek, and then teleported away before Mint could react. With everyone gone, the dolls began their work under Garlic Sprout's instructions, leaving Mint alone, slumped over the table in a daze. After a while, she got up and walked towards the guild chest. The guild dolls only glanced up before returning to their work. Anti-magic dust? And anti-magic tablets? And 20 bottles of soul shards. Mint shamefully drooled. There were just too many good things. Thinking of those people stubbornly insisting on going on the adventure, Mint suddenly got angry again and slammed the chest shut. No one paid her any attention. The empty guild made her very uncomfortable. After lying on the bed Jiang He had prepared for her for a while, Mint jumped up, grabbed 10 bottles of soul shards from the chest in one go, and teleported away. Windpod City North District, Pilgrimage Square. Because the boundary between the virtual and real worlds announced that the temple's location would be revealed here, players, who entered the game at 12 o'clock sharp gathered here in dense crowds, with numerous world bubbles piled up, and figures blurred and hazy. Oh, they're here! It's the people from the boundary between reality and illusion. A dungeon that only requires 5 people to challenge, seems pretty friendly. Jiang He, as the guild leader, stepped forward and reiterated the dungeon's difficulty, hoping each player would assess their own strength and proceed accordingly. He knew no one would listen, so it was purely a formality, doing his best to be considerate. Let's begin. Jiang He's starry sky jade released a soaring beam of starlight, reaching straight up to the heavens. Players quickly took out their own broken starry sky jade and approached the beam of light. The moment the jade was imbued with starlight, the information about the temple entrance was obtained. Thanks, boss. I definitely give you a like, comment, and share after I log off. I definitely follow, this time for sure. Whether recording coordinates or teleporting back to Windpod City, both require a significant amount of materials. The fact that the reality/virtual boundary team makes no mention of these costs has earned them considerable goodwill from many players. How can it be so expensive? Does it consume 15 sets of purple quality materials? I exchanged 28 magic stones, and it's still not enough. Holy crap! How can our 6-person team need 84 sets of purple materials? The players' feedback left the reality/virtual boundary team members exchanging bewildered glances. Thanks to Orange T's good luck, they've been using the dropped starry sky jade with 3 uses, and therefore hadn't paid attention to energy infusion. To be precise, Jiang He, while maintaining team status, went to the shop he visited before and exchanged 30 magic stones. He clearly remembered that this number would reliably create a portal without the risk of teleportation failure. Verification successful. A portal only for the 5 members of the reality/virtual boundary team has been created. Each player and each team has different energy requirements. What affects energy consumption? Cyber Potato Guild Leader, are you sure about these coordinates? Are they okay? A player asked. These are the coordinates of the temple entrance. We just went back to locate them, Jiang He emphasized. The boundary between reality and illusion is clear, we keep our word. Now it was the players' turn to look at each other in bewilderment. The players, who had been full of enthusiasm and determined to wreak havoc, suddenly became much more deflated. Although many could still teleport by gritting their teeth, gambling their entire resources on an unknown. Some were still unwilling to give up. Is it really that difficult there? Jianghe didn't play coy, stating bluntly, currently, everyone's average game level is around LV5, equipment is incomplete, and various recipes are not yet unlocked. You ask me if it's difficult? I can only answer, it is difficult, but not hopeless. He added, those who think they're good at it can try walking the tightrope. No sooner had he finished speaking than Jianghe saw a small team in the distance transform into a streak of light and merge into a pillar of light. Everyone needs to hit a wall first. Seeing that someone was actually willing to gather their entire team and try it out, others immediately followed. Once 1, 2, once 3, 4, in no time, followers surged forth, players scrambling to be the first, afraid of being even a second too late. Another group of players arrived at Pilgrim Square from afar. Guild leader Potato, is your teleportation affected by the curse of sin? Curse? Jianghe was puzzled. I never encountered a curse before. Why do you ask? Watermelon Shumai provides 2 teleportation coordinates. One is extremely expensive, the other is almost half the price, but you have to bear the curse. This is novel, he hadn't expected that a single teleportation could have such a significant difference. Actually, this time was enough for Jianghe to figure something out. The difference in teleportation costs is a game control mechanism. Jianghe and Shigua Xiaomai arrived at the Temple of the Clarities, normally by triggering some mechanism. Players invited to team up with them, or those in the same guild, are considered companions, and their teleportation costs are within the normal range. However, receiving the temple's location information shared by Jianghe, and then teleporting there obviously comes at a different price. This price may vary depending on the player's level or certain player data recorded in the game. Given that the entire world of the Proof of the Stars is dynamic, achieving this is clearly not difficult. The Curse of Sin is likely due to Watermelon Shumai stealing progress data and obtaining corrupted coordinates. Anyone passing through these coordinates is highly likely to benefit greatly. After answering some questions and warning players against being greedy, everyone at the boundary between the virtual and real worlds disappeared at the end of the passage. Players compared the teleportation prices on both sides and found that the entrance coordinates at the boundary between the virtual and real worlds were significantly cheaper, so they started spreading the word. At the West District Pilgrimage Plaza where Watermelon Shumai was located, despite the frantic cries of seagulls from many players, messengers warning of the impending curse, many players still rushed over for the cheapest option. It's so cheap, a little gain will make up for the teleportation loss. So what if it's a sin? It's not a permanent state. Seeing that quite a few players were choosing the sin coordinates, one of Shigua Xiaomai's fans hesitated and asked, is this really a good idea? I already mentioned the risks. They're just after the cheap price and won't listen or believe me, so it's none of our business, Shigua Xiaomai said indifferently. Let them scout ahead and see if they can find a way to break through the first level. He originally wanted to say, it's a bit inappropriate to bring up these coordinates, it might anger the players, but remembering that Shigua Xiaomai always hated being criticized or denied, he silently swallowed his words. Since the game started, many groups have emerged within it, including the Star Observers, who observe the game's progress and record game news. Of course, this is their self-designation. Players prefer to call them Star Reporters. They keenly sense the immense value in uncovering news from the game world, which could be monetized to some extent both in reality and in the game, and thus they gather together. In real life, most of them are gaming content creators or work in related fields. In the game, they're basically playing themselves. This grand teleportation expedition to the Temple of the Clarities naturally falls within their reporting scope. This is big news on the 11th day since the launch of Stellaris, and also the largest collective player action since the server opened. After logging off today, I have plenty of game news to write about. Chapter 34. Before the teleportation statue on the 3rd level, empty slime scent spray bottles were piled up at Orange T's feet. She single-handedly took on the spraying duties for everyone. This was Jianghe's request. As for why, we have the spray, and we have the lucky one, so you spraying is a kind of indirect lucky spray. When it was Orange T's turn, everyone, who were already prepared, immediately sprayed her wildly, causing her to back away and lean against the wall. Turn around, take care of your back too. An uninformed person would think this was bullying. Teleporting again into the 4th level, the Monastery of the Clarities, just as Jianghe had predicted, the team was once again teleported and scattered in this dark scene. The map was shrouded in mist and unusable. It was definitely intentionally designed to break the players into smaller groups, each facing the slime army of this level separately. How to regroup was the first challenge the players encountered on this level. Using a light orb as a signal flare easily attracts enemies in the dark. Creating a faint light isn't enough to alert everyone. Noise will wake the slimes. This scenario might have many solutions in the game, but none are as economical and efficient as Jiang Hei's idea. In the squad chat, Zhong Ziming, anyone near the high ground? Jiang Hei immediately replied, me, I randomly landed in a monastery. Original fries, good luck, we can stay put for now. Jiang Hei removed all his equipment to lighten his load and avoid making too much noise. Inside the monastery, as long as you're careful enough and don't make too much noise, these slimes, having just finished digesting their meal, will be in a semi-sleep state, making them easy to sneak through. Perhaps this was a gesture of pity for the players? Reaching the highest point on the monastery rooftop, Jiang Hei sent another message. Ready, let's begin. After a brief silence, the team channel immediately buzzed with activity. Jailer, jailer, jailer. Black and white, black and white, black and white. Send, 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 send. The text repeated incessantly, rapidly scrolling across the screen. Wait, why did Orange T send? It must be that jailer teaching him weird stuff again. A chat box, glowing faintly above the players' heads, flickered like a firefly in the darkness, a guiding light in Jiang Hei's eyes. It really worked. You can block the map, but you can't block the chat bar, right? Jiang Hei was a master of ideas. After everyone sent their messages again in order, Jiang Hei confirmed everyone's location. Luckily Jailer, Orange Tea, and Zhong Zemo were all directly in front of his monastery location. The original flavored fries, out of sight, found the nearest monastery dormitory, climbed to the roof, and located it. Thanks to Jiang Hei's text-based remote control technique, the regrouping process went exceptionally smoothly, although they still hadn't found the teleportation statue to the next level. His extensive gaming experience led him to suspect that the teleportation statue was closely related to the slime army. As expected, Jiang Hei quickly covered the mouth of the excited jailer, who had run over. He lowered his voice and warned, if you want a bunch of sticky balls to swarm out of the monastery and beat us up, speak louder. The jailer awkwardly covered his mouth with his hand, warily looked around, and also lowered his voice. There's spray, it'd be fine, right? Mint made it very clear, getting too close or lingering too long will get you detected. With that, Zhong Zemo changed into the cloth armor he already prepared, but only his shirt and pants were visible, the rest of his body was completely bare, and he wasn't even wearing shoes. His shield was also changed from a large shield to a small, round metal shield. You're way too revealing. The jailer was stunned. The shield potion will only give you less than half a second to react. Zhong Zemo glanced at the small round shield, patiently maintained by his witch doll, and a smile played on his lips. It's like wearing armor won't hold you off for long. It's all the same, like walking a tightrope. Jiang Hei also started removing his armor. Treat every fight like it's your last, and don't be afraid, right? Original Fries said calmly, if you can't hit, it's meaningless. Even Original Fries was going lightly equipped. Now everyone at the boundary between reality and illusion was a one-hit wonder. The shield offered negligible reaction time. It was either a superhuman performance or instant death, no other possibilities. Without magic and the lighting crystals, the monastery was chillingly cold. The portrait of the deity hanging high above, destroyed by the Church of Eternal Night, was now headless. The cool moonlight streaming through the stained glass windows shone precisely on the portrait's only gap, making it seem as if a shimmering, fluorescent flower bloomed atop the missing head. Feeling their way along the boundary between reality and illusion, they made their way up the steps. Barefoot, Jiang Hei, Original Flavor Fries, and Zhong Ziming quickly felt the stickiness on the soles of their feet. Wet, sticky, like rubber, yet with a slippery feel like jelly or pudding, they felt they might fall at any moment, but a sticky sensation kept them steady. Such subtle secretions. The path wasn't long. Reaching the third floor, turning the corner past the now burnt library, the bedroom came into view. Just like the monastery he visited on his first visit, the slimes, having finished eating, were fast asleep, their keen senses drifting into an endless dream. Wait, do low-intelligence monsters dream? Jiang Hei suddenly wondered. In the messy bedroom, two enormous pink slimes huddled together, their colors slightly faded in the cold moonlight. Orange Tea's comment popped up in the party chat. They're actually quite cute when they're still. Miniature slimes must have a unique charm to be kept as pets by nobles. Jiang Hei and Original Fries exchanged a glance, then slowly drew his sword. For easier handling, Jiang Hei had abandoned the short sword this time. The beginner narrow blade longsword was an extra bonus given when choosing a weapon at the beginning of the game. Because swinging it felt a bit awkward, not as satisfying as a short sword, he had kept it in his backpack untouched. While everyone else in the guild was feeding it unnecessary materials, it survived thanks to Jianghe's consistently frugal style. Only the two of them could actually assassinate it. Zhong Zemo and the other were just part of the battlefield atmosphere. The jailer brother was sealed away due to his sensitivity to elements and magic. Zhong Zemo specialized in defense and shield parrying. Smashing it would be too noisy, and he was powerless against it. Although Orange T's spellcasting system was based on faith, it still stirred up elements and magic in reality, even if only slightly, and they dared not gamble on it. By the moonlight spilling onto the windowsill, the two stared intently at the fist-sized core beneath the slime's translucent body. Not all slimes require a magic core to absorb and manipulate magic, but the slimes in this scene clearly possessed one. This special magical organ, equivalent to a human heart, swayed slightly with the bodies trembling. While Orange T was still contemplating whether to help count down 1, 2, 3, a barely audible desperate struggle rang out, and two blades simultaneously plunged into the slime's soft body, reaching the magic core without resistance. Without communication, their movements were perfectly synchronized. The two almost simultaneously spun their blades again, activating desperate struggle once more, tearing apart the slime's body tissue. The power penetrated the magic core, piercing the soft body, and the slime, just awakened from its slumber, quickly fell into a deep sleep. The purple quality slime magic core fell, bringing this clean and efficient assassination to a close. It departed peacefully, without making a sound. Lines of 666 floated above everyone's heads. A direct confrontation with the slime army was hopeless, but a sneak attack would change everything. The slimes, with their extremely low physical resistance, would yield results as long as they hit the magic core. With their superb teamwork, the ecstatic Jianghe and original flavored French fries began a frenzied killing spree. From the second to the fourth floor, they swept through each dormitory room. If there were 3 slimes in a room, they would assassinate 2 first, then attack the third from both sides, trying to silence it before it could warn them. If there were 4, they would act at top speed, each of them taking out another bottle. What a beautiful display of teamwork! Jianghe and original flavored French fries movements were 90% synchronized, a tacit understanding that required no communication. There were slimes that didn't react at times, but as one tried to sense the abnormal magic power, the killing intent erupting from the two shattered it. Armored and gagged, they moved like they were in an empty field. The jailer, like a shaman performing a ritual, was wildly hyping up the chat. Each of these slimes provided a generous amount of experience. With a flick of the wrist, they fell into the hands of everyone in the guild. It was truly. My experience bar suddenly increased by a huge amount. Orange Tea clenched her fist in surprise. The endless training effect must have triggered, right? Killing so many should have triggered it by now. Jianghe wiped his sweat. But I haven't triggered it at all. Me neither. Humans and dogs are definitely not comparable. Having gotten the hang of it, Jianghe stopped searching the area and immediately headed to the next monastery. There was plenty of time to search after killing the slimes. Just a slight change in strategy was enough to easily mow down these slimes, who treated him like a snack, reaping dozens of purple materials. High risk, high reward indeed. Shameful witch, I misunderstood you. Your potions are indeed very effective. So far, not a single slime had awakened from its slumber. Their powerful senses had truly been deceived. Jianghe, who was excitedly entering another bedroom, ready to repeat his trick, was startled. The two slimes in the room, almost the instant they stepped through the door, slowly rolled to the window. Slimes have no eyes, yet they seem to be gazing at something motionless. A moment later, their round bodies transformed into specks of light and drifted away. Jianghe quickly walked to the windowsill. Above the dark dome, the various colored fireflies that had gathered from all over the 4th level swirled in the sky, gradually unifying and transforming into a fluorescent green. Above the dome, raging waves roared, and the rushing water began to swirl rapidly, suddenly connecting with the ground in the form of a tornado, creating a breathtaking fluorescent storm. What's going on? Seeing the endless stream of light particles merging into the storm, Orange Tea swallowed hard. The fluorescent dust trembled violently, and the colossal object that came into view made even the composed original fries instinctively take a step back. It was a gigantic slime, estimated to be at least 7 meters tall. Bubbles churned violently within it, and its rounded body emitted a dangerous green glow, illuminating the pitch-black 4th floor as if it were daytime. This size? No, this isn't an ordinary slime. Jianghe recalled the knowledge Mint had shared. With this physique, if it could communicate, could speak, then it is a vile and despicable insect draped in the flesh and blood of my race. An angry female voice made the air tremble, and the monastery glass on the side facing her shattered with a crash, playing the prelude to a funeral dirge she herself had struck. Amidst the fragmented musical notes, Jianghe felt his body go dry, a layer of mist carrying elemental and magical power evaporating from their skin. A genuine slime king. A divinely favored individual among the naturally low-intelligent slime race, it awakened its wisdom, reached its peak, and underwent a transformation. It alone could give birth to an entire slime swarm. Now it understood, all the slimes on the 4th floor were actually part of it. When the player kills a certain number of individual slimes, the remaining individuals will trigger a fusion, and all slimes will return to one, returning to the elemental lake that nurtured them. What is the elemental lake? The situation was dire. Although the Slime King still had no eyes, this didn't prevent Orange Tea from feeling its faint, almost imperceptible gaze. It felt like being locked onto by a ferocious beast. Jianghe sighed helplessly. I don't understand. Mint only said half of it. Damn it, why didn't she finish what she was talking about? Your hat just begs to be pulled. What do we do now? How do we fight? Zhong Zema was suffocating under the opponent's powerful pressure. Was this the power of a top-tier demon? Doing nothing, just locking onto the enemy with its senses, it could create such oppression. No, it's alright. It didn't attack immediately, which means we still have. A green light flashed, its brightness unsettling. Before the jailer could finish speaking, the entire 4th level, from the dome to the ground, was saturated with vine-like green patterns, crisscrossing and spreading. In an instant, the 4th level became a cage. It wasn't that it wasn't attacking, it was activating ritual magic. Even someone unfamiliar with the game would know that something terrible was about to happen. Quickly cast the teleportation spell. Run. Original Fries was dumbfounded. The starry sky gem can't be triggered. Mine too. Mine isn't glowing either. It can even seal teleportation magic. Placing this monster as a guardian on the 4th floor must be designed to instill despair. Everyone quickly took the Awakening Wind Potion and leaped out of the monastery's dormitory. Instantly, an elemental storm, a mixture of fire, ice, lightning, and darkness, erupted, tearing the vast monastery to shreds. Bricks and stones rained down from the sky. Ha ha, my lovely little ones, your big sister has come to see you again. The Slime King's female voice suddenly and seamlessly switched to Naphiel's voice. That seductive voice that sent chills down your spine. I can't let you die so easily. Come and perform some little tricks that will make me happy. After a crisp snap of her fingers, vortexes appeared in the void directly in front of him. Jianghe sensed something amiss. He glanced down at the ground, now transformed into a magic circle by the Slime King. The intricate veins of the leaves seemed to come alive, echoing something distant. The next second, countless bolts of lightning, like whips, swept across the boundary between reality and illusion, shattering the earth and filling the air with a scorching smell. Except for the small safe spot occupied by Jianghe's team, there wasn't a single place on the entire 4th level untouched by the lightning's punishment. Jianghe hurriedly looked towards the Slime King, its head surrounded by a sky-obscuring magic circle. It was in deep meditation, fully controlling its magic. Try to dodge, and if you succeed, I reward you with a big hug. Don't worry, my lovely little toys, we found a safe spot. You survive. Pleasure me a little longer. The people of the Eternal Night Church, are they insane? Chapter 35. Naphiel's flippant, arrogant voice tugged at everyone's heartstrings. Toy, please, each word made Jianghe's chest tighten with anger. Under Naphiel's remote control, the Slime King's full-scene ritual magic transformed into a three-dimensional bullet hell game. Without any fancy gimmicks, the Slime King's bullet hell was pure elemental energy bombardment. The densely generated magical attacks primarily consisted of orbs and rays of light of various colors. The intense glare interfered with the attacker's judgment. Juicy T, lacking gaming experience, only glanced at the aurora-like screen a few times, staring intently at the oncoming bullet hell for a few seconds before becoming dizzy and disoriented. Like toying with prey, Naphiel deliberately positioned the safe zone within the observable boundary of the virtual and real worlds, then watched her toy struggle for survival, emitting bursts of utterly wicked laughter. 20 seconds passed. 40 seconds passed. 1 minute passed. Naphiel could no longer let out that confident laugh of complete control. Under the ritual magic, the high-intensity barrage of bullets had continued for so long, yet no one on the boundary between the virtual and real worlds had been harmed. The members of the boundary between the virtual and real worlds were all skilled in a wide variety of games. Or rather, they were skilled in more than one game. Jianghe and Zhong Zema were masters of bullet hell games. There was once an exaggerated praise. Top-tier bullet hell game masters could escape the rain without getting wet. In reality, this was naturally impossible, but at this moment, their superior dynamic vision and ability to predict the landing points allowed them to dodge one deadly attack after another like walking a tightrope in this first-person bullet hell game. They were like ants scurrying across a divine chessboard, each time escaping unscathed, mocking the self-proclaimed god, who could effortlessly crush the boundary between reality and illusion, who constantly uttered the word manipulation, a figure high and mighty. Nafer, stop playing around. That strange feeling is back. The spatial magic maintaining the portal has warped again. It's strange. That woman must be doing something in the palace. Just putting up a last-ditch effort. Once the magic array on the 11th floor breaks, the Temple of the Clarity on the 12th floor will become history. I'm going to turn her into a puppet with independent thought. Beautiful things must be desecrated. The spatial distortion is intensifying. Our spatial connection with the 5th floor is severed. Nafer, can't you understand human language? I told you to stop playing around. The voices of the Church of Eternal Night echoed throughout the 4th floor, clearly audible even amidst the Slime King's relentless bombardment. Rosalie, shut up. Shut up. Seeing that the boundary between reality and illusion had held for 1 minute and 30 seconds under her control through ritual magic, Nafiel abruptly turned and roared impatiently at the person who had spoken to her loudly. Humph, someone says they're handling this with ease, taking this long to crush a few little bugs that intruded into the temple? I can crush them anytime. This is a game, it's fun. 6th level spatial connection interruption. Space is distorting. What is that woman doing on the 12th level? I'm saying this one last time, stop playing around, something's not right. Nafiel roared a series of angry shouts, disturbed by her companion, causing ripples to appear in the boundary between reality and illusion. The purple-gold vertical pupils reappeared, hovering above the Slime King's head. The elemental power throughout the entire scene subsided, and countless projectiles vanished instantly. Didn't you say that if we won, we get a hug? Where's the hug? The jailer was panting heavily, as he spoke from the long run. It was truly a wonder, he was still clinging to Nafiel's ethereal promise. A hug? Nafiel chuckled. Would you hug a bunch of filthy, ugly monkeys? Without another word, Nafiel's purple-gold vertical pupils flashed with a terrifying light. She was about to end everything. At that moment, Jianghe held an inconspicuous black scroll in his hand. He was too exhausted to try it earlier, but now. The scroll's creator had thoughtfully considered that the user wasn't a mage, placing a magic stone in the center. Using the magic stone as a crosshair, Jianghe aimed at the midpoint between the Slime King and those eyes. Triggered. The scroll instantly turned to ashes, leaving only a corner that slowly drifted to his feet. No unusual phenomena, no feedback, the scroll's only effect was self-immolation. It even seemed to stir up a gentle breeze. The expectant crowd from the boundary between reality and illusion choked on a mouthful of blood, nearly spitting it out. Mint, this is the mysterious scroll you've been making all this noise about. Nafiel, what are you daydreaming about? The idol's guidance has begun. The history of the Clarities is coming to an end. Nafiel? Nafiel, who had just been arrogantly mocking the boundary between reality and illusion, remained silent for a long time before finally erupting in a heart-wrenching wail. Accompanying this were the thuds of her head hitting heavy objects or walls. Ouch, ouch! Something is inside my head? Nafer? Ouch! My head is about to split open. Who are you? Don't pry into my memories. Go call the other whisperers. Warning, warning! The Church of Eternal Night shouted, our spatial magic has been corrupted by a strange force. Something is eyeing the portal's coordinates. From the release of the scroll to the chaos within the Church of Eternal Night, the sheer volume of information in those few seconds was overwhelming. Nafier screamed as the connection was severed, the boundary between reality and illusion standing frozen in place, staring blankly at each other. It sounded like the scroll's mental magic was working. The whisperer of the Church of Eternal Night, who could easily turn the 4th floor upside down, was now suffering from a splitting headache just from a light touch of the scroll. What level of magician could have created this? Where did Mint get her hands on it? While the others were still lost in thought, Jianghe immediately shouted, drawing their attention back to the Slime King. Even without Nafi's arrival, the Slime King remained an incredibly powerful monster they couldn't match. The Slime King remained motionless. This standoff lasted for nearly a minute, the atmosphere so oppressive that everyone was sweating profusely. Orange Tea kept quietly praying that the scroll would also defeat the Slime King, allowing everyone to enjoy a generous reward. The Slime King's bouncy, fluorescent green body, like a human, was also covered in fine beads of sweat. The sweat seeped out more and more, becoming denser and denser, collapsing down like a melting wax figure, wet and sticky, losing its rounded shape, turning into a puddle of gelatinous substance that could be kneaded and crushed, sprawling in all directions. The speed was so fast that before the fluorescent green torrent of slime even reached Orange Tea's feet, she was still stunned, making her wish. A single scroll instantly killed 2 powerful enemies of the Eternal Night Church. Midwich, did you really obtain this scroll through normal channels? You couldn't even buy one if you sold yourself. Alas, we are. Just as the jailer was about to pop the champagne, Jianghe covered his mouth. The limp slime on the ground slowly contracted, gathered, and spun in place like a vortex. Original flavored fries were somewhat numb. Third form? You be numb too. The 4th level's difficulty was so high that even professional players would shake their heads. Jianghe even doubted whether a level 20 max level player could pass it through normal means. The spinning stopped, and the Slime King that appeared before everyone left them speechless. Ah! Sister Ulna? The Slime King had transformed into Sister Ulna, enveloped in the slime bubbles it had thrown out, suspended in midair. She clutched her head with one hand and placed the other on her chest, appearing to be in pain. Hearing Jianghe speak, her gaze immediately shifted towards him. You know Ulna? It sounded like a question, yet also like she was already prepared. And this posture clearly indicated she was capable of conversation. Wait, could it be? Jianghe exchanged a glance with Original Fries, then immediately took out a lantern from his backpack and showed it to the Slime King. Drawn by magic, the lantern floated up and landed in the Slime King's hand. She carefully caressed it, her lips moving, her face filled with sorrow. You are from the Clear Ones. He wanted to use person, but it felt strange, so Jianghe changed his approach. From the Clear One's side? The Slime King sadly clutched the lantern to her chest. It was Ulna who brought me into the Clear Ones. I was so very young then. Original Fries asked, so, you were manipulated? A fierce glint appeared in the Slime King's eyes. She gritted her teeth. The Church of Eternal Night. The Church of Eternal Night's invasion came with overwhelming force. The Slime King, responsible for tending the plants and flowers in the Clear One's temple, was caught completely off guard, facing the Church's main force, which had remained almost unscathed in the first 3 levels. Several whispers bewitched her mind. After Naphiel arrived, she completely sealed her consciousness in a perpetually mist-shrouded wasteland, until a strange wind easily tore through the mist, freeing her consciousness from its bondage. Jianghe picked up the scroll fragment that had been stepped on, examining it incredulously. The jailer tentatively asked, Do you still remember the time you were controlled? Jianghe quickly glanced at him, knowing he was deliberately bringing up the most sensitive topic. What did I do? Original Fries quickly tried to cover it up. Your elemental magic held us back for a long time. The Slime King, looking ashamed, slowly floated down in front of everyone. This wasn't my intention. You were chosen by Ulna, and given her personality, she would have told you to run away, but you ended up here. Caught off guard, the Slime King forcefully plunged her hand into her chest cavity. Through her translucent skin, everyone could clearly see her fingers curled into a fist, tightly gripping something. A brilliantly colored, irregularly shaped crystal core was forcibly pulled from her body. In that instant, her body, which had been faintly glowing green, dimmed. What are you doing? Take it, and then, leave this place. He said the same thing as Ulna. Don't take any risks. Ahead lies only endless darkness and hell. With your strength, you come this far, your future is limitless. Survive. Only by surviving can you have a chance to stop the eternal night from engulfing this world. The Slime King's words were urgent, her hand clutching the crystal core, thrusting it towards Jianghe's chest. It can forge invincible weapons for you. Before you grow into heroes who can stand alone, survive. Seeing that no one at the boundary between reality and illusion reached out to take it, the Slime King's expression immediately turned ferocious. I said, give it to me. She forcefully shoved the crystal core into Jianghe's hand, clapping her hands together, and the ground instantly collapsed. A statue hidden beneath the ground rose from the churning earth. Without giving the beings at the boundary of reality and illusion any chance to speak, she waved her hand, and a powerful gust of wind slammed them against the statue, allowing the Slime King to trigger the teleportation. Before the Slime King, they couldn't even offer a chance to resist. When they came to their senses, they found themselves at the entrance to the underground temple. Looking at the trembling, shimmering crystal core in his hand, Like a heart, that strange feeling surged back into Jiang Hei's heart. Everything that had just happened seemed real, except that it was a world where the boundary between reality and illusion didn't exist. Just as he was about to check the crystal core's description, the jailer exclaimed, "Wow! I told you not to yell like that. We all been through the 4th level." "Be more careful," Jiang Hei retorted. Although he cheated his way through by relying on the mint scroll, finding the mint was still a skill in itself. "Wow, my experience level jumped to 7 in one go. And it's still going up, wow, level 8. Jiang Hei looked and realized he had unknowingly reached level 8 as well. Original flavor fries quickly checked. "I am level 10. "Huh?" Zhong Zemo also exclaimed excitedly, having jumped to level 7 in one go. Orange Tea seemed to have received a lot of endless training bonuses, actually leaping to level 9, second only to Fries. According to the community discussion, the highest level player in the game is currently Shadow Kingdom Coin, currently level 8. That's the big guy who's been spending lavishly in Windjammer City doing roleplaying. The 4th level's experience is so abundant that the previously frozen experience bars are collectively sounding the charge. Now, the level at the boundary between reality and illusion is leading the entire game. With such abundant experience, this crystal core, obtained only by overdrawing the Slime King's resources, must be heart of the elements. The strange core nurtured by the Slime King, when touched, seems to convey the flow of elements. It's still pulsating, as if grieving for a departed friend. A system notification pops up. You have unlocked the Heart of the Elements set. Chapter 36. Upon returning to the guild, everyone eagerly went to the workshop to check the recipe information. Elemental Heart Set, Adaptive Equipment, Red Quality. Specific effects will only be visible after a forging record is available. Elemental Heart, 1. Elemental Essence, any quality 6. Or any quality, any type 30. This is the number of materials required to craft a weapon. If crafting armor, the recipe will vary slightly depending on the armor piece. The red quality set has a huge flexibility in the materials required for forging, prompting Jiang Hei to question the dolls. The equipment will exhibit different qualities depending on the quality of the materials provided by the master. If the masters are not satisfied with the final product, or if they obtain better materials in the future and want to modify the existing equipment, they can choose to reforge. When reforging equipment, depending on the craftsman's ability, there is a chance to completely retain the core elemental heart. After hearing the Nun doll's explanation, Original Flavor Fries immediately looked at Jiang Hei. She commanded in an unquestionable tone, "You forge one?" Before Jiang Hei could react, Zhong Zemo immediately chimed in. "You don't have a single decent piece of equipment, and you always let us take the good stuff first. You've been so modest for so long, now it's your turn." This time, Jiang Hei didn't refuse. Even forged with the most ordinary materials, the excellent attributes of a red quality doll were enough for him to get through the early game. Because the recipe was unlocked, the forging skills of the female doll builder had greatly improved. Therefore, the only problem at present was that they didn't have the corresponding workshop. The boundary between the virtual and real worlds must be expanded and upgraded twice before forging can begin. After asking for others' opinions, Jiang Hei opened the guild warehouse. "What's wrong?" Seeing him standing there motionless, Zhong Zemo stepped forward. "Something's missing." Min had actually taken 10 bottles of soul fragments. This heartless witch didn't even believe they could return alive. She didn't even want to wait a moment longer before starting to pack. After spending some time together, Orange Tea had actually grown to like the shameless witch. Although she was a bit silly and seemed seriously ill, she genuinely wanted everyone in the boundary between reality and illusion to be alright, and was willing to use her treasured possessions to help them overcome difficulties. Is she really gone, and not coming back? No one could answer. Even Jiang Hei began to wonder if he had said something wrong, causing Mint to trigger the departure plot. He had originally wanted to thank her properly, and ask her where she got the scroll. "What do we do now? Just feed her materials to upgrade?" the jailer asked. Staring at the soul fragments, recalling the trading methods between players, Jiang Hei suddenly smiled. "No, I'm going to try a different approach. How did the boundary between reality and illusion guild get through the cleansing layer?" A question arose in the minds of every player battling the Moonshadow werewolf. This question reached its peak after some were instantly killed by the frog-headed stitched monster in its magical form. The players who had died and returned to Windpod City gathered in small groups, their irrepressible urge to speak making them chatter incessantly. "Let me go first," an elf couldn't help but complain. "It was really disgusting. We didn't even see a shadow of a monster, and our entire 8-person team was wiped out." "You died in that garden too?" "Looks like you did too. We were just unlucky. We were surrounded by a horde of zombies while passing through the corridor. Because the space was too narrow, we couldn't move freely and got trapped. It's not that having more people in a team gives you an advantage. The stars dynamically adjust the mechanics and difficulty based on the number of players in the team, a fact already discovered by the community. The fact that the reality/illusion boundary was cleared by only 5 people, and that they're currently ahead in the walkthrough, has truly opened the eyes of stars-proof players. Previously, most people didn't believe the reality/illusion boundary's claims of extremely high difficulty, thinking they were just lying to avoid competition. But practice makes perfect. After spending a huge amount of teleportation fees to experience the exhilarating feeling of the dust-cleansing layer, many self-proclaimed hardcore challengers were somewhat deflated when the reality/illusion boundary was mentioned again, unable to help but marvel at its power. Of course, there were also those who were instantly killed and remained unconvinced. They must have used some trickery, he asserted. The underground temple of the clarifiers is clearly not a dungeon that players at this stage can challenge. They must have mastered some unorthodox methods to achieve this. 1 or 2 levels could be attributed to luck, but by the time they entered the game today, the boundary between reality and illusion had already reached the 4th level. This can't all be just luck, can it? Dissenting voices followed one after another. Sunua is right there. Go challenge it, and then come back and prove us wrong. Good luck, you win. Congratulations, you now know that the boundary between reality and illusion is using trickery. Now lead your team into the underground temple, surpass the boundary between reality and illusion, and become the #1 PD guild. The underground temple of the clarifiers has become the undisputed most difficult dungeon at this stage. If no one can break through the cleansing layer in a short time, then the boundary between reality and illusion will naturally be the #1 PD guild. Faced with its miraculous strategy data, any doubt is pale and powerless, and would only make the doubter seem like envious patience. Jiang He landed, and the surrounding murmurs filled his ears. He couldn't help but smile calmly. Just as he had guessed, even with thorough preparations, this group of players who bravely ventured into the temple still suffered heavy casualties. During their fierce battle with the Slime King, many were unconvinced and even sacrificed their equipment, fighting with their backs against the wall. The result was, of course, obvious. One defeat sent the entire team back to square one on the day the server opened. Daring to bet all their resources on an unknown battle, hoping for a rich enough drop to cover their investment losses. To put it nicely, he had the courage to challenge everything fate had in store for him. To put it bluntly, he was a gambler who was destined for disaster. Instead of heading to Dandelion Street, the default trading location for players, Jianghe went to a corner of Pilgrim Square and started sending messages. Selling loot from the underground temple of the Clarities. After sending several messages, someone noticed him. Loot from the Clarities temple, from those surface monsters? No, look at his name. Holy crap, Cyber Potato, that's the ID of the leader of the Virtual Real Boundary Guild, right? The focus of the heated discussion suddenly appeared, and the players who had been dying and returning to Windjammer City immediately crowded around. Jianghe calmly placed the dungeon drops, such as soul fragments, on the trade box, allowing each player to view them, and set a trade deposit to prevent bored players from causing trouble. More than a transaction, many people simply wanted an opportunity to strike up a conversation with the leaders of a powerful guild. Tycoon's office in the stars. Guild leader Cyber Potato, it seems you closed the guild application channel. May I ask why? That question is worth 1 magic stone. Jianghe smiled slightly. Tycoon's office in the stars laughed heartily, and readily made the payment. Looks like the boundary between the virtual and real worlds is short of money right now. Jianghe didn't deny it. Very short, very short. So, as the guild leader, I have to sell myself to support my 4 remaining hungry children. A series of cheerful laughs erupted around him. After a lighthearted remark, he answered the other person's question. The boundary between reality and illusion is a guild formed by people who know each other well within a small circle, so we are very cautious about recruiting. At this stage, the more members a guild has, the higher the benefits for each member. Your small circle might gradually fall behind as a result. Even so, are you unwilling to make changes? Jianghe raised his index finger and smiled in response. Another magic stone arrived at his account, and he immediately replied, more than benefits, we care about whether we can have fun. As everyone knows, friends are the highest requirement for a game, and they are hard to buy with money. Cinch's office in the stars originally wanted to ask a third question, but upon opening his inventory panel, he immediately looked embarrassed. This group of Cinch's chosen had also challenged the underground temple, analyzing the strategy during the process, only to be crushed into balls one by one by the frog-headed stitches. Can you ask a question with just one magic stone? A minotaur, holding a magic stone, arrogantly squeezed into Jianghe's field of vision. Lord of the Night, I give you 10 coins, just in exchange for answering one question. Glancing at Lord of the Night's guild, Jianghe maintained his smile, and uttered 3 words without further ado. I refuse. Lord of the Night, currently the vice president of Dream Master, the most notorious guild in the Stars-approved community. Some people act the same way in real life and in the game, emphasizing consistency between their words and actions. Not long ago, members of Dream Master had some conflicts with Jianghe. Considering his actions in the community and the game, and looking at his feigned generosity masking a dagger, Jianghe felt only nausea. If you think 10 isn't enough, I'm willing to offer 20 sets of purple materials. Lord Black Knight raised his stakes again. These materials are enough to exchange for over 60 magic stones. How about this time? I still refuse. Why? He looked at Cinch next to him. His magic stones are money, mine aren't. I'm just not interested in trading with someone who comes to the game to show off, ganging up to bully the weak. Jianghe sneered. I heard that after you lost to the Barrel Water God Luo Guild, you were sniping newbies in the conflict zone outside Windjammer City, and even lured players there. Trading with someone like you, I'm afraid the community will gossip about us the next day. Jianghe was actually a troublemaker, and he was too lazy to get into conflicts while playing games. But considering that the game had only been going on for 11 days, and someone was already exploiting the rules to bully clueless ordinary players, as someone with a certain reputation, he felt it was his responsibility to say something. For example, to completely condemn the other party as the villain. The atmosphere instantly heated up. The president of the virtual real boundary, who had become famous throughout the entire StarCraft gaming community in just one day, didn't mince words, and the atmosphere at the scene was tense. Chapter 37. The community's summary of Dream Master is spot on. A coward who brings the repressions of reality into the game, venting on the weak. His methods are no different from street thugs. Shamelessness makes one invincible. He's figured out the psychology of powerful player groups who don't want to be disturbed in the early stages of development, so he's covered himself in excrement, becoming a maggot in a sea of filth, relentlessly swarming others, making them avoid him. Powerful players are busy developing and growing. Player groups of equal strength may not be able to afford the strain. Solo players, who aren't in a group, dare not offend him. Entering conflict zones requires offering materials, which are then thrown on the ground as protection money. Relying on his purely disgusting behavior, Dream Master has expanded his guild to 50 members. Haven't you entered society yet, kid? The Night Lord scoffed. Didn't anyone teach you to leave room for maneuver in your words? It benefits both sides. You speak so bluntly. Haven't you ever been beaten down by society? So you, someone who's been beaten down by society, come to the game to swagger around and collect cyber protection money? Jianghe laughed. Life's really not going well now. The Dream Lord is great. No need for further explanation. The surrounding players burst into laughter. The Night Lord's face turned pale, then red, his lips twitching involuntarily. It was clear that these words had struck a nerve. The Night Lord's eyes were now filled with resentment as he looked at Jianghe. Looks like you don't know this game has an item that can invade world bubbles. His face was exceptionally grim. With such a venomous tongue, you won't be able to play the game properly anymore. Don't regret it. In front of everyone, Jianghe took out the stealer's key. The last person who hacked and stole the progress is done for. You can try it now. Also, Jianghe took a deep breath and proudly announced, the boundary between reality and illusion has just conquered the 4th level of the underground temple of the Clarities. After a brief silence, the scene erupted in an uproar. Guild leader Potato, it's not that we don't believe you. Could you show us proof of the victory like drops? Someone immediately chimed in, yeah, we really don't mean to disbelieve you at all. After all, you probably release a video tomorrow. Could you just satisfy our curiosity in advance? Please, Potato Bro, let me give up. He asked the guild member Original Flavor Fries for a screenshot and then posted it in the regional channel. The appearance of the elemental heart set completely ignited the players present. This is the recipe for a red quality set. Only gold and rainbow sets are better. Immediately, a player wisely offered a magic stone. Pumpkin Guild leader, you cleared the dungeon wearing this initial outfit? The uproar grew even louder after the confirmation. At this stage, which player isn't a scavenger, dressed in rags, looking like a frog-headed Frankenstein's monster from the dust cleansing layer? Even monsters would shake their heads at the sight. The difference between people is truly astounding. Both are scavenging, So why is it that someone dressed in the same rags can clear high-difficulty dungeons, while others have to close their mouths and eyes and fall to the ground, lying on the roadside waiting for teammates to revive them, even when facing a roadside monster? Wasn't the proof of the stars supposed to give everyone a new starting point? Why are some people able to get ahead? Vice Guild Leader Dark Knight, you just said you were going to invade us. Jiang He toyed with the Stealer's key in his hand. First, you need to conquer the 4th level of the Clarity Monastery, otherwise, you won't even see the world bubble where the boundary between reality and illusion lies. Oh, by the way, Dream Master is a big guild. Have you passed the 1st level yet? Not everyone can remain calm under the watchful eyes of countless people, especially when their pride and dignity are completely trampled on. Dark Knight, fully embracing the spirit of AQ, tossed out a remark, we excel at PvP, not PvE, and we see in the guild war in half a month, before immediately turning and leaving. His forced composure was shattered by the booze, and he tripped, nearly falling flat on his face. This disheveled appearance immediately drew a burst of extremely cheerful laughter, mixed with unbearable insults. Players, already disgusted by their shameless online and offline antics, are finally relieved. Someone's finally going to put these environmentally polluting lunatics to rest. Playing a game in their sleep, and bringing their real-life anxieties and negativity into it creates a constant source of stress. For someone like this to win a purchase slot is an insult to all the players, who have been waiting anxiously, only able to satisfy their cravings with snippets of gameplay. Thinking of their friends still waiting for the 2nd round of the lottery, players, who instantly felt a sense of shared experience, couldn't help but cheer. These dream lords are just a bunch of orphans who deserve a beating. Support the boundary between reality and illusion, let's give them a good beating. Potato will grow strong, potato will grow strong, insulting those dream lord scum, powerful. I give away a magic stone. I brought a small fish. I brought a piece of black iron, or, it's worthless, just a token of my appreciation. Potato Guild Leader, you must continue to flatter me. Things suddenly took a strange turn. Jiang He's original intention was to take advantage of the information gap to sell the materials he brought at a higher price, but because he disliked the Dream Master and spoke his mind, he suddenly became the recipient of gifts. Players from various worlds flocked to give gifts, though most were short of money, and only gave the lowest grade white items. The sheer quantity was overwhelming. In just 1 minute, Jiang He's backpack was bursting at the seams, completely overflowing. Among them were even more than a dozen pieces of purple materials. Thank you so much for your support. As I said, there are very few people at the boundary between the real and virtual worlds, so we're very, very poor. Therefore, I shamelessly accept this. Of course, I won't take it for nothing, Jiang He announced. Tomorrow I will release some useful guides on how to defeat the monsters in the cleansing layer. I hope everyone can benefit from them. With the Dream Lord, a humanoid creature dissatisfied with reality and seeking existence in the virtual world, preceding him, Jiang He's words immediately radiated holy light. Jiang He teleported back to his guild. The players in the Pilgrim Square were still there. While lamenting the vast difference between people, greater than between people and dogs, they exchanged information about the Temple of the Clarity. In a corner, several players, who had arrived after the Night Lord had been thoroughly humiliated and left looked in the direction Jiang He had gone, all with thoughtful expressions. Members of the guild under the funny tree, you and me were discussing animatedly. A dream of Yellow Millet, that guild leader is a very powerful person. My sword has not been unfavorable. If we're only talking about PvE, then yes. A dream of Yellow Millet, we challenged the underground temple twice already. Our best result so far is only managing to parry that monster once, barely making it visible for a second. And even I have to admit, there was an element of luck involved. But what about the boundary between reality and illusion? Their equipment is worse than ours, they have fewer people, and they already advanced a full 4 levels. Individual skill, the ability to react quickly after gathering information, pre-battle preparation, they must have done their best in everything. It's frightening to think about. My sword has not been unfavorable, maybe they're just lucky. I always feel that their ability to conquer 4 levels is definitely heavily reliant on luck. How much useful information can a normal person gather in a single battle? Surely the 5 people at the boundary between reality and illusion can't all be on cooldown. Jian on Iron Wall, your words and your name don't exactly reflect your later intelligence, but they're definitely a tribute. My sword has never been unfavorable. What do you mean? Jian on Iron Wall, I mean the same as Sister Ming. The boundary between reality and illusion is just a bunch of talent monsters gathered together. You should honestly admit their strength. My sword has never been unfavorable, Alright, mine. But it seems there's nothing to worry about. Being strong in PvP doesn't mean being strong in PvP. Maybe they just become ordinary in guild wars? Jian on Iron Wall. Wow, you're just giving them the ordinary label? Did Yuan Benchu himself log in? My sword has never been unfavorable. Try mentioning that nickname again. Also, they only have 5 people, still too short of the 7-person guild requirement. Didn't you hear them say that finding people needs to fit the atmosphere of their small circle? It's overflowing with a self-contained, cliquish vibe. It's not that easy to find people like that, so don't worry unnecessarily. In the end, they just randomly picked 2 people to make up the numbers. Even if, as you say, all 5 of them are incredibly talented, do you think dragging 2 burdens will turn the tide? Not everyone is obsessed with the temple. After the news of the guild war spread, guilds focused on PvP began practicing intensively. With more duels between them, circles formed, and they roughly knew who was strong and who was weak. Aside from those guilds that didn't participate much, the PvP community's attention this time unanimously fell on the guild virtual boundary, a mere 5-member guild. Simply because, like Funny Tree, a guild with an 80% win rate in PvP, whether in one-on-one duels or group fights, they couldn't fathom the level of virtual boundary. The saying good at PvE, not necessarily good at PvP, is often just a fig leaf for the weak. Truly skilled players are those who can apply what they learn to other situations, and grasp concepts instantly. If we participate, please don't let us run into some unlucky guy as a test case. The atmosphere was already tense even before the guild war began. Jianghe was unaware of the enigmatic image of the virtual boundary in the PvP community. Returning with a backpack full of materials, he had just been suspected by Zhong Zemo of robbing the Fengjia City General Store. After explaining his actions, Original Flavor Fries gently rubbed her lips with her fingers. An unconscious gesture while she was thinking. Looks like our account's popularity is about to reach new heights. She exhaled. It was clearly good news, yet she couldn't detect any joy in her tone, a truly unique response. The jailer snapped his fingers. Maybe by then, the income will be enough for me to take you guys on a food tour of Guangzhou. Too bland. Plain Fries' words triggered the jailer's talkative nature. Wow, you need to know how to eat. Fresh ingredients definitely need to highlight their natural flavor to taste good. Chicken should taste like chicken, duck should taste like duck. Those big free-range chickens that were running around on the hillside just 10 minutes ago, slaughtered and eaten fresh. TSK, the meat, good ingredients are expensive. Oh, let me tell you about that duck. Even someone as aloof as Plain Fries has her moments of weakness, and the socially volatile jailer was one of them. She quickly looked to Jianghe for help. Turn off the talkative switch. Jianghe cleared out all the items from his backpack for the jailer. What for? Going out to trade. Aren't you good at talking? Exchange back the materials for forging weapons. Jianghe added, if possible 2 sets. The jailer brandished his guns, beaming, no problem. He realized what Jianghe meant, 2 sets. Where are we going to get a second elemental heart? We do have one. Jianghe grinned. Have you forgotten the 2 universal forging fragments that Orange Tea found for us? Sorry, having a lucky guild means you can do whatever you want. Chapter 38. The massive amount of materials fed to Jianghe became nourishment for upgrading the guild. The guild was upgraded from level 1 to level 3. The tightly connected potion laboratory and artisan workshop were divided into 2 symmetrical halves of the guild. The cramped interior space instantly became spacious, and the decor was completely refreshed, no longer carrying the rotten, musty smell of wood. The dolls finally had their own resting compartments, complete with comfortable wooden beds, soft blankets, and quilts. The previously harsh working environment, where they could only fall asleep immediately and were accompanied by tools, was effectively improved. The guild's main hall, criticized by the shameful witch, now had lighting crystals, previously only seen in underground temples, covered the walls, filling the room with a relaxing warm light. Jianghe focused his investment on the artisan workshop, upgrading the equipment, and using his last expenditure to slightly improve the doll forging skills. The guild's furnishings were still dilapidated, clashing with the guild's newly renovated atmosphere. However, the immediate gratification of seeing results from their hard work made everyone genuinely comfortable. As this round of the game neared its end, the jailer returned, his smile practically reaching for the heavens. His smugness made it clear to everyone that he had reaped considerable rewards. He had purchased all the necessary elemental essences and ores. Although the quality varied, considering the limited budget, the fact that he managed to acquire everything in just half a day was a testament to his smooth talking skills. Just as he was handing the materials to the nun doll, garlic sprouts floated over. Your current forging experience is limited, and the finished product may not be satisfactory. Even so, will you still choose to forge, master? Jiang He was, of course, mentally prepared. But even the lowest grade forged weapons were still red quality sets, far better than the junk they possessed. The jailer had also bought a new silver-white outfit for his female puppet, changing it instantly in front of everyone. Keep forging, excellent quality, I give you a few more new sets. Using this method to motivate AI-generated puppets, truly befitting his style. Jiang He slowly woke up from his light sleep. His sleep schedule wasn't exactly healthy. Like most college students, he was still energetic at 1 a.m. and partying until 2 a.m. With no classes the next day, it was common for the entire dorm to play games until dawn. This didn't change after graduation. During the job hunting period, feeling the impending entry into the workforce, the urge for revenge gaming was uncontrollable, and staying up all night became a regular occurrence. Until the proof of the stars appeared. He went to bed promptly at 11:30 p.m., started playing the game at midnight, and finished at 6 a.m., maintaining a light sleep before slowly waking up around 7 a.m. His regular and healthy sleep schedule explains why some in the community consider StarCraft a health-promoting game. Are you going job hunting today? Zhong Zimo asked at breakfast. No, I already visited all the companies I wanted to apply to. I just wait for a reply in the next few days. Jiang He wasn't sure about his future. The only thing that gave him some confidence was probably this house in the old town of Qingning City, with its well-developed surrounding amenities. He had once drawn up a self-portrait, which could be summarized as ordinary and unremarkable. Like most people in the world, he had no particularly outstanding qualities, nor any major flaws. Like a drop of water falling into a river, lake, or sea, it vanishes without a trace. The doorbell rang, and Jiang He looked over in confusion. Zhong Zimo took a bite of his scallion pancake, then, as if struck by a sudden realization, stood up nervously. You been exposed? This time, it was Zhong Zimo's turn to feel uncertain. Since filing for divorce and resolutely separating, Zhong Zimo had entrusted all the procedures to the lawyer the jailer had called. Du Jingwen had indeed gone to school these past 2 days, but due to current security restrictions, her antics were kept out of the school gates. Zhong Zimo was very popular at school, a longtime anime fan and a surfing expert. He knew all the students' interests inside and out, and could find common ground with them. His superiors and colleagues were also very sympathetic to his situation. Therefore, this incident hadn't affected his work at all. He wasn't afraid of Du Jingwen. He said that once the divorce was finalized, there would be no further entanglement. However, the divorce proceedings were still some time away, and if she found out he was living at Jiang He's place, who knew what kind of commotion she caused? Jiang He nonchalantly picked up a scallion pancake from his plate, eating while peeking through the peephole. Is that her? Zhong Zimo asked hastily. Jiang He sighed, chewed a couple more bites, and opened the door. A man stood outside, around 40 years old, without the signs of middle-age decline. His eyes were bright, and he was impeccably dressed. Wearing a sharp double-breasted suit, he carried a gift bag in each hand. Seeing Jiang He, he was about to say something when his eyes caught sight of the items on the shoe cabinet, and he immediately paused. Jiang He stepped aside, revealing Zhong Zimo approaching. He introduced, "This is my friend, Zhong Zimo. He's having some family troubles, and is staying here temporarily." Fearing any misunderstanding, Jiang He added, "He's a teacher at Qingning No. 6 Middle School, a top-tier school." Hearing this, the man's face lit up with a warm smile typical of an elder. "Hello, Teacher Zhong. I'm here to see he. Would you mind if I spoke with him alone for a bit?" Their conversation lasted for about half an hour. The man left the bedroom, leaving behind both gift bags. "Come find me anytime you made up your mind," he said as he left. Out of curiosity, Zhong Zimo glanced at the gift bags and found they contained expensive cigarettes and alcohol, as well as several shopping carts. That's strange. Both Jiang He and he are averse to smoking and drinking, so why are they giving these kinds of gifts? He is. Seemingly knowing what Zhong Zimo was about to ask, Jiang He immediately replied, "My uncle. Since my parents passed away, he's been taking care of me. He doesn't come often after I grew up, but he always brings some gifts." Jiang He smiled. "Don't you think his gifts are a bit thoughtless?" "I don't drink or smoke at all." Zhong Zimo nodded. "His family owns a factory and runs a business. There are always some gifts in the trunk of his car. Now that I'm grown up, he doesn't know what I like, so he just brings some random things for me to exchange for money. That way, it's easier to tell my family that I spent it on social engagements." Jiang He pursed her lips and sighed, Actually, I already told him I don't need to come anymore. This conversation wasn't about any secrets that needed to be hidden. Uncle Wei Xingqiao, seeing that Jiang He hadn't found a job after graduation, suggested that he gain some experience at his family's factory. Jiang He refused. Some people don't want to work at their relative's company because of their pride, others because they fear the potential for disputes over money among relatives. Jiang He simply didn't want to cause his uncle any more trouble, and also, he didn't like his family. Since his parents passed away, his uncle had been helping him, which had already drawn criticism from his uncle's family. Having personally experienced the sarcastic and cynical remarks, the feeling of being dependent on others was something Jiang He still vividly remembered. The reason he chose to live alone was because he understood those disdainful looks. He felt only gratitude towards his uncle. He had helped enough. How could he dare to trouble him further? He was grown up, capable of supporting himself. Here. Jiang He tossed the shopping cart to Zhong Zemo. Spend it on groceries. Aren't you keeping any? I basically don't have any expenses. A computer and the proof of the stars are enough. Jiang He laughed. How about that? Easy to support, right? That's what a shut-in is, according to Cyber Potato. Zhong Zemo went to work, and Jiang He, who didn't need to look for a job, turned on his computer. Original Flavor Fries had already shared the boundary between reality and illusion account. Whoever was free would manage it. Unsurprisingly, the inbox exploded with private messages. Jiang He couldn't keep up. Due to his public statement last night, the entire Proof of the Stars community now knows that the boundary between reality and illusion cleared the 4th level of the Temple of the Clarity. Regarding how they cleared it, players had many different opinions. Some admitted that the boundary between reality and illusion was indeed powerful, the best in the entire game for PvE. Some thought that the boundary between reality and illusion had mastered an unorthodox method to clear the level, which might attract the attention of the official team. There were even some who thought that Jiang He and his group were official shills. Due to the existence of the official account for the boundary between reality and illusion guild, many players have begun to delve into the real-life identities of its members. It's quite a spectacle. Jiang He spent some time editing a guide to clearing the cleansing layer and posted it. The boundary between reality and illusion guild's follower count has reached an astonishing 70,000, and this is just on one platform. In the chat group, Jailer Bro mentioned that on other platforms, clips about them are already trending on game marketing accounts. Never expected that a bunch of nerdy gamers could become a source of traffic for others. Chapter 39. Jiang He underestimated the power of the virtual reality boundary to generate traffic. The video, which contained a strategy guide, garnered over 10,000 views in just 10 minutes after passing censorship. Although it didn't include the specific strategy process, the comprehensive details still drew praise from the comments section. The number of comments also soared. Jiang He filtered the comments by popularity, and saw several highly rated ones. I can understand that light, fire, and lightning can suppress monsters in the cleansing layer, but how did they figure out this method of making monsters visible through elemental essence dust? Are we playing the same game? A longer comment below echoed this sentiment. It's known that the Virtual Reality Boundary Guild consists of 5 members. They reached the 4th level of the Underground Temple 11 days after the server opened. They need to feed Starry Sky gems, exchange for combat items, and repair equipment durability. The sunk cost of failing a challenge is a painful burden for new players. Therefore, I boldly speculate that the Virtual Reality Boundary Guild only failed once to clear the cleansing layer. Don't be surprised by my conclusion, because even if the Virtual Reality Boundary Guild obtained some high-quality drops from the Underground Temple early on, being instantly killed by the invisible frog-headed Stitches monster shouldn't have motivated them to try again. Therefore, I boldly conclude again that upon first encountering the frog-headed Stitches monster, the Virtual Reality Boundary Guild fought it to a standstill, figured out its tactics, confidently responded, and easily defeated it. I don't know what you guys think, but last night our guild was unconvinced and tried 3 times, using up all our materials, but still couldn't see the monster itself. I watched the videos of boundary between reality and illusion on my knees. Jiang He grinned silently. Although it was all speculation, some parts were quite accurate, such as the number of challenges. They defeated the Stitches in 3 tries. As for using their own loot data to derive costs, and then extrapolate the number of challenges, that wasn't very effective for boundary between reality and illusion. Because they had orange tea, the 3 free teleports they got early on through lucky draws alone saved them a lot of money. Their incredible luck along the way was enough to make every unlucky player weep. The current achievements of boundary between reality and illusion are inextricably linked to the Shameless Witch. However, The players of Proof of the Stars seem unaware that there exists a unique NPC like the Shameless, which who can act as both a Palu and a mentor. Searching using the keyword Proof of the Stars Mint, Jianghe found some player comments in several online communities. Not every player encounters Mint in the dynamic world of Stellaris, and even if they do, a relationship isn't guaranteed. Just like relationships in real life, fate plays a part here. Unstable potions, counterfeit and substandard potions, potions exploding, suddenly attacking players. Those who are destined to connect with Mint experience nothing but negative feedback. Strange temper, difficult to communicate with, unpredictable mood swings, gloomy, potion useless. Are these labels truly the Mint they know? The Mint they know, while shameful, greedy, fond of kickbacks, and occasionally eccentric, is by no means a difficult person to get along with. With a worldview as basic as an infant's, they often ask questions that Mint considers utterly idiotic. At most, she mutter a disdainful remark like, "What kind of noble young masters are you? Don't you even know this?" After satisfying her own sense of superiority, she straighten up and adopt a teacher's demeanor, earnestly lecturing him. Low emotional intelligence, a little. But undoubtedly a good teacher. After all, if an adult were to seriously ask Jianghe, which is harder, my head or a bullet, he might answer, "Go try it and see, practice makes perfect." What caused the huge difference in Mint's personality? It's because in the dynamically evolving world of Proof of the Stars, the fate of each NPC deviates slightly with dynamic events, leading to drastically different outcomes. Or perhaps something else. After a while of wandering thoughts, the view count for the Dust Cleansing Layer walkthrough video was already approaching 100,000. Proof of the Stars videos have a very strong cross-platform effect. Viewers might have never played any games, or might not have a device to log into Proof of the Stars, but that doesn't prevent them from participating in the dream world of the game through watching. A vlog from another world. That's how some people described it. You might not play it, but no one can resist the urge to watch. Seeing some well-known streamers and content creators in the comments section, Jianghe thoughtfully reopened his private messages. Before he could read them carefully, a message in the chat group caught his attention. "I think I found someone to help us fill out the guild battle slots." It was a message from Zhong Zemo. "Your friend? What kind of person?" Immediately jumped out. "I met him when I was playing with physical cards. He helped me a lot when I first got into the game, and even gave me a basic card set. He also gave me my first card sleeve. He's a very good-tempered person, with a very cheerful and sunny personality." Zhong Zemo continued, "He hasn't been very active these past 2 years. His personal WeChat moments is very clean, nothing at all. But last night, he suddenly shared a screenshot from the game, and that's how I found out he also had a spot. Is this some kind of bond with the card game community?" This friend of Zhong Zemo introduced him to the community, helping him get in, and he, in turn, carried on this spirit, becoming a well-known love-driven expert in the group. System notification. For Primal Bodies has joined this group. Zhong Zemo's friend has changed his name to his in-game ID. Jailer Bro is always the first to speak. Now we have one more member in the group. A big shot like him. Let me cling to his leg. Having just joined, For Primal Bodies was a little reserved, but his words carried a humorous self-deprecation. Not some big shot, just a wage slave whose flesh has been toughened and become bouncy and supple by life. Anyway, welcome, welcome. Shall we run a dungeon together tonight at midnight? Orange Tea also chimed in. After waiting for a while, just as Orange Tea was wondering if she had said something wrong that caused the newcomer to feel awkward, the Primal Body spoke up again. Due to life's reasons, my online time might be irregular, so I might not be able to arrange a time with you guys. Seeing everyone in the group sending cat emojis, the Primal Body also sent a crying cat emoji, but I will definitely be on time for the guild battle. Combining Zhong Zemo's words with his self-introduction, as a corporate slave, he seemed to be a really busy person. Original Fries finally popped up. It's okay, we're just here for the rewards, don't feel pressured. Seemingly finding the modified crying cat emoji sent by the Primal Body more useful than his own plain one, Jailer Bros simply copied and pasted it for his own use. Yeah, we're all veteran anime fans. Everyone here is weird, so there's no need to be so reserved. Don't mention anyone else in your introductions, thank you. Original Fries quickly distanced himself. Boundary between reality and illusion? That name sounds familiar? Jianghe, watching from behind his screen, almost burst out laughing. He could vaguely imagine the expressions the four primitives would make after searching. Sure enough, after a moment of silence, the four primitives quickly messaged Zhong Zemo privately. Inkfish, are you guys cosplaying? Zhong Zemo, who had just finished class, looked at the chat history, and couldn't help but chuckle. Don't doubt it, we are the boundary between reality and illusion. The 4 Primitive's silence lasted even longer. Looking at the big boss greeting sent by the jailer when welcoming him, it seemed to have the excitement of a max-level character seeing a newbie. He sifted through the emojis and found the one he wanted. It was a crying cat emoji that said, "I'm good at nothing." The legendary guild, known as the Top PD Guild, the proof of fame among stars, the virtual frontier, has finally welcomed its 6th member. They're just 1 person short of the official minimum number of participants required for the guild war. With about half a month left, there's plenty of time. Night fell, and the virtual frontier once again entered the stars. Jianghe immediately checked Garlic Sprout's visit log. Mint still hadn't returned. Did they really split the bags? Jailer Brother suddenly sounded a little disappointed. No way, Jianghe said. If she really had no faith in us, given how pathetic she is, the guild chests would have been completely looted. Who's pathetic? Who's pathetic? The glow of the Starry Jade's guidance hadn't yet faded when Mint teleported back to the guild, blushed furiously, and started cursing. Her furrowed brows slowly relaxed as things gradually came into focus. Her large eyes gleamed with great confusion. Mint looked around, up and down, then scooped up water from the fountain and splashed it on the ground, before slapping her wet hands against the thick, polished marble wall. She shuffled her toes along the smooth tiles, making a snap-snap sound, then covered her forehead. Did I teleport wrong? Is this the guild I know? Ignoring everyone, she dashed off towards the main hall, only to stumble into the doll's lounge, startling the messenger who was responsible for scavenging. Gathering materials, who sat up against the wall, clutching his chest. What? Why? This is the main hall. It was too embarrassing. Even watching it as a joke was unbearable. Led by Jianghe, Mint rediscovered her wooden bed in the main hall, and... Wow, that's more like it. This dilapidated table, this broken chair. This is the boundary between reality and illusion I know. She really lacked emotional intelligence. Mint was highly adaptable. After receiving a perfunctory explanation, she no longer cared about the guild's magnificent makeover. Jianghe snatched her hat off. This is the longest you ever been away. Mint, lying on the bed with her little feet swinging back and forth, quickly reached out to grab it back, arguing incessantly. You said I could leave anytime, and I have things I want to do too. Suddenly, her little mouth slightly parted, and she smiled. You can't possibly not survive without me, this genius witch, can you? I think you could also get your witch's robe off. Mint immediately jumped up from the bed, quickly covering her clothes. Original Fries crossed her arms and asked suspiciously, You didn't bring anything back from your trip? Of course I did. What, you suspect this witch took your materials for free? Then where's the stuff you brought back? They stared at each other for a long time, then Mint frantically looked around. She grabbed the witch's hat and peered inside. Do you know spatial magic? You can hide a lot of things in here? Jianghe was so exasperated she laughed. After confirming where she had been teleported back, Mint froze. She then scratched her head and gave everyone an embarrassed smile. When I teleported, I think I put the bag on the ground and forgot to take it. How could you be such an embarrassing witch? Chapter 40. Returning this time, Mint brought not only 10 vials of unstable combustion potion, but also a new creation, elemental combustion bottle. Upon hearing combustion bottle, the reality virtual boundary suddenly realized that in the Stellaris universe, the definition of potions was incredibly broad, enough to form a 9-square grid of schools. Potion science is vast and profound. You outdated ideas need to be corrected. Mint, the genius little witch, concerned about the reality virtual boundary's weak fighting force, and fearing their sudden demise, felt that concocting amplifying potions would be insufficient. Small gadgets like unstable combustion potion, ambitious yet readily available and effective upon application, would offer far greater assistance. Elemental combustion bottle, according to Mint, was an improvement upon a certain potion blueprint. She truly loved improvement. Unlike the unstable combustion potion, whose quality control was based on a lottery system, this was Mint's more stable improvement product. There are up to 6 selectable elements, covering the common wind, fire, water, earth, lightning, and ice, with 4 bottles of each. No magic trigger is needed. It ignites upon breaking, carrying a mixed burning effect of its element, maximizing enemy attrition. Jianghe likes this potion. Currently, the only ranged unit in the realm of illusion is the jailer, and close quarters combat is almost a necessity in every battle. If they can increase their chances of winning before deciding the outcome at close range, why not, however? Original Fries crossed his arms, leaned slightly forward, and stared intently into Mint's eyes. Min subconsciously took a step back, leaning back slightly as well. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Jianghe walked over, toying with a Molotov cocktail. I like it, of course I like it, but I have a question. Why aren't there any dark element Molotov cocktails? Original Fries added insult to injury. You took 10 bottles of soul shards, half the guild's inventory. Are the potions you gave us really worth that much? Mint coughed. These potions are time-consuming and laborious to make. The cost is indeed very. With a whoosh, Mint's hat landed in Jianghe's hand. Seeing his gaze already on her collar, she immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Feeling guilty, Mint stiffened her neck, but quickly softened. I have a use for it. After exchanging for crafting materials, there's not much left. Anyway, I have a use for it, don't worry about it. Hey, I gave you a scroll, and you won't even give me a few bottles of shards? Everyone wasn't really concerned about where the 10 bottles of shards went. They just wanted to know how much kickback Mint had taken. Hearing this, they all said okay, like they were coaxing a child. Mint suddenly remembered, right, is the scroll useful? Remove it's useful, Jianghe said. Where did you get this scroll? A powerful mage skilled in mental magic was severely injured, and a mind-controlled slime regained its senses. One scroll produced 2 completely different effects. Amazing. Mint's expression instantly became interesting. Regarding its origin, she only stammered that she found it while wandering in the forest. Jianghe wanted to press further, but hearing this rather thoughtless explanation, he could only give up. Given the relationship between the boundary between the virtual and real worlds and Mint, perhaps after spending more time together, she would reveal the truth herself. However, for now, they have to endure Mint's smug attitude. See? I told you, without a genius like me, you'd be no match for the temple. Mint said, snatching back her hat and slamming it on her head with satisfaction. I told you, support me, and you reap unexpected rewards. Believe me now? Next time I need materials, remember to be quick, okay? Wait, how about now? Mint's lips curled up. Give me some stardust first? No, he really wanted to grab her smug face and rub it hard. Her arrogance was unbearable. Seeing Mint clinging to Jianghe, the guild leader, the others made a quick escape to avoid being bothered. Anti-magic dust? What do you need it for? Can this even be used in medicine? Having been stuck to him all the way to the craftsman's workshop, Jianghe was puzzled by the request. Although he didn't understand potions, he knew from reading the item descriptions that anti-magic was considered a plague by mages in the Starry Sky worldview, feared because it could be used to forge weapons that could kill mages. A tiny amount of anti-magic dust is enough to destroy the potion's reaction, rendering it useless against potion makers. Mint pouted, give me some of the good stuff. No, we need to save it for forging equipment. The sound of hammering forging weapon blanks echoed in her ears, and Mint, snapping out of her daze, immediately stepped forward. The moment she saw the elemental heart, she froze. This belongs to the Slime King. What are you going to do with it? As you can see, forging weapons. Jianghe took out his own short sword, its blade already dulled and too lazy to repair. How can you fight monsters without a suitable weapon? Does your doll have any forging experience? No, I'm just learning, aren't I? Jianghe's nonchalant tone made both jump up and down, her hat bouncing merrily on her head. This is the heart of the elements. It's the heart of the elements. If you used it to refine potions, you could get so many amazing things. And you're letting a completely inexperienced doll use it for practice. It was clear she was desperate for the heart of the elements, so much so that she asked, You're not into dolls, are you? Jianghe tilted her head. You dress up a doll as a nun, and give her the rare materials you fought so hard to obtain for forging practice. There are noble children in the Ana Empire who raise their own unique dolls and fall in love with them. Hey, that's outrageous. Jianghe quickly protested. I didn't buy the nun's clothes, and forging weapons isn't for any doll-raising game. I really need them. Then you should go to the Ana capital and have the master craftsman forge them. I never been to the Ana capital. I can't teleport there. I take you. Their conversation suddenly stopped. Jianghe's somewhat confused mind suddenly cleared. This conversation. Could it be? You take me? For some reason, after Jianghe's question, the previously aggressive Mint seemed to have thought of something and wilted. Speak, Mint, you just said you take me to the capital of Ana. Today is the 12th day since the launch of the Stars Approved server. Although the players' advanced exploration teams have obtained maps of some city-states and learned about the overall landscape of the Ana continent, they have not yet set foot in the capital of the Ana Empire. Their combat strength was too low, even traveling along the trade routes with a caravan. they might perish in Fingjia City due to unforeseen events. The closest they came to this was the Orange Sky Strategy Group Guild. They obtained a map of the entire realm through an NPC at server launch and began their expedition. They meticulously documented their experiences along the way on the community forum, becoming a popular pastime for many, reminiscent of an Isekai Road movie. If they hadn't suddenly decided to test the strength of the monsters in the forests lining the trade routes, they should be almost there. A test, and they would perish. Mint started playing dumb. She was pointing and gesturing just a moment ago, but now her mouth seemed sewn shut. Rubbing her face, snatching her hat, even putting her hand on her collar, she just glared fiercely at Jianghe, refusing to speak, as if opening her mouth would cost her something important. After a moment's thought, Jianghe's lips curled into a smile. I see, I forgot. You came from a royal academy in the Anna Empire. Although you didn't say your full name, let me guess, it's in the capital? Not wanting to give Jianghe any feedback, a hint of panic flashed in Mint's eyes, who was pretending to be a wooden doll. You never mentioned why you left the academy. Let me guess again. Jianghe placed a hand on her shoulder. Actually, you were expelled, right? Mint immediately looked away. Interesting reaction. If you don't speak soon, I keep guessing. There are people in the capital you don't want to run into, right? Mint suddenly turned back. You didn't guess a single one right. You didn't guess a single one right. Who says I'm afraid to go back to the Anna capital? Mint took a deep breath. You bunch of country bumpkins, watch me show you the splendor of the capital. The difficulty of the 4th level of the temple deeply shocked the boundary between reality and illusion. To have more confidence in conquering the 5th level, the weapons of the 2 melee-focused gods must be obtained. The weapon being forged couldn't be cancelled, and Jianghe, confident in his skills, tacitly agreed to keep it. If he could find the master craftsman mentioned in the capital, he'd have him forge an even better weapon for original flavor fries. Hopefully, the other party wouldn't ask for an exorbitant price. Chapter 41. When Jianghe found original flavor fries, she was staring blankly at the projection panel. Each of the 3 major factions has a wealth of subclasses, unlocked at player level 10. Now, as the first player in the entire game to reach level 10, she needed to make a choice. Haven't decided yet? He asked. Original flavor fries switched between Berserker, Shadow Hunter, and Magic Warrior with her finger. These were the 3 subclasses she was currently eyeing. Original flavor fries turned to Jianghe for his opinion. What would you choose? If it were me, Magic Warrior, a dual physical and magical build, looks really interesting. Original flavor fries nodded. I understand. Then, without hesitation, she swiped through the Magic Warrior section and selected Berserker. Using me as a guinea pig? Is my choice really that unreliable? I just didn't want to choose the same one as you, Original flavor fries replied casually. After becoming a Berserker, she gained a new skill. Bloodlust. Activated after dealing damage to an enemy, or after an enemy deals damage to her, it comprehensively enhances the player's status. Original Fry's playstyle has always been aggressive. She rather charged to the front and hack and slash than back down. The skills Bloodlust and Desperate Measure seem tailor-made for her. Only one skill? Original Fries checked. The other skills require corresponding tomes and scrolls to unlock. Looks like they have to be obtained through drops. Obtained through drops? No problem, Orange Tea is here, it's only a matter of time. Mint's Guild Jewel shot out a firework-like beam of light, blooming into a phantom map above everyone's heads. This scene was completely different from the visual effect presented when the boundary between the virtual and real worlds shared the temple coordinates with the players. The fact that NPCs who obtained guild gems could share these coordinates with players seemed to be another secret they had discovered first. The gem charging fee for teleportation wasn't high, only half the cost of the Clear One's underground temple. Although expanding the guild and forging weapons had emptied its coffers, they could still afford the materials. After traversing a starlight-filled corridor, they landed to find lush, verdant forests in sight, with a mountain range in the distance resembling the spine of a giant dragon. Looking around, there was no sign of human habitation. Mint, is this the capital? Where did you teleport us to? Mint gave them a disgruntled look in response to their question. Are you all idiots? Who would mark the coordinates of the starry sky gem in a densely populated area? Spatial magic fluctuations will attract the attention of mages, causing unnecessary trouble. Also, you lot, don't show the starry sky gem to anyone, Mint cautioned. Even within the direct influence of the Anna Empire's power, those who possess the gem and control spatial teleportation devices are mostly powerful, high-level mages. She then muttered under her breath, I wonder where you country bumpkins dug up so many good things. Looking at the primeval forest, Jianghe pondered. So, during those days you disappeared, you went back to the Anna capital, right? Coordinates don't lie. Mint proudly puffed out her chest, of course. Here, good potions fetch a higher premium. Suddenly losing all sense of movement, Mint abruptly opened her eyes, only to find the boundary between reality and illusion staring at her with mischievous grins. She seemed to have let something slip. Jianghe chuckled. So the so-called surplus materials have their uses, Mint taking kickbacks and making big money. All that speculation about her hoarding materials to carry out some amazing operation was for naught. No, absolutely not, you. Mint blushed, quickly changing the subject. Do you still want to go to the capital? Seeing Mint's sullen expression, everyone stopped teasing her and followed her along the mountain path. The jailer suddenly asked, even if the coordinates are to be placed far from the crowds, isn't this a bit too far? And so remote, aren't you afraid of something going wrong? Something wrong? What kind of accident? Mint retorted. I come here often. Although there are monsters, they're not very aggressive. It's sparsely populated, perfect for hiding. She emphasized. You have to trust my choice. An arrow pierced the air, aimed directly at Joan Zemo at the front of the group. Years of playing FPS games had honed his exceptional dynamic vision, allowing him to keenly detect the anomaly even as the arrow was in flight. Judging the impact point, he used his small metal shield to protect his face. With a clang, the arrowhead and shaft separated. The boundary between reality and illusion immediately shifted, and Joan Zemo retreated without hesitation to Orange T's side, protecting her, the weakest link in the fight. Jianghe and Mint hid behind a towering ancient tree, using the reflection of their blades to scout enemy positions, muttering to themselves, this is the sparsely populated, concealed, and safe teleportation marker Holy Land you mentioned. I've been using it for so long without any problems, but you guys have an accident the moment you arrive. It's your fault, Mint retorted, watching Jianghe and the nearby original flavor fries clumsily searching for the enemy. She clapped her hands and summoned an inconspicuous little sparrow shrouded in gray mist. The little sparrow swiftly darted across the treetops and quietly landed behind the attackers. There were 17 people in total, 3 archers, 5 mages, and 9 warriors. The group's equipment was unenchanted and poorly maintained, but it was well prepared and tightly coordinated. After their initial attack failed, and realizing they were short-handed at the boundary between reality and illusion, they immediately grouped together and advanced, giving no chance to be picked off one by one. Judging from the faintly visible carved wooden plaque on one of their waists, they were a group of adventurers who made a living by hunting monsters and completing quests in this area. Orange T asked, puzzled, did we trespass on their territory? Could we clear up the misunderstanding by communicating? Mint scoffed, clear up the misunderstanding? Aside from bounty missions, many adventurers don't mind doing some quick money side jobs. High in the treetops, the archers, having secured the highest point, carefully chose their positions, ready to unleash a fatal blow at any moment. Murder and robbery were not uncommon. As long as they weren't caught by the Judgment Knights, no one would care about a few skeletons suddenly appearing in the forest. But being identified was a different matter. Therefore, this profession always emphasized a single, decisive strike, leaving no stone unturned. The 3 archers knocked their arrows, their eyes fixed intently. Their companions on the ground had advanced to within a few steps of the tree. If they continued to press forward, these fellow adventurers, who had suddenly appeared in their hunting grounds, would become nourishment for the earth. Suddenly, several transparent glass bottles spun and crashed to the ground. There was no violent explosion, only the colliding of active elemental forces. Amidst the raging flames, waves of heat swept through, the temperature so high it would melt armor. The potion's effect was better than expected. Few had anticipated it, and only a handful escaped the attack range of the elemental incendiary bottles. While the shameful which was indeed shameful, the potion's quality was undeniable. Shocked by the potion's effects, the 5 mages barely managed to retaliate before Jianghe and original flavored fries closed in. Without much skill, the mages, caught off guard by the warriors' advance, had no room to cast spells and were already doomed. Being high in the trees, their agility allowed them to only manage to grab one archer at the boundary between reality and illusion. The human archer pleaded tremblingly, saying, "This is my first time doing this. Please spare me, we're of the same race." Only an inexperienced fool would fall for such rhetoric. Jianghe's mind was filled with only one thought after hearing this. After failing to get any answers from the treasure-related questions, and sensing there was no further development or profit to be gained from this group, he cleanly and swiftly slit the archer's throat with a single cut. So decisive, it really made one wonder who the truly trained bandits were. Even with the orange tea, the loot this time was rather meager, at best a few green-grade items. However, one thing still caught everyone's attention. Duke Narum's invitation. This low-quality invitation seemed out of place. The item description indicated it came from Duke Narum of the Ana Empire. The banquet was to be held 3 days later at a private estate outside the capital, and only those who received an invitation were allowed to attend. However, the invitation wasn't for one person, but for an entire group. The Emerald Adventurer Group. Mint, do you recognize this adventurer group? Mint frowned deeply. Emerald, aren't they the guys who rose to prominence in Fragrant Wind City? Punishing evil and promoting good, robbing the rich to help the poor, these were the hallmarks of the Emerald Adventurer Group. In Fragrant Wind, a major city renowned for its trade, bandits and robbers were never in short supply. The Emerald Adventurer Group often secretly assisted caravans, protecting them from attacks. Because they consistently did good deeds anonymously, their names became known among the people. Jianghe was actually quite curious. If they did good deeds anonymously, why did everyone know they were called the Emerald Adventurer Group? There were many different speculations about their strength. The most widely circulated claim is that they are all at the level of high-ranking Empire mages, thus always appearing and disappearing without a trace, upholding justice, and settling scores swiftly. Duke Narum's invitation was naturally to satisfy his own curiosity, and meet this group of mysterious adventurers. The group exchanged bewildered glances. That chivalrous thief, who had stirred the imaginations of the Ana Empire, seemed to be doing things quite differently from what they imagined. And, they're really bad. This description seems to fit perfectly. They're the Emerald Adventurers, and they're so bad, how can they be so popular? The jailer asked in astonishment. They're the kind of guys who can be taken down by a few Molotov cocktails. What do you mean? Are you dissatisfied with my work? Mint was displeased. It's just a rumor. No one's actually verified their strength. How it's portrayed depends entirely on the public's imagination, Zhong Zemo said. My power depends entirely on your imagination. What to do now? The invitation seems to trigger some kind of plot, but they already wiped out the Emerald Adventurers, leaving only a few survivors. Mint shrugged indifferently. Anyway, no one's ever seen the Emerald Adventurers, so why can't we be the Emeralds? Seems alright. I see this Duke Narum is quite fond of the Emerald style of doing things. Why not fulfill his wish and get a meeting? Mint rubbed her hands. Maybe we can make some money. The Grand Duke of the Ana Empire is very wealthy. So that was your real purpose. Our strength isn't that great either. Can we handle going to the banquet? Orange Tea asked worriedly. What if we're exposed? Even the Emeralds, who are so weak, dare to go? Why shouldn't we? Jailer Bro chuckled. Don't show weakness. Let them imagine how strong we are. Chapter 42. From their first meeting, Mint always talked about money, but she never came across as mercenary to those on the borderline of reality. It was as if her shouting, I'm cute, give me money, was perfectly reasonable. This time was no different. The reason she impersonated someone else to attend the Duke's banquet was money. This piqued Jianghe's interest. After scaring away a group of foolish monsters with a Molotov cocktail, he couldn't help but ask, what do you want so much money for? Mint answered instantly, to become a potions master, of course. Could you be more specific? After you made a lot of money, how do you plan to become a potions master? Jianghe asked again, apprentice under a master, or by materials and invent new, improved formulas? This time, Mint thought for a moment. Becoming an apprentice is out of the question. The potion masters in the Ana Empire are mostly useless, just old men holding positions without doing any real work. Occupying high positions, they don't think about innovation or improvement, they only band together with their own factions, suppressing dissent. Even if a student with exceptional talent occasionally appears, they ultimately become tools for the group, suppressed relentlessly. The jailer clicked his tongue. A very rebellious statement indeed. Claiming to be a genius, yet achieving nothing. The potions she concocts are of diametrically opposed quality, either incredibly effective or incredibly bad, yet she looks down on established potion masters. Despite being teased like this, Mint wasn't angry. Instead, she grinned. I just looked down on them. Mint confidently clenched her fist. In the future, my achievements will surpass all of theirs combined. Her radiant smile and confident words were incredibly infectious. So you all need to support me more. When I become the most powerful potion master on the continent, even the world, you have an endless supply of potions. The people at the boundary between the real and the virtual side. Whenever they were moved by the emotion in Mint's words and intended to give her more respect, she would always shatter that newly formed filter, reminding them of her shameful nature. The journey to Fragrant Breeze City was far from peaceful. In just one morning, they encountered 5 or 6 waves of monster attacks. Fortunately, no fighting broke out. Mint threw a Molotov cocktail. The resulting heat wave and boiling elemental energy were enough to calm the monster's not-so-bright brains. When out foraging for food, there's no need to fight to the death. Upon arriving at Fragrant Breeze, the trading city-state, looking at the magnificent gray-white city walls stretching across the horizon, Zhong Zimo subconsciously remarked, "So this is the capital? Truly magnificent." What awaited him was Mint's merciless mockery. The capital? How limited must your imaginations be to think this could be the capital of Anna? Watching Mint jump around, radiating an air of superiority, everyone's fists clenched. Jiang He rubbed his fingers. "Let you laugh at me, as a country bumpkin for now. You better not let everyone see you embarrass yourself, or I pay you back tenfold." However, Jiang He was willing to admit his lack of imagination after entering Fragrant Wind City. This place was incredibly bustling, with a population density similar to a commercial street during a holiday in reality. According to Mint, Anna, this 1,000-year-old empire, established a foundation of peaceful coexistence among all races from its founding. This ideal has stood firm for millennia, establishing its dominance on the continent through inclusiveness, the greatest cornerstone that other forces find difficult to shake. Therefore, in the trading city-state of Xiangfeng, besides the dominant human race, all sorts of animal ears can be seen on the border between the real and virtual realms. Yes, the fastest way to identify different races here is by looking at their ears, followed by their skin, and then their tails. For races that cannot be determined by visual inspection, identification scrolls called bloodline charts are used. For the jailer, this place is simply paradise. Compared to the sparsely populated Fengjia City, the streets here are filled with mixed-race individuals, dazzling his eyes. However, his gaze is lowered, mostly fixed on his feet. Mint led the group to a car rental company with practiced ease. Car rental companies in the Anna Empire are similar to semi-official bus stations, offering both charter direct services and on-call mixed services. This comprehensive service is only available in hub city-states closely connected to the Anna capital, the heart of the empire. When it was Mint's turn in line at the counter, she stepped aside and gestured towards Jiang He with her lips. "Pay." The game system automatically converted Jiang He's inventory into barter currency, allowing him to see the prices of different services clearly. Most people here choose on-demand shared transportation services, which are relatively inexpensive, requiring only payment for 3 fresh seafood items. The fisherman was overjoyed. However, chartering a car directly to the capital was outrageously expensive. The best option required an entire set of purple materials. Based on Mint's recommendation, Jiang He reluctantly chose the top-of-the-line option. This was the only configuration that could reach the capital in half a day. If they didn't want to spend too much game time on the road, they would have to pay. During the transaction, Jiang He suddenly discovered that in addition to the purple materials, the transaction panel also required an extra set of green materials. What does this mean? Is it insurance? Mint urged, "Don't ask, pay first. Get in the carriage and I tell you." Initially feeling a bit of a pinch, but seeing the nearly 8-meter-long carriage and the surprisingly luxurious interior revealed after opening the door, even Zhong Zemo, who valued practicality, couldn't help but marvel and started touching everything. "Sai, how can you be so naive? You be laughed at in the capital like this." Mint plopped down on the soft bench, bounced a few times, and then slumped comfortably down. 4 hybrid-winged Pegasus horses took their positions under the coachman's direction, magic resonating with the magic array on the carriage. Even those without magical knowledge could see the illusory white lines connecting the carriage and the Pegasus horses. As if enhanced by the magic array, the carriage didn't feel unstable inside when the Pegasus horses took off, moving as if on flat ground. There was no noise, no shaking. The water in the glasses on the table rippled only slightly from their movements. If it weren't for the scenery outside the semi-transparent glass window rushing past, they wouldn't even realize the Pegasus was accelerating and the carriage was speeding along. After entering the game, the underground temple of the Clarities had consumed so much of their time that they hadn't had a chance to truly appreciate this fantastical game world. Now, sitting in the carriage, looking down at the vast land rushing past, countless vibrant and magnificent scenes flashed like a slideshow, each blink like pressing a shutter button, imprinting them into their minds. The boundary between reality and illusion fell silent for a moment. This was nothing compared to a child's first airplane ride. Mint sighed helplessly. She suddenly felt a strange sense of motherhood. Thinking this, she simply rested her chin on her hand, gazing indulgently at the 5 lively children before her. Once everyone had grown tired of the scenery, she coughed, drawing everyone's attention back to herself. The extra fee you asked about earlier is actually a kickback. Isn't it mandatory to pay? Mint rubbed her temples, thought for a moment, and said, that depends on how difficult the receptionist you encounter is. If you run into a nasty character, you waste a lot of time. To ensure everything goes smoothly, most people are willing to pay for peace of mind. So blatant, doesn't the Empire care? Orange Tea asked, puzzled. Care? Mint chuckled. They need to eat, of course. So many people benefit from this. How can they care? Who's going to care? In Mint's words, this phenomenon isn't new. It started 500 years ago, only back then it was more subtle and less demanding. In recent years, it's become an open rule. Not paying will result in being harassed and considered an outcast. I know you're all naive, but listen to me, don't imagine the Anna Empire to be too glorious. With that, Mint closed her eyes to rest. Just as Jianghe was about to arrive in the capital, the guild system notified him that the 4 primal bodies had joined the guild. A full day had passed in the game, which, converted to real time, would be 3 a.m. Inkfish, your friend's schedule is a bit scary. Jailer brother clicked his tongue. What kind of work does he do? I haven't looked into it closely, but I know he's been working overtime like crazy for the past 2 years. For a while, he drank energy drinks to tough it out, which caused heart problems and almost landed him in the hospital. The 4 primal bodies greeted everyone in the guild channel, learned that they were on their way to map out and locate coordinates, and said he would gather some materials for everyone to store in chests before heading off to grind monsters in the wild. For office workers, game time is precious and cannot be wasted. It's one of their few sources of solace. As evening fell, the Pegasus slowed and descended gently. This was a densely populated village on the outskirts of the capital. Due to the no-fly zone, they could only land here and travel by land. As night descended and the stars filled the sky, after a little over a day of speeding across the boundary between reality and illusion, they finally saw the capital's walls, rising like a mountain range from the earth. The dappled light and shadow around the walls made them, for a moment, mistake it for an ancient dragon coiled on the ground, the light and dark bricks resembling scales. The starry gems trembled, indicating that they could choose the capital of Anna as their new respawn point. Jianghe let out a long sigh. No wonder the others haven't been able to get here yet. It's too far. Didn't the Orange Sky Guild think of renting a carriage? Wake up! Fragrant Breeze City is on the outer edge of the Imperial Central region. They need to get there to find carriage service, Jianghe said. Share this message with them after you log off. The Orange Sky strategy team has been selflessly sharing their in-game experience since the game's launch. These days, there are fewer and fewer people who share their knowledge out of pure passion. A guild like this should avoid many pitfalls. No need to log off, share it now. The jailer brother showed his friend list, which included someone labeled as the Orange Sky Guild leader. Jianghe was stunned. The jailer brother's social network was truly extensive. No wonder he's a social terrorist. He can chat with anyone. Shortly after receiving the message, the Orange Sky Guild leader, Crimson Music Box, immediately replied, "Thank you so much for your help, jailer. I'm truly grateful. By the way, weren't you guys conquering the underground temple of the Clarities? How do you know all this?" With tacit approval, jailer sent over screenshots of the Anna capital. Completely impressed. Please convey my gratitude to President Potato. See you in the capital. Naturally, we also want to see the mighty figures of the reality and illusion boundaries in person. After getting out of the car, Jianghe looked around but didn't see Mint. Where is she? Sigh, wake up. Following the sound of original flavor fries back to the car, he saw Mint curled up in a blanket like a child, drooling in her sleep. Original flavor fries shook her several times, but she didn't react. After shouting, she finally opened her drowsy eyes slightly and murmured, "Let me sleep a little longer." Original flavor fries twirled his fingers and pinched Mint's soft cheek. Ah! Mint tumbled off the bench, peeking out from under the table like a groundhog. Well, now their adorable little witch, their tour guide, has come to her senses. Let's go, tour guide Mint. Before Mint could bark and lash out, the 2 men, one on each side, helped her out of the carriage. At the same time, they entered the capital. News spread among the players through the Orange Sky strategy team. Border between the real and the virtual, first to arrive at the capital of the Anna Empire. Chapter 43. Mint, which academy did you graduate from? Mint's eyes immediately sharpened. Why are you suddenly asking this? Just curious, Jianghe said. I want to see where the legendary witch rose to power. Me too, the jailer immediately chimed in. Count me in. After Squid joined in, Orange Tea quickly raised her hand as well. Mint's expression turned strange. She stammered and turned her head away. Yes, we talk about it later. Let's solve the craftsman problem first. Quick, tell me, what are your requirements? There are dozens of renowned craftsmen in the capital of the Ana Empire. Those who have established themselves here naturally possess unique strengths. The boundary between the virtual and real worlds is completely ignorant of how to judge the skill level of craftsmen, and can only seek Mint's opinion. If you want to get forged items as quickly as possible, I recommend the Shattered Hammer Workshop. Master Craftsman Garcia is probably the easiest to book. As she spoke, Mint's gaze fell on the slime cakes sold at a roadside food stall. Their shape and texture resembled a bowl-shaped rice cake, with cream toppings and a crispy base forming the elements of a cake. Jianghe, already quite familiar with the evil witch, decisively paid, and everyone bought one. Delicious. Mint only took a spoonful before her eyes narrowed, completely captivated. It tastes just like the ones I ate when I was in school. Besides providing a feeling of fullness, the slime cakes also offered a way to reduce fatigue, which caught Zhong Zemo's eye. Now that we've eaten, tell me, the fact that you can easily book a master craftsman means the workshop is practically deserted, right? Jianghe watched her devour a small cake in no time, then casually pushed the half-eaten cake towards her. Unexpectedly, she did the same with the plain fries. Their unspoken understanding surprised Mint. She didn't refuse, continuing to enjoy hers. How do you rate my potions? The jailer, whose gaze had been fixed on the ground since entering the city, didn't turn around. A duality of gods and demons. The same goes for Master Craftsman Garcia. Mint waved her spoon. His forging quality varies greatly, extremely inconsistent. Whether his forgings are good or bad depends entirely on luck. So despite his title as Master Craftsman, those who can afford to wait don't want him to forge their work. In other words, he's a craftsman version of Mint. How long will it take for other Master Craftsmen? At least 10 days. Mint knew perfectly well. Time isn't the biggest hurdle. Whether the Master Craftsmen are willing to work for you is also a big question. It's said that some Master Craftsmen nominally run their own forges, but in reality, their apprentices do the work. Garcia, while more reliant on luck, at least insists on forging by hand. Seeing that the boundary between reality and illusion agreed with her, Mint led them back the way they came. After leaving the capital, everyone realized something was wrong. Garcia isn't in the city? No, he isn't. Could this guy be deliberately recommending him because of the academy incident? Mint's motives are very suspicious. The Broken Iron Hammer Workshop was located in a village on the outskirts of the capital, looking no different from the blacksmith shops that lined the streets of Windjammer City. There was no metallic clanging of forging, and the entire front yard was empty. Even though it was nighttime, the desolation of a master craftsman's workshop was beyond their expectations. Looking around, the forged items in the courtyard were mostly furniture and farm tools. Is anyone there? Mint called out for help. From the depths of the courtyard, a young man emerged. After scrutinizing the group's attire, he asked, "Adventurers? What kind of items are you having forged? Are you the Master Craftsman Garcia?" "That's my father," the young man smiled. "You might as well tell me your requirements first, and perhaps I can do it for you." Jianghe revealed the elemental heart, and the young man's expression instantly changed. He jogged back to the inner courtyard of the workshop, nearly tripping as he crossed the threshold. "The heart of the elements? What nonsense are you spouting? That's a material existing only on the blueprints. Very few artisans in the entire Ana Empire have ever touched it. Do you know how powerful the monsters that can nurture the heart of the elements are? Only the elite of the Empire's elite can defeat them. Low-level mages will be burned to ashes by their scattered elemental fragments just by getting close." Garcia, the master craftsman, hadn't even stepped out yet, but his booming voice already echoed. This burly man, with a thick beard, looked more like a bandit. Jianghe raised the heart of the elements slightly higher, and Garcia, who was lecturing his son in the distance, instantly fell silent. After freezing in place for a few seconds, he rushed forward, but seeing Jianghe about to take a step back, he quickly stopped. "Oh, this? Your Excellency, great adventurer, I was presumptuous. May I hold it in my hands and examine it closely?" Garcia's tone was practically humble, the 2-meter-tall giant trying his best to force a fawning smile onto his fierce face. Just a moment. Seeing Jianghe extend his hand, he quickly bent down and took it with both hands. My God! I can still feel its slight tremor. What wondrous elemental power! It wasn't born from a single elemental life form. This power is constantly changing. What kind of powerful being could possess such a strong and powerful core? Garcia was somewhat flustered. Prompted by his son, he quickly bent down and returned the heart with both hands, but his gaze remained fixed on Jiang Hei's palms. "Excuse my intrusion, but may I ask, who exactly are you?" Garcia couldn't hide his astonishment. This is no ordinary object. The multiple elemental remnants mean its owner was an extremely powerful elemental life form. If my deduction is correct, Garcia took a deep breath, you obtained it from a slime king. The people at the boundary between the real and the virtual world all smiled. As expected of a master craftsman, your knowledge is truly vast. Jiang Hei weighed the elemental heart in his hand and explained his purpose. I want to forge a weapon using the elemental heart. Name your price. Garcia was shocked. He shuddered, cautiously glancing at the people at the boundary of reality and illusion, and swallowed hard. Price? Price? You think we can't afford it? How could that be? I mean free? Garcia quickly shook his head after speaking. My offer to forge it for free is absolutely not out of any intention to belittle you gentlemen. This time, it was Jiang Hei's turn to be stunned. Seeing that the people at the boundary of reality and illusion gave no response, Garcia grew anxious. Not only free, but I will also provide all the other materials needed for forging. Huh? Paying out of pocket? Seeing there was still no response, Garcia gritted his teeth. If you have any other needs in the future, of course, I don't mean needs like the elemental heart, you can come to me. I'm willing to help you all to the best of my ability. After a brief moment of shock, Jiang Hei reacted. He coughed and casually placed the elemental heart on the stone table beside him. How long will it take? 3 days. No, at most a day and a half. Garcia was afraid Jiang Hei would change his mind. I will close the workshop and focus entirely on forging it for you. He could get it in the next round of the game. This was much faster than he expected. Garcia, with his excellent ability to read people, saw the smile on Jiang Hei's face and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. There's one more question. Hearing Jiang Hei speak, he immediately became serious. I have another elemental heart, but it was forged by a puppet. Her experience is limited, and her skills are lacking. The final product might not meet my expectations. Could you modify it? Garcia stared in disbelief, momentarily forgetting that the people before him were terrifying guests capable of slaying the Slime King. He stammered, You entrusted the elemental heart to someone with no experience forging it? Yes. Garcia's features contorted, his face more distorted than if he licked a lemon. How could you waste such a precious resource? How could you do this? He nearly pounded his chest in frustration. Please give it to me. Please give it to me. I will do my best to modify it for you. I will still provide all the necessary materials. Garcia's eyes were red. It was unclear whether his eyes were red from excitement or from frustration. After agreeing to deliver the second elemental heart a little later, the boundary between reality and illusion departed without hesitation. As soon as they left, Garcia immediately instructed his son to close the doors and turn off the guests, activating the soundproofing array that enveloped the entire courtyard. Dad, those guests left without leaving their names or signing any contracts. He immediately received his father's care. A slap on the head. Sign a contract? Do they need a contract? How many people in all of Anna can handle the Slime King? People like that don't worry about anyone going back on their word. They have a million ways to reclaim what's rightfully theirs. Throughout the conversation, he could sense the other's nonchalant attitude. Especially the moment he said he casually gave the elemental heart to the puppet for practice. The air of superiority made Garcia's legs go weak. Only those who stand atop the clouds, unparalleled in strength, can be so nonchalant. They had encountered people 10, 100 times stronger than the elites of the Mage Tower. But who exactly are they? Does the Anna Empire even have an organization that operates with only 6 people? Garcia said earnestly, if you can't figure it out, then stop thinking about it. Son, this time you must watch carefully and learn well. The heart of the elements is a rare find, and being able to use it for forging is an opportunity every craftsman dreams of. As long as we can successfully complete the commission. Observe their expressions, and ask those lords to allow us to display it here for a day. No, half a day will suffice. Our names will then spread throughout all of Anna. Chapter 44. Getting into the Empire's top universities isn't something you can just do on a whim. There are so many fun things to do in the capital. Why do you care about where I go to school? I take you to try some local specialties. You can learn how to make them, enriching the guild's menu. The Royal Colosseum is also an option. The shows are amazing, and they even sell official lottery tickets. Why don't you try your luck? Mint chattered on and on, but as soon as the topic even slightly veered towards the university she attended, she immediately changed the subject. If coming to see Grand Craftsman Garcia was purely for the sake of the boundary between the virtual and real worlds, then her series of actions after returning to the capital were enough to prove her insecurity. Proud enough to look down on the Empire's Grand Potions Master, always considering herself a genius, yet now she's clearly avoiding something. Interesting. Just how dark was her past at the Academy, that she resisted everyone finding out. They couldn't exactly blow up the Academy, could they? Seeing Mint's evasive answers, everyone simply let her have her way, adopting a slow, deliberate approach. As the game neared its end, Jianghe remembered the 4 primal bodies. What time do you get up? The 4 primal bodies immediately replied, 8 o'clock, still have most of the day to play. Watching Mint brewing potions in the guild, Jianghe reminded her, on your way back to the guild, you encounter a witch named Mint ransacking things, don't mind her. The 4 primal bodies was the only one in the guild who hadn't encountered Mint. After everyone else logged off, a long time passed. Alone, hunting outside Windjammer City, he wearily activated the guild's treasure. Upon arriving home, he indeed saw a figure wearing a large black witch's hat ransacking the warehouse. The moment the 4 primals appeared, she shuddered, her eyes widening in shock. Garlic Sprout, come quick. There are intruders. What left the 4 primals speechless was that Mint actually called out Garlic Sprout and the other dolls. Who exactly is the master of this guild? The Shameless which seems to have taken over someone. Another day without job hunting, Jianghe simply stayed home, diligently editing game footage and managing the guild account. One night passed, and the number of followers on the reality virtual boundary surged by 80,000, reaching 160,000. The awakened players' discussions for the new day still revolved around the reality virtual boundary. The Orange Sky Strategy Group, the most well-known strategy sharers in the Star Messenger section of the official Star community. They not only announced the reality virtual boundary's first arrival in Anna Capital in the game, but also posted about it in the community. Due to time constraints, we didn't have time to test last night. If the test is successful, we will release the optimal route guide to the capital within a few days. Note, this guide was selflessly provided by the virtual reality boundary team. This team is merely a tester and content provider. Please do not thank the wrong person. Players who hadn't received the news last night saw the trending post and immediately erupted in discussion. Isn't the underground temple of the Clarities enough to keep them busy? Why are they back? How did they manage to gain from multiple campaigns? That's insane! Is it really possible for a guild of only 5 people to do this? Friendly reminder, it's not 5 people. Yesterday, the virtual reality boundary added a new member named 4 Primal Bodies, but he's active in the main world around Windjammer City. To be accepted by the boundary between the real and the virtual, he must be a big shot, right? Wait a minute, he didn't go to the Temple of the Clarities, he didn't go to the Royal Capital either. What is the 4 Primal Bodies busy with in Windpod City? A player speculated. Could it be that there's a secret? Watching the players' discussions, Jianghe couldn't help but smile. So this is what it feels like to be the center of attention? While he was checking his private messages, Jailer Bro started going crazy. This guy can't stand being around during the day for even a second. I'm going to die without StarCraft to play with. This guy, who owns a factory and works sporadically, sounded incredibly Versailles-like coming from him. The 4 Primal Bodies' comment was much more relatable. Hopefully I don't have to work overtime tonight. He then sent a crying seal emoji. However, after logging in, the 4 Primal Bodies were still nowhere to be seen in the boundary between the real and the virtual. He was working overtime again. Jianghe rushed straight to Garcia's workshop. Upon learning it would take another half day, he looked at Mint. You said yesterday about the Colosseum and the betting tickets? Mint nodded. It's run by the Anna royal family. Each person can bet on any match every 7 days with their ticket. They even have a limit on the number of bets? Zhong Zemo exclaimed. The Anna royal family is quite principled. Mint chuckled. What principle? It's just that the word royal hangs high on their sleeves, and they care about appearances. They don't care if their subordinates run casinos and gamble recklessly. The money just goes back to the treasury through taxes anyway. They're more than happy to encourage it. Although the Anna Empire had stood for 1,000 years and remained prosperous, Mint's words were always tinged with disgust. The Royal Colosseum wasn't too far from Garcia's workshop. It was midday, and people were flocking in. To participate in the lottery betting, one must purchase an entry ticket with 2 sets of purple materials, a price that would exclude the vast majority of people. The 4 Primal Bodies had spent a whole night grinding monsters yesterday, but the materials they accumulated couldn't even buy 1 ticket. If it weren't for conquering the underground temple and Orange Tea's good fortune, which made the reality boundaries slightly wealthier than other players at the same time. Just buying tickets would have been enough to make them grit their teeth. Gladiators versus gladiators. Gladiators versus monsters. Monsters versus monsters. The variety of matches throughout the day was incredibly rich. Jianghe and his group were complete novices, having absolutely no idea who to bet on. To make matters worse, the gladiators in the arena were incredibly flashy. Those gladiators with previous appearances were alright. Their stats and past performances could be used as a reference. Those without previous appearances had introductions overflowing with cheesy and exaggerated descriptions. All sorts of effusive praise were piled up without restraint, their titles long enough for someone to say, "Sorry, there are too many people here, there's no room." Mint, licking her popsicle, lectured the class. "I don't bet on duels with multiple appearances against each other. I'm kind-hearted, I can't bear to see strong fighters die or be crippled. I don't bet on duelists with multiple appearances against those with blank profiles. Still, because I'm kind-hearted, I can't bear to see the strong crush the weak. I don't bet on duels with multiple encounters where each one ends in a narrow victory for one side. I'm not stupid, I'm afraid of being tricked into losing everything. This whole thing. Mint, you've been betting here quite a bit, haven't you? What kind of kind-heartedness? What about not being stupid? You're just following the odds. Gladiators with impressive records facing off, the odds are even, the outcome is uncertain, and I hesitate to bet on anyone. Gladiators with impressive track records betting on rookies have overwhelmingly favorable odds. Winning a match is barely a bonus, and an upset could mean total loss. As for the last one, with multiple head-to-head records, and the two fighters going on for several matches in high-intensity gladiatorial combat, who would believe there's no foul play involved? Mint, you haven't fallen for all these tricks before, have you? Mint replied seriously, I never been here before. Do you think we believe that? So how should we bet? Seeing through Mint's experienced nature, Jianghe humbly sought advice. Taking another popsicle from the plain fries, she licked it haphazardly while mumbling. I'm not particularly good at these things either. Anyway, avoid duels between intelligent species. As for monsters and beasts, because they carry the royal banner, those who stage matches won't dare to be too blatant. Monster and beast duels are generally life-or-death struggles, determining both winner and loser, with post-match autopsies. Compared to the scheming and manipulative tactics of intelligent species, these are easier to identify as fixed matches. Today, there are only 3 life-or-death duels involving monsters. They are Water Slime versus Plant Elemental Spirit, Demon Wolf versus Demon Fox, and Wetland Giant Spider versus Mud Serpent. According to the official announcement, each match is evenly matched. Seeing Mint hesitate, and with the deadline fast approaching, Jianghe waved his hand. Orange tea, you choose. Orange tea blinked rapidly. I don't know how. Who dares to say they know how to gamble? Jianghe always believed in one principle. In gambling, only the house wins everything. Once you sit at the table, you must accept that you will lose. If it weren't a game, he would have run far away at the sight of a gambling table. It's just a game, it doesn't matter. Just pick one based on your gut feeling, Zhong Zemo said. After hesitating for a moment, Orange Tea pointed to the slime. If I have to choose, I'd pick this one. At least it's cuter. This reason made Mint's eyes go black. Seeing the 5 people at the boundary between reality and illusion following suit, and all betting on the winner, she almost spat out blood. How could a low-intelligence creature like a slime possibly fight against an elemental spirit, whose elemental attributes are inherently superior? Watching the ticket counter register the bets, Mint could only angrily say, couldn't you let me analyze it a bit more? With that, she casually bet on the elemental spirit to win. Don't you have faith in our orange tea pick? I'm hedging. Mint's mom yelled at her disappointing kids. At least we won't lose everything, not even our ticket money. But isn't your approach just taking a small cut of the odds? Jianghe clicked his tongue. Who made me choose this? The jailer grinned mischievously as he approached Mint, mimicking her when she had a clever idea, rubbing her hands together. What will you do if we bet right? Heh, this isn't my first time here. I've seen it all. I don't believe you guys can bet on a trap that leads to an upset. The words were out of the question, and she was completely exposed. Mint's face flushed red, and she tried to cover it up, but the jailer interrupted her. You tell me first, what if we lose? You're using our money? What do you want to do? Take us to your academy. After struggling for a few seconds, with the match about to begin, Mint gritted her teeth. Fine, I agree, but if you lose, I have to use everything in the guild chest. Jianghe, who hadn't intended to be wary of Mint, immediately high-fived her. The oath was made. Mint's lips curled up, This time, I can use the anti-magic dust. Go for it, elemental spirit big brother. 10 minutes later. On the shattered elemental debris, slimes bounced around. Orange Tea held up her lottery ticket and cheered loudly. Yay, we won! Chapter 45. I met a group of friends who seemed a bit dim-witted and lacked common sense, but were actually very nice people. My friends collectively placed a bet, and the lottery results in a huge upset. Two joys overlapped, and this double joy brought even more joy. They should have been enjoying a dreamlike period of happiness, but why did it turn out like this? Mint sat dejectedly next to Orange Tea, like a gambler who had lost everything, staring intently at this incredibly lucky person with a complicated expression. Wow! Orange Tea and the others suddenly exclaimed in surprise. In the center of the vast arena, a human gladiator, relying on brute force, managed to slam a much larger half-dragon into the ground. Covered in blood, he managed to turn the tide with a last-minute, desperate counterattack, achieving a stunning upset. The arena, blurring the lines between reality and virtuality, resembled an electronic cricket fight, except in the game's Stellaris, the battles were portrayed with far greater realism and vividness, making players feel as if they had truly transported themselves to this fantastical magical world. While watching, everyone forgot about the outside world. The intense immersion made their palms sweat when their favorite player was in dire straits. The underdog triumphs over the strong, the underdog rises to victory, a timeless, exhilarating trope. Witnessing the miraculous comeback unfold, the entire arena erupted in unrestrained cheers, and even they couldn't resist joining in. Wow, Mint, look, look! Hey! Mint, why do you look so pale? Are you feeling unwell? Orange Tea asked with concern. Mint forced a bitter smile, offering a weak clap with her soft hand. What? She wanted to cry. Why couldn't they play longer? The morning's matches were really exciting. Even if we don't win, it's worth the ticket price. Joan Zemo stretched comfortably. The charm of electronic cricket fighting is like watching a movie. So exciting. The jailer chimed in. Mint's eyes darted around, and she grinned. Our tickets cover the whole day. Do you want to watch some more? No. The five of them said in unison. Gulp. Mint's words caught in her throat. In the prize redemption hall, Jianghe learned their final reward. 3,180 arena chips. According to the arena's ratio, they could obtain 86 sets of purple materials. How much, how much? The cat-eared waitress in charge of redeeming materials was startled by the jailer's shout, trembling from ear to toe. 86 units, confirmed. She confirmed earnestly. The exchange rate for arena chips fluctuates depending on factors, such as the number of bettors. If you are dissatisfied with the exchange result, I can summon the arena management for you. Dissatisfied? How could I be dissatisfied? 86 units of purple materials. Even a normal guild of 20 to 30 people would need to work for 3 to 4 days to accumulate that much, depending on luck. The virtual reality boundary has few members, and besides advancing the underground temple to generate revenue, there are basically no good ways to fill the gap in losses. Having just received a huge sum of money, the virtual reality boundary was in an excellent mood. Joan Zemo couldn't help but applaud. Establishing the Orange Tea cult is of utmost urgency. Like I said, I can't imagine how incredibly lucky Orange Tea life must be, the jailer said with envy and jealousy. At first, Orange Tea tried to argue, but now she's completely given up. Everyone likes to come over and touch her, hug her, and perform some kind of mystical ritual to ward off bad luck, so let them be. Seeing Mint looking a little dejected, yet trying to appear calm, Jianghe moved closer and walked beside her. I've spoken with the others, and the guild warehouse access is now fully open to you. Mint was taken aback. Well, you're a member of the guild after all. Thanks to you, we accomplished far more than expected. Jianghe laughed heartily. Whether it's anti-magic dust or anti-magic tablets, use them if you want. We figure out how to get more later. Mint's eyes sparkled like a sky full of stars. Suddenly, those bright eyes dimmed again. She suppressed her emotions and pouted. That joke isn't funny at all. It's not a joke. After a moment of silence, Mint pulled down her hat brim, making it difficult for Jianghe to see her expression from above. You're just trying to tie me down to work for your guild with a warehouse full of junk. All you think about is yourself. So do you want it or not? Of course I do. You already given it to me, it would be a shame to refuse. Mint said through gritted teeth, I definitely devour your entire stockpile. Just moments ago she had looked like a prisoner about to be executed, but suddenly she felt refreshed, and her steps became lighter. At noon, Jianghe arrived at Garcia's workshop at the agreed time. The workshop courtyard was filled with sweltering heat. In the sweltering environment, extreme exhaustion made Garcia, this robust middle-aged man, walk unsteadily, as if he were being overwhelmed by the churning heat. His son, who was assisting with the forging, trembled as he served him tea. With such a weak physique, how will you become a master craftsman? Garcia glared weakly at his son, scolding, "Are you going to make us, these gentlemen, laugh at you? Quickly, stop the fire, let it ventilate, cool it down, serve tea." Only then did he remember that he should quickly serve tea to the distinguished guests. But remembering his father's words about ventilation and cooling, he took 2 steps forward and then 1 step back. A vivid illustration of self-doubt. Garcia, seeing his son so bewildered in front of the distinguished guests, his pale face flushed crimson with exhaustion. Jiang He waved his hand. "I'm not one for formalities, let's get straight to the point. Where is your masterpiece?" He intended to fetch it himself, but Garcia stubbornly stood up, leaning on the table, and walked step by step to the pond in the corner of the courtyard. After washing the dirt off his hands with the clear pond water, a wave of magic erupted from his palm, pointing towards the center of the deep pond, beneath the surface. 2 swords, one long and one short, were submerged in a pile of fist-sized, chilling, azure blue ore. Drawn by magic, the blades trembled slightly, causing ripples to spread across the water. With 2 sharp clangs, they tore through the water, sending spray flying everywhere. The 2 swords emerged from the water, like roaring dragons freed from their cages. Under the midday sun, the blades reflected a dazzling, dragon scale-like light. Without eating, drinking, or resting, Garcia, with the highest efficiency he had ever achieved, completed the forging and improvement in a day and a half. This disheveled man, his beard plastered with sweat, held the 2 swords in midair with magic, instinctively reaching out to touch them, his eyes filled with longing. But then, as if electrocuted, he withdrew his hand, respectfully waiting for Jiang He and Original Flavor Fries to claim their masterpiece. Original Flavor Fries reached out, and a long sword enveloped in a faint, pale blue ripple lightly landed in her hands. Elemental Heart Longsword quality, 96 inside the workshop. You could hear a pin drop. 96, just 4 points short. Original Flavor Fries swallowed hard. In StarCraft, equipment doesn't display stats directly like in regular games. To evaluate whether a piece of equipment is good and worth keeping, you need to look not only at its color-coded rarity and quality, but also at its forging quality. Take the Clarity set obtained from the Clarity Temple as an example. Jiang He's entire outfit is white, and the equipment quality is generally below 50. For armor, higher quality means better defense. Weapons, naturally, also benefit from higher quality and greater damage. Without seeing specific stats, pursuing quality becomes every player's goal. High-quality drops are extremely rare. If you try to forge it yourself using a set blueprint, according to Garlic Sprout's description, high-rarity recipes have a huge failure rate, making a single success, plus high quality, practically impossible. Although Garlic Sprout also mentioned that the game has methods to increase the forging success rate and the maximum quality of forged items, it's been 13 days since the server opened, and players are still figuring everything out like children. Who knows where Garlic Sprout's methods are, or how to obtain them? Moreover, high quality isn't everything about this long sword. The game mechanics dictate that forging equipment grants 1 blessing attribute for every 40 quality points. 100 quality points grant 3 blessings. Including the random blessing effect inherent in the set design blueprint, the Original Fries Elemental Heart Longsword possesses the following 3 attributes. Elemental Burst. The heart, reawakened on the weapon, beats with renewed vigor. Elements flow and leap in your hands, but they are not obedient, some are rebellious. When attacking, reversing the flow of elements has a chance to cause an elemental burst effect. Light as a feather, the weapon feels weightless in your hands, saving more stamina when attacking. Swift as the wind, a gentle breeze lends a helping hand, making your movement more agile. Before forging, Garcia asked Original Fries what specific requirements he had for the weapon. Original Fries replied that it should be light and nimble, and emphasized, it must be the best. Garcia saw a gentle smile appear on Original Fries' cold face, and breathed a sigh of relief. Your pursuit of perfection is impossible to achieve with the available materials and time. This is the best I can do right now. Original Fries gripped the Elemental Heart Longsword tightly. Its lightness made her momentarily unaware that the blade was already in her hand. The whisper of the wind echoed in her ears, making her feel light as if she had sprouted wings. As a martial artist, she could even vaguely sense the flow of elements. Perfect, she couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Garcia, having regained his strength, laughed heartily. For a craftsman, this was the highest praise. Thank you for your kind words, sirs. I know it's still far from the perfection you described. Garcia tilted his head back with delight, gazing at the high-hanging sun. It won't be my best work. But at least it should be your best work to date. Garcia smiled without saying a word. It was Jiang He's turn. He had kept his expectations low. After all, the weapon's initial forging was done by the non-dull, an inexperienced craftsman who used a method to guarantee success, so the quality was likely to be poor. But seeing original flavor fries receive a long sword that could be a family heirloom, his usually calm heart stirred. He reached out and touched it. Elemental heart short sword quality. 70 elemental contamination. The heart that has been revived on the artifact beats violently. Elements flow and pulsate in your hands. They are like a gentle breeze, kind and benevolent. When attacking, following the flow of elements, there is a chance to leave elemental residue after the attack. Immaculate light. Bathed in radiance, your attacks will be more lethal to undead and evil spirits, and there is a chance to gain radiant protection. Specializing in damage against undead creations was Jiang He's requirement. Since it was already a half-finished product, it was difficult to guarantee that Garcia, with his dual nature of divine and demonic nature, could successfully complete the modifications. Therefore, he decided to focus on the undead creations frequently appearing in the Clear One's underground temple, specializing in attributes to ensure a minimum improvement. Garcia successfully forged the desired effect. The forging was already halfway done, and the elemental heart had begun to activate, making the modifications quite difficult. Garcia said helplessly, although I was exhausted at that time, I still did my best. His words carried a hint of pride. Playing with the short sword, Jiang He was overjoyed. You don't need to be modest, this is far better than I imagined. I heard some people talk about you, saying you're a master craftsman whose forging quality is extremely inconsistent, with astonishingly high and low limits. I must admit, when I saw a pile of farm tools instead of weapons in your yard, I doubted your skill for a moment. Garcia waved his hand sheepishly. I heard those comments too. Actually, they're quite right. He frankly admitted it. Picking up a plow in the yard, Garcia looked bitterly at his reflection in the gleaming metal. My reputation has suffered, and people have started to laugh at me for being a master craftsman who doesn't live up to his name. Over time, fewer and fewer people are willing to commission me. Craftsmen, potion makers, alchemists, these professions all rely on reputation. No one wants to waste materials they painstakingly searched for. The boundary between reality and illusion is quite curious about what caused this master craftsman, who could forge near-perfect works with all his might, to have such fluctuating skill levels, like a roller coaster. Men said he forged every piece by hand, treating each one with meticulous care. That pride and passion for his craft emanated naturally from his eyes and words, palpable to everyone. The reasons for this weren't explicitly stated by Garcia, and they didn't press him. Seeing Garcia's hesitant expression, Jiang He simply asked, Do you have something to say? If it's about payment, it's not too late now. We are very satisfied with your work. Garcia's son, barely 17 or 18, couldn't contain himself and immediately became excited upon hearing Jiang He's words. Really? Could we keep one finished piece for display in the workshop? Garcia coughed violently. How could he be so direct when asking for a favor? Especially since the other party was a benefactor to their workshop. How long do you want to display it? The words from Original Fries made Garcia's eyes widen. This clearly meant agreement. He covered his son's face with his large hand, silencing him before he could speak. Licking his dry lips, Garcia tentatively asked, 2 days, is that all right? Seeing the others on the border between reality and illusion looking thoughtful, he quickly corrected himself. 1. Okay, 2 days it is. Original Fries decisively placed the knife on the stone table. Garcia's eyes reddened. What incredible luck that allowed him to encounter a group of heroes who could easily defeat the Slime King during his lowest point. These young people from a foreign land were enough to make the arrogant younger generation of the Ana Empire blush with shame. Those arrogant fools should see the prowess of these strangers, Garcia thought. Chapter 46. The Star Speaker Royal Magic Academy, the premier magic academy of the Ana Empire. Over its 900-year history, it has produced countless geniuses, each leaving an indelible mark on history. However, the spindle-shaped stone tablet before the academy's gate is so crowded, and the inscription so meticulous, that even these chosen ones, who are the elite of the Empire's vast territory, are ruthlessly sifted through. Large blank areas on the semi-floating, crystal-like gray spindle-shaped stone tablet remain unmarked by legendary names. The Star Speaker Royal Magic Academy does not prevent outsiders from visiting. The Academy has designated areas for tours to satisfy people's curiosity about this ancient institution. At this moment, Jianghe is surrounded by travelers from other parts of the continent, walking past this founding stone tablet, reserved only for legends, guided by a tour guide. Did you ever think about leaving your name on it? Jianghe guessed correctly. Leaving one's name. That was Mint's goal when she enrolled. Standing before the stone tablet once more, her heart was remarkably calm, devoid of the youthful passion and impulsiveness of yesteryear. She showed no disdain or contempt for the potion masters of the Ana Empire, but Mint held the inscription on the tablet in utmost respect for the sages. The architecture of the Star Speaker Royal Magic Academy was an eclectic blend, a combination of Baroque and Gothic styles. Tourists were a common sight throughout the complex, open to the public. According to Mint, every magic academy in the Ana Empire attracted pilgrims from all over the continent. Ana embraced people of different races with its overwhelming strength and inclusive policies. The former was the greatest source of confidence for the latter. Throughout the millennia-long history of the empire, every war it waged resulted in one of only 4 outcomes: a complete victory, a major victory, a minor victory, or a stalemate. Humiliating defeats were few and far between, making the shame of defeat unprecedented. If it weren't for the then emperor of the Ana Empire's public declaration 500 years ago to maintain its existing territory and not expand further, the empire would be far more than just a quarter of the continent. Zhong Zemo, a history teacher with a deep understanding of historical cycles, couldn't help but ask upon hearing this: is the empire unwilling to expand its territory, or unable to bear the administrative costs that would result from expansion? Mint pondered for a moment and replied, both. After all, not every race is willing to be a member of Ana, and bridging the differences between different groups is extremely difficult. The Ana Empire has experienced countless rebellions over the past millennium, either related to the tyranny of local lords or to irreconcilable conflicts between different intelligent species. The main reason this vast and bloated empire has remained standing is its overwhelming military power. And these people mostly come from the major royal academies. Currently, the empire's highest combat strength is at the 8th rank. Since NPCs and players use a separate combat power evaluation system, strategy teams have already tested it. Based on player feedback, the following general estimates can be made. Rank 1 is approximately equivalent to 3 to 4 levels. Therefore, the highest combat power group in the Ana Empire is roughly equivalent to a player level 32. Considering the game's officially announced level cap of 20, and considering that NPC's overall combat power surpasses that of players, many players believe that these figures will fluctuate after future version updates and increases in the level cap. In the current version, players who want to defeat these higher-level enemies can only rely on teamwork, strategy, preparation, and most importantly, skill. Without the recipe for creating a monster encyclopedia, Jianghe couldn't determine the ranks of the creatures in the Clear One's underground temple. He still hadn't learned enough. Mint, aren't you a student here? Can't you show us around the deeper areas? The jailer asked expectantly. Mint scoffed, you're just here to admire the witches, aren't you? We're already at the academy. What's wrong with admiring the witch's beauty? The jailer retorted matter-of-factly. By the way, are you still a member of the academy, or have you already graduated? Reaching the fountain in the plaza, Mint suddenly stopped, her hand on the brim of her hat, seemingly wanting to lower it, but for some reason, she hesitated to make a further move. The jailer thought Mint was under his spell, and was about to say something when a voice interrupted. Oh, I'm not mistaken, is that Mint? Looking in the direction of the voice, a young man with shoulder-length light blonde hair led 6 or 7 people towards them. The young man adjusted his right monocle, then quickly took it off, feigning a gasp of surprise. It really is Senior Mint. What a rare sight. Is this a return visit, a chance to relive the days of studying at the academy? Mint loosened her grip on her hat brim, her timidity and displeasure seamlessly transforming into mockery. Isn't this Conrad? How's it going? Still last place? If I remember correctly, you were number 1 in multiple exams back then, setting a record for the worst performance in the history of the Star Speaker Academy. Keep it up. Even if you can't leave your mark on the legendary stone, at least leave a lasting impression in the Academy's records. The two clearly had a past grudge, and they didn't hold back in exposing each other's weaknesses. Conrad, thick-skinned as ever, remained composed in front of the group of newly enrolled students. He turned around, clapped his hands, and gestured for everyone around to look at him. Mint trembled involuntarily, instinctively taking a step back and bumping into Orange Tea. She lowered her hat brim, took Orange Tea's outstretched hand, and whispered, "How about we go look around somewhere else?" It was too late. Conrad's booming voice immediately brought up Mint's glorious deeds. Mint, your former senior, majored in potions, minoring in alchemy, and left the academy 6 months ago. Left? Voluntarily? Someone asked. On the surface, yes, voluntarily, but I think anyone who openly defied the professor and caused an explosion that destroyed the potions lab due to an operational error wouldn't have the face to stay. Mint clenched her fists. Hey, you lot, are you her friends or her guests? Conrad chuckled. If she's using the Star Speaker Academy's name to swindle people, don't blame me for not warning you. She's just a lucky witch who snuck into the academy through a special spot. She's a witch of questionable character, not someone who's truly received systematic training. No wonder Mint's reaction was so subtle when her academy was mentioned. How am I of questionable character? Mint gritted her teeth, staring intently at Conrad. More people gathered around. What were initially just tourists from the sightseeing area were now increasingly numerous, dressed in the silver and red academy uniforms. Wasn't I clear enough? You contradicted your instructor, questioned the accuracy of the potion formula, and your private conversations were clearly a favor to you, yet you turned around and publicly denounced them as despicable. Conrad scoffed. The principle of respecting the sages. Did no one teach you that, you orphan Mint? Wild Mint, a taboo word. Mint's eyes instantly reddened. This clearly stirred up some unpleasant memories. She angrily tried to rush forward to confront him, but Jianghe and Zhong Zimo held her down. See? I told you she's a person of questionable character, barbaric, vulgar, arrogant, a disgrace to the Star Speaker Academy. Jianghe whispered to Mint, I believe you. After spending time together, everyone in the virtual reality boundary knew what kind of person Mint was. A questionable character? Certainly, greed and avarice were her defining traits. Yet, when she learned that the virtual reality boundary was going to their deaths, she also took out her most precious scroll to save lives. In Mint's mind, the virtual reality boundary was a group of people with questionable understanding and experience, bumpkins who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Not players, but living, breathing people who couldn't be resurrected after death. Therefore, the moment she took out the scroll, her sincerity was absolute. She had countless ways to exploit information asymmetry and reap the benefits of potions, but after each symbolic interaction, she would still confess. It was more like a little game between friends. If they were caught, they would exchange a knowing smile. If not, they would find a suitable opportunity to casually mention it. Jianghe stood up, his words already prepared. Mint was clumsy with words, but he wasn't stupid. The jailer tilted his head, his face already showing impatience. He was equally eager, and his attack speed was far faster than Jianghe's. Are your family members wholesale? Why are you so aggressive? The jailer initiated the confrontation, immediately canceling Conrad's household registration, rapidly increasing Conrad's strength, insulting him without resorting to vulgarity, yet every word was a way of disqualifying Conrad from being human. What is the art of language? This is the art of language. Actually, Jianghe and the jailer were both quite good at verbal sparring. Just how good? He'd been surfing the internet for years, and both his cyberparents were still alive. Mint, whose eyes were bloodshot from listening to their mixed doubles verbal battle, suddenly calmed down, replaced by a strange sense of satisfaction. From childhood to adulthood, no one had ever stood up for her after she was bullied. The one-sided verbal battle made Conrad's pupils bloodshot. Unaccustomed to the art of language, he was furious. Let's duel. The two stopped their verbal attacks, looking at each other. Conrad had a strange feeling, thinking his words had intimidated them. What's the use of being good with words? A one-on-one duel is the only truth. You're not scared, are you? Scared? Just kidding. Jianghe was only surprised to have unlocked a new gameplay mode, wondering if he would receive a special reward. Are weapons allowed? If you want, of course you can. Bring your own? Conrad laughed. What good weapons could someone dressed like that have? If you don't mind the embarrassment, go ahead and use them. Hearing this, the volunteer jailer gestured for Jianghe to use them. Having been ridiculed and humiliated in front of so many people, Conrad, fearing he missed his chance to redeem himself, quickly told the students to inform their instructor. He wanted to make a scene, to embarrass these people and Mint, making them the laughingstock of Enadu. Chapter 47. The Ana Empire boasts a long and rich history of dueling. Legend has it that the empire's founders, the twin emperors Ana, decided who would become the decision-maker through a duel. With this legendary history, dueling is particularly prevalent in Ana's various academies. The academies have always encouraged duels that end in a draw. This is the foundation of Ana's dominance on the continent, a manifestation of its abundant martial virtue, and also a way for the younger generation to compete, learn from, and grow together. Conrad's duel request was immediately responded to, and a 7th-tier elven instructor appeared. He confirmed with Conrad. A purely armed duel, no time limit, no extra items allowed, right? After receiving confirmation, the elven instructor then looked at Jianghe. You are not from the capital of Anna, a stranger. Can you still refuse the duel? Knowing the instructor was offering him a way out, Jianghe smiled and shook his head, feeling the goodwill. I just want justice for my friend. Justice? Conrad laughed. You can verify every word I said with Mint's classmates and group members. Someone who's ashamed to even stay in the academy. What justice do you want? You find out. The elven instructor didn't take the 3rd and 4th rank student duel seriously. He's seen this kind of thing many times in the academy. Young people, what kind of young people aren't hot-blooded? The duel location was moved to an open area nearby. He didn't go to the more professional arena because he felt it was unnecessary. A fight between these ranks was just child's play in the eyes of a 7th rank student. More and more onlookers arrived after hearing the news. Watching the show, enjoying the spectacle, and joining in the fun knows no race. Conrad's friend retrieved his staff from his dormitory. The staff was dark green, slender, and topped with a fist-sized fluorescent green crystal. The moment Conrad gripped the staff, intricate pale blue tree-like patterns lit up the shaft. Jianghe called out, there has to be something in store for the winner, right? What do you want to bet? Conrad asked confidently. I don't mind if you give me a gift. Since we only brought weapons for this duel, let's bet on weapons. Conrad laughed heartily. You're a warrior. Are you really willing to give away your most prized weapon? Fine, I play along. Don't be cowardly, and try to fob me off with some worthless junk. A burst of laughter erupted around them. Jianghe took out the elemental hard short sword from his backpack, completing the equipment. Instantly, the elements around them stirred. The elven instructor stared blankly. He carefully observed the slightly trembling crystal core, about the size of an eyeball, at the hilt of the sword, then meticulously sensed the elemental flow altered by it. As the highest-ranking mage here, his hair stood on end. A mage cannot directly perceive a martial artist's strength. They can only assess it after the fight. But he wanted to remind Conrad, but found Jianghe staring intently at him, and a sudden unease gripped him. The elven instructor subtly shifted his position, moving slightly closer to Conrad from between the two, and coughed lightly. Please note the rules of the duel. Remember, stop when you made your point. The duel was decided, and there was no going back. The Star Speaker Academy had its own pride. Rashly interfering in the duel, and meddling in the outcome, would only invite ridicule from the other academies. With a heavy heart, he formally announced, the duel begins. Almost instantly, both duelists reacted. Conrad cast a wind elemental blessing on himself, and retreated rapidly. Magicians have a huge advantage over martial artists. As long as they avoid close combat, they have 100 ways to exhaust their opponent. An earth elemental shield appeared on Conrad's body, followed by wind, fire. The shield stacking technique, a specialized tactic against martial artists, is an indispensable and lengthy topic in magic combat theory courses. Relying on layers of magical shields, the attack of the martial artist is attenuated to the greatest extent. Conrad's casting was undeniably fast, but in the blink of an eye, Jianghe was already in front of him. He only blinked. A short sword swung lightly, and Conrad's painstakingly stacked shield shattered instantly like tofu. A pair of large hands scooped Conrad away, narrowly missing the blade of the dagger. A conspicuous line of blood trailed in the air, dripping to the ground. That's enough. I concede on Conrad's behalf. Please forgive me. Jianghe didn't sheath the knife. He suddenly realized what this knife meant in the capital's environment. So useful, why hide it in secret? A second later, Conrad's face contorted. The invisible fire elemental power scorched his skin from the grazed arm, causing blisters to form. Not fatal, but it felt like someone had pinched flesh with hot tongs. The physicians who had already arrived immediately took care of Conrad. Noticing the restless elemental power on his arm, they all turned to look. The students of the Star Speaker Academy and the visiting tourists were all somewhat bewildered. What happened? Why did the referee suddenly leave the arena? Several more mages from the Star Speaker Academy arrived at the scene, their expressions complex after learning what had happened. A white-haired human instructor approached Jianghe, slowly exhaling, and respectfully introduced himself. Winner, Wind Chaser Winner. He added, why would someone like you get angry with a child? Seeing Jianghe still silent, he continued, the heart of the elements, such versatile elemental power, must come from a powerful slime king. Jianghe didn't follow his words. He proposed the armed duel. I accepted with the heart of the elements dagger as a sign of respect. Winner choked. Going all out is the greatest respect for your opponent. That statement isn't entirely wrong. Not far away, Conrad's face was pale. Although half his arm was covered in blisters, and he was in great pain, that wasn't the reason for his pale complexion. He couldn't help but ask the doctor, "Teacher, are you sure you're not mistaken? Is that person really that powerful?" Martial artists don't possess magic, so naturally you can't sense his strength. You should be thankful you're still in the academy. If you impulsively agreed to a duel to the death outside, you'd be dead already. Whatever the instructors tell you to do later, just do it obediently. Before he could even process what these words meant, Conrad was called over. Apologize. Huh? Conrad was stunned. He lost the duel in the academy, and now the instructors were demanding an apology. Not to me, to Mint. Jianghe pointed to a spot not far away. Conrad could feel the gazes from all directions. He felt like his back was reinforced with steel bars, unable to bend. With a casual slap from the instructor, he was forced to bury his head deeply, sweating profusely. I apologize for my words and actions just now, Miss Mint. Mint remained noncommittal, simply leaving him hanging. Upon learning that Jianghe and his group had come to visit the Star Speaker Academy, several of the instructors present were interested in acting as Mint's guides. Jianghe knew exactly what they were up to, a smile playing on his lips as he devised a response. Not today, I have to attend Duke Narum's banquet tonight. Having finally obtained some useful information, the instructors pressed him. Do you know Duke Narum? No, but after tonight, he will. Conrad reluctantly handed over his bet. Dark green low magic staff purple grade, quality 52. Blessing, dark green whisper small chance to create a plant attribute shield when casting. Elemental barrier more effective when casting elemental shield spells. Goodness, the jailer has a new toy. This is much better than his current staff, which is below quality 40 and unblessed. You're too kind. It's just a duel, yet Mr. Conrad has gifted us such an excellent weapon. Conrad lowered his head even further, not daring to utter a single word. The instructors, hearing this and glancing at the short sword in Jianghe's hand, thought he was joking. A team that could afford the heart of the elements would be interested in such a staff? As he left, Jianghe abruptly remarked, the Anna Empire certainly seems to be a land of outstanding people. Besides the forging skills of Master Craftsman Garcia, the Star Speaker Academy has also broadened my horizons. Garcia? The Master Craftsman Garcia he mentioned. Could it be that Garcia? There are no other Master Craftsmen besides him. Just who are these people? Does such a person even exist on the Anna continent? While the instructors at the Star Speaker Academy were still pondering, the jailer, who had left the academy, had already equipped himself with the dark green low-level staff. Just moments ago, he had looked disgusted, muttering things like, "This doesn't suit my style at all, too turtle-like, who would want this? Useless except for its purple rarity," but once he got his hands on it, he immediately fell in love with it. Thank you for today. Although everyone heard Mint's words, they all tacitly pretended not to hear, lowering their heads and straining their ears. What did you just say? Mint blushed, and after a long while, she managed to utter a sentence. You could all go to hell. Unsurprisingly, the consequence of this sentence was that her hat was immediately snatched away by plain fries. Jianghe chuckled as he watched Mint being teased by everyone, when the seagull messenger suddenly spread its wings and emitted a notification sound. It was a friend request from the leader of the Orange Sky Strategy Group, Crimson Music Box. Crimson Music Box, thank you so much, Leader Potato, for the generous strategy guide. We successfully arrived in the capital. Jianghe immediately replied, You're welcome. The other party asked, Do you want to delay the release of this strategy guide? There's no need for that. But remember to tell them that the challenges in the capital are not easy at all. It's better to lay a solid foundation in Wind Pod City than to take the risk here. He then casually reminded Crimson Music Box to participate in the betting event at the Royal Coliseum, which can only be entered once every 7 days. Just participate, and go with a calm mindset. Giving us a strategy guide like this, let me guess, the reality and illusion boundary must have made a lot of money from it, right? No way, you're overthinking it. The Orange Sky Strategy Group, having just arrived in the capital, immediately headed to the Royal Coliseum. Winners and losers, match duration. So many ways to play. Does anyone know how to play these things? Let me figure it out. Ah! A team member exclaimed in surprise, startling not only them, but also drawing the attention of the surrounding NPCs. What's with all the fuss? Crimson Music Box walked over irritably, following the team member's finger to the light screen projected by a magic crystal in the central hall. It displayed the highest prize record for the Royal Coliseum that day. Behind the boundary between reality and illusion, 86 was clearly displayed. 86 purple materials. Everyone was stunned. The boundary between reality and illusion, are they really people? Did they come here to buy supplies? Chapter 48. Duke Narum Manor. As night fell, the brightly lit manor gates were filled with carriages. Anor Empire nobles, dressed in their finest attire, proudly raised their heads and strolled slowly and elegantly into the corridor, their names announced in a powerful, resonant voice by the butler. Watching the nobles' affected expressions, and gate from afar, Mint scoffed disdainfully. Like roosters after a victory. Jianghe grabbed her head. So, Teacher Mint, what should we be mindful of when attending such a noble banquet? Mint quickly reached out to grab Jianghe's hand. Eat as much as you can, that's the most important thing. She felt so embarrassed. Upon reaching the gates of Narum Manor, several servants stopped them. Even though Jianghe showed them their invitations, they were still scrutinized with suspicion. What? Was there something wrong with their attire? By the 13th day, the haphazard mix of reality and illusion in their clothing had improved somewhat. The jailer activated his pay-to-win ability, downloading a classic Roman robe, toga, from the shop and dyeing it black and white. Since it was a transmogrified outfit, the slightly oversized robe didn't hinder his mobility. As for why he downloaded such an outfit, the jailer explained, it has a very sage-like feel, perfectly matching my nun doll. The white-haired, red-eyed elf template created by Original Fries is a versatile clothes hanger. She kept a silver-white silk blouse with light gold lace trim and belted trousers from the spoils of the Temple of the Clarities, paired with the strappy sandals worn by the Clarities during bathing, earning a concise and clear evaluation from the jailer. It works. This should be considered the highest praise a seasoned gentleman could give. Her outfit, reminiscent of orange tea and plain fries, was almost identical. She had pieced together her entire look from loot from the Temple of the Clarities, differing only in a few details. Perhaps to soothe her heart, parched after more than 2 years of suppression, Zhong Zemo also spent money on in-game purchases. A metallic gray-black Greenwich-style armor completely enveloped him, making the elf look like he was encased in a giant tin can. In reality, Zhong Zemo had considered getting a similar outfit for a comic convention, but considering the weight and his declining physical condition due to work, fulfilling his dream in the game was enough. As for Jianghe, his attire was much more casual. Later, he was found in the Clarity's silver-white shirt and shorts during a search of the large bathroom in the first level of the cleansing layer. He took out the elemental hard short sword and slung it over his shoulder. His clothing was simple and unpretentious. The butler, who had been standing with the announcer to greet guests, approached. After carefully examining the invitations, he immediately reprimanded the servants. Honorable Emerald adventurers, please do not regard their rudeness as the proper hospitality of the Duke's mansion. Please follow me. With that, he personally led the way, passing the announcer at the main gate, and solemnly handed over the invitations. The announcer took a deep breath and loudly proclaimed in a powerful voice, Emerald adventurers, arriving. Mint's shifty eyes had been secretly scanning her surroundings. She noticed that those alighting from the noble carriages did not require invitations, while the groups arriving in large, rough-dressed formations, clearly adventurous or mercenary, invariably presented them. The moment the name Emerald was announced, the group immediately cast curious, wary, and suspicious glances at him. Potato, put your dagger away first, Mint tugged at Jianghe's sleeve. Having heard Mint's observation, Jianghe seemed thoughtful, and then sheathed his elemental hard dagger. Walking along the spacious column corridor, they could faintly hear a band playing from the Duke's mansion, cheerful and light. In contrast, the column corridor they were walking through was deserted and quiet. The adventurers walking in groups around them remained silent. Their destination was an open area near the pond on the west side of the Duke's manor. Tables were laden with fragrant delicacies, and a group of chefs were waiting nearby. The adventurers who had arrived early had already begun their self-service, clutching bottles full of fine wine, and toasting their newly met friends. Jianghe gazed at the brightly lit ducal mansion not far away. On the high-rise balcony where the banquet was being held, many nobles, holding glasses and leaning against the railings, watched with great interest. Anor Empire nobles are so easygoing, without any airs? Jianghe asked Mint with a half-smile. This was also one of the reasons Mint had reminded him of the boundary between reality and illusion earlier. If a noble wanted to invite a group of adventurers to a banquet, he probably wouldn't invite another group of nobles on the same day. What was Duke Narum planning to do with so many adventurers and mercenaries? Since we're here, let's make the best of it. Why think so much? Let's eat first. The jailer casually picked up a huge crab, lifted its skull, and began to vigorously lick its roe. Mint, what's the most expensive thing here? Asked the man with the plain fries. This question hit the nail on the head. Mint circled the table, where the food was laid out a few times, and gave his answer. First, eat the maple leaf squid in the middle of the table. Next, eat the sea urchins and seafood next to it. These are the most popular ingredients on the Empire's far north route, delicacies only nobles and wealthy merchants can afford. Before Jiang He could hand the giant maple leaf squid to the chef, a figure suddenly appeared from the side, bumping into his elbow, causing the food on the tray to fall to the ground. Without a flustered apology, the other person remained silent after the collision, waiting for Jiang He to turn his head. For the first time, Jiang He felt that describing someone as a bear was so apartment. The hairy, muscular middle-aged man in front of him was looking down at him with cold eyes. Emerald? His voice was loud, and everyone present turned to look. Jiang He glanced at the ingredients he had trampled under his feet, and clicked his tongue. Do we know each other? We naturally heard about the Emerald Adventurer's good deeds around Fragrant Wind City. Several more people approached beside the burly man, each with an unfriendly expression. However, the Emeralds have never made a public appearance. Who knows if you're the real deal? The situation unfolded inexplicably. The other side was aggressive, clearly prepared for conflict. This was Duke Nerum's banquet. The person who sent the invitation hadn't arrived. Was it their place to question him? In an instant, Jiang He understood everything. The two groups confronted each other. As everyone at the banquet watched with interest, the manor's butler's loud announcement, "Duke Nerum has arrived," dispelled the tense atmosphere. Duke Nerum was a tall, thin man in his 30s, with a face that suggested excessive indulgence. According to Mint, he lived an extremely extravagant and debauched life, proficient in all forms of entertainment, and keen on competing with other nobles. If the Nerum family hadn't been founding members of the Anna Empire, his extravagant spending would have emptied even a mountain of gold. However, he was not a violent person. Although his mind was newly formed, it wasn't so confused that he couldn't distinguish right from wrong. He was merely a parasite indulging in pleasure and a life of debauchery. The mage accompanying Nerum waved his hand, and the two appeared alongside the Empire's Judgment Knights. Jiang He recognized the two as members of the Emerald Adventurers Guild who had managed to escape that day. It's them. They ambushed and killed my companions, and now they dare to impersonate the Emerald Gang to swindle and deceive. This is a desecration of the Imperial law and a trampling of your grace, Duke. Your grace, the Emerald Gang's reputation for benevolence is widespread. Merchants of Fragrant Wind City and citizens of the Empire have all received our help. We selflessly assist those in danger, yet these people repay kindness with enmity. As they spoke, the two began to weep. What excellent acting! If Jiang He hadn't known, he would have truly believed the Emerald Gang was some good person. They gang up and slaughter adventurers outnumbered in the wild without hesitation. Their methods ruthless and their experience in murder and robbery are impressive, yet they manage to cultivate an image of chivalry and helping those in distress. They only mentioned an ambush, not that they were outnumbered and nearly wiped out by 6 people from the boundary of reality throwing Molotov cocktails at them. Was it too shameful? The surrounding adventurers' eyes instantly turned cold. To kill those who had saved them was enough to ignite the indignation of anyone who spent years wandering the wilderness. Duke Nerum stroked his stubble and said, "They provided the Emblem Order's emblem, and their account matches some rumors circulating in Fragrant Wind City. And you, can you prove you are the true emblems?" Seeing that Jiang He and his group remained silent, the surrounding murmurs grew louder. Judgment them. Only burning at the stake and disemboweling can make them repent. Avenge the benevolent emblems. The surviving members of the emblem felt a surge of exhilaration, believing victory was assured, and they would witness the end of these people. Jiang He effortlessly plunged his knife into the long table. "They are the emblems, then who are we?" he countered. He dared to pull out a weapon in front of the Duke. "This is blatant contempt. Duke, please bring him to justice immediately." "Shut up." The mage accompanying Duke Nerum shouted gravely at the noisy remnants of the Emerald clan beside him. After scrutinizing them for a moment, he apologized and released a magical messenger. Upon receiving a reply, he whispered in Duke Nerum's ear, "They are the group that appeared at the Star Speaker Academy today. Whose words do you think are more credible? With their strength, they wouldn't need to launch a sneak attack. The idea of them repaying kindness with enmity is absurd," the mage calmly analyzed. "Deliberately only stating what is favorable to themselves is highly suspicious, especially considering the Star Speaker Academy's description." Duke Nerum's gaze narrowed, his eyes immediately turning unfriendly, as he looked at the Emerald Clan remnants. With a wave of his hand, the Judgment Knight swarmed forward, pinning the Emerald Clan remnants to the ground. "There's no need to dwell on it now. With only one emerald remaining, it must be real. Your Grace, They're the fakes, we're the real ones. Damn it, you got the wrong people. The Judgment Night dragged the remnants of the emerald like dead dogs, the ground splattering with blood as the shouts faded into the distance. Jiang He felt a pang of regret. If they had dealt with them themselves, they might have gotten a small reward. Why didn't this duke ask for their opinions? He's so clueless. Since his family is so rich, he should definitely give him a good beating with gold coins later to make up for it. Mink glared fiercely at an adventurer who had come to share the maple leaf squid. What are you doing? Put down your plate. I just heard you say you were going to send us to the stake. The adventurer lowered his head awkwardly, put down his plate, and retreated. It's unclear whether Mint was being sarcastic about what happened earlier or simply being possessive of her food. Everyone else is putting on a show, acting like a pro, so why did you mess it up? Chapter 49. I hate trouble, and I believe all of you invited here today feel the same way. Let's get straight to the point. Not everyone had arrived yet, but Duke Narum clearly wasn't going to leave empty-handed. He ordered someone to bring a scroll about 2 meters wide and 6 meters long, which he laid out on a nearby table. Magic surged, and a series of undulating, snow-capped mountains appeared above the scroll. The Great Snow Mountain of the Screamers. Someone recognized the area displayed on the scroll. A place shrouded in snow and extreme cold beyond the northeastern border of the Ana Empire, with a harsh climate and sparse population. The core permafrost layer was rumored to be able to bury an 8th-tier being, thus few had ever set foot in this cold and desolate land. Duke Narum snapped his fingers, and a soundproofing array activated. His personal mage stepped forward and began to explain. About 40 days ago, the Narum family's caravan traveling along the Screamer's Snow Mountain trade route disappeared without a trace. Inquiries revealed that dozens of caravans vanished along the Snow Mountain route during the same period, with a total number of people likely exceeding 200. Countless goods were lost, and the contact point near the trade route has ceased operations. 20 days ago, a messenger from the Empire's northern border brought news that villages near the contact point reported faintly hearing what sounded like cries for help late at night, but the heavy snow made it impossible to pinpoint the location. To this day, the villagers in this area have not found the remains of the caravan's victims, nor the lost goods. After a long silence, someone asked, "Your Grace, what do you want us to do?" Narum replied, "Find any trace of the caravan members. If they're alive, bring them back. If they're dead, at least find their remains and the goods. I need to know what happened. This is a well-established trade route. For hundreds of years, even the greatest natural disasters haven't claimed so many lives. With people in a state of panic, the very existence of this trade route is being questioned, and many will suffer enormous losses." Jiang He asked the young guide, Anna, beside him in a low voice. "With so many nobles, why not send the Empire's elite to investigate?" Original Flavor Fry's mouth was stuffed with squid tentacles. With each chew, the tentacles trembled at her lips, resembling some kind of parasitic monster. She mumbled, well, what if they find something? The Screamer Great Snow Mountain trade route was indeed a well-established route, but it wasn't a legitimate one. Those who used it were mostly smugglers from various empires. These nobles of the Ana Empire made a fortune through smuggling without paying a single penny in taxes. Many in the empire had heard of this, but after making connections at various levels, most turned a blind eye, preferring to avoid trouble. Some things, once weighed down, become uncontrollable. How could the nobles of Ana dare to request deep official intervention? Most of the frontier lords were either pragmatic upstarts or descendants of families who had been stationed on the frontier for many years. They were naturally at odds with the old nobles, who had settled in the heart of the empire and enjoyed their privileges, so they were unlikely to offer genuine help. Under these circumstances, the old nobles of Narum, wanting an answer, had no choice but to seek outside assistance. Jiang He now understood that Narum's invitation to the Emerald Guild wasn't out of admiration, but rather a widespread effort, sending invitations to all renowned adventurers. The adventurers present were all elites, who had earned their reputations through countless near-death experiences. After careful consideration, they understood the true extent of the risk involved in the commission, and therefore, no one dared to speak up. Whether it's finding clues to the missing persons, the whereabouts of the goods, or investigating the events, you will receive a generous reward from the Narum family and other prominent families. Jiang He wanted to laugh. Then translate what a generous reward is. 10-star sands. A pair of eyes gleamed with a captivating light. Even those at the boundary between reality and illusion were stunned. Greedy Mint, with something still in her mouth, tugged at the plain fries beside her, gesturing repeatedly. "You should swallow this first," said Plain Fries. "The higher the reward, the higher the risk." Jianghe didn't believe these nobles hadn't sent their own subordinates deep into the snowy mountains to search. The results must have been unsatisfactory, and some major event must have forced them to seek more outside help. This commission was extremely dangerous, so much so that Stardust, officially called the universal currency but practically equivalent to a high-value commodity, appeared. Should we accept? Jianghe consulted the others. Is that even a question? Zhong Zimo rubbed his hands together eagerly. We already achieved so many first clear achievements in the game. Wouldn't it be great to become the first to obtain Stardust? Original Fries also chimed in. You can never have too many good dungeons. We can try the 5th level of the Clearcaster's underground temple first. If it far exceeds our expectations, we can have a seamless switching option. In fact, considering the time commitment, simultaneously progressing through multiple dungeons would inevitably affect PvP training, and consequently, Guild War results. With only half a month left until the first Guild War, many guilds had already filled their ranks and begun sparring with each other. But the boundary between reality and illusion clearly didn't care about such formalities. They were just a bunch of freeloaders, grabbing whatever Guild War rewards they could get their hands on. While other adventurers were still hesitating, Jianghe raised his hand. I accept. Breaking the silence often spurred those who were still undecided to make a decision quickly. In an instant, the adventurers present followed suit. After showing the contract offered to her, Mint nodded. The time limit was 30 days. Completing the contract within the agreed time would allow them to exchange it for 10 star sands. They didn't leave immediately. Instead, at Mint's suggestion, while others were still signing agreements, they packed up a large quantity of various ingredients from the buffet area. Shame is contagious. Even though they clearly thought Mint's suggestion was outrageous, their hands still shamelessly moved. By the time they left, Zhong Zimo had acquired a large quantity of rare and valuable ingredients. Now the guild's cooking recipes could be updated with some new dishes. Back at the guild, the group sorted through their spoils from the trip to the capital, and it wasn't until the next morning that they saw the system notification that the 4 primal bodies had logged on. Goodness, according to real-world time, they must have gone to sleep around 4 a.m. Even the jailer was hesitant to use jokes like "don't die on my computer." Given their constant high-intensity all-nighters and overtime work, it was truly possible they never see them online again. Can you log on earlier tomorrow? Jianghe asked. Tomorrow we plan to test the waters in the 5th level of the Temple of the Clarities. The 4 primal bodies fell into deep thought. Just as Jianghe was losing hope, the 4 primal bodies nodded. It should be possible. Thank goodness, hearing that the 4 primal bodies could go to bed early, they actually felt a sense of relief. Chapter 50. 6 hours was simply too short, not enough time, absolutely not enough. Waking up feeling unsatisfied was the norm for Jianghe, and for most players as well. Many people would rewatch videos related to the proof of the stars during their work breaks to recharge, and eagerly await the night's arrival. This also brought more attention to the boundary between reality and illusion account. Following the release of the coordinates of the underground Temple of the Clarities, and the provision of the safest and most convenient route to the capital, it was difficult for Jianghe and his team not to become the center of discussion among players. Searching for keywords in the official community revealed a dense plethora of posts related to boundary between reality and illusion. How does boundary between reality and illusion manage to advance on multiple fronts? Rational discussion. Is boundary between reality and illusion an official team? Is it possible that boundary between reality and illusion is opened? How can I join boundary between reality and illusion? Does boundary between reality and illusion not participate in guild wars? Why are there only 6 people? Various discussion threads emerged, expressing doubt, shock, anticipation, and diverse attitudes. The chat was chaotic, but the Star Messenger messages sending strategy guides were much more unified. The Orange Sky strategy team thoughtfully highlighted in the guide titles, provided courtesy of the Virtual Reality Boundary Guild. Retro praise, like "May good people live a long and peaceful life," and trendy surfing slang, were seamlessly integrated here. Outside the official community, Virtual Reality Boundary gained 140,000 followers overnight, reaching 300,000 fans, a meteoric rise. Private messages, which were already rarely checked, were now overflowing. I suggest you don't look at your private messages, Original Fries advised. Soon, Jianghe understood the value of this advice. Why can't I download the game? Where are you playing it? Jianghe typed Dream, but then deleted it. I downloaded the game, but why is it different from yours? Looking at the 100 megabyte screenshot of the game file proof of the stars sent by the other party, Jianghe fell silent. Why not make your account public? That way, More people who want to play can experience it. Don't be so selfish. The private messages perfectly showcase the diversity of the game's content to Jianghe. Some criticized the boundary between reality and illusion strategy as fake, preventing them from clearing the dust-cleansing layer. Some were convinced they were just shams used by the official team to generate hype. And then, there were those who launched personal attacks without any explanation or reason. The internet is truly amazing, however. Thanks, sir. Your method was very useful. We almost managed to ambush the first stage of the Stitches monster in that narrow space. Wishing you all the best in and out of the game. The mouse cursor was frozen in place by this message. In the chat group, there was a former member of a translation group who shared his mindset about working out of passion. First, it's driven by interest, you do it because you love it. Then, it's about anticipating feedback. Although most people don't seriously read the names of contributors left on the title page of their translated works, just seeing someone say awesome, sir, brings immense satisfaction. Back then, they pursued something so simple, pure, and unpretentious. Jianghe smiled and replied to the message, keep it up. See you on the 5th floor. The chat window suddenly started shaking violently. It's in an uproar. It's in an uproar. Quick, look at the official announcement. Even with time to exclaim, he couldn't bear to post a screenshot. Jianghe opened the official website and saw the announcement released just minutes ago. After reading it carefully, he was stunned. The Guild War would begin 10 days earlier. Registration closed on September 10th. The first round of draws would begin on September 11th, and the competition would start on the same day. And today is? Jianghe looked at the bottom right corner of the screen. September 5th. What shocked the players even more was the reason for the official sudden change in the Guild War schedule, that casually mentioned term at the end of the announcement. World Championship. 1 month after the server opened, the players' first official Guild War was already determining their World Championship spots. Looking at the row of national flags below the announcement, the sheer volume of information made Jianghe dizzy. From the official announcement of the Guild War, an offline competition shortly after the server opened, Jianghe guessed that the official team would heavily promote the game's competitive and spectator aspects, but he really didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Considering the endorsement level enjoyed by the Stars token, the resistance it faced in organizing the tournament was negligible, so it's not surprising that it was implemented so quickly. Although more detailed advancement rules will be announced on September 9th, these few words were enough to excite the players. Those outside the arena questioned whether the game's official organization, by holding a large-scale tournament, was failing to provide more opportunities for players, and thus failing to identify truly skilled individuals. Players with game qualifications were already dreaming of bringing glory to their country. The chat group on the boundary between the virtual and real worlds was equally lively. Aside from Zhong Zimo in class, and the 4 primal bodies in their office worker mode, everyone was frantically sending messages. The Screamer Snow Mountain quest has a 30-day time limit and costs 10 star sands. A guide to the underground temple of the Clarities. The Guild War starts in 6 days. So busy, so busy. There's so much to do, so much to do. I'm almost overwhelmed with the tasks at the reality/virtual boundary. This is really big. Is there even a slim chance for the reality/virtual boundary to bring glory to the nation? Jailer Bro was particularly excited. Is there any possibility? Fast forwarding to the point where we're the champions. Original fries. How about we fast forward to making videos of the various timelines of the reality/virtual boundary Guild Wars ending? Wow, you understand. Let's start making them. If it really works, it'd be part of the prophecy. Now, Jianghe can't easily say things like just getting the rewards. A simple Guild War is just competition between players. For those at the reality/virtual boundary who enjoy the game, spending a lot of time grinding is less worthwhile than just casually getting the minimum rewards. It's like playing a casual mobile game where you just aim for the lowest score in every event, emphasizing a relaxed and carefree experience. Representing the nation in an international competition, and this is the first major event in a newly emerging game. It's impossible not to harbor a sliver of fantasy. Sure enough, even the usually easygoing original flavor fries didn't mention opening up again in the conversation, instead jokingly echoing the jailer's words. This is completely unlike her usual chatting style. Deep down, perhaps a faint flame flickered within original flavor fries? Orange Tea, probably secretly playing on her phone during class, briefly typed a line, "Where's the 7th person?" The group chat fell silent instantly. Time was of the essence. The immediate priority was to find a new member who fit the style of this game that straddled the line between reality and fantasy within 6 days. Everyone's social circles had been exhausted, and the hope of suddenly encountering someone in the game seems to depend a lot on luck. Jianghe suddenly remembered the chestnut warrior, who sold fish outside Fingjia City. This fisherman, with whom he often traded, was obsessed with crafting and hadn't joined any guild, truly living life on his own terms. Since he couldn't find anyone else, why not just bring him in first? Night fell again, and Original Flavored Fries, the first to enter the game, retrieved her long sword from Garcia's workshop. As she entered the workshop, the onlookers all turned their attention to her. Watching Original Flavored Fries casually put away her long sword, the Garcia father and son were extremely grateful, while the people from various factions of the Anner Empire were filled with suspicion. They wanted to talk to Original Flavored Fries, but the radiance of the Starry Sky gem had already appeared. Possessing the gem, forging weapons with the elemental heart of the Slime King, exceptionally young. Keywords were extracted and collided in everyone's minds. These foreigners. What's their background? Original Fries only remembered Mint's advice after teleporting. It's best not to use gems within the capital city limits. It shouldn't have any impact, right? She thought. The primal body was a little late, but the fact that he was able to log on at almost the normal time was enough to make everyone on the boundary between the virtual and real worlds feel relieved. The working class could finally have a good dream. Mint, little Mint. The jailer's tone sent a chill down Mint's spine, and she took several steps back, leaning against the wall. Yes, just say what you have to say, don't use that disgusting tone. Jianghe shoved the jailer aside. We're going to that damned underground temple again. Does the Great Witch have any good stuff for us this time? No. Mint pouted again. All you think about is that dangerous underground temple. Can't you just stay alive? You better witness me become the continent's foremost potion master. She was clearly concerned, but unwilling to say it outright. This attitude was similar to a character in a drama, completely absorbed in his role as a potato chip. But, if we don't take risks, how can we help you find more rare and expensive ingredients to assist you in becoming a legendary potion master? Gulp. Mint choked. How about a dozen more of those scrolls from last time for self-defense? Zhong Zemo suggested. A dozen? Mint exclaimed, looking like she was about to jump up and punch Zhong Zemo. I also have scrolls of this level. You too? That reaction, that expression, you really do have more. Feeling the burning gazes around her, Mint stiffened her neck and looked away. You guys should make sure you come back safe and sound first. Using them recklessly without knowing any enemies is too wasteful. This is promising. Jianghe stopped there, only reminding her before leaving that the guild warehouse was fully open to her, and that she was allowed to manage the puppets. Watching everyone leave through the star tunnel at the boundary between reality and illusion, Mint subconsciously reached out to stop them, but only touched thin air. Stepping out of the star tunnel, Jianghe was a little dazed. The familiar crater, the familiar landslide marks, the familiar temple entrance. Last time when we were conquering the 4th floor, we shared the coordinates with the others. It must have been around that time that you forgot to relocate, Zhong Zemo realized. This was a blunder. Fortunately, the area where the floor guardians were defeated showed no signs of monsters repeatedly respawning. They only needed to revisit the area to reach the teleportation statue on the 4th floor. Passing through the surface hall, the jailer suddenly asked, Don't you guys want to know how many teams are preparing for the frog-headed stitches here? And how many are actually challenging it? This topic successfully piqued everyone's curiosity. As of today, the information about the underground temple has been released for 3 days, and only 5 teams have been confirmed to have successfully cleared the dust cleansing layer. These 5 teams all copied the strategy from the boundary between reality and illusion, ultimately choosing to quickly clear the first form of the frog-headed stitches by piling up potions and detonating them all at once, thus preparing for the second phase at full strength. Several groups that successfully cleared the area mentioned the boundary between reality and illusion strategy in their shared achievements. Its high quality was a major reason for the surge in followers yesterday. Another major reason, of course, is that these groups admitted to putting all their resources into this brute force strategy. Driven by a do-or-die mentality, they narrowly escaped defeat, their account of the ordeal captivating and thought-provoking. It makes one wonder how they managed to conquer the boundary between reality and illusion in the early stages of the game, with even fewer members. Just how powerful must they be to achieve such breathtaking results? After several days of intensive gameplay, they should have realized the terror of the underground temple and given up, right? With this thought in mind, Jianghe took out the thief's key he had obtained from Shigua Xiaomai. This special item can cut an opening in the world bubble, allowing for intrusion, but at the cost of being cursed. But there's another use. To only observe the stacked world bubbles within a specific area without invading them, thus avoiding the curse's corruption. Jianghe hadn't intended to invade anyone anyway. The remaining 2 uses of the thief's key were a waste. The moment he confirmed the effect, a surge of information reached the depths of his mind. He aligned the key with the ground beneath his feet, and a phantom keyhole materialized. The key had matched. With a gentle turn, the scenery observed by everyone at the boundary between reality and illusion changed. They found themselves in the depths of an endless starry sky, with countless stars in the distance. Closer at hand were countless, densely packed world bubbles. A number faintly appeared on the massive handle of the thief's key, 627. This meant that at the current moment, 627 teams were currently on the surface. There are quite a few stubborn people. Zhong Zemo clicked his tongue. A round trip must be very taxing. Have you ever played a Souls-like game? Jianghe asked. There are quite a few who feel they're just one step away from beating the boss. World bubble, approaching. World bubble, approaching. The seabird shouted hoarsely once again. Again, Watermelon Shumai, did you send someone to keep an eye on things here? The jailer rubbed his hands together, took out his staff, and placed the precious items men had given him in convenient positions, preparing to make a perfect barbecue dish. I don't think it's Watermelon Shumai, Original Fries said. After the number of fans at the reality/illusion boundary crushed her, she started playing dead. Zhong Zimo laughed. Who cares who it is, aren't you two testing your skills? The 2 world bubbles overlapped, and at the moment of merging, a violent tremor struck, and ripples spread through space. Come on, let me see who this is. Where did this rat come from, scurrying around like that? Aya, my equipment that I just repaired is ruined again. Cripple her, I want her dead. The cacophony of voices echoed through the quiet space, leaving the boundary between reality and illusion utterly bewildered. Wait, what does this mean? Internal strife? The space trembled, and dozens of figures materialized from the illusion. In the center of the crowd, a dark elf girl dressed in night clothes, her red name flashing above her head, moved nimbly among the Dream Master Guild members, all with similarly red names. Each swing of her sword inevitably knocked a Dream Master member's weapon away, shattered their armor, or left a bloody gash in some unguarded area. She effectively utilized every human shield that appeared in front of her, creating numerous one-on-one openings with her agile movements. Her positioning control was superb. Sealed Bed, still unreturned, quite an interesting name. Breaking through the enemy lines, like sunlight piercing through clouds. The jailer clapped. Go, Dark Elf, big sister. This shout successfully drew Bed's attention, but the distraction also disrupted her rhythm in her multi-target situation. The boundary between reality and illusion? Bed was surprised, then immediately laughed out loud. Big brother, lend a hand, help me get those bastards gold. Chapter 51. No need to talk in bed. Original Flavor Fries couldn't take it anymore. Berserker's exclusive skill Bloodlust activated. With a single strike, he sliced a Dream Overlord member into a snowflake-like white dot, and the overjoyed Original Flavor Fries immediately turned around and shouted, Potato, you're not allowed to steal it. Ah. With the blessing effect of Swift Steps and Orange Tea's Wind Spirit Prayer, Original Flavor Fries, carrying 2 wind spirits, was practically flying close to the ground. The Dream Overlord members could only see a figure flash by. Before their raised weapons could even fall, they were already sliced into spirits by Original Flavor Fries, who had plunged into the crowd. No need for any fancy skills, just simple basic attacks, extreme output. Use an area of effect skill. Dream Overlord Vice President Black Knight Lord exclaimed anxiously. But if we do that, our people will also. I'd let you use it first. Several mages raised their staffs, and began channeling spells. Hey brat, ate yet? The mages of the Dream Dominator were terrified at the sudden appearance of the Dark Elf. Wasn't she entangled in a fight with the warriors of the guild? Bedside grinned wildly. If you haven't eaten, then take my sword. At the crucial moment, the mage, unable to dodge, was struck in the throat by Bedside's sword. Still not satisfied, she kicked the still-standing corpse into another group of archers preparing to ambush Original Flavor Fries. Good kick, good power. Disturbed by Bedside, only one mage successfully cast her spell. Fire flickered beneath Original Flavor Fries' feet, white smoke rose from the solid ground, and scorching flames spewed forth, engulfing her. Holy crap, boss, don't get hurt. Bedside cried out anxiously to Jianghe and the others. Why are you all just watching? Yeah, why do you think that is? Crimson blood mist enveloped Original Flavor Fries. Jianghe grumbled, now she's dipped in her least favorite ketchup. A red lightning bolt pierced the center of the Dream Lords group, and Vice President Black Knight Lord was cleaved in two by Original Flavor Fries' blade before he could even react. The crimson blade flashed continuously, spewing out invisible streams of energy that tore through the armor of the surrounding players. As the number of kills increased, the crimson particle effect on original flavor fries grew increasingly intense, making him almost indistinguishable. Corpses littered the ground, spirits scattered everywhere. Original flavor fries single-handedly slaughtered nearly 30 people. Remember to cut this footage out. We post it tomorrow, Jong Zemo reminded him. Panting, Plain Fries interjected, I can do it myself. The person in bed was stunned, only hurriedly offering up the thief's key they had just picked up after hearing the conversation between the boundary between reality and illusion. Thankfully, they hadn't been quick enough to put it in their inventory. A dazzling starlight plummeted down, infusing into a wisp of spirit. The Lord of Night had actually luxuriously used the in-game resurrection opportunity given to players at the start of the game. This was a once-in-a-lifetime item. Boundary between reality and illusion, how about we discuss this? Jianghe asked, discuss what? We can give you a satisfactory price, just don't record the video. A flash of crimson light appeared, and Plain Fries once again split the Lord of Night in two. That was the boundary between reality and illusion's answer. The Lord of Night, with words still unfinished, returned to spirit form and vanished. Awesome, awesome. Looking at the 6 people on the boundary between reality and illusion, the blanket was practically seeing stars. Jianghe asked, puzzled, what's wrong with you? How come you're invading us with the dream overlords? Beiwo showed the thief's key in her backpack. I'm invading them too. Everyone was taken aback, so that's what happened. While Beiwo was invading the dream overlord's world bubble, the dream overlords were also invading the boundary between reality and illusion, resulting in the bizarre sight of 3 vehicles colliding. The dream overlords have always operated in groups, you should know that, right? Jong Zemo asked. Beiwo nodded repeatedly, her high-tied black ponytail trembling. Knowing that, you still invaded? Original Flavor Fries asked, somewhat surprised. The price of a failed invasion is considerable. The curse of sin hanging over her head either had to wait for time to pass naturally, or she had to go to the Dawn monasteries throughout Anna and ask the nuns for help in dispelling it. Beiwo explained helplessly why she did it. She was a lone wolf player, always acting alone since entering the game, her activity area being the tranquil forest outside Windpod City. Because it was a single-player game, her world chat rarely overlapped with others, until she accepted a quest from an NPC in Windpod City to explore a conflict zone. That zone happened to be where the Dream Lord liked to ambush and annoy people. She saw a player being surrounded by the Dream Lord demanding protection money, and, angered, she decisively attacked and killed him. However, she was then surrounded and attacked. During the fight, the Dream Lord deliberately prolonged the battle, using splash magic to deplete her equipment's durability. By the time she realized the other party's intentions, thinking she had a chance to escape, she had already used up all the potions in her inventory. Dead, equipment ruined, potions used up, and the player she helped didn't even appreciate it. Bankrupt and increasingly angry, after a few days of reflection, she bought a thief's key from another player. Because of the thief's key's binding nature, Beiwo must kill the player with the key to loot it, which means the key is extremely expensive. And yet, you still managed to scrape together enough money to teleport here. Jianghe admired her. You're really bloodthirsty. Anyway, as long as I scrape together enough money, I'm going to invade their territory once, killing as many as I can. Beiwo clenched her fist. The Dream Lord probably never expected someone to be so vengeful, willing to abandon the game just to wipe them out. Original Flavor Fries was amused. But what are you going to do now? Beiwo looked blank at the question. Right, what should she do now? The Dream Lord's people have been wiped out, all in a weakened state, and they probably won't be able to scrape together enough money to teleport to the temple anytime soon. She can't just stupidly squat here, waiting for the other side, like a monster respawning, can she? Big brother, take me with you, I'd do anything. Beiwo slid down and grabbed Original Flavor Fries' hand. Wait, this scene feels so familiar to Jianghe. The jailer's DNA kicked in. Willing to do anything, what kind of resolve led you to say that? The woman in the blankets lit up and quickly turned to look at the jailer. Jong Zemo couldn't help but laugh. This scene was comparable to an Eastern fan playing with some extremely abstract memes, then suddenly realizing the other person could connect, exclaiming, holy crap, you're a Viet Song too. What kind of cybernetic code is this? Just take me to a dungeon, bro. Let me scrape together some travel expenses. I still want to keep ambushing and killing the Dream Lord. Consider this a hired kill. Jianghe's private message lit up. Original Fries, Lone Wolf, complex composition, shares a common language, fits our standards. Yeah, this guy's skills are pretty good too. His positioning control just now was amazing. The same private message was sent to others, and it quickly converged on Jianghe. At this moment, Jailer Bro and Blanket were still exchanging secret codes. White Horse. We make sure he doesn't return. Lala is the woman who can become my mother. Commander Xia, take us through Axis again. Jailer Bro nodded with satisfaction, just about to move on to something more difficult and abstract, when Jianghe interrupted him. Blanket is still sealed, so taking you through dungeons is out of the question. Blanket sighed helplessly. But if you join us and lend a hand, it's not impossible. Blanket blinked, and after a while, she shouted excitedly. Really? Really? We're short of Palu for the guild war, Zhong Zemo said self-deprecatingly. Our tiny guild can't even gather enough people. The incredible news had already stunned her. She dazedly clicked to confirm the guild invitation Jianghe had sent. How could we not have enough people? As long as you release the news, countless applications will flood our list. I believe that, but who told you to stumble upon this first? It's a strange kind of fate, Jianghe complained. A couple more days later, we might really have done what you said. Sealed bed still unreturned, martial artist, level 4, currently the lowest level person on the boundary between reality and illusion. Considering that she dared to challenge the Dream Master at her level, she's incredibly bold and skilled. The sinful status of the quilt needed to be removed, so Jianghe gave her several purple materials and sent her back to the monastery in Windpod City to entrust the nuns with the task. Upon returning, the quilt greeted everyone, calling everyone Big Boss and referring to herself as a leg accessory. Noticing that the 4 primal bodies was rather silent, the quilt took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Big Boss 4 primal bodies, I saw on the community forum that you only recently joined the guild. Were you pulled in like me? The 4 primal bodies laughed. I'm not a big boss at all, I'm pretty bad. How could that be? I clearly heard that you're the only lone wolf in the guild, always active outside Windpod City, soloing monsters. Soloing the guild to advance another area's questline, able to complete all the high-difficulty raid quests on your own. The quilt was full of admiration. You must be the biggest of the big bosses. The 4 primal bodies became embarrassed by these words. If he could, he wouldn't want to play solo either, but as a corporate slave, he could only log on late at night after working overtime. What could he do? So, in the eyes of other players, he was such a profound and unfathomable figure. Looking at the admiration in his lap's eyes, the 4 primal bodies felt inexplicably guilty. Hopefully, this kid won't be too disillusioned later. Jianghe privately messaged Original Flavored Fries. You found a worthy opponent for Jailer Bro. Lazybones is also a corporate slave, quite the chatterbox. Isn't that great? Original Flavored Fries replied, this way the guild will never be dull. The two of them can chat all day long, it'd be lively to watch. What are we going to fight now? Lazybones asked eagerly. I promised to set up the gun line for the big shots. The 5th level of the Underground Temple of the Clarities, Jianghe introduced, while trading the green quality Clarities equipment that everyone had shared to Lazybones. Wow, thank you so much, boss. I haven't even done anything yet, and you're already feeding me? Should I perform some talent show? This guy, Bed, has a bit of a comedic talent. Here, you can use my discarded weapon too. Taking the long knife from Plain Fries, Bed immediately said, I promise I help Fries set up the firing line later. Or, while you're at it, could you take out the 5th floor guardian for me? Bed, ? Chapter 52. Without the Slime King's magical interference, the boundary between reality and illusion, having completed the teleportation, did not scatter across the 4th level. Jianghe led the team up a small hill on the edge of the monastery. The Clear One's monastery still maintained its dilapidated state after the battle with the Slime King. Not a trace of life could be seen among the broken walls and ruins. The Slime King was nowhere to be found. She had forcefully teleported everyone away at the end of the day's instance. Where had she gone now? Beiwo stared wide-eyed. Is this the ruins formed after the battle between the boundary between reality and illusion and the monster? If you insist on saying so, you're not wrong. While traversing the monastery ruins, Jianghe suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Zhong Zemo warily looked around, but saw nothing unusual. Is it just a feeling? But Jianghe did have a chilling sense of being watched. This feeling had been lingering since entering the monastery ruins. He couldn't tell if it was a psychological effect caused by the environment, or if it was real. Orange Tea was already quite adept at it. Her fingers interlocked, she closed her eyes, and activated Unknown Revelation. Soon, a look of joy appeared on her face. That voice said, "We were just being paranoid." Paranoid? Smiling, she took a few steps forward, then with a flick of her wrist, drew her sword and fiercely slashed back. A wisp of white light rising from the ruins instantly dissipated into particles of light. Before vanishing, a chilling scream echoed through the desolate 4th level. Having honed her skills for a long time in the underground temple of the Clarities, her reaction to the boundary between reality and illusion was exceptionally rapid. She instantly entered a combat stance. Raising her shield to protect Orange Tea in bed, the two weaker fighters, Zhong Zimo continuously scanned his surroundings, searching for anything suspicious. What's going on? Jiang He's gaze was sharp as a knife, his hand gripping the trembling elemental heart short sword. Like a predator hunting its prey, he strolled across the ruins. This unknown revelation is a fake. Pale white mist slowly rose from the ruins, outlining pale, hollow humanoid silhouettes. One could vaguely make out that they wore the clothing of the Clarity beings. The jailer was inexplicably excited. With so much white smoke, we look like steamed buns in a steamer. His metaphor was as bizarre as ever. Within a few breaths, as far as the eye could see, there were only grotesque evil spirits, maintaining their horrific appearances at the moment of their deaths, constantly emitting low, chilling, and mournful screams. Activating her bloodthirsty frenzy, she swung her blade, the blade piercing through the spirits and striking the ground heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust. She hurriedly warned, "Spirits are immune to normal physical attacks." She stabbed back, striking the evil spirit that had already reached out its hands to strangle her. The elemental burst blessing effect triggered. A flame erupted from the blade, and scorching air currents burned the spirits to ashes from the inside out. What's going on? Didn't we already pass the 4th level? Zhong Zimo raised his large shield, and with a prompting from Lingjuzi Ti behind him, he forced back the massive number of spirits. He was very glad that he had the Nun doll enchant the shield with light attribute earlier. Now, the shield was like a giant flashlight, the dazzling light making the evil spirits smoke and dare not approach even a step. But the shield could only protect one side. The evil spirits swam around them, constantly searching for an opportunity. The illuminating orb launched by the jailer transformed into a light jellyfish, poofing out small bubbles. The bursting bubbles were like fireworks, flashing and fading, deterring the restless army of spirits above everyone's heads. Too many. These spirits don't all seem to be Clarities. A beam of light erupted from the crowd, and the affected spirits screamed and fled. Orange Tea's glimmer of protection was a ranged shield-type phase spell centered on herself, spreading outwards. Casting it was extremely taxing on her stamina and mana. The spirits surging in from all directions, like a flood, forced her to rely on this rarely used initial skill. Fellow mages, the 4 primal bodies, used shield-type magic more often, but no one noticed that his shields always landed with pinpoint accuracy, just a second before the spirit attacks. The sudden appearance of the spirit army divided the battlefield, leaving original Fries to fight alone. Zhong Zemo, Orange Tea, Jailer Bro, and the newbie Bed huddled together for positional warfare. Bed looked around. Where's Potato Growth? The pale blue aura released by the swarming spirits and the scattered particles made it difficult for anyone to see beyond the immediate area. A flash of light, and the spirit blocking Jiang Hei's path shattered instantly. A sudden push from behind sent him swirling around. A nun spirit was howling, her hands glowing with white light. The spirit burned like a candle, instantly turning to ash. Immaculate light not only targets spirits, but also has a chance to generate a light attribute shield during attacks. The spirit's sneak attack hastened its demise. Truly worthy of being the elemental heart born from the Slime King, truly worthy of a master craftsman's skill, a good weapon significantly enhances the gaming experience. The elemental heart dagger, specifically designed to deal damage to undead, unleashed a storm of elemental energy. Any spirit touched by it turned into candles and began to burn. Jiang Hei swept aside the spirits surrounding him like slicing vegetables. The most threatening resistance the spirits could mount was to merge into one, spewing dark streams of light. If the vast number of spirits were to be worn down from a distance using this method, Jiang Hei knew he wouldn't last long. But, after drinking Awakening Wind, the escape potion painstakingly crafted by Mint, Jiang Hei instantly felt as light as a feather. The spirits, now fused into turrets, couldn't move freely and became easy targets for Jiang Hei's lightning-fast advance, becoming easy experience points to eliminate. Mowing the grass, so satisfying. After upgrading the guild blessing effect can be chosen to be permanent. Naturally, Endless Trials was chosen as the boundary between reality and illusion. Experience surged into Jiang Hei's body at lightning speed. just as he casually sliced down a monster whose head resembled an octopus and sprouted countless ugly tentacles after merging with the spirit. Phew, level 10. I can choose a specialization now. On the 14th day of the game, players at level 10 were still few and far between, and the boundary between reality and illusion alone had too. But after a brief moment of hesitation, a large horde of spirits swarmed forward, determined to tear Jiang He apart. Jiang He gripped his short sword tightly, unable to resist licking his lips. There seemed to be too many spirits, the scene was too chaotic. What if he couldn't see where the other guild members were? Kill! 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 Wielding an elemental hard short sword, Jiang He hacked his way through. When he encountered a heavily wounded spirit trying to escape, he immediately took out a potion, accelerated his pursuit, and completed its exorcism. Don't run. Not a single one of you is allowed to run. You are all the best experience points. Original Fries, who had already regrouped, led the others out of the encirclement and followed the sound to find Jiang He, who was located under the ruins. Contrary to their fears, Jiang He was currently enduring the bites of over a dozen spirits, sweeping away any evil spirits that dared to merge with her. The person in the blanket was completely dumbfounded. Is this the world of the powerful? She had exerted tremendous effort in the Tranquil Forest to single-handedly slay the chieftain of the Tranquil Tree Spirit clan. Each of the spirits here possessed the strength of a chieftain of the Tree Spirit clan, yet President Potato could take on 10. No, this was clearly taking on 100. Who is the real boss? A sudden gust of demonic wind arose, and before Jiang He's short sword could even land on the fleeing spirits, they were swept into the air by a whirlwind that rose from the ground. Evil spirits from all directions rose into the air, converging like fireflies into a swirling, blacklight shimmering vortex in midair. Muffled thunder rumbled, a chilling aura surged, and an invisible hand instantly gripped everyone's hearts. The humanoid silhouette that suddenly appeared in midair wore the same clothing and attire as Sister Alna, with slender, white arms, a graceful figure, and long, thin legs perfectly suited to the jailer's taste. Below the neck, 90 points. Original Fries, amidst the blood mist, had just killed no less than Jiang He. Looking at the evil spirit's rather disfiguring head, she calmly remarked to the jailer, "Then you have to remove her head first." Spirit fusion might not be the most accurate description, they seemed to be woven together by a powerful force. The weaver clearly didn't care about aesthetics, convenience, efficiency, and practicality were what mattered. Thus, the evil spirit aggregate possessed 4 heads. The facial features of each head were either twisted into a jumbled mess or densely interwoven and nested, with no discernible pattern. The conflict between cognition and common sense created a strong sense of disharmony upon first glance, and a deep-seated fear made one instinctively want to avoid the gaze of its multiple eyes. Orange tea covered her eyes. She had the lowest threshold of fear among everyone, and even a single glance made her dizzy. The 4 primal bodies remained calm. Upon seeing the aggregate of evil spirits, they dispelled all fear with a single sentence. Anyway, it's not as scary as working overtime. Zhong Zemo was pondering whether, if he carried a fusion dissolve card, he could revert the evil spirits to an easier-to-deal with initial state. The newly added bedmate had an alarmingly high level of rationality. Realizing she was about to enter a state of hunger, she quickly pulled out an apple and started eating it while staring at the evil spirit's face, completely unfazed. Original Flavor Fries leaned against Jiang He. This performance. It feels like a monster comparable to the Slime King. Cover me later, let me test the waters first. Jiang He shook his head. Good strategy, but I like to make a few modifications. Taking advantage of the moment, the evil spirit aggregate slowly descended to the ground. He beckoned to the bed. Your agility looks good. You said you help us draw fire. Jiang He pointed to the restless evil spirit aggregate not far away and handed her a bottle of awakening wind. Let's go! Although a little dazed, the bed wasn't intimidated at all. She gulped down the potion and darted out. The dark elf was like a big black rat, running incredibly fast, immediately attracting the evil spirit aggregate's attention. The aggregate slightly shifted its body. Jiang He, with lightning speed, pounced forward. We must not be careless. The Slime King, originally residing on the 4th floor, already possessed unprecedented power. To appear here after her departure, this evil spirit is definitely not to be underestimated. This attack must be delivered with all our might. The multiple mouths of the evil spirit aggregate took a deep breath. Eek! A sharp explosion blasted into everyone's eardrums. The heads of the 2 people standing close at hand buzzed, and chaotic, distorted images flashed through their minds like slides. A mental attack, huh? So weak. It didn't affect them at all. It just sounded noisy. Without a word, the two unleashed their full power. Two flashes of light, one white and one red, disappeared in an instant, and the deafening scream abruptly ceased. Jiang He's blade severed the evil spirit aggregate's head. The ugly, twisted forehead slid off at an angle, dissipating like bubbles before even hitting the ground. The two consecutive slashes from the original flavored fries drew a cross on the chest of the evil spirit aggregate, and its head shattered with a crash as it hit the ground. The two exchanged a dazed glance, both seeing a hint of doubt and confusion in each other's eyes. That's it? The same fusion entrance as the Slime King, the mastermind behind occupying the 4th level and manipulating a massive number of spirits, gone in 2 strikes? Boss is awesome. Boss is awesome. The big black rat rushed back from her bed at lightning speed, her eyes overflowing with admiration and longing. If this isn't a boss, who can be called a boss? On the way here, the 4 primal entities had been giving her mental preparation, saying that everyone was just an ordinary person, not as outrageous as she thought. Now it seems that the 4 primal entities were giving her mental preparation beforehand, to prevent the newborn from feeling inferior and having difficulty integrating into the group. He was so kind, I almost cried. A soaring rainbow illuminated the entire ruins, and amidst the bubbles bursting from the evil spirit aggregate, the 2 rainbows shone brightly. The boundary between reality and illusion remained vigilant. Given the precedent of the frog-headed stitched monster, they didn't recklessly approach due to the dropped materials, but immediately remained on guard, wary of any potential attack. After a while, seeing no movement, Jiang He breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the area around the ruins where everyone was fighting began to glow with fluorescent indicators of dropped items, basic rewards dropped by slaying ordinary spirits. Now, he could be sure it was truly safe. While the others collected the drops, Jiang He climbed to the highest point of the monastery ruins, overlooking the entire scene. A subtle sense of disharmony arose within him. He opened the panel, brought up the map, and studied it carefully for a while. When his eyes fell on that line of text, he suddenly understood, and then he was overjoyed. What? We already cleared the 5th level? Upon hearing this, the others at the boundary between reality and illusion were stunned. But we were teleported down from the 3rd level, said Original Fries. That's their level design. Jiang He pointed to the map provided by Alna, comparing the 4th and 5th levels. Both the 4th and 5th levels of the Clarity Realm are monasteries. Although the layouts are slightly different, they're indistinguishable after becoming ruins. After defeating the Slime King on the 4th level and triggering the event, the teleportation from the 3rd level automatically teleported us to the 5th level, giving us the illusion that we were still on the 4th level. Combined with the deceptive information provided by the map, we naturally drew the wrong conclusion. Everyone understood. So what they just defeated wasn't a monster that spawned on the 4th floor, but rather, that's right, the evil spirit aggregate, the guardian of the 5th floor. Orange Tea was puzzled. That shouldn't be the case. Why is it so weak? Even the Slime King is so strong. Zhong Zemo stroked his chin, thoughtfully. If the Slime King's fusion was about reclaiming a part of its own body that originally belonged to it, then the evil spirit aggregate should be the same. Original Fries immediately understood. I get it, the more spirits we kill, the faster we kill them, the weaker the final aggregate will be. Chapter 53. Soul dust is the most abundant basic material obtained from the 5th floor, and it's also a lower-level material for soul shards. During the collection process, everyone inevitably thought of Mint, who was probably muttering and cursing about them being idiots in the guild. They wondered if she would put on a dramatic face-changing act the moment they returned with so many dark elemental materials. Everyone tacitly ignored the rainbow pillar of light in the center of the area, which served as illumination, until they had licked up all the materials before gathering around. Good stuff should be saved for last. Orange Tea was now quite self-aware, proactively touching the 2 orbs of light. Avatar Fragment, 20. Avatar Revelation, Random 1. Holy crap, Orange Tea! The jailer exclaimed. This wasn't just a casual cheer, it was a genuine shout from the heart. Opening the rewards and getting a complete set was insane. Knowing what these people were going to do to him, Orange Tea simply opened his arms wide. This was her first time participating in the unique loot box settlement process at the boundary between the virtual and real worlds. Despite her social anxiety, she didn't hesitate and received an Orange Tea and a hug. Don't distribute them, you take them all. Original Flavor Fries took over Jiang He's usual distribution duties, making the decision in an almost commanding tone. Knowing that Original Flavor Fries was afraid he would contribute the most but still humbly share the rewards, Jiang He's lips curled up. Without further hesitation, she accepted all the rewards. Before it was over, the jailer brother eagerly squeezed in. Avatar revelation. Use it quickly, so urgent. Avatar revelation, after use, randomly obtains an avatar activation message. Besides luck, the known ways to obtain avatar fragments include through the upcoming official Guild War rewards. While participation offers a chance to win, a closer look at the rewards reveals that luck is still the core factor. Participating in the Guild War grants players draw chances, which they then use to retrieve avatar fragments from the game's prize pool. Only high-ranking guilds have a higher probability of obtaining them. Having fragments alone isn't enough. Players must activate avatar information and understand the necessary conditions to unlock their avatar before finally awakening its abilities. The game community generally believes that the first player to awaken their avatar will likely appear sometime after the Guild War. But now, another opportunity to be first has presented itself. Although Jianghe had good luck in other games, often getting lucky with leaps, he couldn't resist grabbing Orange T's hand to try and borrow luck before the draw, given the presence of an even more powerful lucky player. It might not work, but you have to try too, after all. What if? Avatar revelation unlocked. Jianghe stared intently at the system notification bar. Avatar, glutton, activated. A red fish tail, still unswallowed, was faintly visible in the slightly open mouth, broken scales clinging to its lips. The icon for the glutton avatar was unusually wild. Eating, the primal and ancient desire of life. Deep within the stars, in an ancient world, the legend of the glutton circulates. An absurd legend filled with misunderstandings, which became real due to the many believers. His traces are nowhere to be found, but if you look up at the stars, offer sacrifices, and pray devoutly, you may hear the greedy echoes of him lingering among the stars. Swallowing hard, Jianghe swiped the projection screen. There are 3 prerequisites for unlocking gluttony. First, possess 100 avatar fragments. Second, complete the offering. The offering list is 129 rabbits, any species, 712 deer, any species, 301 base. Third, during the darkness and before the light arrives, consume 9 different dishes made from the offering materials. The difficulty is much lower than Jianghe expected. The only challenge is how to collect such a large quantity of items in the early stages. Isn't there any explanation of the gluttony avatar's specific effects? Original Fries asked. No, there's only a riddle-like description. You probably only see it after awakening. The process is tedious and extremely difficult to obtain. It should either be highly engaging and fun, or have very high numerical values. Jianghe currently only has 30 avatar fragments, a long way from 100. However, this doesn't prevent the boundary between reality and illusion from making a decision. As long as more fragments are obtained in the upcoming battles, they will be prioritized for him. Zhong Zemo said, "You're the main DPS, eat more resources, and then carry us through the game." Orange T also regretted accepting Jianghe's allocation and taking 25 fragments, otherwise, he would only be halfway there now. Beiwo even declared that he didn't need any, and could even be cannon fodder for Jianghe, as long as he had the chance to win easily. Being a powerful player's leg accessory is quite fun. The Guardian of the 5th floor, Evil Spirit Aggregate, doesn't have its own exclusive drops. Its notable characteristic is its extremely high experience gain. After the battle ended, everyone noticed their previously slow experience bar starting to soar. Original Fries leveled up twice, reaching level 12. Jianghe, relying on the experience from the Evil Spirit Aggregate and the Spirit Monsters, also reached level 12. Zhong Zemo leveled up 3 times, jumping from level 7 to level 10. Jailer Bro rose from level 8 to just over level 11. Orange T, seemingly benefiting from the endless training buff, jumped from level 9 to level 12, surpassing Original Fries in experience points and becoming the guild's #1. Each time experience is gained, endless training makes a judgment. That bunch of spirits just now certainly fed Orange T. Of course, the most excited and happiest of everyone were the 4 primal bodies in bed. Previously, the 4 primal bodies, who had been acting alone, diligently killed monsters, but the experience they gained only barely got them to level 5. Their first group activity was the great battle against the Floor Guardians, which gave them a massive experience boost, instantly propelling them to level 9, just shy of the level 10 threshold. The same was true for Beiwo. Having just joined the guild today, she was only a level 4 martial artist, and her rapid rise to level 8 filled her with unparalleled excitement. With the mindset of if I can't play the game well, you won't have it easy either, she relentlessly hunted down the Dream Master, spending all her resources in just a few days. Completely abandoning the game experience, she was solely motivated by a desire to vent her frustration at being unrewarded for her good deeds. Who could have imagined that she would stumble into the world bubble at the boundary of reality and illusion, and then be invited into the guild by the powerful players, receiving a huge experience bonus along the way. As the saying goes, nothing is more coincidental than fate. Sometimes, destiny is truly wondrous. Since 4 more people could now specialize, the task of searching the 5th level of the ruins and finding the remaining loot fell to the 4 primal bodies and Beiwo. Jianghe asked curiously, "Why aren't you going with us?" Original Fries replied matter-of-factly, "To see what you guys choose, and then point fingers. Reaching level 10 is required to officially enter the world of the Proof of the Stars. The existence of job specializations allows for a vast number of branches within the 3 major schools: Warrior, Mage, and Believer. Memory Fragment, an item that allows players to learn skills and gain experience in crafting and tailoring professions, can only be used after reaching level 10 and completing job specialization. I'm ready." A golden glow rippled around Zhong Zemo, and a vibrant aura emanated from his skin. Flawless Wall, a support-oriented specialization within the Warrior School. The class-specific skill protection of the Flawless is why Zhong Zemo chose it. It temporarily boosts all player attributes, strengthens shield defense, and enhances blessing effects. While under the protection of the Flawless, once the shield breaks, the player can choose to consume all stamina to enter a weakened state, activating a second stage skill to gain a temporary, attribute-neutral Flawless Shield. The Flawless Shield's attributes will change depending on the damage received. Considering that the player has been attempting high-difficulty dungeons beyond their level for a long time, and has yet to obtain any memory fragments, preventing them from learning the ununlocked specialized class skills, it's clear that readily available and excellent support skills are Zhong Zemo's preferred choice. He has maximized functionality and support capabilities, even if it might compromise the overall gameplay experience, because everyone can enjoy clearing dungeons. After careful consideration, the jailer decided to choose Necromancer. Class-exclusive skill Death Stalker consumes a large amount of mana to generate one of 3 stalkers, skeleton, spirit, or corpse, to fight for the player. He also considered the current state of the boundary between reality and illusion. The gruesome death of Sister Alna. The Clarity One, created as a Necromancer. The Necromancer attributes of the level 1 Guardian Froghead Stitched Monster, and the level 5 Guardian Evil Spirit Aggregate. The power wielded by the Church of Eternal Night is undoubtedly closely related to darkness and necromancy. Learning skills related to darkness and necromancy allows players to see some of the enemy's resources in battle and gain home field advantage. The frequent drops of darkness and necromancy materials after completing the raid also indicate that necromancy-related sets may be available here. Jianghe didn't hesitate too much. His choice was made after seeing Original Fries choose Berserker. Magic Warrior. This is a very special specialization class. Both warriors and mages can choose it. The class-exclusive skill Dual Magic and Martial Arts is a passive skill. It grants warriors the ability to sense the flow of magic, giving them a stronger magical perception. It also grants warriors the power to learn and use magic, allowing them to change their fighting style anytime, anywhere, and adapt to the situation. It can be said to be the most flexible class among the Stars-approved specializations. However, higher flexibility also means a higher learning curve and a higher cost to build. For players like Jianghe who like to have it all, this is truly a great class to solve their indecisiveness. A considerable amount of time has passed since the 3 completed their choices. The 4 primal bodies and Bed, who explored the 5th level of the ruins, have returned with a bountiful harvest, sharing the materials hidden in inconspicuous corners. Currently, only one person has not yet completed their choice. Zhu Zicha's gaze kept moving up and down, left and right, her small hand switching back and forth on the projection screen, already covered in sweat. I want to play them all. They all look so interesting. Orange Tea clutched her head in frustration. What should I choose? Help me. Someone even more indecisive than Jianghe appeared. Chapter 54. Everyone from the boundary between reality and illusion gathered around Orange Tea, offering suggestions and pointing fingers while admiring the various branches of the Believer faction. Beiwo's finger stopped on Fanboy. How about this one? Looks pretty fun to play. Fanboy's class-exclusive skill Devoted Fanaticism is also a passive skill. It weakens the effects of support spells based on faith points, but significantly increases the power of damage-dealing faith spells. The Believer's signature skill Unknown Revelation can be corrupted. Listening to it will yield revelations more geared towards combat, but following the revelation will grant a mystical blessing. Seeing everyone from the boundary between reality and illusion staring intently at him, Beiwo was startled. What, did I say something wrong? Even Orange T, let alone the boundary between reality and illusion, shook his head repeatedly after glancing at the skill description. Beiwo was a newbie and didn't quite understand what Orange T's greatest strength was. For others, the unknown revelation is a dice skill with a 1/3 chance of producing a positive effect, but for Orange T, it's undeniably her core skill. Without the unknown revelation, Orange T is like snail rice noodles or Lao Yu rice noodles without pickled bamboo shoots. How about this? The primal tapped an icon, a longsword gleaming with a pale golden light, each side adorned with a pure white wing. Holy Arbiter dual builds, Believer and Warrior. Class exclusive skill Blade of Judgment, which enhances the light attribute enchantment effect of equipment based on the caster's faith points. Even better when cast on self. A group buff that doesn't conflict with existing potion enchantments, further strengthening existing light enchantments. The class itself also benefits from its dual build characteristics, offering a degree of control and damage output. Orange T shook her head again. I'm not very confident in my skills. Since joining the Phantom Boundary Project, she always played a support role, standing in the back, timing her shields, and providing various buffs. She was quite adept at it. Suddenly changing her rhythm, given her limited gaming experience, would likely leave her struggling for a long time. Jailer Bro suddenly had a flash of inspiration. What do you think would happen if we asked the unknown revelation? As expected of Jailer Bro, he easily came up with a playstyle that no one else had considered. Orange T was also curious and immediately began praying. Well, what revelation did it give? Jailer Bro couldn't wait to hear the response to his wonderful suggestion. It was a very kind and lovely voice. She said, Summoner. In the Summoner's icon, a faintly glowing afterimage slowly descended from the head of a phantom character, as if about to reach out and embrace it. Summoner class exclusive skill Summoning Whisper after activation, summons a spirit to descend as needed. Unknown revelation increased number of sounds that can be heard. Continuous casting will inflict a negative status effect. Fatigue decreased spell success rate. Isn't this class a bit too random? The person in bed was startled. Zhong Zemo was also starting to lose his composure. He reminded everyone to pay attention to the description below the Summoning Whisper skill. For a summoner who isn't strong enough, the arrival of a spirit isn't necessarily a good thing. This short sentence explained that summoning also has negative effects. The summoner class from the magic school next door is much more stable than you. How are you going to fight them? Although there's a skill enhancement system that allows players to strengthen skills by acquiring the extremely rare Sage's Memory, it's unclear in what way the Whisper of the Summoner is worth investing in. Jianghe and Original Fries said in unison, it has advantages. What advantages? A higher ceiling. This is a specialization with a very small player base, obviously worth choosing, challenging one's luck, and squeezing out every opportunity for trial and error, unnecessary for teams seeking stability. However, the current challenge of challenging various high-difficulty dungeons above the level of the Realm of Illusion requires precisely this higher ceiling. Whisper of the Summoner itself doesn't affect Orange T's various support skills. The increased number of voices heard from the unknown revelation might even be a form of indirect enhancement. Optional. Even if the specialization ultimately proves unsatisfactory, they can simply use Orange T's first job change scroll to switch. They have high expectations for Orange T's luck. Of course, Orange T's own decision is the most important. After hesitating for a moment, Orange T nodded. I think this suits me perfectly. After the summoning ends, I can hide behind everyone and provide support, easy and convenient. Besides, Orange T laughed, anyway, I'm very lucky. By now, she had completely accepted the fact that she was a lucky player in the world of Proof of the Stars. Good luck means you can do whatever you want. On the 14th day of the game, while other players were still struggling, 5 people on the boundary between reality and illusion had already taken the lead and completed their class change. Jianghe, Magic Warrior Original Fries, Berserker Jailer Bro, Necromancer Zhong Zemo, Flawless Jade Orange T, Summoner. While everyone else was busy deciding on Orange T's class change, they had already finished resting. The energetic girl in the quilt bounced around, her single ponytail swaying incessantly. She was extremely excited. Are we going to tackle the 6th floor next? I keep the firing line going. The girl in the quilt wasn't quite familiar with the strategy of the boundary between reality and illusion. Jianghe explained, after successfully tackling each floor and completing our location, we return to the guild. Since guild gyms have unlimited uses and don't require material charging, only a time interval limit, most guild members return after their energy is restored. As soon as the teleportation sound rang out, hurried footsteps echoed in the guild meeting hall. Barefoot, Mint peeked out from behind the corner wall. Seeing Jianghe and the others safe and sound, her slightly worried face immediately transformed into a smug expression. Humph, judging by your panting and disheveled appearance, the monsters in the temple are not to be trifled with, are they? Mint, holding Orange Tea's hand, checked her over, completely unharmed. Heh, this witch's potion must have had a considerable effect. And who is this person? Where did you pick up this dark elf from? Is he my servant? Jianghe and the others didn't say a word, but Mint rattled off a long string of questions. Mint was bewildered, and so was the blanket. Wasn't she only the seventh member of the boundary between reality and illusion? How come there was another guy in the guild wearing a witch's hat, looking all smug? After Zhong Zemo quietly explained, she suddenly understood and immediately assured him, Mint belongs to us. I won't mention it to anyone, so please rest assured, everyone. Her words highlighted her high emotional intelligence and sensible nature. Jianghe didn't think it mattered if people talked about it. Based on the current information, everyone's activity level in the world chat was significantly different, and the feedback from people who interacted with Mint was obviously different from theirs. Even if he gave them this assignment, it wouldn't help if no one could copy it. Besides, as Beiwo said, during their time with Mint, a possessive feeling inexplicably arose at the boundary between the virtual and real worlds. Such a cute and proud Mint, others couldn't win back the guild, but they did? How wonderful, Mint should belong to them. Jianghe pulled a bottle of soul dust from his backpack. Mint glanced at it, and curled her lip in disdain. Materials even worse than soul shards. This isn't even enough to fill a tooth gap. Fill a tooth gap? You actually swallowed a spirit whole, you evil little witch. The jailer teased in a deliberately serious tone. Who are you calling evil? Who are you calling evil? It was hilarious. Just that one sentence made Mint's already sickly pale skin flush a deep maple red. Jianghe silently spread the soul dust from his backpack all over the ground. Mint, who was chattering away with the jailer, was tapped on the shoulder by him, and she turned around with her mouth wide open, looking like she was about to grit her teeth. Seeing the floor piled high with bottles and jars, which were still being pulled out by the blankets and the four primitive bodies, Mint's eyes widened suddenly. She then sprawled on the ground like a kitten, tilting her head to admire the reflections of the soul dust bottles stacked together, creating a shimmering, star-like effect. What's wrong with you? Can't you pick them up and look at them? Everyone was amused by her actions. Lying on the ground, bottom sticking up, head tilted, this posture, this image, it's so embarrassing. Mind your own business. Perhaps realizing this posture wasn't very elegant, she immediately chose to lie completely prone on the ground. Isn't that even more embarrassing? Mine, all mine, give it all to me. She spread her arms, scrambling through the soul dust, like a kitten guarding its food, looking left and right, afraid someone would snatch away her treasure. Beiwo hesitated for a moment, then whispered in Zhong Zemo's ear, Is this what you call a powerful potion genius? He looks like a complete child. She said, I'm a child. I don't want to make potions for her. Hey, how come I never noticed Mint's ears were so sharp? She could hear even such a soft whisper. Besides, your reaction, it's so childish. Jianghe patted Beiwo's shoulder, giving her a helpless look. Big boss. Calling you big boss won't help. You stepped into this minefield yourself. You have to clean it up yourself. Original Fries patted her shoulder in sympathy. Watching everyone from the boundary between the virtual and real worlds rush off to their respective guild locations to get busy, leaving her alone with Mint, who was organizing materials, she suddenly understood everyone's good intentions. Looking at the floor, polished to a shine by the guild dolls, she precisely calculated the distance and slid down to her knees. Mint, I was wrong. I shouldn't have called you a child. Please make potions for me. I'd do anything. This practiced kneeling, this sincere tone, completely stunned Mint. Holding her hand, she was at a loss, her lips twitching. After a while, she coughed, licked her lips, and said, what? I'd do anything? Then first, help me organize these materials. Mint is still a child after all. Those watching from the shadows thought to themselves. Chapter 55. Our meeting hall is quite luxurious, but why are all these chairs war damaged? Here comes the question everyone who joins the boundary between the real and the virtual. The four primal bodies, having been curious before, unsurprisingly asked the same question. Mint perked up instantly, slapping the round meeting table that looked older than her, and declared emphatically, with this witch here, this should be a powerful guild. The decor has been improved, so why isn't the furniture? Change it. It has to be changed. Her voice was firm, her delicate white hands clapping red. As a group of players accustomed to using their resources wisely, details like furnishings are usually only considered after resources are plentiful, so they could only exchange bewildered glances. Jianghe sent a private message to Original Flavor Fries. After reading it, the two exchanged a knowing look, their lips curving into smiles. It was rare to see Original Flavor Fries, who loved to cultivate a certain persona, actually smile. During a break in Mint's speech, Jianghe interjected, "Mint just wants to make the guild feel more like home, I understand that." Before Mint could even feel happy for 2 seconds, Original Flavored Fries, resting its chin on its hand, muttered expressionlessly, "The guild's resources aren't going to be wasted on trivial matters right now. Since Mint, you're also a member of the guild, and you strongly request a change. Jianghe quickly tried to smooth things over, then we could upgrade your bed to a more luxurious style, and also open a new room for you to live in, so you don't have to be stuck in the meeting room." Mint noticed Jianghe and Original Flavored Fries' interruption. She wasn't stupid, she could tell that the guild members were indeed reluctant to invest existing resources to change the furnishings. The guild opened its warehouse to her, allowing her free access to resources, but the resources should primarily be used for research and development. However, to accommodate her feelings, as the guild leader, Jianghe made concessions and changes, even offering her a vacant area the guild had reserved for renovation as her private room. A warm current seemed to flow through Mint's chest, the sweetness of being cared for, understood, and looked after made her lips involuntarily curl into a smile. But the words were on the tip of her tongue. "Humph, if you don't want to do it, I do it myself." Mint. Potato, you don't need to persuade me. Mint's mind was made up. I go out and earn money myself to get the guild in order. I absolutely won't use the strategic resource reserves in the warehouse. The jailer was the first to realize what was going on. Letting Mint not only brew potions for the guild for free, but also go out and earn money to support the guild. Are these two guys trying to trick Mint? Wow, so despicable, tricking a child. The boundary between reality and illusion is clear. All 8 people are present. The preparatory meeting for the 6th level of the Clear One's underground temple officially began. The information previously provided to Mint was incomplete. Taking this opportunity, Jianghe recounted everything they had seen and heard in the Clear One's temple, starting with their encounter with Alna's spirit. Mint sometimes rested her chin on her hand, sometimes lowered her gaze, sometimes pondered deeply, sometimes rolled around on the bed. She was truly active. The frog-headed stitched monster, the evil spirit aggregate, is undoubtedly from the same necromancy, she concluded. So far, all the enemies you encountered in the temple have been creations of the Church of Eternal Night. Apart from the Slime King, there are no original guardians of the Clear Ones. The 6th and 7th levels of the underground temple are both the Clarity's great mining area. The 8th level of the underground temple is the smelting level. The weapons, armor, and jewelry used by the Clarities are all forged by their own master craftsmen, and the ores and other materials needed for forging mostly come from this vast, rich mine that was already discovered when the temple was built. The maps of level 6 and 7 given by Alna are incomplete. Her fragmented memories began to show severe damage from level 6 onwards, a sign that her primary personality is about to crumble. From the incomplete maps, it can be seen that the Great Mining Area is the largest area inhabited by the Clarities. According to the 9th floor deep green courtyard, the Clarifiers are raising a large number of monsters, combined with the lifelike puppets on floors 2 and 3. She jumped up and paced back and forth in front of the round table. "If I'm not mistaken, you encounter undead or dark attribute monsters on the 6th floor. The large mining area must be the most densely populated area for the Clarifiers. The veins need to be mined, and the puppets and monsters are a supplement to their manpower. Controlling them requires elites, and their numbers should be considerable. Therefore, we can see the open pit mines in this part of the map." The existence of the canteen. Mint continued her analysis logically. After all, only the elite of the Clarities would be particular about food. The puppets and monsters, one doesn't need to eat, and the other can be relatively casually fed. To set up such a large open-air canteen, TSK. Imagine, when the Eternal Night strikes, the first few floors are suddenly wiped out without any resistance, the unstoppable offensive invades the large mining area, the unprepared Clarities are left lying dead everywhere, while the monsters and puppets still have value, most likely. Jianghe had a picture in his mind. Walking corpses, monsters, puppets, and the necromancers hidden in the shadows, the evil spirits of the Church of the Eternal Night. Adding to the complexity of the mine tunnels and pits left after mining operations began. The first 5 levels were like appetizers. Once they were officially halfway through their conquest, the dangers and difficulties of the underground temple would suddenly intensify. "Save us, Mint Mom!" Orange Tea, who had picked up the bad habits of the jailer, cried out. Mint might have scoffed at this from anyone else, but Orange Tea, she just couldn't refuse. "Give me some time. What you need is a potion specifically designed to counter the undead. I need to consult the scriptures. There will be a solution, children, don't worry." Mint suddenly realized she had truly taken on the role of a mother, and her face flushed instantly. "Who's your mother?" The jailer feigned tears. "But you wouldn't want us to get into trouble exploring the large mine, would you?" "Mint Mom, use your potion to give your children more security." Bed, with her quick learning ability, immediately followed suit. "Mint Mom, the children can't live without you." "Ugh, so disgusting." Mint buried her head in the blanket. "I promise you, I find a way to help you." Stop yelling, stop yelling. "Anyway, you have to promise me one thing. No matter what, you have to come back alive. Drink the life-saving potions I gave you, don't skimp." This sounded more like a mother's speech, such boundless maternal love. Feeling how inhumane this mom routine was, Jiang He slipped Mint some startup capital before she left. Mint firmly refused, saying that she wouldn't touch any of the strategy materials in the guild warehouse. Although she loved money, and it was shameful, she had these principles. Watching Mint leave, Jiang He and the others felt a pang of loss. As they spent more time together, they stopped seeing Mint as an NPC and started seeing her as a living, breathing person, as if she were also a player who had entered the stellar world using the same device. Every smile, every word, every action, every laugh and cry was just like a human's. The message Jiang He sent before his charade with original fries was, "She already considers this place her home." Everything she wanted to do was for the sake of making the guild a better place. Thinking of her stubborn yet proud demeanor, a wave of guilt suddenly washed over him. He regretted even in his sleep. Even if he told himself that Mint was just data generated by Stellar Design, could they really still tell the difference in the long run? Original Fries seemed to have fallen into the same trap as Jiang He. "Let's prepare a surprise for her later." "What should we prepare?" Jailer Bro also became serious. Zhong Zemo suggested, "Money. She keeps talking about Star Sand. Let's just give in to her." Jiang He made the decision. If the 6th level mining area suffers a setback, whether it's to prevent the floor guardians from recording behavioral data, or, he laughed, or to give Mint a surprise, let's go scout out the Screamer Snow Mountain first. Everyone laughed and raised their hands in agreement. Mint, who had just been teleported back to outside Anna Fragrant City, sneezed several times. "Are those guys talking about me behind my back? They clearly call me Mom, but they're just a bunch of naughty kids." Jiang He examined the fashionable little junk the messenger doll had picked up outside. Most of it was useless white materials. While I was tidying up, the jailer wandered over. "Potato, open your friend request list. The guild leader of Under the Funny Tree, you and me wants to chat with you." Jiang He looked up, puzzled. "What kind of guild is that?" "One of the faster guilds in the underground temple raid. They were previously held back by the frog-headed stitched monster, but after accumulating enough potions, they unleashed a devastating attack and barely cleared the level. Because they were caught off guard, on the 3rd floor, they were brutally wiped out twice by the puppets parasitized by Naphiel." "Huh? That can wipe out a whole team?" Jiang He was shocked. "As long as you have Sister Alna's lantern, clearing the 2nd and 3rd floors is a piece of cake. They only had to destroy Naphiel's first body to trigger the event, and the enemy retreated without a fight." "Where did the wipe occur?" "That's unclear. They said the Naphiel in their dungeon was unusually strong, perhaps due to differences in dungeon progression. The underground temple of the Clarities is a true test for Chinese players. Those at the top are all top-tier players." Thinking of this, Jiang He accepted Huang Yangyiming's friend request. "President Potato, sorry to bother you." "You're welcome. I wanted to inquire about the subsequent floors, right?" "You're very straightforward. It seems communicating with you will be very pleasant." The other party's manners and attitude were impeccable, and Jiang He politely replied, "No need for formalities, it's too awkward. Before that, I'd like to ask President Potato something." After a pause, Huang Yangyiming asked, "Has the boundary between reality and illusion truly been breached to the 5th floor?" Jiang He glanced at the guy leaning against the wall whistling, and frankly admitted it. "Yes, just now." "First time kill?" "First time kill." "You almost single-handedly defeated the Guardian?" Jiang He thought for a moment. Original Flavor Fries also contributed a lot, and the efforts of the entire guild were equally indispensable. The Floor Guardian, Evil Spirit Aggregator, was it strong? A bit difficult to answer. Jiang asked original flavor fries and orange tea for their opinions, receiving weak and not as good as the Slime King respectively. So he gave a vague answer, far beyond expectations. Huang Liang Yimeng, I understand, thank you very much. Regarding the 4th floor, does the Potato Guild Master have any tips for us? She added, we don't need a complete guide, just some useful tips will do. We're willing to pay with game materials. After a moment's thought, Jiang He taught Huang Liang Yimeng a very unorthodox method of locating chat boxes, while asking if they liked playing bullet hell games. Upon receiving the reply that everyone in the team is struggling, Jiang He laughed, her infectiously cheerful smile quickly spreading to the jailer's face, followed by the messenger doll. The anticipation of others suffering, the exhilarating feeling of watching them struggle after reaching the shore, burst forth uncontrollably. Although it's unethical, just imagining it is really fun. The smile wouldn't disappear, it would only transfer to their faces. Wait, President Potato hasn't mentioned the price yet. How should I trade with you? I haven't decided what I want as payment yet, President Huang Liang Yimeng. I think you're a trustworthy person, you won't mind if I collect my payment a little later, will you? That's natural. Alright, have a good time conquering the dungeon. We be waiting for you in the 6th level of the large mine. Under the funny tree, you and me guild hall. A total of 11 players stared at the chat box projected onto Huang Liang Yimeng's screen. The moment the chat ended, they couldn't contain their excitement and began discussing. Are all the people at the boundary between reality and illusion really monsters? They're already on the 6th level? You should check their guild's character levels. 5 are already level 10, and they all completed their specialization advancement. What kind of ridiculous leveling speed is that? When did they get new members? We can't catch up. We really can't catch up. Their progress is just unbelievable. My sword has never been unfavorable. Guild leader, did they do us a favor? Huang Liang Yimeng's character is a vampire, with small, dark red wings that were tucked behind her back, now slightly unfolding in a relaxed state. She sighed, although it has a hint of delaying payment to maximize profits. The fact that they were so generous on their first meeting proves that Guild Leader Potato is a respectable person. So what Jailer said was true. Jianeng Iron Wall swallowed hard, his face full of disbelief. Cyber Potato really single-handedly took down the guardian of the 5th floor. He said it was everyone's achievement, but I suspect it's true. Huang Liang Yimeng smiled helplessly. After all, saying it's inseparable from the efforts of all guild members is just too much of a polite formality. She sighed with admiration. To lead a group of monster members with such extraordinary strength, and still be so polite and humble, as guild leader, he's a bit too modest. Hopefully, we won't run into them in the guild war. Chapter 56. Jiang He officially completed the guild war registration. A confirmation email was sent to all members of the virtual reality boundary team at the same time, informing them that they needed to confirm again on the official website after waking up. The devices used to log into the game should have built-in identification information, so why go through this extra step? Ah, so boring. Without Mint, we can only wait here. Jiang He glanced at the jailer, who was squatting beside the nurturing doll Perilla, watching her busily maintaining everyone's equipment. His unwavering gaze didn't seem like boredom at all. It felt like he could stare at her intently all day. The name Perilla was given to him by the jailer based on garlic sprouts. Not only him, but Orange Tea also followed suit, naming his messenger doll Coriander. Going out with Starry Sky gems would result in the loss of infusion materials, and whether the spoils obtained could compensate for the loss was unknown. Waiting, in fact, became the most cost-effective operation. Jiang He suddenly laughed out loud. Right now, it's like a child whose stomach is growling from hunger, waiting for their mother to come home and cook. The label of mother to everyone in the virtual real boundary is now stuck. Thinking of something, Jiang He, with a try-it-and-see attitude, found Garlic Sprout floating above the guild hall. Garlic Sprout, is there anything we can do to entertain ourselves in the guild? Entertainment facilities? Garlic Sprout slowly floated down, lightly tapping the void in front of her. Ripples appeared, revealing the guild's floor plan. Currently, we only need 2 more expansions to build the guild arena. Masters can spar with each other in the arena, and after upgrading the arena, the guild mascots can also be used as sparring partners. Tempted? Isn't this the infrastructure for PvP training? Zhong Zemo, who was idly dressing up his red and white witch doll, immediately stood up. Why didn't you say so sooner about such an important facility? Jiang He rubbed his forehead. Sure enough, Garlic Sprout's answer was, because Master didn't ask. Unless asked, the dolls wouldn't mention it or offer suggestions. Like a rebellious child. 2 expansions plus accelerated construction consumed a total of 36 sets of purple materials. For other guilds, this would be a painful expense. But for Virtual Boundary, well, they recently made a fortune at the Royal Colosseum in Anna. After a flash of white light, a circular arena, the size of the entire guild, appeared on Garlic Sprout's projected map. With a wave of Garlic Sprout's hand, all guild members were teleported to the center of this open-air arena. This was the first time everyone had come to the guild's outdoor area, but the sky was pitch black, and the arena seemed to float in a deep void, as if it lacked any textures. In the arena, even death won't reduce equipment durability. Players can also choose the Wild Gladiator set, provided free of charge by the arena, for a more balanced combat experience. The arena area is protected by barriers, so no matter how powerful the attack, it won't damage the main guild buildings. Here, players can fight to their heart's content. After reviewing the arena settings, Jianhe asked, "Isn't there a balance mode?" Garlic Sprout's lips curled slightly. The balance mode will only be officially available for all guild arena facilities after the guild war begins. Those who understood the implications of the virtual boundary refrained from further questions. Without a balance mode, styling themselves with uniform sets was sufficient for practice. Just a short while ago, they were merely aiming for the rewards, but now even the jailer was dreaming of a collective overseas expedition. Could it really be that simple? At the same time that Virtual Boundary was preparing for the guild war with seriousness for the first time, a group of people returned to the guild in utter disarray, handing their tattered equipment to the puppets. Huang Liang Yiming's little wings on her back completely withered. She slumped wearily into a chair by the round table, exhaling a long stale breath. Her eyes were fixed blankly on the massive illumination crystal in the dome, unfocused, lost in thought. If even the guild leader, a master of rope twisting, was like this, the rest of the Under the Funny Tree, you and me guild war masks of anguish. Difficult, truly incredibly difficult. Following Jianhe's instructions, the entire Comical Tree Guild successfully regrouped without injury after being scattered, and relying on elemental bait purchased from the Potion Master in Windpod City, they managed to fight their way out of the Slime King's true form at the cost of 2 members. Upon first encountering the Slime King directly, their performance was even better than that of the boundary between reality and illusion. However, the nightmare had just begun. Because Jianhe had mentioned bullet hell games, the Comical Tree Guild had somewhat anticipated the situation. But only when the bullets began to fall did they realize how powerless their superficial mental preparation had been. The light pollution, Naphiel's deafeningly manic voice, the dense rain of bullets combined with the occasional bursts of ground fire beneath their feet, and the oppressive aura emanating from the Slime King. The initial encounter lasted only 40 seconds before the entire Funny Tree Guild was wiped out. It's alright. It's obviously a mechanic-based boss. Bosses like this are usually not much of a threat. As long as we handle the mechanics correctly, victory is within our grasp. Keep communicating, don't shout, and provide useless information. As long as we communicate smoothly, it won't be difficult. Let's go, we definitely beat it next time. Huang Liang Yiming still remembered what she said when she first twisted the rope. Confident and full of energy. Gemstone empowerment, teleportation, enter the dungeon. The Funny Tree Guild displayed unprecedented competitive form, with not a single member dying during the giant slime phase. They also made significant progress in the bullet hell game segment. Previously, it took 40 seconds to wipe, now it only took 20. Pay attention to your positioning. Use the chat box to check your teammates' positions. Don't fall behind. The safe zone's Naphiel spawns are treacherous, one wrong step, and everything goes wrong. Come on, our strength is fine, we're just a little too excited, causing our movements to become stiff. Stay calm. Don't treat the Slime King as an enemy, it's just a mascot standing there blowing bubbles. Think of it as your pet. The safe zone is small, remember not to push. Everyone has a place. Charge. Let's fight again. The giant slime was cleared without taking damage in one go. The entire Comical Tree team felt incredibly good. This time it will definitely work. 10 seconds later, the Comical Tree transformed into spirits, floating around the Slime King. It happened. The game's early game progress regression. Clearly, the first run was an easy success. Everyone felt that clearing the level was only a matter of time, even shouting hopeful slogans like next time, definitely. But each attempt was worse than the last. The Funny Tree Guild had actually been quite lucky. Since its formation at server launch, it had acquired a considerable amount of high-value materials, which was the foundation of their confidence in challenging the underground temple. However, even the best resources couldn't withstand such rapid squandering. seeing the members responsible for logistics shielding the guild's warehouse with their bodies, protecting the guild's last reserves, like elderly parents desperately pleading with their gambling-addicted children. The Funny Tree Guild, initially calm, quickly recovered from the disappointment and despondency that followed. Fortunately, everyone in the guild was a seasoned player, so a few setbacks were nothing to fear. After a brief moment of stunned silence, they regained their unwavering spirit as challengers. A private message from Huang Liang Yimeng appeared. Starfish Canned Food. Shall we exchange progress? Starfish Canned Food, guild leader of Barreled Water God Luo, although formed specifically for PvP guild battles through a selection of the best, the Bucket Water God also engages in group activities beyond sparring and training. They are also one of the few guilds to have made it into the 4th level of the monastery. Our progress has slowed down. We don't have the money to challenge anymore, so we can only settle down, Huang Liang Yimeng replied, laughing self-deprecatingly. Upon learning that the funny tree lasted for more than 40 seconds, Starfish Canned Food was filled with respect. The Bucket Water God Guild has a large number of members, making the dynamic difficulty of adapting to the challenge much higher. They suffered greatly during the gathering phase, with less than half remaining after defeating the giant slime. Entering the bullet hell game phase filled with ritual magic made things even more difficult. How do people on the boundary between reality and illusion even get through? Seeing that the other side still didn't know the unorthodox strategy for the boundary between reality and illusion, Huang Liang Yimeng's lips curled up. Looks like you don't know they already passed the 5th level. Inside the Bottled Water God Luo Guild, an uproar erupted. Holy cries filled the air. Monster, right? Really not an insider? Insiders operating guild accounts so openly, afraid headquarters won't investigate, huh? Huang Liang Yimeng laughed. Undoubtedly real players, and they seem quite approachable. Easy to deal with? Not as aloof as you imagine. From the two I met so far, one is very composed, the other a social terrorist. Both are quite interesting people. The beeping notification of insufficient game time grew increasingly jarring. Huang Liang Yimeng left a message. If you can't contact Potato, contact Jailer Brother. He's a social butterfly on the boundary between reality and virtuality, and then exited the game, entering a light sleep mode. Upon waking, Jiang He immediately logged onto the Starry Sky website, found the Guild War application form, carefully checked his identity information, and clicked I agree in the lower right corner. The page redirected, and 5 of the 7 players representing the boundary between reality and virtuality had their avatars lit up. The others, afraid of forgetting, rushed online after waking up. Jailer Bro used his chat group admin privileges to add Blanket, who had applied to join the group, and simultaneously tagged everyone. Remember to click to confirm on the official website. Remember to confirm on the official website. Kids! Blanket, still not back. No, I only want to hear Mint Mom call kids. Jailer Bro, man. Blanket quickly typed, what can I say? Just as Original Fries guessed, with 2 socially awkward chatterboxes together, the chat group was bound to be flooded with messages every day. It was never short of lively chatter. Chapter 57. The boundary between reality and illusion has once again become the focus of attention for the official StarCraft community, and even major gaming communities. Since the boundary between reality and illusion appeared out of nowhere, every day has seen major news related to it dominate the community's trending topics. The 5th floor of the underground temple of the Clarities has been conquered. The guild has officially reached its full strength of 7 members. Guild War registration has been approved. These 3 events kept the discussion threads about the boundary between reality and illusion scrolling through the community, making the early morning as lively as a weekend evening. Jiang He's conversation with Huang Liang Yimeng was leaked by someone from the Funny Tree Guild, and instantly everyone knew about Cyber Potato's absurd feat of single-handedly defeating the Floor Guardian. Friendly reminder, the Slime King on the 4th floor has killed all the guilds closely following the boundary between reality and illusion. They were all completely exhausted last night. I can vouch for them. I know people from Funny Tree. They almost went all out last night, even offering the rewards from the first 3 floors to fight to the death. The insider statement further fueled the players' discussion. Players have already created a guild ranking map for each server based on their progress in conquering the underground temple of the Clarity. Above the top tier, T1, guilds across the entire server is the boundary between reality and illusion, displayed in Chinese characters. T0, boundary between realities. Undisputed super powerful. T0 is insufficient to describe its strength. Judging solely from its PvP performance, boundary between realities leads the Chinese server by a significant margin, and is undeniably number 1 across all servers. The underground temple of the Clarities was also discovered on foreign servers, but it only became widely known after Boundary Between Realities announced its coordinates. All players interested in high-difficulty dungeons use this to challenge their limits in the Star world, attempting to achieve outstanding results and gain instant fame. However, to date, the situation is similar across all servers worldwide, with all top players stuck on level 4. The Slime King has surpassed the frog-headed Stitches to become a persistent nightmare for high-level players, generating countless memes, most of which relate to the endless barrage of comments. A man pulls back the covers to sleep, only to find the Slime King and its magic circle in his bed. This meme traveled from the Chinese server to other servers, then back to the Chinese server after being reimported and repackaged with various watermarks. Players on other servers, already psychologically tormented, even commissioned erotic illustrations of the Slime King to vent their frustration. This is a classic case of love turning to hate. The Slime King suddenly became a popular choice for fan art among players, with numerous anthropomorphic versions emerging. When it comes to creating memes, the Chinese server is second to none, with someone immediately writing a fanfic about Liu Bei and the Slime King. While everyone was being driven mad by the Slime King, the seemingly casually dismissive Boundary Between Reality and Illusion casually remarked, "Yes, we killed the 5th floor guardian evil spirit aggregator on our first encounter, the impact of which was unimaginable." If the Funny Tree Guild hadn't inquired, it seemed Boundary Between Reality and Illusion wouldn't have planned to say anything. Their reaction was as if they had accomplished something insignificant. As an unprecedentedly popular global game, the speed at which news spread was unprecedented. By 9 a.m., translations of the event were already appearing on foreign game forums, and it was expected that by their morning, the news would quickly ignite the player community. Driven by curiosity, and with Boundary Between Reality and Illusion now having officially assembled a team of 7, some players couldn't contain their excitement and wanted to know what kind of extraordinary individuals lived within the game. We find out sooner or later. With their performance, securing a spot in the World Championship through Guild Wars shouldn't be a problem. Like I said, strong in PvE doesn't mean strong in PvP. Let me see, this ID. Haha, so it's from the Dream Dominator Guild. Dream Dominator actually dares to speak up? Dozens of people couldn't beat original Fries. That's some serious skill. That's due to level and equipment superiority. If it were a balanced mode, do you think they have a chance? Psi levels? Psi equipment? Then why aren't your levels high and your equipment bad? Someone replied, is it because you don't want to? As soon as Dream Dominator enters the forum, all the players laugh at it. Someone started it, and the chain of comments instantly formed, filling the forum with a truly joyful atmosphere. After Original Fries' astonishing rampage, Dream Dominator, the arrogant bully in the game, suddenly became a clown everyone could laugh at. They bullied the weak, but facing the even stronger virtual reality Boundary, their opponent, with only one member, nearly made them cry out, "Hey, can we make peace?" But to be fair, virtual reality Boundary should thank Dream Master, right? One player joked. If it weren't for them, how could virtual reality Boundary have gathered 7 members? A string of custom hilarious emoticons below the post expressed everyone's feelings. Now, most players in the StarCraft community know that virtual reality Boundary's 7th member was found through their battle with Dream Master. How about this? If virtual reality Boundary wins the Guild War Championship, Dream Master deserves 1/7 of the credit. What do you say? Although some pointed out that lone championship wasn't a good idea, the comment was so catchy that it instantly made Bet a new celebrity in the community. Everyone hoped she could achieve outstanding results and repeatedly humiliate Dream Master. Jianghe specifically sought out the blanket. Don't let the outside noise distract you. Although Prison Guard keeps talking about the championship, our goal remains to take it one step at a time. Don't let overly high expectations crush us. The blanket replied with a thoughtful cat emoji. Don't worry, President, my mentality is much better than you think. When it comes to surfing the internet, I'm no less than them. This was a bit of overthinking. Someone who could exchange jokes with a master of internet slang like Prison Guard, and was proficient in various quotations and rhetoric, was no ordinary internet surfer. In every sense, they had struck gold. However, with the World Championship scheduled, the original PvE environment of the StarCraft community clearly began to change. The community management obviously noticed the growing debate and immediately created a dedicated World Championship section, categorizing all related posts there. It was essentially a de facto demon ceiling tower. Overnight, the number of followers on the virtual real Boundary surpassed 400,000. With the announcement of the World Championship, virtual Boundary officially registered for the Guild War, and their popularity visibly increased, generating discussion both inside and outside the guild community. Their impressive PvE results have the entire community watching their every move closely. Some want to see them dominate, sweep through all obstacles, and claim the championship, creating a legend. Others, however, are indifferent observers, hoping they will falter in PvP and fall from grace, so they can kick them while they're down. Before the guild war even begins, Virtual Boundary has not made any comments, but the storm of speculation has already engulfed them. Chapter 58. During dinner, Zhong Zemo brought up his divorce. After essentially running away from home, Du Jinwen had made a scene, trying to force Zhong Zemo to appear by calling the police and harassing him with phone calls. She had even tried to enter the school. But after these repeated setbacks, she strangely quieted down. She was unusually cooperative with the lawyer sent by the jailer. Her simple statement, "Let's get a divorce then, who's afraid of who?" allowed the divorce process to proceed smoothly. Both sets of parents tried to intervene, but Zhong Zemo's attitude was resolute, giving no room for dialogue whatsoever. Eating salt-fried pork, braised pork knuckle, and drinking soybean, winter melon, and pork rib soup, Jianghe racked his brains trying to understand why Du Jinwen was making such a fuss. Zhong Zemo had no bad habits, no temper, and was a model of a good person both online and offline, with impeccable interpersonal relationships. He just wanted some hobbies and a little private space, which he simply wouldn't allow. She's putting immense pressure on you, betting you back out, betting you get impatient. Jianghe ate without looking up. It was so delicious. Thanks to Du Jingwen's meddling, letting Zhong Zemo stay at her place, cooking a different meal every day, it was heavenly. "I'm not in a hurry, and I won't back out," Zhong Zemo sighed. "It's been over 2 years, and it feels like only the first 6 months of our marriage were normal. After that, I was just in jail. Do you think someone released from prison would miss being confined like that? Being able to allocate my time freely, and being online with you guys on time is just so great." Jianghe rinsed her mouth with a sip of soybean, winter melon, and pork rib soup. The soup tasted sweet and refreshing, just like Zhong Zemo's current state of mind after escaping death. Then let the jailer's lawyer speed things up. "By the way," Jianghe asked curiously, "have you asked the lawyer what kind of person the jailer is in real life?" "Refined and easygoing, approachable, always grinning like an idiot." Zhong Zemo couldn't help but laugh. He was quite different from the prison guard they knew. Telling this to the prison guard, he perfectly embodied the idiot grinning characteristic the lawyer had described. "If you really want to know, just get together sometime, and you understand. Come to Guangzhou, I treat you all to a meal. I think things went pretty well after the guild war. If we can get a good ranking and participate in the world championship, consider it a celebration." Bet immediately chimed in, "You said you treat? Really? Type 1 really?" The prison guard made the decision. 111111111 Bet immediately followed. "If I really can go, what about my classes? I still have classes." Orange tea made everyone laugh. "There are 100 ways to make up for your classes, but the opportunity to represent the national server might only come once," Zhong Zemo emphasized. "I have to consider whether this might be my only chance in this life.jpg. You guys are so optimistic, it's enviable. We haven't even started playing, and you're already thinking so far ahead," Jianghe retorted. That's what they said, but it would be a lie to say Jianghe didn't crave the championship. So making it to the top 4 counts as a success? Maybe it really counts as a success. Original Fries posted an official website link. It's confirmed that there are only 4 direct invites to the World Championship for the Chinese server. If you make it to the top 4, you can participate in the World Championship. The qualification criteria were there, but the tournament format was still nowhere to be seen. It seemed the organizers wanted to maintain the suspense until the very last second before the start of the competition. After logging in, everyone looked around expectantly, only to learn from Garlic Sprouts that Mint hadn't returned. With Mint not returning home, everyone in the realm of the void felt as if they were sealed inside the guild. Remembering how Mint had gone out for so long last time to make potions for them, the group put aside their worries and went to the arena to practice. But as the log-off time approached, Mint still hadn't appeared. "Don't worry, tomorrow when we log in, we see that guy bouncing around in front of us, holding a bunch of materials, cursing and complaining that we're useless little trash." Jianghe's words were so vivid that everyone was overjoyed. But when they logged back in, the expected scene didn't happen. Mint was still nowhere to be found. This time, the realm of the void was truly panicked. Players could communicate with each other via private chat, but long-distance communication between players and NPCs required special items, which the players couldn't obtain at this stage. They had no idea what had happened to Mint or where she was. Considering that the Proof of the Stars was a dynamically running game world, Keywords like something happened and an accident began to pop into their minds. The group, who had been focused on practicing PvP, gradually grew impatient. As the game neared its end, Zhong Zemo couldn't hold back any longer. It's been 3 days, and still no news. Shall we go look for her? Even Original Flavor Fries turned to look, his eyes revealing approval. Those who had long considered Mint part of the guild had reached their limit. Jiang He, feigning composure, nodded. If we still haven't seen Mint by tomorrow, we go to the capital of Anna. Based on the coordinates previously transmitted by Mint, her area of activity is roughly between Fragrant Breeze City and the royal capital. It sounds simple, but if you take out a map of the Anna Empire and draw circles around these two areas, you see how vast they are. Finding someone here is like finding a needle in a haystack. But you have to find her. Sigh. I developed feelings for my electronic pet. Deconstructing it won't make you feel too comfortable. Jiang He exposed the jailer's little trick to adjust his mood. But he also truly experienced the feeling of being completely immersed in the star world. When the boundary between reality and illusion becomes increasingly blurred, whose heart can remain unaffected, the boundary between reality and illusion, which used to be a daily breaking news story, has suddenly become quiet these past 2 days, attracting the curiosity of many. Wang Liangyameng privately messaged the jailer, "Are you stuck on the 6th floor?" The jailer replied somewhat melancholically, "We haven't been working on the 6th floor, we're just practicing PvP in the guild." Wang Liangyameng was taken aback. It turns out that the sudden silence from the boundary between reality and illusion these past 2 days was actually preparation for the guild war, for which they had even abandoned their plans to conquer the temple. Not everyone was enthusiastic about the guild war, and they felt they had no chance of competing for a spot in the world championships, so they simply gave up. These core PvP players are now all focused on breaking through to the 4th level of the underground temple, trying to catch up with the boundary between reality's performance. The boundary between reality is at its peak. If they can overtake them, even while the boundary between reality is preoccupied with the guild war, they can still make a name for themselves. The boundary between reality wants it all? The members of the Funny Tree Guild were dumbfounded. Leading in PvE and excelling in the guild war? That's too much confidence. They're putting in extra training. They're aiming for a spot in the World Championship. Midnight was September 10th, the deadline for Guild War registration. On September 11th, the Guild War officially began. At this crucial juncture, every move of each guild attracted immense attention. The news of the virtual real boundaries preparations immediately drew everyone's attention. Community posts proliferated. Even those who weren't even qualified for the game joined the discussion. No one knew that at this tense moment, everyone in the virtual real boundary wasn't thinking about using the last day to adjust their condition and achieve a winning start in the guild war. Instead, they were searching for an NPC. After checking the guild war registration page again, and confirming that everyone had passed verification, Jiang He went to sleep with a heavy heart. Today, the unlucky 4 primals reported in the group that they wouldn't be able to log on until at least 1 a.m., but no one could wait for them. Even after logging in, the guild still couldn't find that lively, energetic figure. They took out materials from the guild warehouse and began infusing them, their target pointing directly at Fragrant Wine City at the boundary between reality and illusion. Whoosh! A dazzling white light flashed, and a staggering figure appeared in the guild hall. She looked like she rolled in a mud pit. She was filthy. Even her most cherished hat was covered in mud splatters. Only her sea blue, jewel-like eyes remained bright, but her brows and eyes betrayed endless weariness. She carried huge sacks in both hands, a sack wrapped around her slender waist. Exhausted, she returned laden with materials. "Children, I'm back." She finished speaking, panting, then untied the cloth bag wrapped around her waist and collapsed to the ground. She was truly exhausted. Jiang He had arranged for the dolls to bathe her, and during this ordeal, she only vaguely woke up once while having her hair washed, uttering, "It itches so much." It was bound to itch. According to Swami's description, she had many tiny scratches on her arms and thighs, the water causing her to shiver occasionally in her sleep. Now, lying on the comfortable, soft bed, she was also itching from these tiny scratches, tossing and turning, gently rubbing against the blankets. The anxiety finally subsided. Seeing both return to the guild, everyone felt completely relaxed. Both slept from day to night. At Swanya's instructions, everyone crowded into her room. Everyone had many questions to ask, but... Gulp! Bo blushed and touched her head shyly. Zhong Zemo's excellent cooking made her so eager to eat that she wolfed down a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and 3 large bowls of rice before finally collapsing comfortably onto the bed. Her expression was as if she just come back to life. Hey, look at you all, what's wrong? You must have been worried sick while I was gone, right? She said cheerfully. Of course we were worried. We didn't hear from you for so long. We thought something had happened to you. Mint's eyes widened, and seeing everyone staring at her, she immediately shrank back. Really that worried? Humph, it must be because of the potion. I'm not kidding. Everyone was really worried about you, Jianghe emphasized. Her face flushed, and she quickly changed the subject. I brought you back a lot of materials, all obtained by trading for materials I've been greedy for. Saving up. I brew you some potions after I rest a little longer. Don't worry, they be the best. By the way, would your puppets like to learn some new recipes? I can teach them. Chapter 59. When asked where she had gone, Mint's mouth was tightly shut, impossible to pry open. Further questioning only elicited the response, as long as there are potions for you, don't worry about it. The potion making isn't urgent for now, focus on getting better. Not urgent? Mint was taken aback. But weren't you going to the underground temple? She mistakenly thought everyone was saying this out of concern for her health, and quickly got up, hopping and skipping around the bed, even performing a squat. I'm just a little tired, not sick, so please don't treat me like a patient. Upon learning that the boundary between reality and illusion was going to participate in a competitive event, Mint hurriedly asked, are the rewards good? Can you win? Jianghe wanted to say I will win, but then he remembered the last person who said that was still vivid in his mind. The rewards are quite good. There should be some good things that you can use to refine medicine. We try our best to bring them back for you. Good things? Extremely rare materials? Recalling that the basic rewards for advancing to the World Championship included universal material fragments, Jianghe nodded. Mint's eyes lit up unusually. She licked her lips. It's a deal then, you have to bring it back. Well, just try your best. It's not a life or death struggle, right? No, just a friendly spar. That's good. She asked again, do you need any potions? I know a little about high-quality healing potions. Mint probably didn't realize she was acting like a worried mother packing things into her child's suitcase, even after the child repeatedly told her not to worry. We might be going to the Screamer Mountain soon. If you really want to help us, please prepare these potions in advance. You don't even need to tell me, I brought back plenty of materials this time. Mint, who was so proud just a moment ago, immediately changed her expression, pitifully pleading, just give me a piece of star sand after you complete the mission, just one. It was clear she really wanted it. Although everyone unanimously replied no, their real purpose was. Seeing Mint pouting, everyone at the boundary between reality and illusion laughed. These people are really wicked. Upon waking up, Jianghe felt completely relaxed. Because of Mint's disappearance, the chat group had been a bit tense for the past few days, but now everything was back to normal. Early in the morning, Jailer and Bed were chatting. Damn, how could these two have so many topics to talk about? New anime, games, tired jokes. They seem to enjoy it immensely. It's terrifying. Is this the chemistry of two social terrorists together? The first guild battle starts at 1 a.m. tonight. Can you make it to the 4 Primarchs? Absence wouldn't automatically result in a guild losing, but the disadvantage of being outnumbered was unavoidable. For primitives, if I have to work overtime, I take leave. As long as 4 primitives, the most likely to encounter problems, can maintain a stable online presence, there shouldn't be any issues. In the past 4 days, the number of followers of Virtual Reality Boundary has surpassed 500,000, reaching 530,000. Since the official announcement of the World Championship, people from both inside and outside the gaming community have been leaving comments under Virtual Reality Boundary's last post every day. Some simply want to wish Virtual Reality Boundary good results. Others, however, are sarcastic and cynical, suggesting they might become a target for other players. Any project with competitive elements inevitably involves heated debates in the public sphere. Although the game has only recently launched, its groundbreaking new gameplay and unprecedentedly influential world championships have made guilds the clubs of the players' hearts. Once the competition begins, fans will flock to see who performs best and generates the most buzz. The guild Virtual Boundaries established its account relatively early, and has been praised by many for leading the world in the Temple of the Clarities event. Those who share in this pride naturally have high expectations for them. Furthermore, Virtual Boundaries has never shown its true strength to the public, shrouded in mystery, making them the perfect subject of speculation. Will these PvE masters struggle in PvP, or will the experts simply not complain about the environment? Tonight, the true worth of Virtual Boundaries will be tested. As night deepened, the members of Virtual Boundaries, who had prepared well in advance, delayed their sleep by half an hour, logging into the game at 12:30 a.m. In the guild, Mint was teaching the witch doll Red and White how to brew potions in the potion workshop. Jianghe opened the guild panel and found a potion recipe marked with a question mark, suggesting that it could be crafted normally once the learning was complete. Sensing the commotion in the main hall, Mint ran out barefoot. Going to the competition? She pulled a light blue star pendant, made of an unknown mineral, from her pocket and placed it in Jianghe's hand. This is... Mint grinned, a lucky charm from the nun who adopted me. You all know I was abandoned in a field full of wild mint, right? Mint said, shortly after the nun brought me back to the church, I fell seriously ill, burning hot, with a persistent high fever. It was a very remote little church, and the nun who adopted me happened to be someone who knew nothing of healing magic or medicine. That was the first time in her life she had sincerely prayed for divine protection. At least that's what she told me. Miraculously, by daytime, my condition gradually improved, and I held on until the doctor arrived. Mint looked with emotion at the pendant in Jianghe's palm. She prayed with this pendant in her hand at night. Isn't that amazing? As a nun, she didn't even have any church ritual objects. Jianghe always felt that the nun in the story wasn't a proper nun. Her lack of healing magic and medical knowledge could be interpreted as her being a combat-oriented role within the church. But she had never truly believed in the deity of her church before. Mint's lucky pendant ######. This ornament given to Mint is a testament to the only time she, who had never believed in God, sincerely prayed for a divine response. Mint firmly believes it brings great luck to its holder. Wanting to know the nun's current situation, she heard the Systems Guild War preparation notification ring in her ears. Everyone from the reality/illusion boundary approached Mint. Some snatched her hat, ruffled her hair, some took the opportunity to pinch her cheeks, and others took the chance to admire her feet. This time, Mint didn't struggle much, not because she was used to it like orange tea, but because she remembered what the nun had told her about the soldiers' departure for war. It's probably the same when saying goodbye to relatives. At this time, crying is the worst thing to do. One must make sure they are happy during the farewell. Although the reality/illusion boundary said the competition would be fine, she was still worried. The rewards and such aren't that important, whether we win or not, Mint said. I can't let no one use the potions I worked so hard to make. Jianghe's lips curled up, a certain emotion prompting him to respond firmly. We win. We'll win. The jailer corrected. Fast forward, we're the champions. Chapter 60. As soon as the time arrived, the entire group from the virtual reality boundary was teleported into a vast, white space, much like the waiting area in a game where you create your character on your first day. Qualification verification in progress. Guild virtual reality boundary, verification complete. The jailer was complaining about the system notification using the voice of the character Jianghe had created, Garlic Sprout, when the boundless space enveloped in white light instantly dissipated. The group from the virtual reality boundary floated in midair, their gaze first drawn to the distant, shimmering blue sea, then to the oval-shaped island beneath their feet. This scene reminded Jianghe of the map selection screen after the character selection screen in a fighting game. Is it about to begin? But they don't even know the PvP rules. No game has ever had players only learning the specific rules of the competition on the day of the event, but Proof of the Stars has achieved that. What are we competing in? How are we competing? Where's the system guide? Guide, save us! The jailer complained. A sparrow engulfed in flames suddenly appeared, startling the onlookers of the reality/virtual boundary. Messenger of the Stars, at your service. Now, please allow me to explain the specific competition rules to everyone in the reality/virtual boundary. Orange Tea, finding the fiery sparrow adorable, instinctively reached out her hand. As if sensing her thoughts, the sparrow landed voluntarily in her palm. The first round of the Stars Proof Guild Challenge Qualifier will feature 30 guild teams competing on this map. Except for Orange Tea, a newcomer with little gaming experience, everyone in the reality/virtual boundary keenly sensed. It wasn't the guild versus guild match they had anticipated, but rather a large-scale battle royale. The Sparrow Messenger's next words confirmed their suspicions. As a guild, try to accumulate as many points as possible. The game ends when the current round ends, or the guild war automatically ends when the required number of eliminated guilds is reached. The top 4 guilds in points will advance directly to the next round. The 5th and 6th ranked guilds will enter the loser's bracket and await the revival match. Then, Jianghe asked, how do we get points? By defeating players from other guilds? The sparrow breathed fire, which bloomed into a giant screen of light in midair, projecting images. Kill monsters on the map. Assist NPCs on the map in completing designated tasks. Complete randomly occurring major events. Defeat other players. Common ways to gain points in the first round of the challenge qualifiers are as above. Even after only half the explanation, Original Fries was already excited. For a player like her who enjoys hacking and slashing and having a blast, this competition mode was simply wonderful. It balanced PvE and PvP, and the random elements made the whole game exciting and fun. The key is, a competitive game built on the foundation of the Stars of Proof world, so the degree of freedom is unimaginable. With a flap of a sparrow's wings and a flash of fire, everyone's interface instantly returned to when they first entered the game and created their characters. However, this time, they needed to choose a class. Guild battles use a balance mode, with all players presumably having completed level 10 specialization. Deciding on the lineup became a matter of consideration. Jiang He suggested, "Let's play what we're familiar with." Original Flavored Fries nodded, "Our understanding of the specialization classes is already a small advantage. Let's do it that way." After completing the class change, everyone was confused to find that the only new skill was the exclusive skill of the new class specialization. After asking Sparrow, they learned that this was part of the competition. Players needed to unlock skills through various methods after entering the game. This meant that classes that could actively unleash powerful exclusive skills after changing classes would obviously have a higher early game advantage. This was the first crucial decision players faced: how to allocate the team's lineup and manage the team's growth curve. Jianghe, the mage, was clearly in an awkward position, but after some thought, he decided not to change. Usually called the god of responsibility, he was expected to handle the situation, so this time he might as well absorb some of his teammates' blood and grow into a powerful carry. Watching everyone else change classes, the four primal bodies and Bed were in a dilemma. They hadn't changed classes before and had no skill proficiency to speak of. The jailer suggested, "Why don't you choose the elemental mage for primitives?" "Huh?" "When fighting the spirits on the 5th floor, I observed that your elemental shields landed with incredible accuracy and stability." The jailer countered, "Don't you think your predictive abilities are excellent?" Even with the jailer's confident assertion, for primitives still found it somewhat unbelievable. He never considered himself a skilled gamer. However, the Elemental Mage skill description did indeed pique his interest. Elemental Mage as class-exclusive elemental affinity is a passive skill. Every elemental skill cast by the Elemental Mage will be enhanced. Although the skill after class advancement is a passive skill, considering the various elemental shields and decent small elemental spells available to mages in the early game, the semi-support, semi-DPS role is still quite appealing. The Quilt looked at Jianghe. "This is a late-game powerhouse." Then at Original Fries, "This is a smooth, plug-and-play all-rounder." Next was Zhong Zemo, a tanky, supportive big brother. She turned her head, her gaze falling on Orange Tea, a human-shaped walking luck buff machine, a little soft support. Jailer Bro. More utility than damage. The four primitives are half damage, half support. The lineup looked pretty good, quite well-rounded, but it was a bit cumbersome. Against highly mobile opponents, it couldn't disrupt them or prevent them from disengaging. We need a sufficiently agile class. Shadow Stalker class exclusive Shadow Rift, after activation, generates a shadow at the feet. Those within the shadow area experience a significant increase in movement speed. Perfect, this is the class the Quilt wanted. Speed is enough, speed is everything. As long as the speed is fast enough, I can confidently shout that famous line. It's no big deal if we miss. This class choice was accepted by everyone. The final piece of the puzzle for the boundary between reality and illusion was complete, and the official lineup was locked. Jianghe, Magic Warrior Original Flavor Fries, Berserker Zhong Zemo, Flawless Jade Jailer Bro, Necromancer Orange Tea, Summoner 4 Primal Bodies, Elemental Mage Bed, Shadow Stalker. The moment the lineup was locked, everyone's original equipment was immediately replaced with a set of white, 0-grade, unblessed trial set. These stats are so bad, even a dog would shake its head. The beginner set given when you first enter the game at least had some symbolic quality. This makes you seriously suspect that a single hit from a monster would shatter your equipment. Without any items, players will begin the match in a clean, factory set mode. With 5 minutes remaining in the match, Sparrow once again breathed fire, projecting the guild draw for this round. Below the name boundary between reality and illusion, 29 guild names flashed, then froze after a few seconds. Jailer, the socially awkward but charming guy, glanced at it and nodded. "No one I know, that's great, let's go." This made Jianghe think of a question, and he turned to look at the Sparrow. What if some guilds agree to a coordinated match? The Proof of the Stars has a corresponding review mechanism. Please rest assured. For some reason, Jianghe heard a human-like smile in the messenger created by the system, as if to say, "What you considered, we already considered." The countdown ended with 1 minute remaining, and the 7 members of Boundary Between Reality and Illusion felt a blur before their eyes, followed by a feeling of weightlessness. The next second, the white light dissipated. Upon opening her eyes, Jianghe was about to look around when she spotted a large black beetle. The black-skinned elf activated Shadow Rift and darted several meters, scrambling up a coconut tree on the shore. Taking advantage of her high vantage point, she gave an OK sign, conveying the message that the surroundings were safe. You tell me how fast she was. Jianghe was located on a beach on the northwest edge of the island, the waves constantly washing over everyone's heels, tickling them. The players' spawn points in the first round of qualifying were all randomized. They were lucky enough to get a spawn point where they didn't have to worry about enemies coming from behind. Orange Tea opened her arms, enjoying everyone's pats and adoration. With no immediate risk of engaging the enemy, Jianghe began to assess the situation. Chat and private messaging were disabled, limiting long-distance communication within the team. Secondly, inventory space was reduced significantly, at least have compared to the normal game's 4-dimensional inventory. Finally, the attribute panel was gone. The 4 basic attributes of the star proof were magic, strength, agility, and faith. Some weapons, equipment, and job specializations explicitly required corresponding attribute values. While these attribute points were relatively insignificant, they always served as a threshold. But they were gone in the balanced Guild War mode. Next, hunger was a major concern. Everyone was nearing starvation upon entering Guild Wars. This highlighted the importance of a good spawn point. This beach had no shortage of food. Several lively fish washed ashore by the waves were caught by Zhong Zimo, who gently awakened them with a stone, then used a seashell as a scaler to process them on the spot. With the help of the jailer and the 4 primal beings, the campfire was set up, and Zhong Zimo immediately skewered and grilled the fish. Bonfire grilled fish, a very basic dish, provides a feeling of fullness that lasts for half a day, much better than the meager feeling from eating coconut meat. Although there were plenty of ingredients around, none of the seasonings needed for the recipe were available, making it a case of a skilled cook unable to cook without rice. The boundary between the virtual and real worlds was unaware that their every move was being watched by an outside audience. Each guild could only field 7 players, meaning that most players could only participate in this grand event as spectators. Many players, either unable to find a suitable guild to join or making a living from game news in real life, opted for more. Once the Guild War began, these players either joined the officially designated World Chat for a group viewing or enjoyed the spectacle alone. Most of these players chose to focus their attention on the frontier of reality and illusion. This mysterious guild, boasting the highest pre-tournament fame and ranking among the top tier T0 in the PvE guild ladder, had never revealed their full strength to outsiders. Now, with the opportunity to follow and appreciate the actions of the frontier of reality and illusion guild from a godlike perspective, it was an opportunity not to be missed. Such a fast reaction speed. Did you guys see that? That dark elf called Sealed Bed still not back. Someone shouted. She just teleported onto the map, and she got into character the fastest, immediately taking over a high point to observe the surroundings. That's the level of skill in chasing down the Dream Lord's Bed sister. Do you even understand this level of skill? She's truly amazing. Enough with the hype. You're making a basic maneuver sound like some kind of divine skill. Holy crap, the Dream Lord's clown. Holy crap, there really is a clown. Why don't you go look at your own guild's projection? Are you that concerned about the boundary between reality and illusion? Although the Dream Lord members came as a group to watch the film, they couldn't withstand the sheer number of viewers there to see the boundary between reality and illusion. The chat bubble of player comments instantly overwhelmed them. They resisted the urge to read the disgusting comments and replied with a cold laugh. We're just here to study our future opponents. You're probably worried about the boundary between reality and illusion failing to qualify for the challenge. Seeing the boundary between reality and illusion leisurely enjoying a picnic, everyone was somewhat surprised. It turns out the boundary between reality and illusion isn't just a combat class. There are also skilled crafters. This is quite different from what outsiders had guessed. It's just a pity that the projection doesn't show what the boundary between reality and illusion says. It's muted. This is the official stars of proof protecting the privacy of players' personal tactic. Jianghe was unaware of the commotion outside. After finishing his meal, he was studying the map. He pointed into the distance. Let's go check out that dense forest first. We're full and our stats are at their peak. We need to find some monsters to loot some gold. The fact that players couldn't see the current rankings of other guilds puzzled Jianghe. This feature, once enabled, should have given all guilds a direct sense of the impending threat of being overtaken. Why wasn't it there? Could it be hidden in some mechanism, waiting to be unlocked? Haiwo took the lead, moving swiftly through the shadows like the wind, clearing a path for the boundary between reality and illusion. Zhong Zimo protected Orange Tea, Jailer Brother, and the 4 primal bodies from behind. Jianghe and Original Flavor Fries acted as free agents, scattered on the left and right flanks of the group. The formation at the boundary between reality and illusion remained very tight. Although Blanket and the 4 primal bodies hadn't been with the group long, they had seen quite a lot after their baptism in the underground temple. Just as they were advancing, Blanket suddenly stopped. She quickly turned back and hurriedly said, "On that small hill over there, I saw a motionless figure." These words instantly put everyone on alert. Is it coming? The first battle? Prepare for battle.